Chapter 211 The Tricks of the Liar. Originally, Igor was captured in order to find out why he could be resurrected. The second is to get Igor to testify against Alan Rick in reverse. As long as Igor can testify against the prince, everything can be solved. Grandlon and Fawcett couldn't do this because they were rebellious and couldn't fight such a lawsuit. No one would believe what they said. But if Leong and Godric make the accusation, and Igor testifies, it will be easy to handle. Grandlon and Father can also return to the Kingdom of Lions through regular channels. They only need to blame everything on Alan Rick and prove that everything is the prince's instruction. Everything they do is just following orders. Of course, there is no sin. In fact, this is also the truth. Most of the troubles were caused by Alan Rick. The kingdom has just experienced so much consumption, and its strength has been greatly reduced. King Ulrich will definitely make the right decision at this time. Godric also saw that the king is very sober now. For Leong, he took back Changha town alone, and also helped King Ulrich figure out Alan Rick's conspiracy. This kind of wholehearted consideration for the kingdom can make the king no longer have any reason to stumble him. As a result, Leong can truly become the master of Changha town and even the entire eastern region. And he does not have to worry about privately forming an alliance with the Noldor. The Lord is taking the initiative to solve the most troublesome problems for the king, and the hidden dangers in the country can be swept away. If Ulrich still dealt with Leon under such circumstances, he would be acting like a fool. And then Leon and Godric could just stand up and gather the crowd to rebel. You know, even if Liang's own status as a Panda royal family is not taken into account. Amy's mother alone, including Amy herself, belongs to the direct royal bloodline of the Lion Kingdom, and can definitely help her become the queen. This is probably what King Ulrich has always said. The reason for being so wary of Godric. If you want Igor to testify, you must at least convince him, so that Igor can speak eloquently to the king. There were originally many ways to convince Igor, such as the simplest physical means, or a relatively complicated exchange of interests. As long as you caught him, everything was easy to handle. But now Igor is like this, unable to communicate at all. And this plan was forced to abort. Leon originally thought that Prince Alanric's request for the Twilight Knights to kill Igor was probably the request. If nothing else, the prince should have been deprived of all military power. So he will seek to cooperate with the Twilight Knights to get enough manpower. Alanric probably also wanted to prevent Igor, who knew all his plans, from falling into the hands of others. But if Alanric knew that Igor had the ability to turn into a fool after being caught, why would he need to be silenced? In other words, Alanric did not know that Igor would become like this. It was probably not the prince who resurrected Igor. Alanric was not the leader of the heresy. And most likely, he was not even the mastermind of this matter. So who did this? If it was not Alanric who resurrected Igor, then was this Igor really serving Alanric? Or is this really Igor? Leon suddenly remembered the unlucky drunk and the human skin he had met in Lion City. It's not just women who can have plastic surgery, right? Thinking of this, the Lord suddenly took action and started tearing Igor's face apart like he was tearing off the face of the doom-inducing person. Grandron and Father stared at Liang's movements in stunned silence. And then, their mouths gradually opened into an O shape. Not only was Igor's face pulled crooked, but the skin on his entire head was almost pulled out. The aristocratic collar flower around his neck was not to cover the arrow wounds. It is to cover the entire connection between the skin on the head and the body. This so-called Igor is just a layer of skin covering his head. This is a skin body. This skin is indeed Igor's. But this person is not Igor himself. This so-called resurrection from the dead is actually a lie. As expected, it's still the three prophets. This kind of skin transplantation surgery, which is so fake that it looks real, was certainly performed by the three prophets. It's the three prophets who are working with the Twilight Knights. Not Alan Rick. The order to silence did not come from Alan Rick, but from the three prophets. They mainly don't want people to see that this Igor is a fake. If they chop this fake Igor to death, no one will bother to look at the skin on a dead man's face. Isn't this Igor? We were deceived. Grandron's face fell. He does have a letter from Prince Alanric on him, stamped with the prince's private seal. But the letter only asked us to go to Lion City to deliver the gold seal to Prince Alanric, and didn't mention anything else. It seems that the immunity agreement is also a lie. Fawcett had already searched Igor's body and looked at it with a small parchment. His expression was a little depressed. There was no such thing as a pardon in the first place. He came here probably to ask you to give him the king's seal first. Otherwise, without the king's seal in his hand, he would not be able to publicly issue a pardon in Lion City. After all, it is private. The immunity agreement granted means nothing to you, because you could have forged it. He just wanted to defraud the king's seal. He deceived both sides. He deceived both the prince and the bastards. Liam stood up in sudden realization. This fake Igor is using his identity as Prince Alan Rick to work for the three prophets. Grandlon had the king's seal in his hand. But even if he got a blank exoneration document, he could not stamp it himself. The crime he committed was to violate the use of the king's seal. How could he obtain exoneration by repeating the crime? All nobles would not approve of this kind of operation. The correct approach is to first hand over the king's gold seal to the prince. And if Grandlon and the others can catch the king, then let their men detain the king in Changha town. And they can go to Lion City themselves. And Prince Alan Rick needs to sign the absolution letter with the king's seal in the House of Lords in front of many people, saying that all this is a misunderstanding, so that the two men can be completely exonerated. For example, when Grandlon defrauded Changha town, it can be said that he led troops to protect the prince of Changha town under the king's order. It can be said that the king's gold seal was given to Grandlon by King Ulrich himself before he fell ill. King Rick had been sick for so long that he forgot about it and misunderstood Grandlon. In this case, Grandlon is of course innocent. And Fawcett can also say that his allegiance to Ursula was actually an order from the king to protect the northern territory of the kingdom. In fact, Fawcett did lead troops to fight the Crow Kingdom, which is convincing. Then he put all the blame for the murder on Mirgon, and swore allegiance to Prince Alan Rick again in public. Anyway, his Lion Lake City has been taken back by the kingdom. If Ulrich is caught by them, everything can be pinned on the king, and Prince Alan Rick will be happy to do so, because these scapegoats will not make King Ulrich lose his reputation or life. They will just make King Ulrich appear a little confused after he fell ill. This is just the right thing for Alan Rick to succeed to the throne. In this way, regardless of whether others believe it or not, their charges can indeed be completely cleared, and they will not lose their noble status. But the prerequisite is that the seal must be handed over to Alan Rick first, and the two of them must appear in Lion City and show their aggrieved appearance to be convincing. Otherwise it will be considered a kidnapping case. Prince Alan Rick's letter should indeed be true. But Alan Rick probably doesn't want to reverse the case for these two people. The guy pretending to be Igor must have also used Grandlon and fathered as bargaining chips to deceive Alan Rick, and also got some benefits from Alan Rick. Therefore, Alan Rick's letter did not mention anything about the matter of immunity. This was a double-handed deception. Alan Rick must have paid a lot of money to get the gold seal back. In other words, this fake Igor actually used your story to deceive the prince, then used the prince's letter to gain your trust, and then tricked you into giving him the king's seal. The Lord stood up and smiled. This is indeed in line with the operation methods of the three prophets. This is probably what they did when they asked the doom-inducing ones to deceive men. Then, what should we do now? Since he is fake, then we have no hope. Grandron had already begun to pull his hair, looking like he was getting angry. It actually makes no difference, since we captured this heretic alive. In my opinion, this matter is much easier to handle than Alan Rick. It's just a pity that we can't bring down the prince. Leon relaxed a little instead. As long as he knew the cause of the matter, everything could be solved. No, I mean, what if the king is also controlled by heretics? Grandlon looked at the fake pretending to be Igor nervously. It's impossible. If they can pretend to be King Ulrich, then why do they go to all the trouble to deceive you? They use real human skin, and King Ulrich is not that easy to deal with. I think you guys this time we can really get the case completely overturned, and in the most formal and reasonable way. Leon didn't think Ulrich would be completely controlled or imitated by the heretics. After all, the three prophets couldn't even pretend to be a prince. They just pretended to be a dead Igor and deceived both parties. Obviously, they were not as scary as they thought. But this Igor is a heretic and fake, so he cannot testify. Fawcett was halfway through speaking, and then he suddenly reacted. Yes, since everything was done by the three prophets, there is no need to find any witnesses at all. This fake Igor itself is already evidence. That's right. It is said that the three prophets' lair is near the Bog Castle. You go and destroy their lairs, and then find the king's seal from the lairs of the three prophets. That's it. Father, you can also take care of everything. Call it a heretic deception. Call all the dead people in your family a heretic. Just blame it all on the three prophets, and I can testify for you. Adhering to the purpose of uniting all forces that can be united, Leon pointed out a way for them to make it easier to reverse the verdict. Lord Leon, you have actually captured Changha town, and we are already your prisoners. But you are still willing to help us like this. Why? Granlong noticed Liang's kindness, but was a little confused. Because at least you have not done anything evil, and you have actually resisted the enemy for the kingdom, whether actively or passively. But you did block the Raven army at Eagle Claw Castle and prevented the war from spreading further. The Lord said it quite nobly, as if he was serving the country and the people. Huh? Master Liang, based on my understanding of you, this doesn't sound like the main reason. Fawcett shook his head, looking a little more relaxed now that he had been given the solution. But he had dealt with Liang a lot, and he knew that he would probably be blackmailed by Liang. He and Granlong were Liang's prisoners, and they needed Liang to testify for them. If he didn't get blackmailed, he wouldn't be able to justify it. But based on Father's understanding of Liang, he felt that Liang probably wouldn't make any excessive demands. Of course. The main reason is that you have all lost your territory now, and I think you can be temporarily loyal to me. For the sake of our mutual trust, I hope that you will write a confession based on the true situation. I will keep your if you write a confession. I will always believe you, and I will definitely testify for you wholeheartedly. Not only will it keep you safe, but it will also give you a place to live. Liang turned around and walked to the table, spread out 2 pieces of parchment from the table, and made a pleased gesture. Father and Granlong looked at each other, sighed, sat down at the table and picked up their pens. People had to bow their heads under the eaves, and Liang was indeed helping them, so they had nothing to struggle with. They also knew that Liang only kept their handle in his hands to blackmail them into doing things for Liang, which was already being very tolerant of him. The next day, Fawcett and Granlong rushed to the northwest with their respective teams, and also brought the Lord's letter to Baron Hereward. The lair of the 3 prophets is no longer a secret. It is located in the largest swamp near the Bog Castle. Due to Earl Odin's relationship, Baron Hereward and Leon could barely be called friends. The old man's fiefdom was Mystery Bog Castle. Leon's letter hoped that Baron Hereward would cooperate with the 2 men's troops to exterminate the 3 prophets, and serve as a witness to prove that the 2 men found the king's seal from the lair of the 3 prophets. After sending the 2 people away, Liang and Godric sent official documents to Lion City respectively, stating that Chungha Town had been taken back. But Liang did not stay here. He led his troops directly back to White Deer Castle, while Godric led the guards to guard Chungha Town. Because before the king's decree comes down, Chungha Town still does not belong to Liang. Godric is the commander-in-chief of military affairs in the east, and this place should still be temporarily managed by him. If Liang conquered Chungha Town and just stayed here without leaving, it would be claiming to be asking for rewards, which would easily arouse King Ulrich's rebellious mood. The Lord will never make such a principled mistake, and he must have the right attitude. East of White Deer Castle, in the forest, this is a piece of woodland about 80 miles away from Bailu Castle, which is almost symmetrical to my Xiangling. Nearly 100 acres of open space have been cleared here, and the surrounding wood is piled up into mountains. Leslie was directing a large group of people to build various buildings in the open space, and there were still many people cutting wood near White Deer Castle. In the past, anyone who dared to cut down trees in such a place would only attract deadly arrows from the Noldor. But now, the Noldor elves are actively cutting down the obstructing trees around them, intending to clear a passage through the woods. Humans and Noldor are building together, because this place will be built as the trade market agreed by the Lord and the Noldor. Moreover, a road had to be built to White Deer Castle to facilitate the entry and exit of carriages. Turn the market into a big one. Ran Shi Award. Windadir is talking to Twilight Knight Noel here. His Royal Highness Islandil is currently negotiating with Aldarion, but to no avail. Aldarion seems to be blinded by hatred. I am worried that he will do some irrational things. Neuer looked a little anxious. Aldarion insists that this is all a human trick. Doesn't he have the patience to observe for a month or 2? The market built in this forest is completely under the control of the Noldor clans. Lord Leon will not even send human troops in. What kind of trick can this be? Aldarion, this bastard, is always bringing enemies to the forest. Windadir was also very dissatisfied, but she seemed to have forgotten that at the beginning. She also felt that she cannot trust humans. We have to protect the humans who are building the road. And according to what Miss Leslie said, the first group of caravans are coming soon. Now that the road has not been repaired, it will definitely be difficult for them to carry their goods through the forest. This was originally, it shows the sincerity of Sir Ong. But I am worried that Aldarion will cause trouble. Neuer sighed when he said this. Aldarion became very manic after being defeated by Judah. He refused to listen to anyone's words, and His Highness Islandil could not persuade him. Now His Majesty Fergusoner has asked Seterin to set up a patrol team to protect the trade routes along the way. Even His Majesty Kelevon Il has sent a patrol team to maintain the safety of nearby Kelevon. His Majesty Il has not used force for hundreds of years. And even he is so supportive of the establishment of a market. Why is Aldarion still like this? Windavier had the word unhappy written all over his face. Maybe I can guess some of the reasons. Risa Dillon jumped down from the treehouse next to him. Aldarion suffered his first defeat in his life at the hands of Judah. But Judah's tribe was beaten to pieces by Lord Leon and us. He always thought that he was the strongest warrior. And he was unwilling to give in. Is that why? Windavier didn't quite understand this mentality. She was just a martial arts master and had no desire to achieve success. He became the teacher of the Noldor Rangers purely because he did not want to see the Noldor girls being captured. Neuer nodded. Maybe there is a reason for this. Then, what will we do if he really attacks the human merchants who enter here? Vendidel frowned deeply. Are they killing each other? We have to find a way to persuade Aldarion. But now Aldarion has become very irritable and can hardly communicate. Moreover, he seems to have left the territory with his troops. We don't know where he is now. So His Highness Islandil asked me to come and inform you. Noel also frowned and sighed. It seems that this matter is not easy to handle. I will report to Master Leon right now. Lisa Dillon quickly put on his hood and planned to return to White Deer Castle. Risa Dillon, His Highness Islandil has restored your noble status in the Ano family. You can return to the family at any time. Do you still want to serve as a guard beside Lord Leon? Neuer asked behind Risadolin. I promise to be loyal to him. As long as he keeps his word. I will keep his word. Moreover, the favors owed must always be repaid. After Risa Dillon finished speaking, he disappeared into the woods without looking back. Chapter 212 The Strongest Noldor Declares War. In fact, Lisa Dillon already knew that the 100-day soul-destroying pill that Leon fed him was horse dung and eggs. When entering the Noldor forest to protect the Fenway family's horse farm, Leon told Risa Dillon the truth. This is due to Liang's own principles. Since he needs to establish friendship with the Noldor people, he can no longer use such small tricks, but must establish relationships in an upright manner. Many big things often fail due to the influence of these small things. After Risadolin got the hope of returning to the tribe, he naturally didn't care about the Lord's deception. Anyway, at first, he said he was good at eating poison. But now that he knew there was no poison in his stomach, he relaxed a lot. Perhaps Lisa Dillon was a relatively cruel killer who basically didn't survive when he took action. But he was at least an honest person. If you swear allegiance, you will definitely be loyal. After all, compared with his lifespan, human lifespan is not long. Moreover, Leon said that he would help him return to the tribe. And now the Lord has done it. Then Lisa Dillon will also fulfill her promise. Of course, there is still some resentment that the thing is horse manure after all. And it just so happens that the Noldor elves are somewhat misophobic. However, Lisa Dillon did not have any resentment towards Leon himself. But now, he had a special emotion towards Alice. He couldn't look at Alice's butt, as it might make him vomit. So now he no longer follows Leon, and will often go out to do things as the captain of the guard, such as contacting other Noldor tribes. The captain of the nobles' guard is usually also the liaison between nobles. And he is also doing his job. Liang's current secret guard is Windirf, always using Noldor nobles as bodyguards. This standard is indeed a bit high. But fortunately, Wendy herself is willing to do this job. After all, the salary is quite high. Currently, Wendy is learning new magic from Liang in a small valley south of White Deer Castle. In fact, she didn't know whether she should call it magic. Although that thing does have the effect of the legendary thunderstorm, the process of using it is too simple. Wendy thinks that if this can be considered magic, then isn't magic too popular? It should be usable by just one person. Can this also be considered thunder in the palm? Yes. This is the name given by Liang. Palm Thunder. This name is more suitable for this era. In fact, it is the most primitive wooden handle grenade, the kind without a built-in detonator. The wooden handle is only used as a throwing aid, because this black powder grenade is heavier than modern grenades. So it can be thrown further and more accurately with a wooden handle. This kind of primary black powder grenade is not very powerful. Sometimes it can only blow the iron SHL and wooden handle into two pieces, just like a big firecracker. It is not easy to kill people. This thing mainly relies on the fragments exploded to cause damage. The iron SHL is very thin and can be easily broken into pieces. There are also some broken iron fragments inside. But Lord is not intending to explode and injure people. The biggest function of this grenade is not to directly kill people, but to create a huge explosion and the smell of gunpowder smoke. The sound and vibration of the explosion, as well as the smell of gunpowder smoke, will have an extremely obvious effect on all people and animals in this era, especially horses. When grenades explode next to them, when huge shock waves hit, and when shrapnel keeps flying, even if they are not injured, most animals can only react by running around. In this era where knights were the core fighting force, if the knights' horses were frightened and lost control, the consequences would be disastrous. The smell of gunpowder smoke will cover up the owner's smell, and the deafening sound will make the owner's calls and comforts ineffective. Coupled with the continuous vibration, it is basically impossible to control the horse without running to a safe environment. Horses these days have never seen explosions. Without long-term training, it will be difficult for them to adapt to this atmosphere. In fact, it is also difficult for people to adapt. Now Leon is testing grenades and training his horses with grenades. Poor Alice is now being devastated by explosives. Leon had already asked Wendilf to chase Alice and throw 5 or 6 grenades. Each one exploded more than 10 meters away from Alice, and the continuous explosions echoed in the valley. Alice was jumping around in a horse jacket made of cotton quilts. These experimental grenades were actually not filled with shrapnel, and the quilts were only used as a precaution. The Lord still felt sorry for Alice, but the filly is really smart and adaptable, probably because he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Although he was frightened and jumped around, he still didn't go too far away from the Lord, and just circled nearby. "Sir, aren't you worried that Alice will resent you?" Wendy threw the last grenade in her hand and turned back to ask. "You threw all these palm thunders. What does it have to do with me? If I want to be resentful, I'm also resenting you." The Lord put the lid on the bright spark in his hand. It was a less successful firebreaker. It was made of a match rope and could not blow out an open flame, but the fire head could still be used to light a fire. Boom! The Lord bared his teeth and watched the grenade explode, and then watched Alice jump up and down again, and ran around Leon several times in a row. Then Leon stepped forward and hugged Alice's big head and rubbed it. He whispered, "Relax," while stroking Alice's neck. The little mare quickly calmed down and licked Liang's hand aggrievedly. "This, sir, is really insidious." Only then did Wendilf understand. No wonder the Lord insisted on teaching her magic, and asked her to throw every thunder in his palm. That was what he meant. The way Alice is staring at Wendy is obviously a little uneasy. Well, a little unkind. Wendy also wanted to move closer to comfort Alice, but the filly snorted and avoided her hand. The smell of gunpowder still lingered on her hands. Fortunately, Alice was busy rubbing against Leon for comfort, and had no intention of kicking her. "Wendy! How can this be insidious? This is a lesson for you. Let your subordinates do some things that should be done by your subordinates. You must maintain your integrity and reliability in the eyes of others," Leon said while stroking Alice's mane. The little mare's head was rubbing against him. It seemed that she was indeed more dependent on him. "Sir, I can understand all your lessons. There is no need to implement them on me." Wendell sighed, feeling a little sad. The teachings given to her by the Lord have always been like this. I don't know how Amy adapted to it in the first place. She also saw that Leon seemed to intend to make her a leader. But Winnie felt that she was just a guard. So why did she teach herself so many things that only lords could use? "Sir, there is a situation." Wendy suddenly took off her bow in alertness and looked towards the forest to the east. "Run!" In the distance, Risa Dillon's shout came. Then, the elf killer ran out of the forest, looking very anxious, shouting something and waving his hands. "My lord, mount your horse quickly. He wants you to get out of here." Wendife grabbed Alice's reins. She heard Lisa Dillon shout, and she even heard more sounds. The sound of horse hooves. Lords usually listen to advice at times like this, and Risadolin rarely acts in such an anxious manner. In the past, even when faced with danger, Risadolin would shoot arrows to kill the attacker first, and would only issue a warning when necessary. So Leon took off Alice's quilted horse jacket, didn't waste time putting on the saddle, and got on the horse to run away. But just as he mounted his horse, a group of cavalry appeared on the eastern hillside. Moreover, just when Leon saw the figure on the hillside, he also caught a glimpse of a light and shadow flying toward him very suddenly. The light and shadow were extremely fast, and Leon could barely see a trace with his eyesight. But he could realize that someone had shot an arrow. However, Is it within range at such a distance? The distance between the two sides is at least more than 200 meters. What kind of archery is this? In a state of shock, Leon had no choice but to try his best to duck down and dodge, and pinch the horse's belly with his legs, causing Alice to rush forward. In fact, this is just to reduce the body area as much as possible and subconsciously avoid danger. After all, the specific trajectory of the arrow cannot be seen clearly. But just as Leon leaned down, he felt a pain in his forehead, and the huge force almost took him off the horse. Hit by an arrow. He reached out and wiped it. His hands and face were covered with blood. The Lord immediately realized that if he didn't avoid it, he might be fine. This leaning down caused the arrow to fly past his scalp, leaving a deep blood groove on his forehead. It was a scratch, but this scratch alone still made Leon dizzy. This arrow is so powerful. The arrow flew 20 or 30 meters after grazing the Lord's forehead, and then inserted diagonally into the ground. It seemed that originally this arrow would only fly past Liang's eyes, and then be inserted in a conspicuous position diagonally in front of Liang. This should have been a deliberate warning, probably to tell Liang not to move. The Lord had to go up and receive the blow himself. Liang realized this, stopped his horse, and turned his head. The Lord has realized that this person probably did not want to kill him. But the problem was that the Lord lowered his head and rode out, and was immediately hit by an arrow. When he looked back, his face was covered in blood, which frightened Wendy. "Sir! This bastard!" Wendy thought Liang had been hit by an arrow in the head. She picked up her bow and shot an arrow back, then started to run towards the leading Nolder. The man on the hillside seemed stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand and raised the bow above his head. The cavalry stopped. The leading man began to move forward alone, and casually blocked the arrow shot by Wendy with his back. It was a Nolder elf, wearing sigil armor similar to Eilendil, and the bow in his hand shone with a bright blue light. "Wendy! Come back!" The Lord yelled but did not stop, because Wendy had already begun to curse loudly at this time. "Ardarian! You idiot! What did you do?" He cursed and shot another arrow. It was indeed Ardalian, who came up the mountain with his troops. The second arrow that Wendell shot back was also deflected by Aldarian with his gauntlet. Wendy's strength was obviously not comparable to Aldarian's, and her compound bow was far inferior to her opponent's bow. From a distance of 200 meters, the arrow had no power at all when it hit Aldalian. However, Wendy had already started to quickly approach her opponent and kept shooting arrows while running. She didn't ride a horse. After all, riding a horse up the mountain was not as fast as running on her own. It is quite difficult to shoot arrows while running quickly in the mountains. But Wendy's every arrow is very accurate, but it does not achieve any effect. Every arrow is deflected by Aldarian with his gauntlet or bow back, even if Wendy ran and shot the arrow only 70 or 80 meters away from him. It would still be like this. Aldarian's careless movement was like blocking the fallen leaves from the tree. Obviously, this Noldor Lord is extremely skilled, and is worthy of being the strongest Twilight Knight 300 years ago. After deflecting 5 arrows in a row, Aldarian finally spoke. "Are you Wendolf? My child, don't do it again. I'm not here to fight." A very loud voice, which is quite rare among the Noldor. Most of the Noldor are very gentle in speech. Even if they are angry, they are soft-spoken. "But you, Wendy, he didn't intend to hurt me. I asked for it." Wendy's words were interrupted. She looked back and saw that the Lord had already rushed over. Leon wiped his face again. There was a finger-long wound on his forehead, which was still oozing blood. "Human, you have very good eyesight. If you didn't have such good eyesight, you wouldn't be hurt." Aldarian continued to take a few steps forward and rode his horse to a position only about 30 meters away from Leon. He did not show any hostility, but he obviously held a contemptuous attitude towards humans, and the way he looked at Leon was probably the same as seeing a wild animal. "Your Excellency, you are Aldarian." "Right. I am Leon. Did you come to me to say something?" Leon knew that Aldarian shot an arrow to warn him, and never fought back in the face of Wendy's attack. He was definitely not trying to kill himself. He probably had something to say. "Human, you have good courage. I don't know how you deceived His Majesty Ferguson and Eilendil, but I will not believe your lies. If your people dare to enter us again in the forest, I guarantee that none of them will come out alive." Aldarian still didn't call Leon by his name. Maybe he felt that human names were not important. "So, you came here specifically to warn me? Then why didn't you just shoot me to death?" Leon smiled. Aldarian seemed to be a straight man. What was the use of such a threat? If it weren't for the students of Vindatil who are still in your castle, you would be a corpse now. Humans, don't take any ideas from the Noldor. Especially don't take the ideas from the Finwë family. I only say this once. Aldarion narrowed his eyes and glanced at Leon. Leon felt a chill on his neck for no reason. Aldarion, it has nothing to do with you what our Finwë family wants to do. With your arrogant attitude, it's no wonder that Mr. Vindatil looks down on you. Windolf knew that she would not be enough in front of Aldarion if they really fought. She did not do anything again, but she still bravely protected Leon. Wendy, kid, you shouldn't protect a human. Aldarion seemed a little polite to Wendy, but the look he looked at Leon seemed even more unkind. So, you're here to declare war on me? Leon felt that this guy's brain really didn't work very well. This approach of coming all the way just to declare war was very classical, but stupid. Humans. No humans can be trusted, even if you have Noldor blood. Aldarion didn't answer Liang's words at all. After glancing at Leon again like a monkey, he turned the horse's head directly, as if he was planning to leave. It was really just to declare war. But this guy really didn't seem to be easy to communicate with, and didn't answer the phone at all. Eilendil told Aldarion that Leon had elf blood. But even so, Aldarion never looked at Leon. This person obviously despises and is hostile to human beings from the bottom of his heart, and has a relatively straightforward personality. Lord Aldarion, I might as well tell you directly. I will continue to build markets in the forest, and I will continue to send people to trade in the forest. If you dare to touch my people, I will not mind completely wiping out your tribe. Lose? Leon shook his head. Since it is difficult to communicate, he should simply face it in another way. The Lord is not someone who can say nice things to everyone. The Lord, with one hand behind his back, looked very bossy. While talking, he secretly took out a black, short-handled hammer-like object, and the lid of the fire breaker in his hand also popped off. A puff of white smoke came out from behind him. How brave. Aldarion seemed to be angry and laughed. Do you think you can defeat me? But the Lord looked at him seriously, smiled, and said softly, Aldarion, have you ever seen magic? Before Aldarion could react, a short hammer, emitting white smoke, was thrown over. It didn't seem to have much strength. It was only 30 meters long, and Leon actually only threw it at the feet of Aldarion's elf horse. Aldarion shook his head disdainfully. Human, you are too weak. Boom! Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sudden explosion of a grenade on the ground. What followed immediately was the horse's crazy neighing. Aldarion's arrogant expression suddenly changed. The highly skilled Noldor lord may have never thought in his life that he would be overturned by his mount and gnawed on the ground. When his Noldor elf horse was greatly frightened, it jumped like an antelope, threw Aldarion directly off, and then ran away without looking back. Caught off guard, and Aldarion himself was frightened. The most powerful Noldor warrior in hundreds of years performed a backward flat sand falling goose pose in front of the Lord. Now, do you think I can defeat you? I thought that since Feng Guan could not go out at home, he would be able to concentrate on typing. But in fact, it is really difficult to calm down when thinking about the epidemic, family, life, nucleic acid results, and even food. I hope the turning point will come soon, and I hope my family will be unblocked soon. He said that he felt a little panicked after being closed for a long time. Chapter 213, Let them have money to spend. The Lord was still riding on his horse, looking down at Aldarion, who was lying 30 meters away. The explosion from such a distance would not affect Alice, and the little mare was very calm. Leon knew that Aldarion would not harm him. Although the Noldor lord was irritable and brainless, he did care about the Noldor people. There are 200 young rangers living in White Deer Castle, all of whom are the young seeds of the next generation of Noldor. As long as those rangers are still in Leon's territory, Aldarion will definitely not attack the Lord. This is why the Lord is trying every means to make Noto an important reason why so many people live in White Deer Castle. How is that possible, Don? How is it possible that you know the Thunder Method? Aldarion turned over and got up, touched himself, and his tone was no longer so arrogant. From declaration of war to defeat, it only took less than half a minute. He was not injured, and the horse should have been injured as well. It was able to jump and jump. Now it was almost out of sight. It was running very fast. It was obviously not injured. It was just frightened. Aldarion probably thought that Leon was being merciful, and he made such a big noise as thunder and fire. But he didn't hurt anyone. The look he was looking at Leon now was quite complicated. But in fact, The grenade was originally an experimental product. There was no shrapnel in the SH.L, the iron SH.L itself would usually only be blown into 3 or 5 pieces. Of course, it would not be able to hurt Aldarian, who was wearing the Noldor sigil armor. Humph. Do you know how powerful it is? Do you think I was protecting Mr. Leon just now? I don't know what is good and what is evil. Windife rolled her eyes and took the opportunity to bluff again. Sindari? This is impossible. Mr. Leon, who are you? Aldarian looked at Windy in surprise, then at Leon, then cautiously faced Leon and began to back away slowly. But his attitude had obviously changed, and even his name had changed. Aldarian, leave here and don't let your troops appear in my territory again. Otherwise it won't be a warning like this. Of course, if your people are willing to trade equally, you can also go to the market in the forest. I won't discriminate against your people. Leon still looked like a calm master, still holding his hands behind his back. If the injury on his forehead hadn't ruined his image, he would have looked a bit like a master. After saying that, Alice turned around and left. As soon as she turned around, she began to shake her hands that were originally behind her back. Just now, I hid my hand behind my back and clicked the lead with one hand. As a result, my hand was blackened by the smoke, and it looked like the skin was burned. I had to go back quickly and let Anson treat it. Humans who can use magic. You are the Pender royal family? You are the Pender royal family. Only the blood of Kavala has magic. You want to restore the country? No. You will drag the Noldor into the war between humans, even if it means death. I will stop you. Aldarian stood behind Leon with a gloomy expression, as if he remembered something. His tone gradually became urgent. The bow in his hand was raised again, and the arrow was knocked. There is just some hesitation in the movements. Why did he react like this? Ardalian has a feud with the Pender royal family? Oh, probably indeed. The war between the Noldor and humans 300 years ago was fought against the kingdom of Pender. At that time, Aldarian was the leader of the Noldor. Leon was a little panicked, but he still pretended to be calm and turned around. What are you talking about? What is the restoration of the country? Eilendil told me that you have 1/8 of the Noldor blood, so you can only be her descendant. I must kill you. There was a hint of sadness in Aldarian's eyes, but there was no warmth at all, only a sharp edge and a hint of fierceness. This is definitely not a good memory, but more like thinking of an enemy. Aldarian, what are you talking about? Do you know the consequences of doing this? If you so easily destroy the hope of the Noldor people to come out of the forest, the 3 major families will become your enemies. You will start a civil war. Windy drew her sword and rushed directly in front of Aldarian. Although she looks like a naive little girl in some aspects, she does understand everything. At this time, Rasadalin finally arrived at Leon's side and drew his bow at Aldarian. Humph. It was like that back then, and it's like that now. He is just a human who can use Noldor enchanted items. He is no different from that woman back then. His Majesty Felgationer still hasn't learned his lesson. Putting the hope of the Noldor on humans? Huh. You will regret it. Aldarian looked at Windy, who looked nervous, and then at Rasadalin, who was pointing her bow at him. He put down the bow in his hand, shook his head, and slowly retreated. There was a look of pain on his face, but he still remained polite to Windy. Ardarian, what are you talking about? What happened back then? When Dearth didn't understand. What year was it? Who is that woman? Winderf. Go ask His Majesty Fergus Aner about his big plan back then. Ask him where his son is now. Aldarian gritted his teeth and said something, glanced at Leon fiercely, then turned around and left quickly. Obviously, he knew that Windy was right. If Leon died in his hands, the 3 major Noldor families would all become his enemies. The Noldor could not afford civil war. Windolf was stunned for a while, until Aldarian disappeared with his troops. Then she turned around, only to find that the Lord was also in a daze. Lord Leon, get out of here. He may still be around. Rasadalin reminded aloud. Aldarian will not come again. The Lord shook his head and exhaled. Leon was a little scared. He could feel that his vest was soaked with cold sweat. The so-called magic did not scare Aldarian, or the brave Noldor Lord didn't care about it. He dared to shoot his arrows at any enemy. Aldarian didn't seem to have as much awe of magic as other Noldor. He was just surprised, but not afraid. And he didn't take it for granted that Leon was some sort of magister. Maybe he is indeed a warlike person, but he is obviously not too obsessed with the tradition of the Noldor, which makes him more sober than most Noldor elves. No wonder he ignored the decision of the Elf Kings and pulled out a tribal loan. Come! If Windolf hadn't blocked Aldalion in time, Aldalion might have really wanted his own life just now. I can't actually stop Aldarion. But he seems. Wendy frowned in confusion. He seems unwilling to hurt you. Wendy. Is there anyone in your family who is related to Aldarion? I haven't heard you mention it. Leon looked at Wendy thoughtfully. Sir. My parents died many years ago. At the hands of the Jatu. Maybe they were familiar with Aldarion. I don't know. Wendy shook her head. Aldarion was originally from the Fenway family. So he must know my parents. This is true. The Noldor have a small population and a long lifespan. Most people in a clan must know each other, and they cannot be viewed according to the logic of human kinship. But how to solve the problem on Aldarion's side? Sir, he probably won't attack you again. But there is no guarantee that he won't attack the caravan. With his fighting power, no one can stop him in the forest. Lisa Dillon asked with some worry. Those things Aldarion said. What big plan? And His Majesty Fergusoner's son. It seems that we really need to ask His Majesty Fergusoner. Maybe this is what he has always said about human beings. The reason for such hostility. Leon looked at Windirf. Sir, I'm going to ask you right away. Windy turned and walked into the forest. She never did things in a sloppy way. Perhaps the grenade thrown by Leon still had some effect. In the next few days, Ardalion and his troops did not appear again. The first group of merchants also successfully arrived at the market in the forest. And the humans who built the road were not attacked. But Leon still felt uneasy. Because Neuer sent news that Aldalion's troops still had not returned to his territory. He seemed to have completely disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. However, it is a good thing that no one is causing trouble. The first transaction between White Deer Castle and Noldor has begun to operate on a small scale. The Noldor actually had a great need for human goods. Especially cloth, grain, spices, and utensils. These things are in short supply in the Noldor forest. Books are also in short supply. The Noldos are all intellectuals. But it is difficult for them to obtain human books. When Wendy asked about Leon's salary, it was because she wanted to buy books in human society. Wendy liked to read all kinds of novels. But although the demand is very strong, a new problem arises. The Noldor have no money. To be precise, they don't use money. They usually don't use dinars, a common currency. In fact, from a human perspective, the Noldor elves are very wealthy. Each of them can produce a large amount of high-quality leather, precious medicinal materials, exquisite crafts, and even some enchanted equipment. They have a long lifespan, and they have a lot of reserves over the years. If we look at the value of these reserves, every Noldor can be called a rich man. But the problem is that they haven't used gold and silver currency for hundreds of years. If you don't have the habit of using money or saving money, you can't use dinars in the Noldor forest. Basically, there are no transactions between the Noldor. Currency is required. After all, they are all familiar with each other. Transactions between the Noldor elves are like discussing with friends. They rely entirely on reputation, and do not need to spend money at all. Of course, the Noldor all realize that trading with humans actually requires dinars. They all have culture and can understand the meaning of currency. But they really don't have money in their hands. Occasionally, I encountered a Noldor elf who could produce a few dirhams. But they were just trophies obtained from the slave-catching teams that entered the forest. Not many people can find dinars. This necessitated bartering at first. But in this way, the transaction volume seems to be relatively miserable. Because the road has not yet been repaired. And the food and cloth that the Noldor need most cannot be sent in on a large scale for the time being. At present, entering the forest requires climbing over mountains and ridges in the virgin forest. So the merchants who enter the trade market bring very few goods. And most of them only bring high-value spices or glass products. There is no problem in bartering for these things. But the problem is that there are too few, and they are all used up in half a day. At the same time, the merchants did not bring many dinars, and could not purchase many Noldor artifacts and enchanted weapons. This is not just because the road is difficult to walk, but because businessmen are worried about unsafe conditions on the road. In fact, the Noldor are also willing to exchange their goods for currency. But since neither party brings much money, the transaction volume is naturally not large. As a result, the first large-scale transaction between humans and the Noldor failed to take shape at all, and seemed a little miserable. In fact, the merchants and the Noldor can all understand. After all, the road has not been built yet, and the quantity of goods is not much. But the Lord is quite disappointed. If the initial trading volume of the market has been relatively low, it will not be able to form demand inertia in the hearts of the Nordos. This is not a good sign. The environment affects people's judgment. The first batch of human merchants took risks. Now that the market looks a bit miserable, the next batch of merchants may not be so motivated. And if the enthusiasm of human merchants is not high enough, the Noldor will not care too much about this market. If there is a diminishing effect, the market will be meaningless. This is also the reason why the Lord has no intention of running it directly by himself. Of course, direct operation can obtain the maximum profit. But at the beginning, I did not have so much funds and materials, so I could not achieve scale. If you want to build a platform, don't think about taking advantage of all the benefits. Only an open platform can create an exponentially increasing scale effect. If a market can only operate on a small scale for a long period of time, then the market will appear less important and will be difficult to make up for in the future. The various trade centers built in many cities actually have good policies and methods. But often because the initial investment attraction effect is not good, the occupancy rate is dismal at the beginning. And as a result, no one comes later. This kind of business platform cannot be operated with the basic transaction logic of slowly growing from small to large. It is necessary to attract more people from the beginning and bring a large amount of goods, so that the Noldor can continue to make money and the merchants can get high profits. Only then will more merchants join and bring benefits to the Lord. Get higher returns. The returns are not just about money. If large-scale trading habits cannot be quickly established, the Lord's ultimate intention will not be achieved. What Leon wants is to promote trade between the two groups, so that the Noldor will become dependent on trade and turn it into dependence on life. Then, as a commercial output controller, the greater benefits that I can gain from this transaction process are not money, but allowing the Noldor to change their lifestyle and no longer rely on the output of the forest, but rely on the trading market. To be precise, I rely on the Lord, because this trading market is actually built on Leon. The Lord himself is now a platform. He wants the Noldor to never be able to do without this convenient material trading channel built at home, thereby kidnapping this ethnic group into his own business platform, and ultimately can only become his true subjects. This is the true intention of so-called trade, including the Dark Falcon Castle that he previously claimed in the Crow Realm, which is the closest place to the Misty Mountains and the Jata people. Leon also planned to do this. If you want to control a relatively small ethnic group like the Noldor, you only need to make them rich. Yes, make them rich. First, they supplied food, cloth and other daily necessities in large quantities at low prices, and purchased weapons and crafts in large quantities at high prices, making the Noldor realize that they only needed to do what they were best at to survive. Subsequently, the supply of food and various daily necessities continued to increase, causing the Noldor to lose the desire to produce these materials independently without making money. And the goods supplied by the Lord were not of high quality, so it was more convenient to buy them directly. Exchanging cheap supplies for high-value weapons and equipment will make the Noldor feel like it's a good deal from top to bottom. And it will also make the Noldor trapped in this kind of deal unable to turn back. After they gradually develop this trading habit, it will automatically prompt most Noldor elves to engage in the manufacture of weapons and handicrafts, or transform from hunters into scholars or professional warriors. This is something they are good at and can export to the outside world, and will acquired by Leon at a high price. There will also be many Noldor elves who will start to purchase goods from the market, engage in retail business, and bring supplies to their various groups, because this can not only facilitate the clan members, but also make profits, just like those retail vendors in White Deer Castle. In this way, their output of daily necessities will gradually be controlled, and their lifestyles will undergo huge changes, but at least they will appear to be better and more convenient changes. When the lives of the Noldor are controlled by Leon, they will not be able to escape from the ship. In order not to interrupt the supply, the Noldor must accept the Lord's various requirements, including fighting for him in an all-round way. These processes actually do not take too long. If done well, they can be achieved in 1 or 2 years. Kidnapping with commercial supplies is easier and more effective than cultural infiltration, especially when faced with a party that has a smaller number of people and is unable to export the necessities of life in the market. In fact, even modern people cannot escape this kind of commercial penetration, especially in some small countries. All the people have become dependent on the material supplies of certain big countries, especially in some small countries that seem very wealthy. It seems that people live a good life, but only if they are obedient. Once disobedient, business sanctions will be imposed. If the leaders of small countries dare to refuse to accept this, They will often be overthrown and dismissed by their own citizens. The leaders may have backbone, but the people do not want to suffer under commercial sanctions, let alone change from rich to poor under commercial sanctions. After all, it only takes a burst of inflation to go from millionaire to penniless. In fact, the Buckley Empire did exactly this to Mendenham. But it was not done thoroughly. If the Barclay Empire could fully acquire the weapons and equipment manufactured by the Mendenheimers at all costs, use dinars to directly attract the vast majority of Mendenheimers to become blacksmiths, and supply a large amount of low-priced food, leaving those who farm without the income can only be used to blacksmith or sell weapons. In just a few years, Mendenham will be forced to become Buckley's arsenal, and there is no way it can be independent for too long. But Buckley couldn't wait to carry out war suppression, which aroused the full resistance of the Mendenham people, and also directly cut off the transactions between the two parties. This is the thinking habit of traditional feudal countries, which always thinks that traders must be exterminated, but never thought there was a more suitable way. Now that the trading platform in the Noldor Forest is not working properly, Liang thinks it's better to take it slow and start over. Chapter 214 How about you beat me up? The Lord has suspended trade in the Noldor Forest. He personally went to the unfinished market and told everyone that this time it allowed the Noldor to see the sincerity of mankind. Real large-scale transactions would have to wait until the road was built before proceeding. He also said that a way must be found to resolve Aldarian's hostility to humans. Otherwise no one would dare to send goods in large quantities, and Noldor products would not be able to be taken out. The Noldor and merchants alike agreed that transportation and security seemed to be the biggest problems. In fact, these two are not the most important. As long as the trading market is built in White Deer Castle, these two problems will not exist at all. But the problem is that if the market is built in Bailu Castle, it is equivalent to a business. Just waiting for the Noldor to come over would make it difficult to achieve the Lord's ultimate goal, regardless of the 80-mile distance difference. The concepts are completely different. One is in a human home, and the other is in a Noldor home. This is the difference between active and passive. The Noldor must feel convenient and safe, and let them enjoy the ease of passively accepting convenience, so that the Lord's final intention can be achieved. Therefore, when the Lord stopped the transaction, he actually just wanted to solve the problem of the Noldor having no money. First, let the Nordos have their first money to spend, and spend it comfortably, so as to fundamentally promote continued consumption. After thinking about the silver coins in the warehouse in the territory, the Lord decided to do regular business while building roads. Sir, I still don't understand the banking business you're talking about. Leslie looked embarrassed. She was from Buckley. She knew Buckley's bank, but she didn't understand Leon's intention. It's very simple. You just tell those businessmen to deposit their money in the bank, and the bank will provide them with a 10% annual dividend. In addition, the bank's main business is mortgage loans, and all the loans previously provided to the businessmen will be transferred in the bank. The interest rate of 1% per week is reduced to 2% per month. Deposits can be withdrawn at any time with the bank book, and large transactions can also be settled directly at the bank so that they do not have to carry a large amount of dinars around, and will be more safety. Liang explained the most basic business logic concisely. It sounds good, but does this mean we have to have a lot of people who can do accounting? And if they only save money and don't lend money, won't they lose money? Leslie frowned. She could realize that if you want to do this kind of business, you must have a lot of people who are good at calculating accounts. And what if someone gets ripped off? Everyone among the Noldor elves is educated and knows how to settle accounts. And I wish those merchants would only save money and not take out loans. Some of them would take out loans. You should do two things first. First, tell those merchants that I want to open a business. The bank plans to raise a large amount of funds. The original shares are first come, first served, and no waiting will be done if they expire. Second, build the two largest stores and the strongest warehouses in the center of White Deer Castle and Nodo Forest Market respectively. Build as big a warehouse as possible. How big? The Lord stood on the hill of White Deer Castle and pointed. The bank on the White Deer Castle side is built there. He was referring to the only open space in White Deer Castle, which was right next to the newly built camp of the Noldor Rangers. Further up was the main castle, which was indeed quite safe. Have you heard? Lord Liang is going to build a bank in White Deer Castle. I just found out about this. I heard it's called Eastern Bank, and it said it was raising funds. Are you planning to invest? Of course, Master Liang needs to invest in the business he builds. I'm afraid he won't appreciate my dinar. I heard that depositing dinars directly into the bank can earn 10% interest every year. Does Mr. Leon have too much money? You won't get robbed if you deposit the money. Right. What are you thinking? Those Nolder Rangers will be guarding the bank. Who dares to rob it? Besides, robbing the dinar is worse than robbing the Nolder girl. The price of Nua girls is not as high as before. I just came from Changha town, and there are no slave-catching teams in the taverns there. It is said that even Qiaoyan Bay is no longer purchased. You can see so many elf girls every day in White Deer Castle. The more you see them, the less rare they become. Yes, just like the spices in the Bacchus Empire. They were more expensive than gold in the past few years. Since the Long River Express transportation, the price has dropped tenfold. Fortunately, I am not in the spice business. But I'm still very envious. It's really beautiful. Didn't Master Liang say that as long as the elf girls are willing, it's okay to make friends? They are quite kind. I think you can give it a try. Come on. Although I am usually quite kind, my skills are not something we can afford to offend. If I get angry, I'll give you an arrow. If they like me, I'd rather be shot with an arrow. From White Deer Castle to Meixiangling, businessmen were discussing the Lord's new business. However, the topic often quickly turns to Nuoduo girls. In fact, banks are nothing new in this world. Especially Buckley. The first thing he did after the establishment of the Buckley Business Alliance was to open an initial bank. Most of the merchants in Pender Continent have also heard of it. However, you can get high interest by depositing money in the bank. This kind of thing has not been seen very often by businessmen in Penn Continent. Buckley's bank is a property custody, and people who deposit money have to pay a small amount to the bank. Storage fees. But the Lord, this bank, not only took the risk of helping people keep the dinars, but also paid interest to the people who deposited the money? This is new news. And many people even think that the Lord has too much money and plans to spend it. But no matter what, the Lord's appeal is still very strong now. When he said he wanted to raise funds, these businessmen were the ones who responded fastest. The key is that this investment is a completely risk-free early investment. No matter whether the business itself is profitable or losing, the Lord will deposit interest for them, and it will only be regarded as a regular one-year period. In other words, as long as you deposit money in the bank, it is considered an investment. Not only will you get interest, but you will also receive dividends after making profits in the future, when needed, as long as you give up the interest and dividend rights. The principal can even be withdrawn at any time. Where can I find such risk-free investments? Sir, is this really appropriate? Although this can absorb a huge amount of dinars, if not enough people take out loans, we will go bankrupt in a year. Leslie was quite anxious. She felt that Lord's method of using deposits as financing was really a bit hasty. Don't worry. We will officially open on October 1st. When we open on the day, you will know how many people will take out loans. Liang seemed confident. There is still half a month until October 1st, and he still has plenty of time to prepare. On September 17th, the king's envoy came to White Deer Castle to convey the order. The envoy said that King Ulrich would personally visit Changha town for inspection in a few days, and hoped that Baron Leon would go to Changha town to greet him. The messenger's face was full of compliments. He felt that His Majesty the King was going to personally confer Leon with the imperial edict. It was obvious that Baron Leon had made great contributions in the north, and was either going to be promoted or expand his territory. Anyway, he wanted to flatter him more. That's for sure. This is not an unexpected thing. Since Ulrich didn't ask Leon to go to Lion City to report his work, he would probably come to Changha town by himself. After all, the king's seal has not been recovered yet, so he can only come in person. So Leon set off very simply, and brought his Nolder Ranger guards with him. The Nolder Ranger was brought there on purpose. He just wanted to let the king know that he had a good relationship with the Nolder elves. After arriving in Changha town, the Lord discovered that Godric was actually staying in the Lord's hall for a rare occasion. He usually only stayed in the inner castle. It was obvious that he was waiting for Liang. What do you think he will do? Godric asked casually while sitting in the Lord position with his legs crossed and flipping through a book. If we do nothing, then he will probably raise a very high tax to rip us off, and will also give me an impossible task. So I brought the Nolder Rangers. Leon came over and sat directly on the table. I guess after seeing the Nolder Ranger, he will not make things difficult for me anymore, and will probably seal me to Long River Town. He will definitely hope that I stay away from White Deer Castle. Then how are you going to deal with it? I can't do the things you did at White Deer Castle. Godric put down the book with some unfinished content. He had already turned the last page. Don't worry. He won't let you go back to White Deer Keep. As long as he sees these Nolder Rangers. He won't be at ease with either of us in White Deer Keep. Especially when the strength of his direct troops is greatly damaged. According to his way of thinking, is most likely to change everyone's position. Leon shook his head and smiled. You mean that he will let Brennus's people take over Whiteheart Castle, exchange my fiefdom for your territory, and then let you take over the Eastern military affairs? This way everyone seems to have been rewarded. But it can make the three of us fight. Godric understood what Leon meant. Yeah. So our relationship can't be too good. How about you beat me up in public in Chang'e Town tomorrow? Leon spread his hands. Don't worry. I won't fight back. Is this such a good thing? Godric threw the book in his hand into Liang's arms, with a grin on his face. I wanted to beat you up. But look at what books you read all day long. My daughter has been led astray by you. Already. Leon suddenly turned over and got off the table, shaking his head repeatedly. Don't you also like reading this book? Amy has never read it. Hey, I guarantee that she really hasn't read it. Don't read it tomorrow. Face, the injury on my forehead hasn't healed yet. The next day, King Ulrich came to Longha town. In fact, the king came in a simple carriage with less than 200 followers. For a king, this was indeed a very simple trip. However, Chang'e town was very grand, with lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and even organized a group of civilians to stand on both sides of the street with flowers in hand to greet them. All they had to do was shout, "Warmly welcome His Majesty to come for inspection." But Ulrich was obviously not in the mood to enjoy himself with the people. He didn't even open the window, and the carriage drove directly into the city, and didn't get off until he reached the Lord's Hall of White Deer Castle. Today, Ulrich seems to have recovered his health. He even refused the help of his attendants when he got out of the car. He once again seemed to have the majestic demeanor that a king should have. He seems to have been freed from the pain that lasted for more than half a year. But he doesn't know what price he paid. Accompanying Ulrich was Lord Marbert, the son of Duke Brennus. This lord is still the acting administrator of Longha town so far, and it is his duty to accompany the king. What's going on with these? The king saw several handsome hooded men named Leon standing outside the Lord's hall, stroking their chests and saluting. However, those handsome men stood behind Leon and did not bow to the king. They only bowed slightly when the king got out of the car. Lower your head. Ulrich knew his stuff. And those handsome guys were obviously Nolder elves. Those are Leon's guards. Mercenaries recruited from the Nolder forest. The answer was Godric. He was the highest ranking nobleman here. So of course, he had to do the main reception. Nolder mercenary. Humph. His social connections are quite extensive. Ulrich muttered expressionlessly, glanced at Leon, and then waved to Leon, gesturing for Leon to follow him into the Lord's hall. Since they are private mercenaries brought by nobles from abroad, they have nothing to do with the king. Of course, there is no need to pay any kind of courtesy to the king. Being polite is enough. Ha ha. That bastard doesn't just have a wide range of social connections. He's simply rampant. Godric was quite aggrieved. Ulrich glanced at Godric in surprise. What do you mean? Humph. Look at the two behind him. Seeing that Leon had come over, Godric whispered. Ulrich saw it. They were two fairy-like Nolder beauties. One mature and charming, the other youthful and beautiful. That's Windy Deer and Windy Fay. It seems like he really has a wide range of friends. And Ulrich is actually a little envious of him. Leon approached the king with a smile on his face, bowed again, then glanced at Godric at the right rear of the king, and planned to go around without saying a word. The thief! Godric grunted again. Lord Godric, that's almost it. I didn't do anything wrong. Leon finally seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and looked at Godric with a dissatisfied look on his face. You didn't do anything wrong? Where's the money I deserve? Give me my money back. You spent money to find Nolder beauties and hire Nolder guards. What you spent was our partnership money. But you didn't give me what I deserved. Give me what you got. You actually pretend to be nonchalant? Boy, if you don't pay back the money, Amy won't let you take back Eagleclaw Castle. Godric acted irritable and looked angry. He probably felt that his acting skills were not particularly good, so he kept yelling to make up for the micro-expressions on his face. You're slandering me. I'll give you what you deserve. But don't even think about occupying my Eagleclaw Castle. Liang's veins popped out, and his eyes were fierce. He looked even angrier than Godric. This was actor-level facial management. All the onlookers had expressions of disbelief. And Lord Marbert also opened his mouth wide with surprise on his face. You dot this dot isn't too good, isn't it? Lord Marbert didn't expect that during his absence in Chang'e town, the two people would actually have a falling out, arguing in front of the king. Ulrich turned around and looked at Godric, then glanced at Leon on the other side. Seeing that both of them looked like they were about to eat each other, he raised his eyebrows and asked the guard next to him, "What's wrong with him?" The guard beside him was the envoy who went to White Deer Castle in advance to deliver the order. "Your Majesty, I heard that they were doing business together, and Baron Leon probably misappropriated the funds shared by the two of them to hire Nolder elves without Lord Godric's consent. For this reason, he did establish a settlement at Eagle's Claw Castle. However, Lord Godric suffered losses because of it, so that the Long River town was originally occupied by the rebels. So Lord Godric asked Miss Amy to occupy Eagle Claw Castle and not leave, hoping to force Baron Leon to pay back the money, and Baron Leon let the Nolder elves he hired settle in White Deer Castle, trying to force Baron Godric to give in. Anyway, they quarreled whenever they met in the past 2 days. Alas!" "What?" As the guard was talking, he saw a sudden commotion at the scene. Godric actually moved his hands on Liang. The beating was so severe that a heavy punch hit the bridge of the nose. Liang's nosebleed flew out in a flash, and his face was full of peach blossoms. "Let me go! If I don't beat him to death today, he won't know what it means to respect seniors." "Humph! You think I'm afraid of you? You actually hit me in the face?" The scene was so chaotic that the king's entourage and several officials from the House of Lords had to separate the two people. Several guards firmly grabbed their arms for fear of starting a fight again. This was in front of the king, and it was really not very honorable for the two lords to fight in person. "Are you planning to duel in front of me?" Ulrich glared at the two. Liang and Godric glared at each other, then turned their heads at the same time. "Humph! Okay. His Majesty is here. This is so rude." The officials of the House of Lords worked with Lord Malbot to smooth things over. "Sorry, Your Majesty. I get angry when I see him." Godric began to admit his mistakes proactively, saying that he was impulsive. Leon also broke away from the hands of several guards, adjusted his collar, and wiped away the nosebleed with a grin on his face. "You don't want to duel? Then get in." Ulrich turned and walked into the Lord's Hall. "Godric, Leon, sit down. Malbert, sit down too." After entering the Lord's Hall, Ulrich made the rare move of letting the three of them sit down at the round table. And he also sat at the head of the round table. It seemed that he wanted to communicate with everyone in a relatively equal way. Godric and Leon each picked a position farthest away from each other. Malbert looked at it, then sighed and sat between the two. "I originally came here to issue an imperial decree. I didn't expect your relationship to turn out like this. It seems that your territory needs to be renegotiated." After everyone was seated, Ulrich started talking straight to the point, and even used the word discuss. "Your Majesty, you can actually give the order directly. My sword will only be pointed at foreign enemies." Liang's attitude was very respectful, but he kept squinting at Godric, and his words were rather sinister. After saying that, he rubbed his nose again. There was no bleeding anymore, but his nose and cheeks were obviously swollen. It was obvious that he had really been beaten. "I'm not like someone who doesn't distinguish between public and private affairs. Your Majesty, just give your orders directly and say." That's it. Godric was also expressing his stance, and he was also a little bit weird. Chapter 215, Imposing Heavy Taxes. Ulrich squinted and shook his head, stretched out his hand and pressed it, indicating to the others to listen to him. "Baron Leon, based on your achievements in establishing Eagle Claw Fort, Eagle Claw Fort should be your legal territory. Of course, that is what you deserve. And this is not a reward. There is nothing to discuss about the fiefdom of Eagle Claw Fort. It was conquered by Leon, and no one will have any objections. But killing thousands of Jata people, taking back the fallen territory, and forcing the Raven Kingdom to apologize and withdraw its troops, it would be unjustifiable not to reward him for such achievements." So everyone knew that the king had something to say, but no one said anything. "Originally, I was supposed to promote you to Earl as a reward, but you took back Chang'e town a few days ago. Frankly speaking, considering your qualifications and age, taking charge of Eagle Claw Fort and Chang'e town at the same time will cause a lot of unnecessary controversy," Ulrich said and shook his head. "So I let you choose. Do you want a higher hereditary title or more feasts?" The king was certainly candid in his sober moments. A young lord in his 20s has achieved relatively great achievements. It is normal for a king to have such considerations. If there are too many seals, What will be used to collect credit if this young man makes more achievements in the future? However, everyone present knew that Ulrich was probably not actually considering this issue. Your Majesty, can you still choose this? Leon smiled happily, showing the typical symptoms of a villain's success, and glanced at Godric sideways. So, I can become an earl? The greedy look was unabashed and looked very annoying. But the king smiled. Of course. You earned it yourself. Earl? Godric snorted dissatisfiedly. Uh-huh. Becoming an earl is not easy. Leon glanced sideways at Godric, smiled triumphantly, and then grinned and covered his face. It seemed that his injured area would hurt when he smiled. In this case, I think we can discuss it this way. Godric, I heard that your daughter is in Eagleclaw Castle. I plan to transfer you to the position of military chief of the northern region and transfer the title from White Deer Castle to the Lord of Eagleclaw Castle. And Leon, you will be promoted to Earl and serve as the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Military Affairs. Chungha Town will become your territory. But you have to give up Eagleclaw Fort. Marbert, you will take over White Deer Fort as a reward for your father's achievements. Ulrich's smile deepened. That's why I said this matter needs to be discussed. This is also to resolve your conflicts. Leon, do you have any objections? Trading the beaten-up Eagleclaw Castle with you people in it for the prosperous Chungha Town, and being promoted to Earl. If outsiders were to judge this matter, the king was indeed very fair to Leon. As for Godric, Long River Town was once defrauded by traitors in his hands, so it seemed that there would be no problem in transferring the title from White Deer Castle to Eagleclaw Castle with some punishment. Brennus was meritorious for leading the troops to put down the rebellion, but the Duke was already at the top and could not award any rewards. So sending his son to Whiteheart Castle was regarded as a reward for his merits. On the surface, this arrangement is indeed very fair. But the problem is that this is not resolving conflicts, but intensifying them. This arrangement seems to be good for all three parties, but in fact it will inevitably cause a struggle among the three parties. Leon tilted his lips towards Godric. His mocking looked very obvious. Your Majesty, of course I have no objection. Godric? King Ulrich turned to his brother-in-law and asked. Godric's nose twitched a few times, and there was a fierce glint in his eyes. No objection. It's fair. But your Majesty, I want to sue Earl Leon for not paying back the debt. The Lord turned around and glared angrily. This is your private matter, and private matters should be settled privately. Since you have no objection to my arrangement, it has been decided. King Ulrich stopped Godric from collecting debts in public, then nodded with satisfaction and stood up to disperse the meeting. Wait, your Majesty, can I speak? Malbot shook his head feebly and stood up. Originally, he was simply receiving the award on behalf of his father, so the king did not ask him. But in fact, he is the representative of Duke Brennus, and he is certainly qualified to express his opinions at the round table. You say? Ulrich seemed quite nice now. Your Majesty, with my military strength, it may be difficult to defend White Deer Castle. Marbert's eyes kept looking left and right. Obviously, he didn't feel that he couldn't hold on, but he didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Leon and Godric. Now that he has seen the Nolder elves appearing in Leon's guard, Marbert can naturally realize that whoever dares to take over White Deer Castle will be in danger. Anyway, it is normal for humans to die at the hands of the Nolder elves. Then you should learn from Leon and get some Nolder mercenaries or something to enhance your military strength. Okay, that's it. It seemed that Ulrich didn't care whether Malbert was in danger or not. He would probably be happier if the three parties fought. So he terminated the negotiation directly. Leon's face was expressionless. Godric was angry, and Marbert was frowning. A few hours later, the edict was officially announced. Baron Leon was promoted to Earl of Chungha Town and concurrently served as the military commander-in-chief of the Eastern region. Baron Godric became the Lord of Eagleclaw Fort, and Biglin, a village affiliated with Eagleclaw Fort, was also granted to him. He also served as the military commander-in-chief of the northern region. There is no powerful lord in the Biba Gulf now, and this should indeed be the arrangement. Lord Malbot was granted the title of Whiteheart Castle. After completing the edict, King Ulrich met with Leon alone in the Lord's Hall. Count Leon, no matter what conflicts you have with Godric, I hope you will restrain each other and not affect the security of the kingdom. Ulrich kept looking at Leon's swollen face, seeming to be considering whether to make peace between the two. After all, this kind of public fight and slap in the face can easily turn into a life-and-death duel for nobles, and it is very likely to trigger a war. It was a good thing for the king that two powerful nobles were at odds. But if a civil war broke out as a result, it would be unsafe. The king did not bring many people.
It's all trivial. It's just a small dispute over money. Your Majesty.
Leon rubbed his face and shook his head sensibly.
I'm afraid it's not just a small dispute. Right. I heard that you used to be inseparable from Godric's daughter. But now that there are so many beauties around you, I'm afraid it will be difficult for your two families to reconcile. You'd better return the favor. The dinar will be returned to Godric. You are not short of money.
King Ulrich sighed. After hearing this, he seemed to want to control the situation. He probably felt that the situation could not escalate before he left. After hearing Godric say that Leon was a thief, and seeing two stunning beauties appearing next to Leon, the king certainly understood that this was definitely not just a matter of money. This is both an emotional issue and an economic dispute, coupled with the mutual dominance of territory. It is obvious that the conflict between the two families has become extremely intense and may start a war at any time. Although the king didn't care about their feud, he definitely didn't want to be involved in the battlefield before he left.
Your Majesty. Of course, I will try my best to restrain myself. As you can see, I didn't even fight back today. But I really can't pay him back the money. Sigh.
Leon also sighed.
I did it to raise 100,000 dinars and pay it back to you first. Your gold seal is not in Chang'e town.
The lord covered his face and looked up at Ulrich pitifully. Ulrich's face twitched twice, and he seemed to have a lot of words stuck in his mouth.
I do have to take that money with me. But no matter what, exercise restraint. I will go and talk to Godric as well.
It seems that the king cares more about the 100,000 dinars than the hatred between his lords. I don't know how Ulrich talked with Godric. Anyway, after the conversation, he immediately set off to return to Lion City that day. And he also took away the 100,000 dinars that Leon had prepared in advance. It feels like running around all night. Lord Marbert also couldn't wait to leave Chang'e town. Everyone seemed worried that there would be a fight in Chang'e town. But Leon and Godric were celebrating at the headquarters of Chang'e Express Company.
You hit me too hard. Didn't you tell me not to slap you in the face?
Leon was still rubbing his nose, and the redness and swelling on his face had not gone away.
Isn't that just convenient? Well, besides, this is more effective, isn't it? The king also said that I hurt your dignity and was worried that you would assassinate me.
Godric looked at Leon's injury and smiled.
Are you sure Marbert is willing to abandon White Deer Castle? He is an extremely smart guy. At first, he was not even willing to enter Chang'e town, let alone White Deer Castle now. He must know that no one in White Deer Fort will listen to him. To station troops in White Deer Fort is tantamount to provide you with free labor. He will at most come here to collect taxes symbolically once every quarter. Anyway, tax collection will give him a sum of money every year, and dividends will also give him a sum of money every year. So why not just exchange it for shares? You don't have to take any responsibility yet.
Leon raised the cup.
The East is now safe, and the king will not trouble us again for the time being. At worst, if we collect more taxes, maybe we can live a peaceful life for a while. I can also retire. From now on, I will live in Big Lynn Village. I will look at the inner sea of Lion Lake, fish and hunt every day. It will be a dream life.
Godric raised the cup and clinked it with Leon. A few days later, the kingdom's tax officer came to Chang'e town and informed Leon of the tax amount that the territory needed to pay to the kingdom. The lord's fiefdom will predetermine a tax amount to be paid to the country. This is an obligation that the lord must fulfill. What is left after paying the national tax is the lord's own. But the king does not care how much tax the lord himself has to pay. Anyway, it is the lord's own territory. It doesn't matter how much trouble he wants, as long as he pays enough taxes to the country. Chang'e town is not a pioneering territory. Of course, there is no preferential policy of tax exemption for 1 year. And my Xiangling also needs to pay taxes to the kingdom starting from this quarter. However, the specific amount of national tax to be paid for each lord's territory will not be publicly announced, because each lord's fiefdom has different circumstances, and the Lion Kingdom will separately determine the amount of tax to be paid for each lord's fiefdom. Territories with the same population size and territories in safe areas in the hinterland must pay full tax, while the border requires war preparations. The tax can be deducted with war preparations. The tax is not tax-free. In fact, taxes are paid, but it is deducted on-site with military defense expenditures. For example, when Godric was at White Deer Castle, he had to pay about 15,000 dinars in taxes every year. but the actual tax paid was usually only 2,000 dinars, and most of the tax was deducted from the construction of city defenses. Generally speaking, the tax amount will be adjusted every year according to specific circumstances, and no two-fixed ratio will be implemented. But in principle, there will still be a matching range of taxation, which will generally be matched based on population. The annual national tax will be between 1 and 2 dinars per capita. Some are deducted for border areas, and some are reduced for famine-stricken areas. In addition to some losses, the final amount that falls into the national finance is basically about 1 dinar per capita. The national taxes of various countries are almost within this range, but Liang's territory goes far beyond this scope.
Meixiangling will be merged into the jurisdiction of Changha Town. Count Liang. The annual tax on your territory is tentatively set at 150,000 dinars. The tax payable this season is 75,000 dinars. Please ask Earl Liang to pay 75,000 dinars next year. Complete this quarter's tax amount before January.
After reading a long paragraph of cliches and nonsense, the kingdom's tax official announced a terrible tax amount to the Lord. Each season here actually refers to each harvest season, which is usually 2 seasons a year, in April and October. Half of the tax is completed in each season. Normally, the latest period for tax payment is July and January of the following year. It takes time to organize and transport. In other words, from now on, Liang will pay 150,000 dinars to Lion City every year, starting from this October. You know, the entire eastern region, including White Deer Fort and Brave Shield Fort, actually paid only 200,000 in total taxes last year. In fact, the tax amount of 200,000 yuan in the eastern region is not high. There are about 200,000 people in the entire eastern region, and on average, each person has 1 dinar per year. This is a very normal national tax amount. But now, the tax required for Liang's direct territory is too high. Although the area under the jurisdiction of Changha Town is large, it belongs to Liang's territory. In fact, it only includes the urban area of Changha Town and the surrounding farms, Meixiangling, and Fletcher Village. The lords and other places within the jurisdiction are not loyal to Liang, and Liang cannot control them. There are only more than 8,000 residents living in Changha Town, and there are more than 16,000 people living in the farms around Changha Town. The current population of Meixiangling is close to 3,000, and that of Fletcher is less than 1,000. In addition, the remote Dark Falcon Castle is regarded as a pioneer territory and does not need to pay national taxes within a year. In other words, the territory belonging to Liang has an actual population of less than 30,000, but it has to bear a tax of 150,000 every year, 5 dinars per capita and 1 dinar per capita, a 5-fold difference. But the Lord calmly accepted that the king would set a higher tax for him. This was expected and a normal operation. It's understandable that it's a big player. However, what Liang didn't expect was that he was not the only one bearing such heavy taxes. Not long after the tax official left, Malbot came to Changha Town. Lord Marbird did not go to formally take over White Deer Castle. He did go to White Deer Castle himself, and then immediately returned to Changha Town to find the Lord and plan to negotiate a business deal.
You mean, you want to trade White Deer Castle for my business in the northwest of the kingdom? Is this your intention or your father's?
Leon looked at Malbot in surprise. He didn't expect that Malbert's sense of smell was so sensitive, and he made such a determination after just one trip to White Deer Castle.
Of course that's what I mean. After all, White Deer Castle is my fiefdom in name.
Malbot smiled and turned around to look at various locations in the Lord's Hall.
Don't worry. There is no one else here. Malbert, this is not a trivial matter. Are you sure you want to do this? I must first state that those casinos and entertainment venues are not easy to manage. Moreover, those shops are out of my control. After Xiong International, business may not be so good.
Leon was more honest with Malbot, and he always told the truth when discussing specific business matters. Moreover, it is really difficult for ordinary nobles to make such a decision to abandon a well-built castle. Malbert's mind is indeed quite flexible.
I understand these, and what I want is not the signboard of my Xiong International. My family has enough influence in the northwest region, and I will use the family's signboard. What I want is only stores that have become a habit for customers. That's all.
Malbot nodded.
Exchanging a territory like White Deer Castle for some shops. Are you sure you want to do this?
Leon once again took a high look at the movie king. Based on customer habits, he acquired existing stores and then established his own family brand in the region. This was already a market merger with modern business thinking. His attitude towards Malbot now is more serious than facing the king.
I know my own weight. Lord Leon. I can't control those Noldor elves. And it's hard to resist the attack of the Bacchus Empire. I can only live in White Deer Castle and be afraid every day. It's better to change to something more practical.
Something. I have visited most of the casinos opened by my Xiong company in the northwest of the kingdom. And I know that they will definitely make more money than I did at White Deer Castle.
Marbert didn't act this time either. And he spoke sincerely.
But the king and the House of Lords will not agree to this deal. Malbert, you should understand the king's intention.
Leon shook his head gently.
Of course I understand. I can even see that you and Lord Godric are acting together.
Malbot smiled and said,
You acted very well. You almost deceived me too. I didn't realize it until I arrived at White Deer Castle.
Leon curled his lips and said nothing. He could tell even if he was really beaten. Malbert was indeed a born actor.
Lord Leon, to be honest, I don't dare to ask for White Deer Castle. It's not just a matter of military strength. Do you know how much tax the king has set for White Deer Fort? 50,000 dinars per year. What about White Deer Fort?
There are only 10,000 people in total. How can I collect so much tax?
Malbot spread his hands and did not mention acting again.
White Deer Castle also charges such a high tax. That's the border.
Leon was also shocked. White Deer Castle also had 5 dinars per capita. Chapter 216 The disliked White Deer Castle. In fact, the tax requirements issued by various countries to their lords are not orders. Business. In Pender Continent, matters like national taxation are quite serious, because it represents dominion. A country that truly and completely owns a piece of land and people is called a
country.
Whether it is a kingdom, a principality, or a county. Only when a country is established and recognized can one fully own this place. This can be understood as full ownership. And the sign of this is that you will no longer have to pay taxes to anyone. As for lords who are loyal to others, no matter how high their title is, they can only have the right to use their territory. They are both counts. But Count Medenheim and Count Leon are two completely different concepts. Medenheim is an independent county. Count Guderian and his men have complete ownership of Eisenberg Island, while Leon and his friends currently only have the right to use its territory. The reason why it is called the right to use is because taxes still need to be paid to the superior lord. This is like a kind of rent, or like a management fee that the branch needs to pay to the group company. Liang's superior lord is the king. But although the king does not have to pay taxes to others, he is not actually the owner of the entire kingdom. Because building a country cannot be accomplished by one person and requires the efforts of many people. Therefore, a country does not actually belong to the king's family, but is shared by all nobles and belongs to the nature of a group company. The nobles merge their companies into the group to jointly occupy a larger market and benefit together. This nature is no different from that of ordinary group companies. The king is the chairman and general manager of the group company, and the nobles are shareholders and branch heads. In fact, everyone is a noble lord, and there is essentially no distinction between superior and inferior. However, the chairman and general manager will promulgate company decisions on behalf of the board of directors and lead everyone's work, which is a matter of different powers. The lords acquired new land and population through colonization or war, thus gaining more territory, which was like a branch's business growing. As a result, some branches have become more important and have a higher proportion of voice within the group. But they are still affiliated with the group, no matter how strong their wings are. The branch bosses still serve in the group. Since you hold a position in the group, you should of course obey the group's management and perform your work obligations as agreed. Probably the biggest difference from ordinary companies is just that the work content is slightly different. These tasks are to respond to the war and complete tax collection. The lord's title is different, and the standards for responding to war are different. According to the regulations of the Lion Kingdom, when the country issues a recruitment order, the Baron must provide 10 to 40 knights or corresponding troops depending on his ability. The Earl needs to provide 40 to 80 knights, which is a war obligation. Specific standards will have specific requirements based on the scale of the war. According to the current situation of the Lion Kingdom, one knight generally has 5 to 6 soldiers. The number of knights in the Lion Kingdom is relatively large among the countries in Pender Continent. In other words, when the country encounters a war, a baron must lead at least 50 people to fight, and a count must lead at least 200 people to fight. Of course, the nobles can also take the initiative to improve work standards. The baron can also lead 1 or 2,000 people to take the initiative to conquer territory for the country. This is an additional investment by the branch in order to obtain more shares and voice. War is the most important job. Just like a core project. Everyone knows that if the core project is not done well, the company is likely to suffer huge losses or even go bankrupt. Another important job of the lords is to collect taxes, which falls within the scope of daily work, and is generally similar to the logic of branches paying operating and management fees to the group headquarters. A group company must have a lot of operating expenses. And of course, the operating expenses of the entire group cannot only be borne by the general manager's company alone. Each branch also needs to bear part of it. Just like a general group company, the group CEO assigns corresponding tasks on behalf of the board of directors. And most of the time, this task will definitely be discussed with the senior executives. Everyone will discuss their respective tasks based on the budget. And then each branch will complete the country's taxation on time. If the branch owner cannot pay the management fee on time, the group headquarters can certainly question his sincerity and ability, and may try to replace him if possible. Of course, if the person in charge of the branch office has objections to the management fee limit, they can indeed renegotiate. In fact, when the kingdom's tax official comes to announce the tax standards, they are negotiable. This is not issuing an order, but bargaining. This is also the reason why the tax official announced the standards half a month before the harvest period, just to discuss a reasonable plan with the local lords. Business is all negotiated. It's just that transportation is not convenient these days, so it's impossible to summon all the lords to the Lion City for a meeting. So the tax officials usually go to each territory to negotiate. Of course, negotiations must be done with confidence. If you really can't reach an agreement in the end, you still have to pay the management fees. You can't lose your territory, right? At least nominally. The amount of national tax should indeed be subject to state arrangements. However, the amount of national tax is only a total amount requirement. Just like the group gives a task target to the branch, then of course the branch will also issue targets to each business department. In fact, most lords did the same thing. They divided the total tax amount among the various knights under their command and set tasks for the knights. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. It's just that when apportioning, the lords will also add the local tax amount, and usually some more. On the one hand, raising taxes will offend the knights under him anyway, so simply increase it a little more. Anyway, there is no difference in the degree of dissatisfaction among the knights that will be caused by an increase of 20% and an increase of 28%. On the other hand, when issuing targets, there will always be room for leeway to avoid losses if your subordinates fail to complete the tasks. Therefore, when it comes to specific tax collection in the knight's territory, the tax quota becomes very heavy, and the further down the tax chain, the more it becomes a mandatory order. When it reaches the grassroots level, there is basically no discussion. The knights will not consider whether it is national tax or local tax. They collect it together. For them, this is to fulfill the lord's request. The tax rates in the territory originally have fixed standards. Random changes can easily cause unrest. Common taxes are usually poll tax, agricultural tax, commercial tax, etc. But in order to increase the total amount, knights will add many types of taxes in the name of the king and lord, and sometimes in the name of the goddess. For example, war tax, goddess tax, sacrificial tax, road and bridge tax, fertility tax, feces and urine tax, chicken and duck tax. Everything is there. Of course, most knights are not stupid. They still have to live in the same village with the civilians in the territory, and they still need reputation. And they are the ones who directly face the civilians. Therefore, they would describe all taxes as the wishes of the king and superior lords, indicating that everything is a requirement from above and has nothing to do with them. If there is a problem, they should go to the king and the lord. As a result, those who got a bad reputation were the cruel kings and greedy nobles, and most of the knights acted out of help. The common people will also hate the king and superior lords more. The reason why the knights want to increase taxes is similar to the logic of the nobles. Anyway, the tax will be increased and the common people will be dissatisfied. So they should simply be more harsh and keep more for themselves. In other words, when the national tax increases, the local tax will increase even more. The lords will increase it once, and the knights will increase it again. Just like when the performance tasks of each company fall to various executive departments. The task indicator given by the group is originally 100, but it will be increased to 200 for branches. 400 for departments, and 800 for employees. But what was actually given to the group was still 100. Therefore, there will also be a leverage phenomenon in taxation. When the national tax only collects 5% of the average annual income of civilians, the total tax that civilians need to pay accounts for about 50% of the annual income. That is, local taxes account for 45%. When the national tax reaches 10% of the per capita annual income of civilians, the total tax paid by the civilians will account for 75% of the annual income, and the proportion of local taxes rises to 65%. When the national tax rate reaches 25%, even if ordinary people use all their income to pay taxes, it will still not be enough. The national tax will act like a lever to leverage the final tax. The per capita 5 dinars is roughly equivalent to 25% of the per capita annual income of Pender civilians. Most territories would not accept this kind of tax. And experienced lords, who did not dare to accept it, knew what would happen. But Liang himself is not short of money. And the new territory he acquired is a relatively wealthy place like Chang'e town. It is not surprising that the kingdom's tax officer will ask him for a higher tax amount. So the lord has no intention of bargaining with the price to avoid unnecessary trouble. He also has the ability to pay taxes without greatly increasing the burden on civilians. But White Deer Fort is different. The border area is responsible for the country's security. It is indeed rare that the kingdom actually requires 5 times the heavy tax for such a place. The tax officer couldn't do anything to blackmail him before the tax amount was determined. After all, Marbert could go to Lion City to negotiate the price directly with the king. He didn't need to pay attention to the tax officer until a consensus was reached.
White Deer Castle is also taxed so heavily. Is this what King Ulrich meant? To impose heavy taxes on the eastern region? What effect will this have? Let the lords go to the Lion City to waste time negotiating with him. This will only ruin his own reputation.
The lord also felt a little baffled. This tax quota is not a mandatory order. So why bother with such a high price to make people angry?
Who knows? Maybe His Majesty is short of money. Maybe he thinks there will be no foreign enemies at the moment. I heard that the amount of taxes you received in Chang'e town is also very high. Right?
Malbert was quite well informed. He shook his head and gestured with his palms.
Is it 5 times as much as before? That's right. 5 times. So, he is really short of money.
Liang shook his head. It seemed that the king had set a tax rate of 5 times for everyone in the eastern region. This was obviously intentional. Several lords in the east happened to be newly changed fiefdoms, and their footing was not yet stable. Malbot sighed.
But I heard that you have already subscribed. In this case, it would be inappropriate for me to reject this tax amount. Malbert, I will accept this kind of tax just because I can afford it.
Liang understood what Malbert meant. If he accepted this high tax, I am afraid that many lords in the eastern region would have to accept that their status was different. Many lords in the east would regard themselves as a weather vane.
Yes, you can afford it. But I can't afford it. If I accept this tax and ask my subordinates to collect it accordingly, I'm afraid I won't survive more than a month. So, I will transfer the territory to you at this time. The king and the House of Lords should agree to raise taxes.
Marbert took out a document from his arms.
This is the transfer agreement. But that person can't be me. Marbert, you should be able to tell. The king doesn't want me to stay at White Deer Castle.
The Lord shook his head again.
Of course not you. What I mean is that I can transfer White Deer Castle to Miss Amy. I will exchange White Deer Castle for the shares in Lord Godric's hands, and convert these shares into shops and businesses in the northwest region. And Lord Godric will
break off the partnership
with you. I think this is just in line with the wishes of you and Lord Godric. And it also fits the scene you are playing.
There was a smile on Marbert's face.
After all, your 2 families have
fallen out.
So Lord Godric will no longer cooperate with you. This is normal. And he has had feelings for so many years at White Deer Castle. It is normal for his daughter to take White Deer Castle back from me. The king and the House of Lords will agree. And Amy is the king's niece. What you said makes sense.
The Lord nodded and laughed. Marbert was really smart. Not only did he realize so quickly that it was useless for him to get White Deer Castle, he also guessed what Liang and Godric were about to do. So he took the initiative to deal with Liang in advance. If he trades at this time, he can get the maximum benefit. And he can also choose what he wants. When there is danger in White Deer Castle, such as the Bacchus Empire attacking or the Nolder Elves making trouble, or high taxes leading to riots, White Deer Castle will be worthless. Not obsessed with territory, but trying to find ways to get the most benefit for themselves. Malbot and Brennus are really like father and son. In fact, Liang's original plan was to let White Deer Castle encounter an enemy invasion after a while, and then let Amy take the opportunity to come forward and buy White Deer Fort from Marbert with Godric's shares. But he didn't expect that King Ulrich imposed a high national tax, which immediately scared Marbert away. He wanted to trade the unprofitable White Deer Castle for those casino stores in the northwest region, so this business would be okay.
Then dot as you wish. Malbot.
The Lord does not care too much about tax issues. In his opinion, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems. After all, his bank is about to open. Moreover, the increase in taxes in the entire kingdom is not necessarily a bad thing for Leon. Whitehart Castle. In the center of the castle, there is already a solid stone building with a huge signboard called Pander Bank. The emblem used is also very straightforward. It looks like a gold coin surrounded by rice ears. It is named after Pendor. Of course, because this is the continent of Pendor. Although Leon has obtained Changha Town, he has not moved the bank headquarters there and remains in White Deer Castle. In Changha Town, they just have a business point next door to Changha Express, which is barely a branch. Amy also came back before the bank opened. She signed an agreement with Malbot and came back to take over her territory, bringing back news about Eagle Claw Castle and Dark Falcon Castle. The situation is good, and what Amy brings back is basically good news. Eagle Claw Fort has been renovated by the prisoners, and 200 female soldiers have also cleaned up the surrounding security. Civilians have begun to move to Eagle Claw Fort. Countess Valera's name is quite popular in the Biba Gulf. In fact, Amy herself is already a legend now. There is a news circulating in various villages and towns in the Biba Gulf that Amy is the reborn soul of Countess Valera. This female knight is armed with new falcon claws and doing exactly the same deeds as Valera. And this still a royal knight. It is indeed a real royal knight. Amy now uses Iris City. But Amy is not a knight under Leon and Godric, but the guardian knight of Princess Felina. This is the inheritance of Godric himself. The Iris flag is from when Godric became the guardian knight of Princess Felina. Amy had no use for the blank document that Leon sent her, so she took the blank document as a promise to the female soldiers. Amy would directly write the names of the female soldiers who made meritorious service. It was a knightly decree jointly signed by the two military chiefs of the eastern region and the northern region. It was more reliable than any other knightly order. Therefore, the appeal of this new Falcon Claw might be even greater than that of Valera's era. Be a little bigger. Sarah had used that blank document to recruit people, and everywhere she went there was so much enthusiasm that it could even be said to be an audition scene. Amy now has 400 people under her command. If she had not stopped recruiting in time, it would not be impossible to recruit thousands of people. However, in order to maintain the good habit of 1-to-1 ratio between the old and the new, Amy did not blindly expand the number of people. In fact, Amy herself is a princess, and becoming a female knight is a step down from her status. But becoming a female lord like Valera was her wish after all, and she seems to have achieved it. She has now become a real lord of White Deer Castle, which seems to be a little stronger than Valera's Eagle Claw Castle.
Leon. TSK. Earl. If you don't move the bank headquarters to Changha Town, are you planning to do bad things in my territory?
Amy seemed very happy, and was actively joking with Leon.
I'm known as an honest person. How could I do bad things?
The Lord's face was filled with shock.
Amy, who do you think I am? Honest man? That's not what is said outside. As soon as I came back, I heard that you were beaten by my father. Ha. I also heard that you were surrounded by beautiful women, and you became a famous thief?
Amy looked at Liang's face with a smile. In fact, the injuries on his face had healed long ago, and nothing could be seen at all.
Ahem. That's all acting. Didn't Lord Godric tell you?
Leon smiled awkwardly.
He said you were just acting on occasion, but the word didn't sound like a good word. Leon, you want to reassure the king. I understand. But what should I do now? Can I no longer be by your side?
Amy was still smiling, but there seemed to be some worry in her words. The Lord was stunned for a moment.
Amy, what are you worried about? I'm worried. Well, my father said he was retiring and was going to take my mother and brother to Eagle Claw Castle, but he asked me to come to White Deer Castle alone.
Amy began to pull at her hair. Straighten it. Curl it. Wrap it around her fingers. Straighten it again. And curl it again.
You are the Lord of White Deer Castle. Is there any problem with this? Didn't you also manage White Deer Castle alone before?
The Lord is a little confused.
Before it was just the two of us at White Deer Castle.
Amy sighed, curled her lips, and pulled her hair. Then walked away worriedly. She now has her long hair spread down her back instead of tied up as usual. Chapter 217 Pondé Bank. White Deer Castle. Pender Bank. Leslie has been working overtime at the bank headquarters these days to calculate the financing amount. The amount is relatively large, and Leon requires that silver coins be used as much as possible, which makes the number of coins even more terrifying. Some of the female rangers who lived in White Deer Castle became part-time apprentices, leading a wonderful life in advance where they could count money until their hands cramped.
The total amount of bank investment currently involved has exceeded 300,000 dinars. A total of more than 3,000 dinars. This amount is too large. Sir, I have been worried these days.
Leslie looked a little dazed, probably because she hadn't slept for a long time.
It's not a big amount. What are you worried about? Are you worried about being robbed?
On the contrary, Leon felt that the amount was smaller than he imagined. As long as a one-time deposit of more than 10 dinars is considered an investment, you will be able to receive dividends in the future. And this is a confidential storage that will not reveal the depositor's information. Just in time for tax collection. Under such conditions, only 300,000 dinars were raised, which obviously means that the eastern region is indeed relatively poor, and not many people have more than 10 dinars in cash.
No, sir. I'm worried that I won't be able to cope. I'm worried that no one will lend money. And I'm worried that there are too many people taking loans. I'm worried that no one will make deposits. And I'm also worried that there will be too many people making deposits. Alas. Now Miss Amy is back. That's fine. I'm timid and really not suitable for this,
Leslie murmured, seemingly entangled in contradictions.
It's also an embarrassment for you. Thank you for your hard work. Leslie, you can escape the sea of misery and return to Shanghai Express.
Leon handed Leslie a can of fruit liqueur.
Leon, why didn't you move the bank headquarters to Chinatown to wait for me to come back?
Amy's eyes seemed to light up as she looked at the various coins neatly arranged in rows.
Of course, Miss Amy. Your Excellency specially set the opening date of the bank on October 1st just to wait for you to come back.
Leslie took a swig of wine and let out a sigh of relief. She seemed to be much more relaxed.
You guys talk. I'm going to take a nap.
After saying that, she staggered away, looking very tired.
Then what do you plan to do?
Amy looked at Leon, her eyes watery with a different emotion, and her voice became much softer than before.
You should know that the tax this year is very high. Amy, we have negotiated trade agreements with many noble estates before, and now we have to make them honor them. Do you still remember when you asked me to buy food at a high price?
The Lord didn't notice it at all, and just kept talking about old things.
Yeah. I didn't understand anything at that time.
Amy glanced at Leon, and her voice was gentler this time.
Amy, are you sick? Why don't you go and rest for a while? Drink some hot water?
The Lord looked at Amy with some worry, but what he saw was that Amy rolled her eyes.
Forget it. You plan to use the money in the bank to first collect all the food and materials, including the inventory, that have just been harvested from the noble manors, and then create a little panic after a while, so that they will take from us for armaments. You can buy it back here. Right. It's the same as when I asked you to buy food at a high price before.
Amy covered her face, and while talking, she casually rolled up her long hair and tied it into a ponytail, and rolled up her sleeves. The lace on the sleeves of her white dress was messed up by her.
Amy, you are getting smarter and smarter now. Only you know what I am thinking.
Leon looked at Amy and complimented with a smile on his face.
No, you are getting stupider and stupider now. I have no idea what you are thinking.
Amy was sulking expressionlessly. She spent a whole hour dressing up today. Not only did she wear a skirt, but she also put on light makeup. But Leon didn't even notice. On October 1st, Pondé Bank had its grand opening. In fact, the opening ceremony was very simple. It was nothing more than the newly promoted Earl Leon cutting the ribbon and letting a group of notorious female rangers show their faces, announcing that these beautiful elves would soon serve as employees of the bank. But there were probably thousands of people watching in White Deer Castle alone. There was a large group of people outside the castle, making it look like a siege. The entire castle was packed inside and out, and most of the people actually came from Chinatown. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the headquarters is not moved to Chinatown. Bailubo is a small place, and can easily create a sense of congestion. Chungha Town is too big a place. Regardless of whether these people came to see Miss Noto in uniform or to do business, it was enough to make people feel the huge heat. Fortunately, the girl rangers were employed as employees. The moment the bank opened for business, hundreds of people poured into the hall. If a few Nolda rangers had not stood at the door with bows, there would have been a stampede. Pandey Bank will begin to officially accept deposits, and promises never to disclose any information about depositors to anyone. As long as you hold the deposit slip, you can withdraw money at any bank branch. And there is 10% interest every year. Of course, the interest must be settled within 1 year. At the same time, the loan business can be handled not only at banks, but also at Maixiang International and Changha Express. It not only supports mortgage loans with assets such as land, but also supports loans with food, taxes, metals, nitrate, sulfur and other minerals, or other some designated commodities are used as collateral for loans. In other words, as long as the list of supplies listed on the wall of the bank lobby can be used for mortgage loans. However, the bank has set a requirement that gold coins deposited must be weighed. If the weight does not meet the standard, it will not be accepted. You can exchange it for silver coins elsewhere and then deposit it. This can be regarded as a reasonable request. Everyone knows that Pin's gold coins are not worth enough now. Moreover, Maixiang International has consciously refused to accept gold coins a few months ago, and the public will naturally follow suit. Except for those nobles and wealthy businessmen. Most people are actually not happy to receive gold coins now. Most of the gold coins now are in the hands of the big nobles, and most of the people use silver coins. On the first day of business, most of the people who poured into the bank were businessmen. They are there to save money. The reason for being so enthusiastic is actually because Liang swore in public that the bank would not disclose depositor information to anyone. Liang's credit is maintained very well, especially with businessmen. Businessmen originally believed that the Lord would not swallow up their deposits. Now seeing the Lord swear not to disclose depositor information, and seeing so many Nolda Rangers working in the bank, this gave the merchants greater confidence. This means safety. Safety of funds. Especially before winter arrives. Pender's Winterfell, the festival of the goddess Eunomia, takes place in October, the day after the full moon. After Goddess Day, it is winter until January of the following year. This is a dangerous time. During this period, merchants not only had to face dangers such as bandits, but also faced low-level tax officials in each village. To be precise, they are those who assist the tax collectors in collecting taxes, such as the retinues of various knights. In fact, what businessmen are afraid of is not paying taxes. What they are afraid of is the followers who help collect taxes. Yes, they are the retinues who usually do chores for the knights. Although these knights' retinues are usually members of the villagers. During tax collection period, they may be more terrifying than bandits, because they know the general situation of each household, and they are likely to have feelings of hatred against the rich. This is normal, and ordinary people will have it. It may be okay in normal times, but if they are burdened with a relatively heavy tax burden, most of them will think about it. That so-and-so is doing business, and is said to be relatively rich. If you get a sum from him, I guess this task can be solved in one go. This is all human nature, and we can't say they are bad. They also want to complete the task. But in fact, these little people often cause the greatest evil after temporarily gaining a little bit of power, because they will use the name of the country and the Lord, through policies and legal principles, to do all kinds of enforcement things in an extremely uncomfortable way. For example, when facing ordinary businessmen with no aristocratic background, these followers would often grab money and goods directly, and put some in their own pockets. Helping to collect taxes is a very useful title. Therefore, most businessmen dare not keep their money in their hands during this period. They are not afraid of paying taxes, but they are afraid that all their money will be taken away without any explanation. In fact, this can be said to be the main reason why Pander's commerce is underdeveloped. Small businessmen without background are always in fear, while big businessmen with background will be subject to national and regional restrictions brought by background. In the past, small businessmen with no background would find a place to hide their dinars before the winter advent, and then wait until next year to continue work. Now, businessmen can deposit all their cash in the bank before paying taxes in October. This is obviously much safer than hiding money in the wild. And there is also interest, since Leon promised not to disclose depositors' information to anyone. All businessmen, manor owners, And wealthy civilians with some spare money can realize by themselves that depositing their money in a bank is the most secure way. At least the bank that Liang asked the Nolder Rangers to guard was probably one that no one would dare to rob. Anyway, you can take out the money at any time when you need it. It may not even be necessary to withdraw all the money, since you can withdraw money by just using the deposit slip and checking the ciphertext. In the future, many merchants can directly use the deposit slip to conduct cashless transactions at banks. It just costs a little more parchment. The deposit slip designed by Liang is not actually a passbook, but more like a check, made of parchment. Half a piece of parchment to be precise. But it's not banknotes, because it's not yet the right time for banknotes to appear in public. This is just a credential. In order to prevent counterfeiting, the Lord also specially designed a combination and text password. The matching is the seam seal and press texture on the deposit slip. It must match the other half stored in the bank. Parchment paper these days has natural texture. If you want to find two identical parchment papers, it is impossible to go up. The text password is a ciphertext designated by the depositor himself. It will be engraved on both sides of the deposit. Half on one side. Only the depositor himself knows what half of the ciphertext is retained by the bank, unless the bank does some internal manipulation. These two items have been able to prevent counterfeiting for many years. Amy did not show up at the bank opening. She was doing another important thing. Spend money? This is what Leslie feels unsure about. It is indeed easier for Amy to do this. After all, Amy is already familiar with buying food. Of course, there are many things to purchase besides food. The plan of the Lord and Amy is to use a huge amount of dinars to receive all the strategic materials that can be received in the eastern region. So Amy took her female soldiers and went out to find the nobles' estates. At the same time, Amy also directly announced that White Deer Castle would conduct a large-scale purchase. The materials that needed to be purchased included food, cloth, weapons and equipment, masonry, wood, etc., and a large number of soldiers were recruited. At the same time, Chungha Town, Brave Shield Fort, Eagle Claw Fort and other places also announced almost the same large purchases. They are all newly acquired territories, and it is normal to actively increase material reserves during the harvest season. Many merchants used to get rid of their inventory and close down for the winter at this time. However, these merchants may not close their doors this winter, because the Lord once again began to organize caravans to enter the Nolder Forest. This time, Leon personally led the team, considering that many businessmen were not willing to stay at home during this tax collection season. Leon took the opportunity to organize them into a huge caravan, intending to let them spend the tax collection period in the forest. With the joint efforts of people from both sides, a road was opened from the Nolder Forest to White Deer Castle that could barely pass trucks. This road has not had time to be repaired, and it looks like an isolation zone in the mountain forest. But no matter what, the carriage can enter. The trading market in the Nolder Forest has also officially reopened. The scene this time was completely different from the first trial run. Hundreds of carriages drove into the Nolder territory, which was only 80 miles away from White Deer Castle, but seemed extremely far away. Only 3 days after the convoy arrived, the entire market had turned into a sea of elves. The number of Nolder elves participating in this transaction has rapidly increased from more than 100 at the beginning to more than 1,000. And the number is still increasing. The center of the trading market is a tall stone building with a signboard of Pendor Bank hanging on it. There are currently at least 100 Nolder warriors guarding the surrounding area. Nolder elves and human merchants were constantly coming in and out of the bank hall. Various supplies were constantly being moved away by the Nolder elves and disappearing into the forest. A large number of Nolder elves carrying supplies appeared from the forest and gathered in the market. With the existence of banks, the problem of the Noldo having no cash is no longer a problem. In fact, within a few days, the Nolder had a lot of dinars available. If merchants come across cheap and easy to sell Nolder crafts or high quality leather and medicinal materials, they will definitely buy them. When there is no money available, they will withdraw money directly from the bank. If the money is really not enough, they can also directly use the commodity mortgage to obtain a loan from the bank. At the same time, the money received from the sold goods can be deposited in the nearest bank. Even many Nolder elves tried to deposit money into the bank. Most of the bank staff and guards were Nolder elves, so of course they could be trusted. Therefore, Leon only transferred a few 100,000 dinars to this branch to achieve continuous cash flow. The entire market finally achieved what Leon wanted and was booming. A week later, with the arrival of Liang's second fleet, the market's popularity reached its peak. The second batch of convoys brought a large amount of food and cloth. And the batch sold at a low price was Liang's own goods. Of course, the price in the forest is still higher than outside. But for the Noldor elves, it doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. The most important thing is that they can be bought. The Noldor were all poor, and they had money after selling some of their usually useless crafts and other belongings. Who would be willing to look for wild fruits everywhere when they can have more convenient food? Most of the fruits of this era were not tasty and could not be stored. 300,000 pounds of grain and thousands of bolts of cloth were all sold out in a few days, without any price increase in the process. Almost after these items were sold out, the third caravan came again, still carrying food and cloth. Then, merchants began to come and go, and a market that never stopped was built. During the 2 window periods when the market became less popular, the Lord promptly filled the gap with the food and cloth that the Noldor needed most, making the entire market always in full swing. Half a month has passed, and now the market has gradually stabilized. Liang has also returned to White Deer Castle. White Deer Castle is undergoing a large-scale grain harvest, and everyone is very busy. The Changhe Express fleet has been continuously delivering supplies to White Deer Castle. Many new warehouses were built inside and outside the castle. There aren't that many people at the bank headquarters now, but businessmen still come and go frequently. The Lord is now upstairs in the bank checking the latest accounts. At White Deer Castle alone, as of yesterday, the total deposits have exceeded 650,000 dinars. The specific amount changes at any time, and it is no longer known how much it is. There are not many loans issued at present, but there is no need to rush this matter. According to the estimation of the Lord, the peak period of loans should be in January next year. The embezzled funds have reached 280,000 dinars, and a large amount of materials were exchanged.
These misappropriated money are other people's savings. Aren't you anxious? What if there is a large-scale run in January?
Amy is indeed the only person who can discuss these things with Liang. At least she can use words like crowding correctly.
As long as we continue to grow steadily, we don't have to worry about runs. In fact, it won't take that long. People will soon realize that there is no need to carry so many metal coins with them, especially when gold coins are not trusted. Now banks, there are a lot of silver coins in it, and I plan to ask the Noldor to help reforge a batch.
The Lord said calmly.
You want to mint coins privately?
Amy was startled, and then realized that her voice seemed a bit high, so she quickly lowered her voice.
No, I just want to issue large credit coins of Penn Bank. A small silver coin can be worth 10 dinars.
Liang twisted a silver coin and laughed.
The enchanted silver coin is easy to carry. Enchanting?
Amy took the silver coin from Liang's hand. The silver coin was inlaid with some black metal with inscriptions. It was probably a Noldor elf who had used it to try out the enchantment process. The inscription texture of this silver coin exudes a slight shimmer, and the difference can be seen at a glance. The specialty of the Fenway family is making enchanted equipment. The texture on this silver coin is very similar to the texture on the plate armor of the Twilight Knights, and the texture is as hard as the plate armor.
Actually, there is nothing special about the silver coin itself. What is special is the inscriptions. The material used to outline the inscriptions is special. The Noldor call it mithril, humans call it ebony.
Chapter 218 Madigan. Liang can know the enchanting craftsmanship of Noldor, which of course was told to him by Windulf. Wendy has returned from the Elves' Castle. Alackle. Not only did she meet Felgesener, but she also brought the Elf King to White Deer Castle. Felgesener came to see the situation at White Deer Castle. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether humans could live in harmony with the Noldor.
Your Majesty, I think you have seen that they have a new life here, and each of them is responsible for important work, and they have not had any disputes with others.
On the second floor of Penn Bank, the Lord looked down at the people coming and going in the hall below. Most of the staff in the hall are Noldor, and most of them are Noldor girls. Opposite Liang sat the Elf King Fergusoner.
This is indeed much better than I imagined. I originally thought they could only stay in a remote and uninhabited camp.
Fergusoner looked pleased.
Human beings are very receptive and adaptable. At first, there were many people watching them, but now, everyone has become accustomed to it. In fact, as long as they are not deliberately provoked, the hatred in the past will soon be forgotten.
As Liang spoke, he turned his head and changed the topic.
Your Majesty came here this time not just to see their lives. Right. Of course not. Actually, I came here mainly to see you.
Fergusoner nodded.
Look at me!
Liang was stunned.
I heard about your record. So I wanted to ask about your pursuit or goal.
There was an inexplicable smile on Fergusoner's face.
Pursuit? Do you want to ask about my ambitions or my ideals?
The Lord looked at the old elf king strangely.
For example, do you plan to return to the country? Like your elders?
Fergusoner pointed to the griffin emblem on Liang.
Reviving the country? Huh. If I have the chance, I may try to found a country in the future. But that is definitely not reviving the country. Do you know my elders?
Liang shook his head without hesitation.
Jangwo? Very good. This is the smart thing to do.
The smile on Fergusoner's face gradually deepened.
Yes, I know your elders. And Wendy asked some things. I think these things should be told to you personally.
Fergusoner told Leon a story from more than 100 years ago. During the time when the continent of Pendor was in full war, the Pendor royal family died of illness one after another, and the entire continent was in the most chaos. Some people took a baby girl to the Noldor forest, as if they were fleeing. There was war everywhere at that time, and the Noldor patrols did not dare to let anyone into the forest. So all the adults died under the arrows of the Noldor patrols. But the Noldor patrol did not kill the poor baby. They couldn't do it. Originally, they planned to leave the human baby girl to fend for herself. So the patrol left on their own. But in the end, the leader of the patrol, a Noldor noble, couldn't help but return and carry the baby girl deep into the forest. This kind-hearted noble was banished from the clan. At that time, humans were not allowed to enter the Noldor forest at all. Taking humans deep into the forest, which violated the rules, must be punished. Besides, the forest is indeed not suitable for human children to grow up. The person who expelled the Noldor noble was actually Felgazer himself. But the Elf King did not leave them to fend for themselves. Fergusoner provided them with a good place to go and continued to send them daily necessities. That place is on the top of Mount Dangil, near the gold mine where the mountain collapsed. More than 10 years later, they left the Dangil Mountains, and Fergusoner also lost news of them, and the name of a prophet began to spread in the human world. Madigan. More than 10 years later, when Fergusoner saw them again, the girl had grown into a beautiful woman. She returned to the Noldor forest with the Noldor noble, and demonstrated magic. The ring on her hand kept glowing, and golden light surrounded her. The woman said she wanted to restore her country. She is the only bloodline of the Pendor royal family. The woman said that if the restoration of the kingdom was successful, she would rule the continent together with the Noldor, and the Noldor people would thus re-establish a glorious kingdom. The Noldor noble next to her had cut off most of his ears, covered his eyes, and looked like a human fortune teller. They were married, and she was pregnant with a child who was half human and half elf. She is the last princess of the Pendor royal family. Fergusoner was willing to try this possibility, so he allowed them to enter the city of Arakel. Later, the woman who could use magic items gained the support of most of the Noldor lords. Aldarion also let them take away many troops. Shortly after the couple left the forest, a large-scale rebellion broke out in the Lion Kingdom. This turmoil was probably launched just before Alfred, the first generation of Lion King, died, and almost overturned the entire kingdom. This massive rebellion affected countless knights, but ultimately failed. The woman also disappeared, and the Noldor troops she took away could not return to the forest. Many knights were also declared illegal knights at that time. The prophet named Madigan was also caught a few years later and hanged in the square of the House of Lords.
Wait. Let me do the math. Mother. Maternal grandfather. Great-grandfather. This is only 3 generations up. How could it be 150 years ago? Your Majesty, do you know the reproductive age of humans? Is there any misunderstanding?
The more Leon listened, the more confused he became. Did the Elf King admit the wrong person?
There is no misunderstanding. Your maternal ancestor was a mixture of Noldor and human. This half-elf grew up as slowly as the Noldor. He had just come of age when the Dangil Mountains collapsed 60 years ago.
Fergusoner looked at Leon.
Moreover, 60 years ago, he also tried to go to the forest to seek help from the Noldor people. And he also wanted to restore his country. But similarly, your grandfather also took away some of the Noldor warriors, started a rebellion, and then disappeared. So, you want to tell me that my ancestors have always been harming the Noldor? And Aldarion thinks that I also plan to use the Noldor's troops to restore the country? So,
Leon shook his head. He didn't quite understand Fergusoner's intention.
No, I'm mainly here to tell you,
Felgazer said slowly.
Your great-grandfather, the Noldor noble, his name was Mardalion. Mardalion. Madigan.
Leon stood up suddenly.
Is he Madigan?
The prophet, who was hanged in the square of the House of Lords. No wonder he clung to his prophecy until his death. Because it was no prophecy at all. This is something he, his wife, and his children and grandchildren will continue to do.
Madigan. That Noldor noble is Madigan. Is he your son?
The Lord noticed the Elf King's intention.
Actually, he is my adopted son. It is not wrong to say he is a son. Moreover, Mardarian and Aldarian, they are very close brothers. Full brothers. They were adopted by me together when they were children.
Ferguson sighed.
So, you can probably understand why Aldarian has always refused to interact with humans. Moreover, after the death of Mardarian, Aldarian is no longer willing to listen to me.
It seems that this is where Aldarian's biggest frustration comes from. He spent his life fighting against humans. But his brother fell in love with humans, and was executed for helping his wife regain her kingdom. Many Noldor warriors were taken out of the forest, and died in the wars between men. The children of his brother and Princess Pendor also led many Noldor warriors to die in the war, to restore the kingdom. Now, the Lord is trying to cooperate with the Noldor elves again. And Leong is also a member of the Pendor royal family. Generation after generation. This is true. All kinds of contradictions came together. And Aldarian certainly didn't want to see the existence of the Pendor royal bloodline anymore. He probably felt that the Noldor were being cut off. He really wanted to kill Leong, even though the two were relatives.
So what has Aldarian been doing lately?
Leong realized that this problem might not be easy to solve. No wonder Fergus Aenor wanted to go there personally. This Elf King did not come to see him. Nor did he come to see White Deer Castle. Thalgazir came to White Deer Keep with great fanfare. Just to let Aldarian know that he was here. So as to prevent the violent Noldor warlord from attacking the caravan during this period.
Aldarian won a great victory in the Jatta grasslands some time ago, and brought back many Jatta prisoners.
Ferguson gave Leon the latest information.
Actually, it was just a large-scale sneak attack.
When Deerfew pouted behind Leon.
It's not easy to capture Jatta prisoners. And doesn't Aldarian never keep prisoners? Especially since this is a Jatta man. What is he planning to do?
Leon didn't care if it was a sneak attack. He cared more about what Ferguson wanted to tell him.
He brought those Jatta captives to Ericli, and made them slaves to raise horses, or do hard labor. He is calling on the people to capture human beings as slaves. Use the Bacchus way to use human slaves. And he is preaching use humans against humans.
Ferguson sighed.
You must understand that as long as a minority responds to him, this matter cannot be solved.
This will of course create huge problems. Although the Noldor have never been in the habit of using slaves, and may not fully respond to Aldarian's call. But as long as a small group of Noldo who hate humans do this, the channel of trust that Leon has finally built for both parties will be completely destroyed.
He is provoking racial antagonism. He should know the consequences. Right.
The Lord has a headache, and Aldarian is draining the firepower. If the news that the Noldor would capture humans as slaves reached the ears of merchants, no one would dare to do business in the Noldor forest anymore. And the Noldor Rangers of White Deer Castle would have no choice but to go back to the forest. Aldarian's purpose is naturally this. But the problem is that in the end, this may only lead to the Noldor elves being driven out by humans.
Of course he knows. But hatred has blinded him. He just wants to cut off the possibility of cooperation with humans. At present, Islandil and I can temporarily restrain the tribe. But sooner or later there will be tribesmen who will be affected by Aldarian.
Impact. Ferguson said and stood up.
But we can't deal with him now. After all, he has not done anything to harm the tribe. In fact, there are a small number of Noldor in each tribe who agree with his ideas. But I can think of the consequences of doing this. And I don't want to see the entire ethnic group destroyed. Especially in this situation.
Yes, the current situation is actually quite good. Leon can provide the Noldor elves with a large amount of food and living supplies. And can gradually create a social environment that is not too hostile to the Noldor. Originally, this was the best way for the Noldor to integrate into human society. Good opportunity. Those who adhere to tradition can continue to live in the forest. And those who want to see the world can also work in Liang's territory. The products in the forest can be sold in exchange for supplies. And the outside world will no longer regard the Noldor as a scourge. There are benefits for everyone. Moreover, Leon has spent a lot of money, which is enough to prove that he is a trustworthy partner. In fact, even if Aldarian sends troops to plunder the caravans or sends troops to attack White Deer Castle at this time, it will be difficult to shake the basis of cooperation between the two parties. After all, human merchants do not regard bandit robbery and military warfare as unacceptable behavior. and everyone in White Deer Castle knows that Aldarian is a separate tribe. But if Aldarian incited the Noldor of all races to come out and kidnap humans as slaves, and use this kind of thing to create an atmosphere of terror, then the nature would be completely different. This will cause widespread distrust and psychological panic, which is actually much more terrifying than war. I see. Leon thought for a while, and nodded towards Fergusoner.
Your Majesty, thank you for coming here to tell me this. However, I still don't quite understand. What do you want me to do? Aldarian, although the behavior is stupid, it is really difficult to solve. Now there is only one way to stop all tribesmen from targeting you and your territory. And to protect your territory people and my tribesmen at the same time.
Fergusoner glanced at Windolf.
Wendy is the child closest to me by blood. She is actually the first heir of the Fenway family. Aldarian knows this, so he will not have any influence on her. Any aggressive behavior. What do you mean?
The Lord is a little confused.
I mean, you and Wendy are engaged. So I said I came to see you. Since you won't blindly restore the country with great fanfare, I think this is the best way.
Fergusoner said with a half-smile on his face.
In this way, no matter how Aldarian instigates, the tribesmen will not attack anyone in your territory. And only in this way can the alliance between the two parties be fulfilled. It's considered stable and reliable.
Windolf's face turned red immediately.
Your Majesty, do you know what you are talking about? Isn't Wendy still underage? It's inappropriate.
The Lord was also frightened by Fergus Aenor's idea.
But this is the only way to solve the problem.
Fergus Aenor spread his hands. Maybe this is indeed a good idea. But the problem is, this is so embarrassing. Wendy is still there. Windy stood behind Leon without saying a word. Her emotions seemed very tangled and complicated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The Lord was silent for a long time, and shook his head at Fergusoner.
This may indeed solve the relationship problem between the two parties, and it can also prevent Aldarian from taking any action against me. But I'm sorry. I don't agree. I can consider the pros and cons in most things. But in this case, I will not have any interests involved. As for Aldarian, let him come. I will wait for him.
After the Lord finished speaking, Fergus Aenor sighed and turned around and went downstairs. Wendy let out a long breath, but her expression seemed to be even more troubled. Leon sent Fergusoner out of White Deer Castle and watched the group return to the forest. He stood on the road leading to the forest on the east side of White Deer Castle and did not leave for a long time, looking at the back of the Elf King, who was slowly retreating with concern. The elf commanders of several ethnic groups had their own thoughts and behaviors. Aldarian would sit back and watch the struggles of men, and lead the Noldor to attack them when the opportunity arose, presumably with the intention of enforcing enslavement. Eilendil wants to coexist peacefully with humans, hoping that they will not invade each other, but is willing to actively engage in trade and cooperation. This is more like Medenheim's way. Another elf king, Kael von El, has been hiding in Ericli and has kept the entire castle unknown. It seems that he just wants to hide deep in the forest and stay away from the trouble. The elf king of the Fenway family, Fergusoner, had already started his gambling since the fall of the Pender dynasty. Leon was even certain that Fergusoner knew that she was the last princess of Pender from the beginning, and had been deliberately guiding her. After Ardalian left the Fenway family more than 200 years ago, Mardalian was originally supposed to be the heir to the Fenway family. That is Madigan. Expel the family heir from the tribe, and make him the husband of Princess Pender. If they succeed in restoring the country, the Fenway family will become the true elven royal family. If he doesn't succeed, he can at least get a child who also has the blood of the Pender royal family, and is the only child, regardless of success or failure. The Nodofenwa family and the Pender royal family can be firmly bound together. In this way, anyone who completes the restoration of the country in the name of the Pender royal family can at least lead the Fenway family to rise. However, when it came to the generation of Leonardo and Helen, Helen did not go to the Noldor forest again. But the Lord felt that if it weren't for the fact that the couple went to Buckley, Fergus Aenor would have taken the initiative to find Helen. Now, Liang has a good situation and a large territory, which makes Felgasier want to bet again on Liang's descendants of the Pender royal family. But the Noldor bloodline in him is too far away. So Felgasier Gazner planned to use Windy to make an additional bet. So he took the initiative to find Liang and tell him these things. He wanted to tie Liang to the Fenway family again. Liang is now not even sure whether his encounter with Windirf was a coincidence or a deliberate design. But at least, he knows that his marriage can only be decided by his own feelings. What is the purpose of my single-minded development and growth? Isn't it just for more autonomy?
It's not that I need the Noldor's friendship. It's that the Noldor need my friendship. As you will soon realize.
The Lord suddenly spoke to the deserted forest and said,
Ardarian, come out! I know you are here.
Chapter 219 Roasted Corn. There were branches swaying in the forest, and leaves making a rustling sound. A figure slowly walked out of the woods. That was indeed Eldarian. Windolf beside Leon nervously pulled out an arrow. Eldarian glanced at her and ignored her completely, without holding any weapon in his hand.
How did you know I was here?
Eldarian was still alone. He parted the branches and walked towards Leon, who was standing in the middle of the road. His voice still loud.
Your Majesty Fergus Aenir took such pains to come here to warn me. If I hadn't guessed that you were here, I would have been killed countless times.
The Lord spread his hands and looked at Eldarian.
Would you like to chat with me? Chat alone like an adult.
The implication is that everything Eldarian did in the past was just a child's nonsense.
Boy, you'd better have more respect for your elders.
Eldarian could obviously understand, but he did not show too much hostility. Instead, he showed a hint of contempt and sneer, and he also called himself an elder. In terms of seniority, he was indeed the elder, so the Lord did not say anything back, but just waved to Eldarian, gesturing for him to follow him.
My lord, what do you want to do?
Windolf was also there, seeing that Leon was planning to take Eldarian into the forest alone. She was a little confused about what to do.
Don't worry. He won't hurt me that right. This elder?
Leon smiled, then shook his head and said to Windolf,
Your Excellency Eldarian is also a leader who truly loves the Noldor people. Wendy, just wait for us here. Dot.
These words sounded like flattery, but the contemptuous smile on Eldarian's face disappeared immediately, and he followed Leon into the woods. Of course, the Lord knows that Eldarian will not kill him now, as long as there are still a large number of Noldor female rangers working in White Deer Keep. Eldarian will not be able to kill him. Otherwise a civil war will break out in the Noldor. The arrival of Felgasian at White Deer Keep actually represents this kind of warning, because the channel of cooperation between the Noldor and humans is entirely based on Leon. Attacking Leon is tantamount to slapping Fergusonur and Eilendil in the face. Moreover, this is directly related to the safety of more than 200 young Noldor, including the safety of Windolf and Windadir. But Eldarian does dare to deal with other humans, such as businessmen. At present, the cooperation between the Noldor and humans is still very short. Eldarian's attack on the caravan will only attract questions and criticism from within the clan, but will not lead to hostility from the Noldor people. Besides, everyone near White Deer Castle knew that Eldarian had always hated humans, and it was only natural for him to attack human merchants, in order to prevent the trade route from being attacked. Of course Leon could only talk to Eldarian. After walking through the woods for more than 10 minutes, Leon led Eldarian through the woods and came to an open area. Here is behind the White Deer Castle. Some plants as tall as a person are neatly arranged in the fields. Hundreds of acres of land are connected into one area, which looks spectacular.
I planted a lot of corn behind White Deer Castle, and now it's almost harvest time.
As Leon said this, he walked into the cornfield, looked around a few times, broke off a fully ripe corn and handed it to Eldarian.
What do you want to talk to me about? Is this food?
Eldarian acted very patiently at this time. In fact, most of the Noldor elves are very patient. After all, people live long lives, and the most important thing is time.
Yes, this is very good food. I just want to talk to you about food. I heard that you captured a group of Jatta people as slaves. They are not Noldor elves. You only let them eat fruits and leaves in the forest. They probably won't live long, so you may have to buy some food to feed them. But I doubt that the value they create is enough for you to buy food.
The Lord pointed to this large cornfield.
This grain is easy to store. Do you want to buy some? Humph. People in the Fierce Lion realm know how to plant crops, and Jatta people know how to raise horses. As long as I can capture enough human slaves, I can have whatever I want.
Eldarian's tone was full of sarcasm.
Yes, people in the Fierce Lion realm can plant, but you have to give them land. You can't grow anything in a forest where the ground is full of tree roots. The Jatta people can raise horses, but you also have to give them pasture. Is it possible that you plan to seize the Fenway family's racecourse?
The Lord shook his head and said with a smile,
Those Jatta slaves you captured, I guess you can only let them do some hard work in Ericli, and they can't create any useful value at all. They can only waste food, and then create a bunch of they are used to dealing with piles of excrement everywhere on the grassland. And they will definitely not talk about hygiene with you. You are just using this behavior to incite the confrontation between the Nolder and humans. So that Vindatil and her rangers you took the initiative to leave me. Right.
After speaking, the Lord spread his hands and shrugged exaggeratedly. Aldarian was silent for a while and smiled self-deprecatingly.
Yes. Those slaves will only make a lackle dirty. But Leon, since you can even think of these, you should understand that I want your life. And you actually plan to make a deal with me? There were many people who wanted my life. But they all made deals with me in the end if they didn't die.
Leon kept a polite smile on his face.
Aldarian, I have to tell you that the most needed supplies in the Noldo, namely food and cloth, are all in my hands now. It's all in your hands. What do you mean?
Aldarian finally frowned.
It literally means that now I am the only one who can sell food to Nolder. I am the only supplier.
Leon looked into Aldarian's eyes and spoke word by word.
So what? Now that I know you have food, I can naturally bring the army to get it myself. Why do I need to buy it from you?
Aldarian looked at the corn in his hand, brought it to his nose, and smelled the unique fragrance of fresh corn ears.
Do you really dare to bring an army to get it?
Leon smiled.
Have you forgotten the Palm Thunder you once saw? What? Does everyone in White Deer Castle know magic now? How many magic items can you use?
Aldarian scoffed. The Lord sighed and pointed to a vaguely smoking place in the cornfield.
Come with me. I'll show you.
The location of the smoke was in the middle of a large cornfield. Leon and Aldarian walked around it gently, and it took a lot of time to get there.
Who? Don't move!
When they were still dozens of meters away from that position, a low voice came from the middle of the cornfield.
Stand at attention. Are you stealing food again? Come out and stand up.
The Lord gave the order directly.
Sir.
3 hurried human soldiers emerged from the corn forest with disgraceful faces. Leon led Ardalian to them. Here was an isolation canal and an open space for water collection. This was originally supposed to be a water collection point to prevent drought. But now a small fire was lit in the open space next to the canal, using corn stalks, and several corn cobs were roasting on the fire. It is grilled with wooden sticks and is very fragrant. The 3 guys were obviously frightened when they saw Aldarian behind Leon, but they did not make any other abnormal reactions. They all lowered their heads and waited for the Lord to lecture. They were the non-commissioned officers who stayed here to guard the cornfields. Aldarian felt that they were obviously going to be severely punished. Not only did they steal food, but they also lit fires in the ground, and even found out after others touched them within a few dozen meters.
Your soldiers are too lax in discipline.
Aldarian's eyes showed contempt again.
That's right. Did you bastards hear that? I'm despised. My lord. I'm so unimproved. I'm all burnt.
The Lord yelled with an unhappy look on his face and pointed at the corn on the fire.
Go back to work.
A non-commissioned officer hurriedly got the corn to the ground and planted it, and then stirred the fire a few times. Then, a line of fire lit up from beside the fire and quickly extended to the outside of the cornfield.
Boom! Buzz!
A deafening explosion sounded, and a massive explosion occurred. This was a whole row of serial explosions. The effect of this explosion was far greater than that of palm mines. The trees on the outskirts of the forest were blown up all over the sky, and the soil was splashed up to several meters high.
Oh! We did it! Sir!
Several non-commissioned officers clenched their fists and cheered happily. And then one of them touched a piece of corn and started to eat it.
Hurry up and put out the fire! You really know how to eat.
The Lord gave them a false kick. So several people stuffed roasted corn into their mouths, picked up buckets, and ran quickly towards the place where the explosion occurred.
What's this?
The corn in Aldarian's hand slipped to the ground, and he witnessed with his own eyes a huge explosion that could be called earth-shaking. This power was definitely not half lower than a real thunder, and Leon has been standing beside him without moving a step. In other words, it seems that the explosion was caused by just 3 ordinary human soldiers? Aldarian was indeed frightened, and he understood what Leon meant. Dare to come and grab food? I'm afraid it will be blown to ashes. In fact, this was just Leon experimenting with his newly configured explosives, and he was trying to detonate the fuses in series. Of course, those 3 sergeants will not be punished in any way, because everything is the order of the Lord. When they gather there, they are actually setting up a fuse. The reason why they didn't notice Leon coming in time was because all the guards, who were not responsible for guarding the perimeter, were driven away to avoid accidental injuries caused by the explosion. It was already remarkable that the three of them could detect someone approaching from dozens of meters away in the invisible cornfield. As for the roasted corn, that was Liang's reward for them. But they did make a mistake and burned the corn. So the Lord was very unhappy.
Now, do you still think you can lead your army to invade my territory?
The Lord asked while looking at the fire. And then sighed sadly. The corn left by those bastards for him was the most burned one.
What kind of enchanted item is this? I don't believe humans can use such magic. This is an ability that only Sindarin elves can have. You won't have too many of these.
Aldarian clenched his fists and muttered.
Of course it won't be too much. But it will definitely be enough to deal with your troops. And as you can see, my soldiers can use it. Aldarian, what do you think the effect of such a thing will be on the battlefield?
The Lord still didn't look at the terrifying master next to him. He leaned down and picked up the black corn on the ground, intending to shake off the burnt black SHL.
Did you bring me here just to demonstrate to me?
Aldarian asked in a low voice.
No, Aldarian. I think you should think about it. After possessing this kind of power, do I still need to borrow troops from the Noldor tribe, and then lead them to die?
Liang brought the roasted corn to his mouth, but looked at the burnt corn kernels and did not dare to put it down. So he simply handed it to Aldarian.
I understand what you mean. Then what do you want? What do you want from the Noldor clans? I don't believe that anyone would help others for no reason.
Aldarian reached out to take the roasted corn, and for the first time his eyes, when looking at Leon, were no longer cold.
Knowledge and skill. I want to make more weapons like this. And the Noldor's wealth of knowledge can help me make these things. There is no need for me to have the Noldor elves leave the forest to fight for me. What I need, it is the knowledge, technology and craftsmanship passed down by the Noldor. Aldarian, the inheritance of the Noldor people is the foundation for the Noldor to prosper again.
Leon shook his head and smiled.
Let a group of cultural people with hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge go to war and fight for their lives? That is too extravagant. But you still brought Windadir and the others to the battlefield.
Aldarian seemed a little skeptical, but his tone was no longer so harsh. Leon suddenly remembered that Windirfu seemed to have said that Windadir looked down on him. This guy probably likes Windadir?
We fought side by side before so that more humans would no longer be hostile to the Noldor. Aldarian, I think you should ask Windadir. She is much braver than you. At least she dares to serve as a guard at White Deer Castle. Civilian, you have never dared to enter a human castle.
The Lord used some aggressive tactics. Aldarian looked at Leon expressionlessly, took a bite of roasted corn and chewed it twice.
Is this corn? It's delicious.
It was delicious, burnt to a crisp, and the guy had obviously bitten into a corn cob. This is just the straight man trying to hide his nervousness. Aldarian finally met Windadir. I don't know what they talked about. Anyway, Aldarian turned around and left in the last 3 steps. When he left, his face was full of sadness. Even the burnt corn on his face, the black ash that came out, was not wiped off. The Lord didn't care about him anymore. He was busy processing the news from the north. As Leon expected, Dark Falcon Castle is actually very safe, except for the Jatta people who are not easy to deal with. Almost all forces are wooing Leon. To be precise, he was wooing Sir Roland, the representative sent by Leon. Ursula had previously brought back a large army from the Lion Realm and launched an attack on Xiaolu City. But the Crow Kingdom was lucky. Xiaolu City, which originally had insufficient military strength to resist, received timely support from the Lord of Oldenburg, Count Stephen. The Earl led the Crow Kingdom's cavalry troops to withdraw early, but instead saved a large number of mobile troops for the Crow Kingdom. In fact, Earl Stephen only supported outside Xiaolu City for 3 days. Ursula personally went to Stephen's camp and told Count Stephen about the fact that Gregory IV abandoned Dark Falcon Castle and traded with the Jatta people. Count Stephen decided to withdraw his troops and not help each other. But it was precisely because of Earl Stephen's obstruction in the past 3 days that Xiaolu City was able to catch its breath. Ursula was still unable to capture Xiaolu City after all. Duke Andamar, Lord of Dawnforge City, took advantage of the few days when Count Stephen provided support and quickly recalled his elite warriors, Ice Guard Rangers, to protect this most important core city in the east of Raven. After struggling to defend Xiaolu City, Duke and Irma also suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to defend himself. Not long ago, Gregory IV buried thousands of elite soldiers in Eagleclaw Castle, but failed to gain any benefit from the loss of soldiers and generals. He is now facing the doubts of many nobles. Of course, he couldn't make any more enemies at this time, so he acted very trustworthy. The Dark Falcon Castle has indeed been handed over to Sir Roland, who was sent by Liang. Now the Dark Falcon Castle has hung the Griffin flag high. Gregory IV first took back the territory of Dark Falcon Castle on the grounds of disobeying orders, and announced that Dark Falcon Castle would be transferred to Baron Leon of the Lion Kingdom as compensation for the last war. This is not only to fulfill the agreement with Leon, but also to punish the confusion between Earl Stephen and Ursula's rebels. Dark Falcon Castle is the territory of Lord Pharamond, son of Earl Stephen. In fact, not only was the territory of Dark Falcon Castle taken back, but Pharamond was also summoned to Raven City by Gregory to hold him hostage. Gregory did this quite directly. However, Earl Stephen was a highly respected person, so Gregory did not dare to push him too hard. Apart from taking away the Dark Falcon Castle and taking Pharamond as a hostage, nothing else was done. In fact, Lord Pharamond's Dark Falcon Castle was taken over by King Gregory IV. This was not unfair at all. Ursula had been operating in Dark Falcon Castle for a reason. Pharamond had indeed been secretly supporting her, Ursula. Therefore, Earl Stephen did not make any special reaction. He did withdraw his troops early in the last war, and did not say low to the king. It was correct to say that he disobeyed orders. His son did support the rebels. The king's treatment was not excessive, and it seemed that the king did not sell Dark Falcon Castle to the Jada people. As for the king transferring the recovered domain to others, even to people from the Lion Kingdom, that is the king's freedom, and cannot be controlled by others. So Earl Stephen just quietly withdrew all his troops, guarded his Oldenburg, and sent people to provide the surrounding map to Sir Roland of Dark Falcon Castle. The Earl showed goodwill to Sir Roland and hoped to fight against the Jada people together with Dark Falcon Castle. After Ursula was repulsed in Xiaolu City, she originally planned to lead her troops to retreat into the Lion Realm as an allied force, but was rejected. The one who rejected her was Lehman, who actually led the troops. Chapter 220 Forced Loan. Since Xiaolu City was not captured, Raymond no longer recognized the alliance between Ursula and the Lion Kingdom. This was the order Raymond received before leaving Chicha Fortress. King Ulrich did not want to be used as a sword for nothing. If we don't leave Xiaolu City, this covenant will not take effect. In addition, there has been a truce between the Lion Kingdom and the Crow Kingdom, and the soldiers in the Lion Kingdom have no reason to stay in the Crow Kingdom. So Raymond led the troops back to the Lion Kingdom, leaving Ursula behind in the dawn, outside Furnace City. As a result, Ursula went through a lot of trouble and got almost nothing. Fortunately, Sir Ren assisted her, and she returned to Dark Falcon Castle safely. But she would definitely be unable to do anything else in a short time, and could only show her kindness to Roland. Sir Roland did not refuse Ursula to enter the Dark Falcon Castle for repairs. This was what Liang had deliberately explained. All forces that could be united must be united. In the short term, the only enemies of the Dark Falcon Castle can only be the Jata people. All the surrounding forces had no intention of attacking Dark Falcon Castle, but instead showed a certain degree of goodwill. This was inevitable because Dark Falcon Castle was the front line of Crow Realm's resistance to the Jata people. Therefore, both Xiaolu City and Oldenburg are basically willing to sell some necessary supplies to Sir Roland, such as food and daily necessities. Even the Misty Mountain people are showing favor to Dark Falcon Castle, but they are not trying to deal with the Jada people. And Dongjia successfully contacted her tribe and repaid the previous blood debt with 1,800 dinars. To be honest, this money is really nothing to the Lord, and the lives of the Misty Mountain people are really not worth much. However, for the people of Misty Mountain, there are not many people who can pay off their blood debt these days, and Dongjia is even regarded as the leader of a new tribe because of this. This itself is also their tradition. Being able to repay the blood debt is equivalent to bringing a large amount of materials to Misty Mountain, and they are qualified to form a new tribe. Then, Dongjia followed the Lord's instructions and built a camp in the wilderness north of Dark Falcon Castle. That camp was an outdoor trade market, and Dong Jiawei brought the Misty Mountain and Pen soldiers to jointly maintain the security and order of this camp, allowing the Misty Mountain people to trade supplies here. For example, food and daily necessities are actually bought locally from Crow Realm and directly resold as middlemen. Although the Misty Mountain people robbed everywhere, they did not rob Dongjia. Moreover, in order to conduct normal transactions, they would protect this small camp. Although the scale of trading is now very small, this kind of place where people can trade on a peer-to-peer basis and trade food is indeed too rare for the people of the Misty Mountains. In addition, the merchants in this camp allow barter, which is very suitable for the needs of the Misty Mountain people. They really don't have dinars, But they have a lot of local specialties, such as deerskin and bear skin. The Misty Mountain people are just barbaric. They are not stupid. They all know that this kind of camp must not be robbed. So most of the Misty Mountain people will also show their favor to Dark Falcon Castle. Therefore, all parties now maintain good relations with Liang's Dark Falcon Castle. Except the Jata people. However, the Jata people did not come to harass them for a while. It was probably obvious that they had some internal problems. Judah's tribe suffered extremely heavy losses. Zachar would definitely seize this opportunity to unify the grassland. Everything is going well. And Ndongjia has begun to recruit people from the Misty Mountains. However, one of her requests to the Lord is a bit awkward. Liang asked her to only recruit people from the Misty Mountains who could speak Pindor. And they could not be shamans. There is no problem with being a shaman. And Ndongjia was tricked by a shaman from the Bear Claw tribe. And he didn't have a good impression of the shaman himself. But you have to be able to speak Pindor, which is a bit difficult. Ordinary Misty Mountain people have little chance to learn foreign languages. The only people in the Misty Mountains who speak Pin fluently are people from relatively good backgrounds in each tribe, such as the clan leader's family or the shaman's family. These people are not easy to recruit. So Ndongjia asked Sir Roland what to do. But Sir Roland didn't know. However, Roland also felt that this request was right. After all, if he could not speak human language, he would not be able to train these people. So he asked Ndongjia to think of a way on his own. And he must resolutely implement this request anyway. So Ndongjia learned from Maxiangling and Bailubo. And also set up a training class at the trading market outside Dark Falcon Castle to teach the people of Misty Mountain how to speak. Anyway, the Lord's requirement is just to be able to speak. So it's okay to teach them. It's just that the teaching progress was very slow at the beginning. It was not easy to teach by speaking alone without relying on words. And Ndongjia herself was semi-literate. And she didn't know many words. In fact, Ndongjia just wanted to pull together a team as soon as possible. After all, in her concept, only those with soldiers in hand have status. She wanted a higher status. But she went to be a teacher, which changed Sir Roland's attitude towards Ndongjia. Originally, Ndongjia gave Roland the impression that he was a rogue robber who came down from the Misty Mountains. In addition, he has many hooligan habits. So he is often criticized by Roland. Now this gangster is actually teaching the robbers in Misty Mountain how to learn culture. This is of course a good sign. Although Roland didn't understand what cultural conquest was, he at least knew that it would make it easier for the people of Misty Mountain to discipline them. And he could also pass on some concepts of goodness and order during class. But it may not be appropriate for Ndongjia, a gangster leader, to convey the concept. So Roland sent a group of non-commissioned officers who had learned some knowledge to Ndongjia to serve as teachers. This was an accident that made many Misty Mountain people have a favorable impression of Dark Falcon Castle and the griffin emblems on the sergeants. Most people in Misty Mountain actually want to enter mainstream society. After seeing the colorful world of Pind and comparing it to poor places like Misty Mountain, many people actually want to make a living in Pind. But language is their biggest obstacle. The people at the bottom of Misty Mountain basically do not have the opportunity to receive education. Now that Dark Falcon Castle is willing to teach them how to speak and read, this is tantamount to giving these people the greatest hope. As a result, Ndongjia successfully gathered a group of people. And she and the non-commissioned officers also learned a lot about culture. Being a teacher usually makes you learn faster than being a student. After all, people have a sense of responsibility and cannot let their students learn wrong grammar. Therefore, during this period of time, Ndongjia, a semi-literate person, actually knew how to write letters. She wrote a letter back. But it was not written to the Lord, but to Anson. I don't know what was written in this letter. Anyway, Anson was very mysterious and kept it secret. And he kept giggling all day long. He wasted more than a dozen pieces of parchment just to write a reply. I probably felt like it after writing more than a dozen letters. Not satisfied. Anyway, I worked until midnight to write the last letter. Afterwards, Anson seemed to be receiving and replying to letters every day. He had probably become the White Deer Castle parchment merchant's biggest customer. The Lord saw everything but did not bother them. With Anson and Roland in charge, two people of good character, Ndongjia would not mess around. Similarly, with Ndongjia, a scoundrel, in Dark Falcon Castle, Roland would not be deceived because of his kindness. At the end of October, White Deer Castle welcomed more Nolder elves one after another. This is the inevitable effect of continued large volumes of transactions. Leon himself did not make much money from his transactions with the Nolder elves. But he inspired the Noldor's need for a better life. The Noldor made money from their continued trade, and lived a more convenient life than ever before. This convenience quickly produced results in just 1 month. Some of the Noldor who were the first to benefit no longer had to think about where to find food every day. Nor did they need to stay at home and weave cloth with patchwork hemp and silk threads. After being freed from the dilemma of food and clothing, we will naturally start to pursue a better life and find our own value. They can do what they like more and create wealth in less time. Those who are good at smelting can produce equipment, and those who are good at crafts can do some handicrafts. These can be completed directly in the forest, and they do not need to go out of the forest. But those Noldor who are good at combat, or engaged in technical work, have begun to seek their own value in White Deer Castle. The long lifespan gives them more self-confidence. Most Noldor believe that the skills they have honed during their long life can make them better than humans in all aspects. This allows them to get higher pay and status, and live their lives how they want. This is much like how some remote villages are gradually connected by road networks and supportive trade policies. And some young people with professional skills gradually move from the countryside to the city. In fact, these Noldor are indeed much better than humans in terms of professional abilities. But they cannot be the boss with only professional skills. Living in isolation in the forest for a long time puts them at a complete disadvantage in terms of communication skills and flexibility of thinking. Moreover, the Noldor do not dare to go outside the territory of Leon for the time being, which makes it impossible for them to engage in commercial activities alone. At this time, part of the farm between Bilubo and Maxiangling was converted into a factory after the wheat fields were harvested. These factory areas are right next to the smooth road. They are not hidden at all, and they don't look special. Only when you enter the factory area will you know that these factories are all heavily guarded, and most of them are divided into 2 floors, inner and outer. Those are some enchantment factories, which are actually various raw material processing plants related to gunpowder. But the final assembly of finished products is not carried out in these factories. Only the production of magical silver coins takes place in one of the factories, which is managed by Vindel himself, and where most of the Noldor elves live collectively. If it is to produce conventional weapons and equipment, the proud Noldor elves will not look down on human blacksmiths at all. But if it is to produce magic items, every Noldor is interested. As a result, many Noldor elves became workers in Liang's territory. Oh, it should be called a working elf, the kind that provides food and accommodation. The boss is naturally Liang. There is only one big boss that the Nordos can trust at present, and there is only one boss who can provide these professional and technical positions. At the same time, the real Noldor mercenaries also appeared. 150 Noldor warriors were organized into 3 patrol teams, responsible for the security around White Deer Castle and Maxiangling. There was another Noldor force of more than 100 people who became Liang's mercenaries. This is the force led by Neuer. Seeing this, Eilendil also planned to let his subordinates earn some money. After everything went on track, Liang finally returned to his new territory, Chungha Town. Perhaps the Lord is lucky. Although he himself has not been in Chungha Town for more than a month, there has been no trouble in this newly acquired territory, because Eric is here. Eric has been in Chungha Town during this time. He is the person most familiar with Chungha Town. So the Lord naturally gave him an important task again. The Lord has been promoted to a noble title. And of course a capable subordinate like Eric should also follow suit and become rich. Eric is now the administrative officer of Chungha Town. Eric never thought that his life would change so dramatically in 1 year. A year ago, he was just an ordinary mercenary, tying his head to his belt and living a life of today and no tomorrow, hanging out between taverns and battlefields. But today, 1 year later, he has gone from being an unknown person that no one cares about to becoming the political administrator that most of the nobles in Chungha Town are trying to fawn over. Those nobles with the title of Baron or Knight were actually smiling at themselves flatteringly. None of them seemed to remember, or all pretended not to remember, that they were just the children of the fishermen in the north of Chungha Town. They had neither noble blood nor superb martial arts or any outstanding talents. His fate seemed to have suddenly changed after he was shot by Rasadalin with an arrow. The Lord personally saved him, and gave him more opportunities one after another. Not only did he become a knight, he also became the general manager of a big city like Chungha Town. This is probably your luck, right? Eric felt. But in fact, it is never luck that determines all this. Instead, seize every opportunity you can and keep making the right choices. But now, as the political administrator, Eric is a little undecided, because the Lord's thoughts are becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Sir,
Are you saying that you want to give money to the people in Changha Town?
Eric looked at the Lord now, as if he were looking at a pure prodigal.
No. It's not giving money. It's borrowing money. Lend them money to pay taxes. And they have to pay it back in 3 months or 6 months.
The Lord spread his hands and said,
Aren't they crying about being poor? I lend them money. If anyone dares to cry out about being poor, they are not giving me any face at all.
Eric's problem is collecting taxes. When it comes to tax collection, people everywhere will of course cry poverty. Liang's men have not yet learned how to face this situation. And Liang himself has no experience. Godric gave some suggestions and put Eric in charge. He divided the sergeants into dozens of groups. Divided each group into an area, such as a street or a small village, and then allocated a quota to each area. This is actually the traditional collection method, and non-commissioned officers are equal to traditional knights. But this traditional method of letting tax collectors collect and knights assist is not very suitable for Liang's territory. Most of the sergeants under the Lord came from Maxiangling and White Deer Castle. They were not from Changha Town, and they had never done tax collection. Therefore, the non-commissioned officers will appear helpless when they arrive at the place. The rapid expansion of territory will cause problems of this kind. In fact, Liang's tax amount is not heavy. The total amount is less than twice the national tax, and it is levied directly in proportion to people's property and house deed registration status in the administrative office. This is definitely the lightest tax amount in the entire Lion realm, and it is basically levied in proportion to wealth. But no matter how light the tax is, no one is willing to pay it. So the Lord plans to do something special. He directly asked Eric to take people door to door to publicize the new policy. Families who voluntarily pay taxes before the end of October, whether they are businessmen or civilians, will keep records and issue tax payment certificates. Maixiang International will give priority to families with tax payment certificates. Whether it is recruitment or other business activities, priority will be given to those who have paid the tax. People who are not very active in crying about poverty are given a loan policy. They can go to banks for low-interest loans. Before mid-November, the annual interest rate is only 12%. This interest is less than half of a commercial loan because compound interest is not included. After all, many of them may indeed have no cash. But as long as they have assets, whether it is real estate or land, they can always find collateral anyway. Of course, the extremely poor who have no assets at all do not have to pay taxes, but they must build roads or recruit militiamen. If you have the skills, you can do other jobs. There are plenty of jobs in Maxiangling and Bailubo now. If the Lord does not support lazy people, he will either provide money or effort, and all beggars will be driven out of the city to fend for themselves. If he can't think of anything and just cries about poverty, then after November 15th, Eric will go door to door with troops and force them to borrow money to pay taxes. And at that time, the monthly interest rate was 2%, and the interest was compounded on a monthly basis. What? You say this is called forced loan? No. 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 This is good governance in this era. And it is exactly the same as agricultural loans. Don't you have money to pay taxes? The Lord lends you money to pay. If you don't do it, then you don't take the Lord seriously at all.
Sir, will that forcibly borrowing money force them to leave?
Eric didn't quite understand. Didn't the Lord always want to increase the population?
If they are not willing to obey my rule, why should I let them stay here? However, if someone borrows money from me and leaves my territory without repaying it, then there is nothing to say. I will just issue a wanted order and arrest them. Come back and do hard labor.
The Lord looks very much like a tyrant now.
I understand, sir, but if nothing else happens, you and I will both be scolded.
Eric nodded and said helplessly,
It doesn't matter. This will allow us to know who the enemy is. Eric, actually, we need enemies now.
The Lord waved his hand and looked at the map on the table. Chapter 221 The Legion of Fear. November of the 355th year of the Pandey calendar. Leon is creating enemies here, and Emperor Marius of the Bacchus Empire is considering how to deal with the enemies created by the Bacchus themselves. 2 months ago, Emperor Marius personally scaled the walls of Siyuan City and began an arduous and long battle to defend the capital with the rebels of Shila Yuzes. His Majesty the Emperor personally stood on the city wall, which was a huge encouragement to the people of Siyuan City, and the morale of the soldiers in Siyuan City naturally doubled. But this battle was still extremely difficult. The military strength of the rebels has been increasing. The rebels of Shira Yuzes and Demoshir Augustus probably gave up all their territories and devoted all their military strength to the battle to besiege Siyuan City. By the beginning of October, the rebel force even reached more than 6,000 people, 3 times the number of Siyuan City defenders. Those were once the main force in the Imperial Legion. More than 100 Shadow Centurions, leading more than 3,000 peasant soldiers as before the reform. 600 Imperial Immortals formed an extremely strong offensive force. The only good news was that almost no mortal guards in the Empire rebelled. 300 Imperial Knights brought with them more than 2,000 retinues. In addition, Olega Fort in the southeast of Siyuan City has been captured by the Snake Worshippers. And thousands of people from the Snake Worshippers also launched an attack on Siyuan City from the south. If you add up the enemies on both sides, Siyuan City faces tens of thousands of enemies. However, the current Siyuan City only has 1,200 members of the Empire's Immortal Legion, plus more than 1,000 city garrison troops, and some temporarily recruited militiamen. The total military strength is only 3,000. And there is no advantage in terms of elites. Of course, Siyuan City is the capital after all, and all kinds of material reserves are very sufficient. Emperor Marius has always been confident in his command. In the eyes of Emperor Marius, the large number of enemy troops was not a problem. After all, when the number of enemies was large, it would be difficult to supply supplies. Sooner or later, the rebels would have food problems. Moreover, it is always easier for the attacker to reveal flaws. As long as they hold Siyuan City firmly, it shouldn't take long to find an opportunity to defeat the enemy with one strike. Siyuan City's various reserves are enough to last for more than a year, and there is no problem with the people's sentiment. So he wasn't too worried at first. As long as he fought steadily and didn't make mistakes, the rebels would have to withdraw from the siege in less than a month. But Emperor Marius once again encountered unexpected circumstances. The siege actually lasted for more than 2 months. Not only did the rebels not withdraw from the siege, but they fought more vigorously, and there was no sign of lack of food and grass. In more than 2 months, Sheila uses as rebels launched 5 large-scale attacks from the north, while the Snake Cult's army also attempted 3 times from the south, although the enemy's all-out attacks were repelled by Emperor Marius every time. Continuing like this was not an option. October has passed, and the enemy may have already seized the newly harvested grain in the surrounding areas. It is impossible to expect the enemy to run out of grain. On the contrary, Siyuan City has now been locked up and turned into an isolated city. After all, you are encountering enemies on both sides, and you don't get much support. It's really difficult to operate. Emperor Marius tried to lead the Immortals out of the city, attracting the rebels and the Snake Cult to the same battlefield. But for some unknown reason, the Snake Cult's army would always retreat proactively when encountering such a situation, as if they were deliberately restraining their troops from clashing with Sheila's rebels. The Emperor Marius' plan to make dog-eat-dog among his enemies also came to nothing. This is also a situation that Emperor Marius has never encountered. These heretics of the snake worship cult have actually become wise. The rebels also consciously restrained their troops from conflicting with the snake worship cult. The enemies on both sides blocked Siyuan City from the south to the north. Since the storming failed, the rebels and the snake cult almost coincidentally launched the exhaustion tactics. In other words, it is not a coincidence. The rebels are making trouble during the day, and the snake cult is out at night. It is difficult to tell whether they are attacking or feinting during the siege. They always have to deal with it. Therefore, the troops in Siyuan City were divided into 3 parts by Emperor Marius, and they went up to the city to defend themselves in 3 shifts. However, this made it difficult to defeat the enemy in one battle. Siyuan City fell into a passive situation, and the war situation has continued like this until now. Although neither the rebels nor the heretics could break through the defenses of Emperor Marius, Siyuan City could not even think of contacting the outside world. The current layout in the palace looks exactly like a frontline headquarters. Emperor Marius once again stood in front of the map. But this time, the map has been replaced by the defense map of Siyuan City.
Alina, is there any information coming in recently?
Emperor Marius looks quite bad now. The long battle to defend the city has made him quite tired. The soldiers can take turns to rest, but it is difficult for him to rest well. Now he looks a bit thinner than 2 months ago, and his cheeks have become sunken. But his eyes remained firm, and his expression remained calm.
Your Majesty, I haven't received any news from the outside world for 19 days. But I can confirm the situation in the city.
Alina has now put on light armor, but she obviously doesn't know any martial arts. She doesn't even bring a sword, and only has a dagger on her waist. It seemed that the dagger was not meant to be used on the enemy.
How do the Senate plan to deal with me?
Emperor Marius smiled sarcastically.
What else do those guys who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun do besides waste time chattering on the podium? Do they really dare to kill me? If it weren't for these bastards who keep holding me back. They did a good thing a few days ago. They have hidden all the gangsters in the city these days. Maybe they will change their appearance and become an army tomorrow.
Alina walked to the map and pointed to an area behind the palace.
Hey, it seems that they have improved and actually have the courage to use force. Sheila uses and Augustus have been harassing and causing fatigue these days. It seems that this is the reason. Right. It seems that they didn't know our plan. It's all thanks to you. Thank you for your hard work. Alina.
Emperor Marius served the wine glass again and drank a glass of red wine and took a deep breath.
The poisonous snakes have all returned to the Shadow Wolf tonight. It has been confirmed that they are ambushing behind the palace. That is, near the North City Gate. If nothing else happens, they will let those local ruffians change their defenses to the North City Gate tomorrow morning. I think that it is possible to attack the palace.
Alina looked at the tired Emperor Marius, shook her head and sighed.
Your Majesty, you'd better not drink so much. You've become so thin. Oh, this is my only hobby. Alina, don't worry. I won't fall until all the enemies are dead. Do you think we should wait for them to come? Or should I lead my troops and go directly to them?
Emperor Marius was walking to the metal jug and planned to pour another glass. But looking at Alina's worried eyes, he looked at the cup in his hand and sighed, and finally put the cup down.
It would be too dangerous to wait for them to come. You better go to the city wall. It's safer among the troops. I'm not sure if they have other intentions. If they catch you, it will be all over. I will lead the Shadow Wolves to find them quietly, and no one will make irresponsible remarks to you.
Alina gathered her hair, put on the hood of her cloak, and put a ferocious mask on her face. The mask was painted with devilish paint, and beneath the mask, the soft eyes were bloodshot.
Actually, I don't care at all who makes irresponsible remarks. You shouldn't be stained with blood, kid.
The sharp gaze in Marius's eyes turned into love at this time, and he shook his head at Alina.
Of course I don't care in normal times, but now this city is surrounded. You can't be suspected at this time. I will take care of them. Bloody. Thousands of innocent people died because of my plan. You have already committed a lot of sins.
Why are you afraid of bloodshed?
After Alina finished speaking, she picked up a wolf head-shaped emblem from the table and left the palace hall through the secret door behind the screen.
Alina sighed.
Emperor Marius stretched out his hand and sighed, then subconsciously wanted to get the wine glass, but squeezed the wine glass and put it down. Come here.
Follow me to the city wall.
He picked up his sword, put on his crown helmet, and walked out. That night, His Majesty the Emperor had been directing operations from the high tower of the inner city wall, and everyone could see him waving the royal eagle from the tower. The brazier beside him stayed on all night. That night, the palace was set on fire, and the entire palace burned to ashes. Fortunately, the Emperor fought hard on the city wall all night. The next morning, bigger news came. 25 noble lords were assassinated. Several taverns north of the palace were set on fire, and a gladiator training camp was littered with corpses. Emperor Marius immediately announced that there was a traitor in Siyuan City, and released the enemy's secret troops from a secret passage into Siyuan City yesterday evening,
killing many loyal and brave men.
In the Senate, the dead included several members of the Senate, as well as about 20 high-ranking officials and their families. Emperor Marius indicated that the enemy might still be in the city, and immediately launched a raid across the city. But at the time of the big attack, a troop wearing gray and black equipment appeared near the North City Gate, suddenly killed the militia troops who came to change defenses, and then opened the North City Gate. Obviously, this is probably the
secret force that sneaked into the city.
The rebels outside the city also saw an excellent opportunity.
They shouted, "Kill Marius,"
and swarmed forward. They showed great cooperation. They seemed to have known that the North Gate would be opened. But just after the rebels entered the North Gate, a large number of soldiers stood on the city wall,
and the secret force
suddenly attacked the rebels. The effect of this battle was remarkable. Thousands of rebels died inside and outside the North Gate. The remnants of the rebels were chased by the Immortal Legion. After being defeated, they broke through the siege line they deployed in the north. The Emperor Marius, brandishing his orator's sword, chased her all the way, and almost reached Sheila Uzes. Fortunately, Sheila Uzes ran away after killing several immortals. Otherwise, the tired Emperor Marius might have been killed by this highly skilled rebel general. In any case, the rebels were almost completely routed, and the Emperor Marius won a brilliant victory. However, this victory cannot be fully credited, because Siyuan City is still facing the snake-worshipping army in the south, and the troops cannot pursue it too far. Although the rebels suffered heavy losses, they were not wiped out, but they would definitely not be able to siege the city again in a short time. Siyuan City finally opened a passage. After returning to Siyuan City, Emperor Marius had thousands of captives and hundreds of prisoners in his hands.
Child. Are there really so many traitors in the Senate?
Emperor Marius saw Alina waiting for him behind a screen in the palace hall.
It depends on how you define traitor. Your Majesty, I can only say that those I asked the Shadow Wolves to kill were either internal agents of the rebels or heretics who were involved with the snake cult. There were no innocent people.
Alina was still wearing a mask. Her eyes were blood red.
They deserve to be judged. And so do the captives and prisoners.
Emperor Marius finally held up his own glass of wine and took a deep sip.
Your Majesty, I think they should be allowed to charge against the snake cult's army. Otherwise their whole family will be made slaves. This is the method used by the Senate, isn't it?
Alina closed her eyes, her expression invisible under the mask. Marius said nothing. After a moment of silence, Alina opened her eyes and said softly,
Your Majesty, when facing a terrifying and powerful enemy, it may be better for a wise emperor to exercise dictatorship. No, Alina, don't place your hopes on the emperor's wisdom. I will always die. A dictator may be able to maintain his family's status, but he will definitely not consider the life, death, and livelihood of the people. Emperor Marius drank all the red wine in his glass and breathed out a breath of wine.
I have seen the kingdom of the lion when it was ruled by a mad king. I would rather not be the emperor than let the people of my country live in poverty in the future. But as long as the Senate exists, you will always be constrained.
Alina lowered her head, her voice getting lower and lower.
My child, the Senate may indeed be sick, but what we should do is to cure it rather than deny the meaning of its existence. The emperor's power must be limited. Otherwise, it will only make people continue to chase the emperor's throne without any people will pay attention to the responsibilities and obligations of this profession.
Emperor Marius stepped forward and patted Alina gently on the back.
My child, would you like to sit in that seat for a while?
Alina shook her head.
I'm not happy to sit there. Your profession is too tiring. I'd rather be a librarian.
Ha ha ha. Emperor Marius laughed loudly.
My child, when I was your age, I was indeed a librarian. And I also said the same thing at that time. Maybe dictatorship is better.
Alina was stunned.
I really wish you were a boy. That way the resistance would be much smaller. I could easily make you a general and let you enter the parliament.
Emperor Marius suddenly began to sigh.
You have 2 sons, Your Majesty, and they are both men of noble character.
Alina's eyes widened visibly.
But you don't like any of them. Right. The eldest brother is upright, and the second brother is brave and good at fighting. They are both good qualities. But the eldest brother doesn't know how to adapt, so he can only be a judge at most. The second brother has no responsibility, and can only be a general at most. Army. If you let them become emperor, they will definitely die.
Emperor Marius stared at Alina and smiled bitterly.
Only you, Luciana. You are what an emperor should be. But I can't let you into the parliament. And my son is not worthy of you. Your Majesty, you probably drank too much.
Alina stepped forward to take away Marius' cup.
No, kid. I'm sober. You know, I'm never drunk. Go to the City of Knowledge, Luciana, and take my guards with you. Your father will definitely need support.
Marius stopped Alina's hand, looked at Alina and smiled.
You will be in danger if you stay here. I found the messenger of the snake cult in the rebel camp outside the city today. Have they defected to the snake cult? No wonder the Shadow Wolves are so cooperative. I can't leave. Your Majesty,
Alina explained in a low voice.
No, it's not a surrender, but an alliance. The snake cult envoy comes from the Terror Legion. Alina, if the Terror Legion comes, I won't be sure to protect you. Let's go! Leave Siyuan City and help your father. This is a task for you. After you stabilize Bashi City, ask your father to bring back those gladiator rebels.
Marius picked up his orator's sword from the table and said,
Take my sword and do whatever you think you should do. If anyone dares to disobey, you will judge him with my sword.
In mid-November, Emperor Marius organized a death squad of 1,500 people and took the initiative to attack the snake cult army in the south. There were a small number of deserters in the suicide squad. A small number of them rebelled on the battlefield. And most of them were almost all killed in the battle. These so-called death squads actually don't dare to die. They are just prisoners captured from the rebels, and the family members of some big figures in the city who died under assassination. But these 1,500 people played a great role. Emperor Marius, with the main army behind him, forced the Snake Cult army back, and burned down the Snake Cult camp and baggage. The Snake Cult army had no choice but to retreat to Fort Olega. At this time, Marshal Kairos, who had not heard from him for a long time, finally appeared with his army. He seized the opportunity of the Snake Cult army's retreat and launched a surprise attack on their way back to Olega Fort. The Snake Cult army collapsed and Olega Fort was recovered. But bad news always comes with good news. On the second day after the group army led by Kairos had just recaptured Fort Olega, Chizaw village, a seaside village under Fort Olega, was massacred, and a larger group of snake worshippers' Christian armies appeared on the shores of the Bacchus Empire. That's the Dread Legion.
How many enemies are there?
Emperor Marius looked at the envoy sent by Kairos, his face a little uneasy for the first time.
It doesn't look like too many. About 3,000 people, Your Majesty. But the 10 scouts I led were killed by 8 of their 5 knights. None of them died.
The messenger who reported the news was a Shadow Centurion. But at this time, this battle-experienced warrior seemed extremely nervous.
Your Majesty, I am definitely no match for those guys wearing Horned Viper armor. Are there many Horned Viper warriors like this?
Emperor Marius frowned.
It won't be less than 200. And there are more than 1,000 knights. They look much stronger than the Imperial Knights. In fact, I think everyone in that army has the fighting ability of a knight. Your Majesty. Moreover, their horses.
The Shadow Centurion seems to have detected things very clearly. He is a very professional scout.
What happened to the horse? Their horses look like they're from the underworld. 5 spear throws can't knock down a horse.
Chapter 222 The Enemy's Request.
Go tell Kairos and ask him to abandon Fort Olega. No. Let him burn Fort Olega and take everything he can take back to Siyuan City. Since the cavalry of the Terror Legion is so powerful that it cannot fight with them in the wild.
Emperor Marius closed his eyes and gave the order through gritted teeth. The Shadow Centurion immediately took the order and turned around to leave, the spear sack on his back empty.
Sorry, Sulla, my friend. I know that you are stationed in Fort Olega. You have come all the way to help me, but I can only sacrifice your auditorium.
Emperor Marius turned around and spoke to a dark corner in the hall.
This is as it should be. Your Majesty, the auditorium can be rebuilt at any time, as long as we can defeat the Dread Legion. We are willing to pay any price. By not letting the Snake Cult know that we are here, the Shadow Wolves can play a greater role.
A warrior wearing a wolf-shaped helmet walked out of the shadows.
You are as great as His Majesty Manius. I am very glad that I have met the wise Emperor on both continents. The Shadow Wolves will accept it. All your instructions will never be regretted.
The wolf head extending out of the visor should be to block light. The eyes of this warrior named Sulla were blood red. But they were exactly the opposite of Emperor Marius. The whites of Marius' eyes were bloodshot, caused by fatigue. But Sura had blood-colored pupils, which were obviously formed by spending many years in the darkness. Probably not used to being in a well-lit place. Sura took 2 steps back and hid in the shadows again.
Sura, I will rebuild a garrison for you in the Sava River Fort. After Kairos' army enters the city, help me clean up those guys in his army who have something to do with the Snake Cult. No matter who they are.
Emperor Marius whispered the order, but it seemed a little difficult to give it.
Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I guarantee that in a few days there will no longer be anyone related to the snake worship cult in the entire Siyuan city.
Sura lowered his head and said,
Your Majesty, we really cannot compete head-on with the Terror Legion. But the Phoenix Knights should be coming soon. General Titus' fleet will take them to land directly from Siyuan City. I think you should do this for they got their horses ready. I must thank the Ember Empire for all their help.
Emperor Marius nodded.
If you hadn't asked General Titus to bring the fleet to support, our port would have been completely occupied by the Snake Cult 2 months ago. Of course, your selfless help will earn the full support of the Ashborn. In order to deal with the Snake Cult, we must unite everything.
Sura bowed slightly, then retreated into the darkness and disappeared. 3 days later, Fort Olga burst into flames. It seems that the defensive battle in Siyuan City will continue. December of the 355th year of the Pandey calendar. Chungha Town. Grandron and father reported to Leon that under the witness of Baron Hereward, the Lord of Mystery Castle, they successfully destroyed the three prophets' lair and found the king's seal. It's just that they didn't meet the three prophets, and they don't know where they are now. But the two of them did get a pardon from King Ulrich in the Lion City and successfully cleared their names and landed ashore. At the same time, both of them lost their inheritance rights to Sherhu City. Fawcett's crime of kinslaying was placed on Mirgan, and the crime of treason was also recognized as, for the sake of interests. King Ulrich did not make things difficult for him. After all, there was no need for the king to push him into the enemy's territory. Embrace. Because his banishment by Alma was public. Alma's banishment of him had actually deprived him of his inheritance rights. As long as it was the Holden family's property, it now had nothing to do with Fatherd. The same goes for Grandlon. King Ulrich agrees with Nelda's succession to the Duke of Alma. It is also true that Grandlon and Nelda divorced. So Grandlon does not get any inheritance rights. But in this kind of divorce initiated by the woman, Grandlon can get the dowry Nelda brought when they got married. So Grandlon became the Lord of Pain Village as a knight, and still led the first flag guard of Lion Lake City. And Father got his original territory of Ermine Village, also as a knight. This was the territory that Alma obtained for Father to deal with Earl Odin after Alma occupied Lungha town last year. It belonged to Father. Special's own legal territory really has nothing to do with the Holden family. They were no longer traitors now, and King Ulrich gave them fair treatment. Then King Ulrich announced a wedding. He asked Prince Alanric to marry an 8-year-old girl from the Horton family. This wedding was not only very strange, but also very hasty. From the announcement of the engagement to the completion of the wedding, it only took a day and a half. All the problems were solved with a banquet in the palace, and there were no guests waiting for the banquet. The only people participating in the wedding were the nobles of the Lion City. As a family member of the prince and concubine, only 5 or 6 people from the Horton family were present. Just after the wedding, the first-class noble title of Duke of Sherhu City was awarded to the 8-year-old girl. Then the House of Lords of Lion City publicly announced that the Duke of Lion City would hand over all titles and affairs to his husband, Prince Alanric. According to the House of Lords, the 8-year-old girl was Alma's grandniece and was adopted to Nelda, the Duke of Alma's daughter, when she was born 8 years ago. This kind of blood relationship is equivalent to biological adoption. So this can be regarded as the Duke of Alma's biological granddaughter and the first heir of Ms. Nelda. Of course Grandlon knew that this girl had nothing to do with Nelda, but no one would delve into the matter at this time, and no one in the Horton family said anything anyway. As a result, Sherhu City became the fiefdom of Prince Alanric in name only. But apart from showing up during the marriage, this prince spent the rest of his time recuperating on the high tower in Lion City, and was unable to go to Lion City. So Lion Lake City was temporarily under the management of the Royal Knights, and King Ulrich built a new auditorium of the Lion Knights in Lion Lake City. Obviously, the king planned to replenish the Lion Knights, who had suffered heavy losses in Lion Lake City. Overall, Ulrich's decision was very reasonable, but it was a bit petty. Even Grandlon felt that this was both upright, and he had to find the rules within the rules. In fact, Grandlon and Father came to Leon not mainly to report the situation, but to come and swear allegiance. Both Grandlon and Father are now knights, and they currently have no one to be loyal to. Both of them were loyal to the Duke of Alma before, but Alma died. It is the end of the year. As the largest lord in the eastern region, Leon, the newly promoted earl, has welcomed the traditional project of the Lion Realm, which comes from the allegiance of knights and knights' retinues. Lungha town has continuously changed its flags in the past 2 years. Duke Alfan and Duke Alma died one after another. Lady Bella became a heretic, and Lord Marbert returned to Cliff Bay. This resulted in many knights losing their allegiance. At the same time, the continuous wars caused many knights to die on the battlefield. During the time when the 3 prophets were causing trouble, many small nobles gave up their territories to follow the 3 prophets, and many knights went bankrupt as a result. Nowadays, in the eastern region, these dilapidated nobles who have no loyalties, knights who have lost their territories, and retinues of their dead masters are everywhere. Most of these people will choose to swear allegiance to the largest local lord at the end of the year. The reason why they all carry out this traditional project at the end of the year is mainly because these people have to avoid tax collection time. Of course, knights with fiefdoms could not do this and declare themselves loyal to the king, but that would mean that they would have to face all disasters alone. No one would support them, and they would inevitably face the encroachment of the surrounding lords. The kingdom's tax officials made things difficult. Just like a pioneer lord, you have to face everything alone. And you can't be absent when you have to fulfill your obligations, such as recruiting for war. However, their own territory is limited, and they cannot expand at will on the border like pioneer lords. And they do not have the one-year tax exemption rights of pioneer lords. For most knights, having a suitable boss is much better than fighting alone. Especially those warriors who only know how to fight and not engage in economic construction. Otherwise they are likely to go bankrupt after a defeat. As for the followers of the dead master, they must follow a new lord to get a chance to stand up again. The number of knights under Liang, the newly promoted earl, is very small, so there must be more opportunities. Therefore, the lord has had to accept many people kneeling down on one knee and swearing oaths to him every day in recent days. The allegiance ceremony of the servants is actually very simple. They kneel down on one knee like a proposal, make a cross and pray, and then swear allegiance to the Lord. The Lord needs to hold their hands in front of the statue of the goddess of order to express acceptance. Due to the large number of knight retinues who lost their masters, these retinues were originally the sons of nobles. Although they were all second sons or side branches, according to tradition, they had to swear allegiance to the Lord individually one by one. As a result, the Lord Hall of Changhe Town has been receiving followers who lined up to pledge their loyalty every day in the past few days. All kinds of messy swallowtail flags and shields are dazzling, and the mud outside the city is trampled to pieces by horses passing by. Leon has been in a trance these past few days. He has to be greeted by hundreds of dirty men with courtship gestures every day, which makes everyone feel in a trance. Fortunately, this is strengthening the strength after all. Every time he meets someone, it means that his military strength has increased by 1 point. These people are all qualified warriors. There were quite a lot of followers who came to seek refuge. Close to 300 people. There were indeed too many noble children from the Lion Realm. There were also quite a few broken knights. More than a dozen of them. Almost all of whom were bankrupt. Some were so poor that they didn't even have armor, and had obviously been sold off. Of course, the knight's allegiance ceremony will be more formal. At least he has to make gestures with his sword on his shoulder. And the Lord also has to recite an oath. But knights and warriors are never the same. What the retinues are currently pursuing is just formal noble status, which is easy to arrange. However, what these traditional knights want is to get back their old territory or obtain a new territory. The concepts of these demands are completely different, and the lords naturally have to treat them in different ways. It happened that Granlon and Fawcett came to seek refuge. So Leon handed over all the knights who came to take refuge with Fawcett, and then gave Fawcett a task. Suppress bandits. Winter has arrived, and the northern kingdoms of Pender no longer fight each other. The kingdom of Raven once again suffered attacks from many Misty Mountain raiding teams, and the Vans Carry pirates once again went south to spend the winter in Fields Way on the west coast. Everything was no different from before. And every year after the winter tax collection in the Lion Kingdom, there would always be a large number of bandits, which was no different from before. In fact, after January next year, many bandits will return to the villages and become good citizens. And the so-called Misty Mountain people and pirates encountered in Crow Kingdom and Fields Way may not all be from Misty Mountain or Vans Carry. Of course, the lords of various countries will also lead troops to pursue and suppress them. But these so-called bandits, who are more familiar with the terrain than the locals, are difficult to eradicate. And the lords themselves actually understand this. Yes, everything is the same as before. And it has been like this in Pender for more than 100 years. At present, there are many robbers appearing around Changhe Town. But what is rare is that most of the bandits near Changhe Town do not seem to be poor people in ragged clothes. From time to time, some heraldic robes can be seen on them, although they also have a sneaky and bullying style. It is obvious that these so-called bandits and robbers in Changhe Town are not skilled in business skills, and even their level of hiding their whereabouts is quite poor. However, these guys are very well informed and can always successfully transfer before Eric's bandit suppression troops arrive. In fact, both the Lord and Eric knew the identities of these so-called bandits. But they were not familiar with these people, and it was difficult to find them. So the Lord decided to leave this matter to Father, because Fawcett was familiar with these so-called bandits. Most of them are local nobles who have lost their allegiance, but are not willing to obey Liang's rule. Some became bandits in order to evade taxes. Some were habitual robbers at this time, and some were forced to take out loans from banks and then ran away with the money. Fawcett really has a knack for dealing with these guys. He first went to the bank with great fanfare and took out a loan, using his territory Ermend as collateral. The loan amount was large, a full 20,000 dinars, and he began to recruit troops. This was a real loan, and it was made known to everyone. After all, this was the largest single loan upon a bank. Then he led his troops to create a major case. He robbed a convoy transporting taxes from Changha town to Lion City, worth 75,000 dinars. After the robbery, the knights all dispersed, and father led the troops to the village of True Brun. This incident naturally caused an uproar, and the entire Changha town was shocked. It didn't take long for taverns and villages everywhere to know that the tax money had been robbed by Fawcett. It was said that Fawcett, the former
Duke of Lion Lake,
seemed to be planning to form a coalition to jointly oppose the tyranny of Count Leon's forced loans, and was paying a high price to recruit people. There is also a code word.
1 month enters the Long River,
spread across various places. So, one group after another of mountain bandits went to Trubran. Maybe some are for the sake of taking advantage of others. Maybe some are to join father's subordinates to deal with Leon together. And maybe some have other unseen purposes. But on the last day of December, all the bandits disappeared in Trubran. Father did indeed enter Changha town on January 1st and handed over 95,000 dinars to the Lord in public. At the same time, he refuted the rumors in public, saying that someone had impersonated him to commit crimes before, and he just killed the bandits. Anyway, no matter what others think, at least the matter is resolved, and it has nothing to do with the Lord. Fawcett knew this was a good idea.
How many people died?
The Lord is extremely satisfied with father's performance. This level is indeed worthy of the Duke of Alma.
I didn't count them all. I can't count them all in the middle of the night. But my lord, I have to tell you that there was a lion knight among them. And he was also a baron.
Fawcett spoke of murder without any emotion at all.
Baron? Where was his original fiefdom?
The Lord did not expect that there were high-ranking nobles involved.
That's Trubran. But there were no villagers in that place. So he went around robbing some time ago. He was probably a member of Duke Brennis's men. I heard that his methods were very cruel. The group originally regarded him as their leader.
Fawcett shook his head.
But I didn't have time to ask his name. I only knew that everyone called him Captain. He is the military attaché of the Knights of the Lion. I'm not interested in knowing the name of a dead man. No matter who he is. Trubran still has your men stationed there. And the residents of Meixiangling may gradually move there. But Brennis won't care about it.
Liang didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, the Lion Knight died in father's hands, and it had nothing to do with him.
Do those trophies need to be sent to Changha town?
Fawcett acted sensible.
My rule here is that whoever gets the loot belongs to him. You don't have to hand it over. It's all yours.
The Lord behaved quite generously.
In addition, Father, if you can make your territory prosperous, and all the people in your territory will live a happy and prosperous life, then I will help you get Sherhu's city back. I will do my best, sir, but why?
Fawcett was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that Leon would say that. Lion Lake City. This is of course father's deepest wish. And he can even commit treason for it. But he didn't understand. Why was Leon willing to help him, when he could already control him? The Lord patted him on the shoulder.
I never treat a sincere friend badly. No matter what he has done.
It's easy to have a smart man who can do dirty work under you. Changha town is now quite clean. And everything is running well. Thousands of new recruits were called to Changha town. Jocelyn trained the new recruits very well. And the 2-month training was about to be completed. A large amount of weapons and equipment were continuously transported. And the warehouses were filled with grain and grass. Eagle Claw Fort also sent thousands of horses, which were the trophies from the last time they killed the Jazza people. The Lord's overall strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds now. And he lacks almost everything. However, the gods of Pender continent probably don't want to let the Lord take some time to concentrate on development. In early January of the 356th year of Pan Deli's reign, an uninvited guest came to Changha town. It was a pretty Bacchus girl who brought a few shining cross knights with her. The girl was holding the flag of Emperor Marius.
Count Leon, I am here to ask for help on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor.
Chapter 223 When the Red Death Comes.
Emperor Marius? Asking me for help? Miss, are you here to entertain me? If I remember correctly, the Bacchus Empire and the Lion Kingdom do not seem to be allies.
The Lord was a little doubtful that he hadn't woken up. He was almost tricked into being a traitor by Emperor Marius with a letter. Even if this could not be said to be a grudge, at least it could be considered a treason. Moreover, the Lion Kingdom and the Bacchus Empire were fighting to the death some time ago. Although they are no longer fighting, they have always been in a hostile relationship. Go to a hostile country to ask for reinforcements? This is a rare thing.
Your Excellency Leon, I am Alina. Maybe you don't know me, but I think you should still remember Knight Commander Loris. Sir Loris will tell you the current situation.
Alina looked quite tired, probably from traveling all the time. Her body was covered with layers of gray, and her eyes had thick dark circles. But she didn't care about her appearance at all. Instead, she nodded to Leon seriously, pointed at a Knight of the Shining Cross, and got straight to the point and talked about business.
Lord Leon, we meet again. We are indeed here to seek your help.
The Knight of the Radiant Cross stepped forward and bowed. Leon did know him. This was the glorious knight who led the team to blockade the village when he encountered the Red Death in Bailan village.
Sir Loris, since you are here on behalf of Emperor Marius, you should go to the Lion City to find His Majesty Ulrich.
Right.
What's the point of asking for help from me, a local lord? Lord Leon, we have already been to Lion City before coming to your territory. But unfortunately, King Ulrich is currently too busy to take care of himself and cannot provide us with help. But he has signed a mutual agreement with the Empire. Violation of the agreement. To be honest, we are not willing to go back empty-handed. So we thought of you.
As Loris spoke, he reached out and took off the white cloak from behind, turned it over and spread it on the floor of the Lord's Hall.
We are not just here for the Empire, Lord Leon. We are here for the safety of the entire continent. This was a big statement, and the attitude of everyone in the entire Lord Hall became serious. Leon stepped forward and looked at the cloak. There is a map painted on the inside of the cloak. That should be Bacchus's map, which also included the southern and eastern parts of the Kingdom of Lion and the eastern part of the Principality of Dexia.
The borders of each country are separated by a thick black line, and many places within the Bacchus Empire are marked with red circles. The villages and towns marked with red circles cover almost half of the entire Bacchus Empire, extending from Dillenport to Carandir Castle.
These red circles!
Leon realized something was wrong. The red mark made by Loris, the Knight of the Shining Cross, could not be some kind of military defense map.
These marked places are where the Bloody Plague is confirmed. The one you have seen before. The Red Death.
Loris pointed to the location next to Dillenport.
Do you remember Bailan village? We controlled that village in time, but it was too close to Dillenport, and the plague in the village delayed us too much. Doctor, as a result, 2 months later, the Red Death in Bailan village was under control. But the Red Death was discovered in the entire northeastern part of the Empire. It was a conspiracy, and it was deliberately designed to make us turn all our attention to the Emperor's landing around the harbor.
Loris's finger pointed to more red circles from Malisburg to Bosch City, to Fort Walwing and Carandir Castle, and extending all the way north. Then we clicked at Chicha Fortress.
The Red Death has also been discovered in the Seven Forks Fortress. So King Ulrich is currently unable to escape,
Loris explained.
But I don't seem to have received the summons from Lion City.
Leon turned to look at his subordinates.
Perhaps we rushed in front of the messenger. Lord Leon, we have been on the road without stopping for a moment. To be honest, the administrative efficiency of Lion City is much lower than I imagined.
Alina shook her head.
I thought you had received the news from Lion City.
Leon nodded and smiled cheekily.
Maybe. They probably haven't seen much of the plague.
But the Lord already understood in his heart that King Ulrich either did not intend to convey this news to him, or he did not pay too much attention to it. If it was an 800-mile rush to deliver a message, changing horses without changing people, it would not be slower than the Knights of the Shining Cross. Leon did not doubt what Alina and Loris said. He could see that Loris was not lying, and the red circle on the map was indeed not used to deceive people, because the color of each red circle has different shades. The circle between Bailan village and Dillenport and the date marked next to it are even brown. It is obvious that they were painted several months ago. Loris's finger was still moving on the map, and finally pointed to Serenes, a village under Changha town, which was now the territory of the mediocre but kind Knight Morgan.
You mean, the Red Death has spread to my territory?
Leon stood up suddenly and frowned.
Maybe not yet, but it will happen sooner or later. We have informed the Lion King about this. So he immediately signed a non-aggression agreement with the Empire. As for Serenes village, fortunately, there are not many people here. We have not found any cases in the village. But we found a snake worshipper in the village, and I have killed him. I think you can understand what it means for the snake worshippers to appear there.
Loris nodded and told what he knew. Apparently they checked it out when they came from Lion City.
Lord Liang, you have probably heard about the current situation in the Empire. Under the war and plague, many civilians will definitely flee north into your territory. Perhaps we should be grateful that you burned down the Shield Wind Fortress in the previous war,
Alina added.
In this case, I must first ensure the safety of my territory. Anson, divide your medical team into 3 groups, and follow the 3 Noldor patrols to inspect the territory to determine whether there are signs of plague. Eric, immediately declare full military control along the border. Any suspicious objects found will be arrested directly. Anyone who resists or forcibly enters the country will be killed on the spot. Go now.
The Lord didn't waste a second. After understanding the situation, he sent his men out directly.
Lord Liang, I have to say that your reaction is much faster than that of the Lion King. The matter we want to ask you is also related to the Red Death.
Alina bowed her chest to the Lord, and then pointed to Bashi City.
This is my hometown, Bashi City. It is currently besieged by a huge rebel army. I think you should have already heard about this rebel army.
Liang nodded.
Such a large-scale slave uprising is extremely rare. I heard about it 2 months ago. Originally, Governor Justice was able to control and recruit them. But the problem was that the bloody plague broke out in the city of Bashi during this time. The Red Death caused widespread panic. In addition, the food reserves in the city of Bashi were insufficient. As a result, the rebel army lost control and once again surrounded the city of Bashi.
Alina quickly explained the current situation.
I can understand your intention. The Red Death is raging in the city of Bashi, and there is not enough food. There are tens of thousands of slave rebels around. In other words, the Red Death in this place must be uncontrollable. That's it.
Leon also frowned deeply. This matter is indeed quite difficult to deal with. If the Red Death breaks out in a densely populated big city like Bashi City, it will almost certainly affect the entire continent. It is estimated that the city of Bushi, which lacks both food and military power, will be difficult to blockade. Those who are sick will definitely want to escape. It is also difficult to determine whether the Red Death has broken out among the slave rebels outside the city.
Yes. Governor Justice is still holding firm in the City of Knowledge and has sealed off the entire city. But there is the Red Death inside and rebels outside. The situation is very critical.
Alina saluted to Leon again.
I originally planned to go to Carandir Castle to seek support from General Creon. But the Red Death broke out at Carandir Castle, and General Creon did not dare to lead his troops. Before leaving the city, he had to blockade Carandir Castle. So he came to the Lion Kingdom. And then the disease was also found near Chicha Fortress. That's the whole thing.
Leon nodded to express his understanding, then pointed to the map and asked Loris,
Are you sure that the Red Death has appeared in the entire eastern part of Bacchus? Yes, Lord Leon. Not all of them appeared, but all of them fell into the plague. Our knights are already exhausted. Only Di Lingong's situation is probably better. But Di Lingang is under attack by the fleet of the snake worship cult.
Loris responded helplessly.
Your Excellency Liang, with your wisdom, you can definitely understand that after the Red Death becomes widespread in the City of Knowledge and the slave rebel army, where will the next victims be?
Alina said and sighed.
Those gladiators and slaves will definitely not go to places where there is disease.
Indeed, if Justice loses control of the City of Knowledge, or if the slave army escapes because of the Red Death, then the residents of the City of Knowledge and those slaves will definitely flee to a place that has not been affected by the Red Death. He could only go all the way north, escape to the Lion Realm, and escape to Changha Town. And gradually the Red Death also spread throughout the continent.
I heard that there are wars happening all over the Bacchus Empire. And Emperor Marius also encountered the Terror Legion?
Leon looked at the map again, then turned and returned to his seat.
Yes. His Majesty the Emperor is currently unable to escape from Siyuan City. Otherwise we would not have asked you for help.
Alina nodded.
As long as there is a group of elite troops, like the Knights of the Radiant Cross, who are not afraid of the Red Death, plus a large amount of food, the current predicament can be solved. And as far as I know, you have both. And only you can lead the Noldor into battle. The Noldor will not be affected by the Red Death.
Indeed, Liang has both the elite Noldor troops and countless grains in his hands. But Alina obviously only came with the attitude of giving it a try. And her hesitant eyes revealed her lack of confidence in asking for help this time.
I understand. Miss Alina, please let me think.
Leon turned around, looked at the map hanging behind his seat, and was silent for a while.
Earl Leon, we will not let you pay in vain. If you have any requests, you can ask.
Seeing that Leon didn't speak, Alina seemed a little impatient. Next to him, Loris stretched out his hand to stop Alina and shook his head at her. This Radiant Cross Knight is probably not as smart as Alina, but he is obviously better at bargaining than Alina.
Why don't you two go to the official post to rest first? This is not a trivial matter. I have to discuss it with my subordinates. Miss Alina,
it takes time to assemble vehicles, food and troops, and you look too tired.
Leon turned around and motioned to the guards at the door to take Alina and a few knights of the Radiant Cross to rest. But he never mentioned any requirements or conditions.
Sir, do you really intend to help the Bacchus Empire?
Lisa Dillon emerged from the darkness in the corner.
This is not for Bacchus. This is for my own territory. But to be honest, I am a little hesitant.
Leon sighed.
I know they are not being alarmist. If places like Bashi City cannot control it, the Red Death will inevitably spread throughout the continent. But, however, if you help the Bacchus Empire at this time, the Lion King and many lords of the Lion Kingdom will probably regard you as a formidable enemy. You have not received any instructions from the Lion City, and you have not even contacted you. No announcement of the truce from Bacchus was sent. King Ulrich's intention is obvious.
When Deerfew came out from another corner and helped the Lord catch the unspoken words.
Yes.
Leon sighed. The king's intention is indeed obvious. He wants to sit back and watch the Bacchus Empire fall into chaos. But he may not know the severity of the Red Death, nor does he fully understand the horror of the snake cult. After all, the kingdom of the lion has rarely been attacked by the Red Death for more than 100 years, and the snake worshippers rarely enter the kingdom of the lion to cause trouble.
Alas, Rasadalin, go and send a message to White Deer Castle and ask Vindatil and Neuer to bring the Nolder troops over.
Leon frowned and gave the order hesitantly.
Have you decided? This is very dangerous. My lord. Moreover, if Aldarion knows about this, he may become a huge obstacle.
Wendy tilted her head, a little surprised that the Lord decided to mobilize the Nolder troops so quickly. Aldarion, who had originally wanted to sit back and watch the vast majority of humanity die, would have been happy to see the entire continent fall into the Red Death. Leon had previously used bomb threats, coupled with the safety of the Nolder people and the charm of Vindatil, to finally get Aldarion to stop. Now that the snake cult has launched a large-scale bloody plague, Aldarion is afraid will be more thoughtful. Even though he would not contribute to the plague, he would certainly not be happy to see Leon mobilize the Nolder troops to fight in Bacchus.
No, I haven't decided yet. But no matter what, it is necessary to prepare early.
Leon really hasn't thought about it yet. No matter how he decides, this matter will have a huge impact on him. And no matter how he decides, he will have to pay a huge price.
Rasadalin, you have been in the south, and you should have seen the Red Death. Are the Nolder elves really not affected by the Red Death?
Just when Lisa Dillon was about to pass on the order, Leon stopped him.
Sir, as far as I know, in most cases it is not the case. Probably because we have stronger vitality. We rarely contract other diseases. In fact, I have also encountered people who are not affected by Red in the south. I have also seen humans affected by fatal diseases, and humans who recovered after contracting the disease. They were all strong warriors. So I think no matter what kind of plague, as long as the vitality is strong enough, it should be able to resist it. But with most humans in terms of vitality, it is indeed more difficult to face the Red Death.
Lisa Dillon gave a very scientific answer. Indeed, no matter what kind of virus causes the disease, as long as the human body's immunity is strong enough to recognize and defeat the virus in the body, it will naturally heal itself. However, Rasadalin looked at it in terms of vitality, which was actually correct. The Nolder elves apparently possess an energy within their bodies that humans do not possess. This energy makes them much more resistant to disease than humans, and their lifespans are also much higher than humans. This energy is of course the real magic power, the magic power possessed only by the immortal race. Therefore, in the traditional concept of elves, it makes sense to regard non-magical races that do not have long lifespans as inferior creatures. The next morning, the inner fort of Changha town, Alina came to the inner castle to find Leon early. Outside the inner castle, she was surprised to see a large number of carriages. A carriage carrying grain.
Outside the inner fort is the headquarters of Changha Express. Now most of the carriages in the entire Changha Express have been summoned, and many people are still loading the trucks.
Where is Lord Leon?
Alina asked the guard at the gate of the inner castle. trembling with excitement.
Miss, you should probably go to the Lord's Hall. My lord is not in the inner castle.
The guard at the door obviously didn't know Liang's whereabouts.
I've been there, but he's not in the Lord's Hall.
Alina looked around and found Eric, whom she had met in the Lord's Hall yesterday, at the entrance of Shanghai Express's headquarters.
You are Mr. Eric. Right. Where is Mr. Leon? These are Mr. Leon.
Alina ran up to Eric holding up her skirt.
My dear lady, you actually remember my name?
Eric was very surprised.
Master Leon is probably in the military camp right now. You can wait for him at the post house. He will come to you after he is done with his work.
Yesterday, Leon just called Eric when giving the order. Eric himself didn't even say a word. How could this lady from Bacchus actually remember him? Have a photographic memory? Eric himself didn't even remember this lady's name, so he could only call her Honorable Lady. Alina let out a long breath, looked at the sky, and murmured,
Demai is on top.
It seemed that Leon was indeed planning to agree to her request. But after returning to the inn, Alina became a little restless. She kept pacing back and forth, thinking nervously.
Miss Alina, what's wrong with you? It seems that Mr. Leon has agreed to our request, which is obviously a good thing.
Knight of the Radiant Cross Loris shook his head vigorously, probably because his eyes were dazzled by Alina.
Of course it's a good thing, but it's also too good and too smooth. This kind of smoothness often means a greater price. Loris, I don't know what I should exchange for his help now.
Chapter 224. What does he want? Alina clenched her hands into fists and began to pace back and forth again, looking very worried.
Just as I said before, it should be okay. Right.
Loris was a little confused.
What I considered before was 100,000 dinars, allowing him to establish trade routes within the empire, promising not to attack his territory, and repaying him with double the amount of food. Maybe these are indeed what he wants. But the problem is that he didn't do anything yesterday. He didn't negotiate terms with us, and started mobilizing food and troops today directly. This probably means that he has more special requirements, and we may not be able to meet his requirements.
Alina sighed.
He once captured my father, but released him easily. If it weren't for my father's close relationship with His Majesty, I'm afraid he would have been reprimanded like Livius. This is not a common-sense decision. Card guy.
But Loris shook his head.
Alina, in my opinion, Mr. Leon may not make any excessive demands.
Alina stopped and turned her head.
Why? There are many people who will not show mercy when facing enemies, but they will not care too much about personal interests when it comes to big issues. This is true for both His Majesty the Emperor and your father.
Loris pointed to the sword at Alina's waist. It was the Orator's sword of the Emperor Marius.
The same goes for you, Knight Commander Loris. But, do you think Count Leon also has such a noble character? My father only said that he was difficult to deal with, but he didn't say anything about his character.
Alina asked with some confusion.
Huh? Of course not. I don't have such good morals.
The Lord's voice came from the door of the inn.
Miss Alina, Sir Loris, I will spare no effort to help solve the Red Death and the Snake Cult. But of course, I have conditions.
Alina closed her eyes and sighed, then opened her eyes and looked at Leon.
Your Excellency Leon, just make any conditions you have. I plan to capture Carandir Fort and rebuild Shieldwind Fortress. In other words, this time I am not providing aid to the Bacchus Empire, but I am leading my own troops to capture the Empire's strong city, Carandir Fort. The Lion Kingdom has not built a strong fortress for 30 years. Maybe King Ulrich will appoint me as the marshal.
Leon looked at Alina with a smile.
I just found out that your father is Governor Justice. But shouldn't Justice's daughter be named Luciana? My name was indeed Luciana half a year ago. Please call me Alina.
Your Excellency Leon.
Alina thought for a while and shook her head.
I can understand why you want to occupy Carandir Castle. This may satisfy King Ulrich. But in this case, you will inevitably become the owner of the Bacchus Empire, the Lord's great enemy. I am originally the archenemy of the Bacchus Empire. Alina, I think your emperor will understand that he actually needs an enemy like me. Probably only General Creon will be unhappy. So you have to ask General Creon to cooperate.
Leon still smiled and looked at the sword on Alina's waist.
Since you have decided, of course I am happy to do it. I will ask General Creon to cooperate.
Alina thought for a while and agreed.
In this case, my food team will move at noon, and the army can set off the day after tomorrow, so that we can probably arrive at Carandir Castle at the same time. I know that I have to rush for time. And I hope that the Knights of the Shining Cross can clear the way for my food team.
Loris nodded.
That's great. Of course we will do our best. Very good. I still need to know a lot of details. Miss Alina, please come to the Lord's Hall this afternoon to discuss specific countermeasures and tactics with me.
After Leon finished speaking, he turned and left. Alina was stunned for a while, then turned to look at Loris.
It seems we all guessed wrong.
Loris was a little confused.
Although his request was a bit unexpected. It was just as I imagined. And it was not excessive at all. Even if he does not occupy Carandir Castle. Without support, sooner or later there will be it was conquered by rebellious slaves. And even directly destroyed by the plague. No, Loris. What I mean is that I originally wanted General Creon to abandon Carandir Castle and free up his troops to rescue the City of Knowledge. This is equivalent to him not making any demands, but actively helping us. I'm more worried now,
Alina said worriedly, her voice getting lower and lower. At noon, the convoy loaded with food was ready to set off under the leadership of the Knights of the Radiant Cross. Accompanying the food team is the medical team led by Anson. Anson organized manpower to explore the surrounding areas of Changha Town overnight and disinfected important entrances and exits with lime. The members of the medical team and the patrol team have not rested for a moment since yesterday afternoon. It was now confirmed that no one in Changha Town was infected with the Red Death, and Leon was relieved.
Sir Loris, let me introduce you to you. This is Anson, an outstanding medical officer. He once studied at the seminary of Bashi City, and is also very close to your knights. Therefore, I entrust his safety to you. Already,
Leon stood in front of Loris' horse and pointed at Anson, who was sleeping soundly in the carriage behind.
Of course, protecting doctors is my mission.
Loris nodded strangely.
Is he a relative of yours?
Loris probably thought that most of the people that a great lord like Leon would take care of deliberately had some blood relationship.
No, he is my partner. But his lifelong wish is to become a Knight of the Shining Cross.
Leon smiled.
I just sincerely hope that all my friends can realize their wishes.
Loris turned to look at the somewhat thin Anson.
In fact, in our Knights, the status of outstanding doctors is higher than that of Knights. It's the same here. But the standard for Knights in his eyes is probably higher.
Leon shrugged.
You go quickly. If nothing else happens, we will meet at Carandir Castle in 3 days.
In the afternoon, Alina came to the Lord's Hall.
Alina, do you think I might have some agenda?
Leon noticed that she seemed a little uneasy.
Your Excellency Leon, to be honest, I really don't understand what you want.
Alina was indeed thinking about Liang's intentions with doubts. She didn't understand why Liang didn't ask for anything but was willing to take risks to provide assistance.
I just want to ensure my own safety, since you are all asking me for help. It obviously means that the Bacchus Empire has reached the edge of life and death. If the Bacchus Empire is destroyed by the snake cult, the Red Death will spread to in the entire continent. I am afraid that I will only die.
The Lord shook his head and smiled.
Let me first understand all the conditions in Bacchus, and then I will tell you what I want.
Then, he pointed to the round table in the hall and motioned for Alina to sit in front of the round table.
Alina was in a trance, except that she didn't have a wine glass in her hand. Leon's movements, demeanor, and even tone of voice looked the same as that of Emperor Marius. She told Leon the current situation of the Empire without any reservation, without hiding anything. It was as if she was facing Emperor Marius himself. The current situation in the Bacchus Empire is indeed quite dangerous. General Agathon had previously recaptured Malisburg after a bitter battle, and had barely restored the connection between the 3 major cities in the empire. But the news I got later was all bad news. The Red Death was raging everywhere. The Knights of the Shining Cross were exhausted, and the Lord's troops were all trapped in the plague. The outbreak of the Red Death in the surrounding areas and the crazy counterattack of the snake worshippers made Agathon dragged by the snake worshippers around Malisburg and unable to escape. Unable to relieve the crisis in Imperial Port, Dillon Port was besieged by the snake worship cult for several months. The high-ranking officials and dignitaries either fled or surrendered. On the contrary, the lower-class people in Dillon Port organized a militia on their own, barely keeping the port from being captured by the snake worship cult. However, although the large-scale fleet of the snake worship cult failed to successfully land at Dillon Port, the Terror Legion circled to the bay southeast of Siyuan City and disembarked from Chija village. After repelling and ushered in a more terrifying enemy, the key to solving the problem actually lies in the rebel army that besieged Bashi City. This army developed from gladiators was originally created by Alina and Emperor Marius. Although they are currently out of control, they can at least communicate. If they can be recruited and integrated into the Empire's army, then this army can solve all difficulties one by one. They have a strong enough military force and enough driving force. After all, they would rather rebel than join the snake cult. A month ago, after Alina returned to the City of Knowledge with the Emperor's sword, she and her father, Governor Justice, originally reached an agreement with the rebel army led by Brutus to recruit peace. The rebels still trust Alina. They had already agreed to the terms of pardon, restoration of civilian status, and providing them with enough food. Then they were willing to provide them with a joint guarantee of Alina and Justice, incorporated into the Imperial Second Legion. This is the Second Legion of the Empire in the true sense, which is different from the banner that Ledius used to defraud military expenses. Of course, gathering this army of tens of thousands of people requires a lot of food. However, there was insufficient food and grass in Bashi City, so the progress was naturally a bit slow. In addition, with a too large force, it was impossible to complete the reorganization in one step, so it could only be done slowly. So Justice sent some low-level officers to pacify the rebels, and then let some of the leading gladiators enter the City of Knowledge. Originally, Justice wanted to show his sincerity by letting some leading gladiators enter the city as witnesses. After all, the army of more than 10,000 people would definitely not be able to all enter the city. But at this time, the Red Death broke out on a large scale in Bougie City. And the most unfortunate thing is that many representatives of the rebel army who just entered the city also contracted the Red Death in the city. And most of these representatives were scarred gladiators and core figures of the rebel army. Although the headquarters of the Knights of the Radiant Cross is in the City of Knowledge, the Knights' doctors were dispersed to various places a month ago. Faced with this situation, Governor Justice naturally had no choice but to suspend recruitment. He completely sealed off the City of Knowledge and locked up those gladiators who were unfortunate enough to be infected. This was a helpless and necessary solution. But the rebels, who were already a little uneasy, had a misunderstanding. After all, this army is all slaves, and they do not trust the high officials and dignitaries of the Empire. Although Justice has always had a good reputation, the governor has a reputation as a brain trust. This reputation, which represents wisdom in the eyes of the lords, is basically equivalent to treacherous and cunning in the eyes of the slaves. Although Governor Justice tried his best to explain, the slaves with little education would definitely not listen. They only knew that many of their companions were forcibly detained as soon as they entered the city. In the eyes of the slaves, this was probably a conspiracy, and it was difficult for them to understand the measures implemented by Justice on those infected with the Red Death. They thought that Governor Justice's previous promise was to deceive leaders like them into entering the city, then divide and bribe some of them, and then kill most of them. This is also the result that rebels encounter most of the time when recruiting troops. So the gladiators who entered the city escaped from the city overnight and returned to the army outside the city, saying that this was a scam by Justice. Many people were killed in order to escape. Fortunately, the brothers Alina and Brutus were in the slave army outside the city, and they tried their best to control it, so that it did not turn into a tragedy where the inside and outside cooperated to capture the city in one fell swoop. There are already many conflicts between the two sides. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, it will be difficult to regain trust. Justice did try his best. He even went out of the city alone to explain that it was the Red Death. Alina and Brutus also tried their best to comfort them among the army. The slaves were quite reasonable, but they asked Justice to open the city gates and let them enter the city to investigate. But how could Justice dare to open the city gate and let them in at this time? These slaves didn't know how to protect themselves. If the Red Death in the city was introduced to the slave rebel army, the result would be that it would spread throughout the entire continent. In the eyes of the slaves, since the governor did not dare to let them enter the city, it was certainly not worthy of belief. So they killed all the imperial soldiers sent by Justice to appease them, and then surrounded Bashi City again. Those were hundreds of low-level officers from the Empire's First Legion, including hundreds of Empire Knights. If Alina and Brutus weren't protecting him, Justice might not even be able to go back. This feud has become more serious, and there are many voices opposing the incorporation in Bougie City. In addition, the rebels besieged the castle, and the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the city were unable to leave the city to escape the threat of the Red Death. And the contradictions became more and more serious. Fortunately, before the two sides were about to stage a life-and-death battle, Knight Commander Loris of the Knights of the Shining Cross returned. Loris convinced the slaves that the Red Death was indeed real. The people at the bottom of the Bacchus Empire really trust the Knights of the Shining Cross. With Laura's guarantee, Justice collected the remaining grain in the city and provided it to the rebels, in exchange for the last bit of restraint from the rebels. In fact, this last bit of restraint was obtained by Brutus, the initiator of the uprising. With his last prestige, the slaves have now begun to doubt the Brutus brother and sister. But in any case, with the joint efforts of everyone, the slave rebels did not forcefully attack the city. But they also no longer trusted Justice or any nobles in the city. This was not because they still felt that Justice had lied to them, but because they had killed many of Justice's subordinates, including many new generation nobles. Most of the gladiators were not too worried about killing those slave owners who had committed many crimes. They also knew that those slave owners and Emperor Marius were not in the same group. But it was completely different to kill the soldiers of the First Legion of the Empire and Justice, the new nobleman under the Reformists. Everyone in the Bacchus Empire knew that Justice was the closest comrade in arms of Emperor Marius. Even Brutus himself felt that the rebels were likely to be settled by the queen. The leading gladiators naturally had many different voices, and it was difficult for Brutus to be regarded as a common leader by them anymore. This army was currently leaderless and in chaos internally. But fortunately, they didn't know what to do next in the chaos. So they still surrounded the city, but did not organize an attack. Because of this, Alina began to try to find other support. As long as a large amount of food can be transported to Bougie City, and the food is used to regain the trust of the slaves, it is still possible to save the situation. But the Red Death was breaking out everywhere, and there was basically no place in Bacchus that could provide support. Alina had no choice but to ask for help from the Kingdom of the Lion together with the Knights of Laurus.
That's it. I came to you because of the suggestion of Knight Commander Laurus. He thought that you would be willing to help us, and that you are also capable of helping us.
Alina finished explaining the cause and effect, and then asked with some anxiety,
Your Excellency Leon, can you tell me what you want now? Of course. This situation is pretty much what I expected, Alina. What I want, is this army. This slave army that has gradually grown from gladiators.
The Lord was also very happy, and gave Alina an accurate answer directly.
This is impossible. This army.
Alina was obviously a little panicked. She had imagined many answers, and even imagined whether what Leon wanted would be her. But she really didn't expect it to be this answer.
I know that you plan to lead this force to solve the dilemma of the Bacchus Empire. You need to relieve the crisis in Dilingang, free General Agathon, and then join forces to kill the powerful enemy and save Siyuan City. I know. But listen to me, Alina.
Leon waved his hand and signaled Alina to listen to him.
Your father can no longer gain the trust of the rebels. In fact, no nobleman of the Bacchus Empire can gain their trust, including you. Even Marius the Emperor himself promised that they would still worry about the Bacchus Empire settling its accounts.
Alina closed her eyes and nodded sadly.
I admit that you were right. But? There is no but. They will only believe me, because I am the enemy of the Bacchus Empire. The biggest enemy. But, Alina, I will organize them into a strong army, and then work with the Bacchus Empire to deal with the snake cult. Until the Knights of the Shining Cross control the Red Death. The rebels are Emperor Marius' own enemies, but the snake cult is our common enemy.
Leon interrupted Alina again. Alina's eyes widened suddenly.
I understand. Thank you for your help, Lord Leon.
She bowed to Leon sincerely.
Maybe this is indeed the best solution.
Yes. Alina also knew in her heart that if the rebel army was recruited, they would be retaliated sooner or later based on their current hatred of uniting with the first army of the empire, especially the leading gladiators, such as Brutus, and Brutus' sister Elena. And Elena is her only friend. One day later, Vendida led the Nolder troops to Longa town. But what he didn't expect was that Amy also came with her female soldiers and insisted on going to Bacchus with Leon. Amy is not a subordinate of the Lord. She is a royal knight of the princess family, and Leon can't do anything to her. So an elite force of 800 people began to move south, embarking on this special journey. Chapter 225: The Flames of Death. The reason why Amy is so active is actually because she heard that a Bacchus beauty came to Chunga town to find Leon for help. So she walked with Leon all the way, basically staying together. He was probably closely monitoring the Lord's behavior. However, according to her own words, this is called
protecting the safety of the Earl.
Leon is helpless now. What kind of Earl needs a princess to protect him personally? And, with Amy's little skill, who is protecting whom?
Leon. That Alina is really beautiful. and she is also the daughter of Governor Justice. Anyone who marries her will be able to reach heaven in one step.
On the way to Carandir Castle, Amy looked at Alina, who was riding a little white horse in front of her, and chatted with the Lord.
Ahem. I guess Alina and Justice don't have the time to think about these things right now. Wendy! Come with me to explore the road ahead.
The Lord sat on his horse and looked around, trying to find something to do.
Rissa Dillon has already led the scouts to explore the road. Speaking of Wendy, Leon, do you think there will be love between humans and older elves in the future?
Amy looked back and couldn't find the elusive Windive. So a new question came up again. The questions didn't seem to be related, but they seemed to have some logical connections.
Who can say for sure what will happen in the future?
Liang's forehead was already sweaty.
It will definitely happen. Teacher Windadier said that a girl ranger has already fallen in love with Lord Leon.
Wendy appeared out of nowhere, followed Amy, and said something playfully.
Huh? Huh? Wendy! That girl ranger! Could it be you?
Amy looked back and asked with a dry smile.
Hey! Hey! I'm not an adult yet.
Wendy replied dryly, then curled her lips and ran away, hiding in the shadow again.
Lisa Dillon is back? I have to ask about this situation.
Leon wiped his sweat and planned to run away.
Wait for me. Leon, I haven't left the lion realm yet. What could happen?
Amy quickly followed him on horseback, and indeed protected him for a moment. The two of them passed Alina one behind the other, running very fast. Alina turned around and looked a little confused.
Is there some emergency? Yes, it's quite urgent. The emotional chase between the Son of Prophecy and the Princess Knight can be written as a night novel.
Wendy appeared out of nowhere again, appearing behind Alina.
Princess Knight? Child of Prophecy? Are you talking about Count Leon?
Alina's eyes suddenly widened.
Yes, children of prophecy are everywhere these days. But only Master Leon is the real deal.
Wendell shrugged. Of course she knew that Leon was the descendant of Madigan, and he must be the genuine son of prophecy. However, others did not know that the Lord and Madigan were related, and this matter could not be spread everywhere. So she did not mention Madigan. After all, Madigan was a rebel leader to the Lion Kingdom, and was hanged for this. Although more than 100 years have passed, there is no guarantee that it will not have any impact. However, Alina's expression has become a little strange now.
The child of prophecy, it can't be such a coincidence,
she murmured to herself, a smile frozen on her face. Alina had always used the rhetoric,
I will only marry the son of the prophecy,
when facing people who urged her to get married. She also used this argument to Emperor Marius not long ago. Soon after, Leon and Amy returned to the marching team. But the Lord always felt a little cold on the back of his neck. Alina has been observing him frequently, looking worried. Amy saw this and became more and more uneasy. A few hours later, Amy asked the female soldiers to
strengthen their defenses
to avoid any unexpected situations. So a large group of female soldiers surrounded Leon and Amy. Amy kept walking with Leon. Strengthening their defenses naturally meant that they were surrounded together. The Lord is not a dull idiot. He is still very sensible. Not only did he happily accept the protection, he also simply sent Alina away. In fact, it wasn't just Alina. Leon also sent Wendy away. He asked Wendy to take her bodyguard and escort Alina to the Carandir Castle to explain to General Creon first, so as to avoid any misunderstandings about his
attack on Bacchus.
This approach is indeed wise. After Amy saw Wendy and Alina leave, she became normal and relaxed almost instantly, returning to her previous state when she was a student with Leon. 2 days later, the Lord came to the vicinity of Carandir Castle, and happened to arrive at the same time as the food team led by Loris. The place where they settled was Salem Village, located between Carandir Castle and Chicha Fortress. This village has become deserted during the years of war between the Lion Kingdom and the Bacchus Empire, because most of the time it is a battlefield between the two countries. But now it has become a suitable place to stay. After all, there must be no Red Death in a deserted village. Leon brought more people this time, so he had to be more careful. Previously, Sir Loris set out with 600 carriages and more than 600,000 pounds of grain. This also meant that more than 600 escorts were on an overseas combat mission. Naturally, those carriage drivers would not participate, and could only be carried out by the escorts drove their own cars. In the entire Pandar continent, probably only Leon could pull out such a large convoy at once. The elite troops that followed included the Noldor troops led by Windatil, Leon's Noldor Ranger Guards, the Pendor cavalry led by the former Twilight Knight Jocelyn, and the elite female soldiers brought by Amy. These are the most elite troops in the territory, with a total of more than 800 people. In order to ensure the mobility of the troops, Leon also brought almost all Gatuma with him to ensure that everyone except the bodyguards could have 1 person and 2 horses. A total of more than 2,000 horses and 1,500 people. The situation in Carandir Castle is probably much worse than the Bailan village that Leon and Amy once saw. Alina and Wendy were already waiting for Leon in Salem village, and they quickly explained the current situation as soon as they met. Alina has already met with General Creon, and the communication was actually very smooth. Creon made it clear that he was willing to cooperate after seeing the Orator's sword. But the problem is that currently, more than 1/3 of the soldiers in Carandir Castle have been infected with the Red Death. Carandir Castle is now a military fortress with few residents. Creon had closed the city gates long ago and issued a death order, so the Red Death naturally did not spread. As the Sergeant Major of the Shining Cross Plague Exterminator, General Creon himself was very good at preventing the Red Death. But more and more soldiers were getting sick, and nearly 100 people had died. So although Creon is willing to cooperate, he is not very cooperative. Creon is not worried about Liang's troops. He is worried that Liang has no experience and cannot control the plague.
Sir, let me go in and take a look first. At least we must distinguish the patients and let those soldiers who are not infected get out of the city quickly.
Anson took the initiative to ask for help and planned to step into danger.
Okay, I'll take you in with me.
Leon did not refuse. He knew that Anson would be very active in treating the condition. Moreover, since he wants to become a Knight of the Shining Cross, he must face the Red Death.
Lord Leon, now I understand why you value him so much. He is indeed a true knight.
There was a clear change in the way Loris looked at Anson.
That's right. He is a real knight. Lisa Dillon, we lead the guards into the city with Anson. The others follow Sir Loris to block all the surrounding roads. Alina, you wait here. Prepare to receive General Lyon's troops.
Leon didn't waste any time and directly issued a series of orders, assigning them together with the work of Loris and Alina.
You want to go in? What if you?
Amy pulled Leon and asked a little uneasily.
I have to go in. Otherwise, if only the Nolder guards are inside, there may be a conflict with General Creon's men. Don't worry. I won't get sick.
Leon reached out to take the mask handed over by Anson and patted Amy's hand.
Follow my arrangement. Amy, you stay with Alina and let your female warriors come out of Carandir Castle in good condition. Soldiers.
Amy glanced at Alina and said no more. Then, Amy called a female explorer over.
You lead a team of people and follow Miss Alina's arrangements.
Amy is indeed quite sensible when it comes to serious matters. Alina made a knight's salute to Amy, then reached out and took off the Orator's sword from her waist and handed it to Leon.
This is the sword of His Majesty the Emperor. If anyone in the city doesn't listen to you, you can make the arrangements directly. General Creon will understand when he sees the sword.
Leon took the sword and nodded.
Let's start taking action. Everyone.
Half a day later, more than 700 soldiers from the Bacchus Empire came out of the city. These were the soldiers who had been stripped of all their clothes by the Nolder guards, and who had been repeatedly confirmed by the plague exterminators and Anson to confirm that they were not infected with the disease. There are still 400 Bacchus soldiers infected with the disease in the city, but these soldiers were very quiet. After Anson confirmed that they were infected, they walked to a military camp calmly. Leon was not able to use the Orator's sword, and Creon's soldiers were quite qualified.
Anson, do you think they can still be cured?
Leon led the guards and stood outside the military camp. This was the military camp where the sick Bacchus soldiers entered on their own. A large amount of wood was piled in the military camp.
They probably have to rely on themselves to get through it. Sir, I can only identify those who are infected, but I can't do anything about those who are already infected.
Anson answered with obvious sadness.
If you can distinguish those who are not infected, you have saved most of them. Sir, Anson, you can leave the city and leave the rest to me.
Lisa Dillon spoke calmly, without any emotion in his words.
Lisa Dillon. What are you going to do?
Anson stopped the elf killer, who was touching the hilt of his sword.
They are still alive. Anson, you are a kind person. But now, kindness can only make them suffer, since they are destined to be incurable. Giving them a happy life is the real kindness and honor. You are a doctor. You understand better than me the consequences of the spread of the plague.
Lisa Dillon shook his head at Anson, his tone still calm. as if he was deliberately maintaining no emotion.
No, you can't do this. Sir, don't kill them.
Anson opened his hands and stopped in front of the military camp.
Young doctor, get out of the way. You have done a good job. We are content to be able to allow so many brothers to leave this castle. This is their fate. Many of them have followed me as exterminators. Can understand the outcome after contracting the disease. Get out of the way. This Nolder elf is right. Letting them get a happy ending is the true mercy and honor.
From Anson's side, a rumbling voice came. It was General Cryon, a radiant crosser wearing a gas mask. Cryon had sent the soldiers who were not infected out of the city, and he himself returned to the front of the military camp.
No, although I can't cure it. This disease can definitely be cured. There is always a cure for any disease. Since the snake cult can spread the plague, then they must have a cure for the plague. Otherwise, they themselves, how did you survive?
Anson still shook his head firmly.
We don't want to enjoy the snake cult's cure for the Red Death. Boy, I've been dealing with the snake cult all my life. They see the Red Death as a sacrifice to Aziz Dahaka. A sacrifice of life. Eventually some people will survive, shed their skin and gain powerful strength, and become soulless flesh and blood monsters. They are not much different from those fallen people who believe in darkness. I can't let my subordinates become such a living dead.
Cryon sighed.
Actually, the snake cult can't make people infected with the disease recover. They are just using the Red Death to select warriors. People who are not affected by the Red Death will be transformed by them into vipers. Monster. Full of poison. General Cryon, how would you handle this situation before?
Leon pressed the sword in Rasadelin's hand and turned to ask Cryon.
Brothers, let our friends in the north see your sacrifices, and let them remember how to deal with the snake cult.
General Cryon did not answer, but shouted directly into the military camp, and then dragged Anson farther away from the military camp gate.
General, farewell. It is an honor to fight alongside you. General, I am Marians. I am Cronro.
I am. A series of sounds came from the closed military camp. Soon all sounds died away, and the camp burst into flames. The fire became brighter under the large amount of wood, and the fire gradually engulfed the wooden military camp, burying all these fearless soldiers in the flames. Cleon's eyes were filled with tears, and he kept the military salute without moving. Anson knelt on the ground and cried loudly, and Leon knelt down on one knee, using the etiquette of meeting an emperor to bid farewell to these real warriors who set themselves on fire. Chapter 226, Cunning and Generosity. The fire rose and engulfed the entire military camp, but did not ignite other buildings in the city. This was originally a camp specially surrounded by General Cryon. He was already ready. He sent the soldiers who were not infected out of the city, and then came back, just to clean up the affairs of these brothers who were going to die. He was also the first to recover from grief and sentimentality.
Your Excellency Leon, there is no need to feel sorry for this. Those of us who are alive still have a lot to do.
While the fire was still burning, he had already lifted a large bucket and started pouring lime all over the city. Sprinkle very carefully.
Everyone, obey General Cryon's order and drive away the plague from Cullendeer Castle.
Leon stood up, nodded, and followed Cryon. He would do whatever the old general did.
They all possess the loyalty and sacrifice of knights. But they are not knights.
Anson was still crying, and joined the work while crying and choking.
Knight? My child, I am not a knight either. In fact, even the current knights of the Shining Cross have never been recognized by the Valid's Charter. To be honest, all of them, including Loris,
even the Knights of the Radiant Cross are not considered Orthodox Knights.
Cryon whispered while busy.
The Charter of Valids
is the standard regulations for the knights promulgated by the Kingdom of Pendor after it unified the continent. There are many restrictions in it. Only the knights who fully comply with the charter will be regarded as legally established knights across the continent. Of course, these restrictions were mainly intended to reduce the number of knights. The original knights of the Shining Cross were destroyed at the hands of General Osa. All combatants were killed in the battle, and only scholars and doctors were left to protect the cultural heritage of the knights. Today's Knights of the Shining Cross were originally selected from the soldiers of the Bacchus Empire. This was a move by General Osa to win the hearts and minds of the people. As for the Shining Cross Plague Exterminators, they were all civilians recruited to protect the doctors. Not one of them, including General Cryon himself, was a noble child. Such a knighthood naturally does not meet the standards of the Valid's Charter, and the Knights of the Shining Cross are indeed not Orthodox Knights.
Walid's Charter? The Charter is like a female cousin. As long as your fist is big enough, you can adjust it into any position you want.
Leon shook his head and said,
Back then, Countess Valera said she wanted to become a knight. So the Valed's charter quickly recognized the legality of women becoming knights. Because all the nobles knew that Valera really beat them up. Sir, I'm a little confused,
Anson murmured, but didn't say what he was confused about.
From ancient times to the present, there are countless unknown heroes like them. A true knight never relies on the name of a knight. Do what you should do. Obey your heart, and you will not be confused. Anson.
Leon patted Anson on the shoulder.
What Mr. Leon is doing now is quite different from that of the kidnapper a year ago.
Creon finished scattering the last handful of lime in the bucket and looked back at Leon, as if he was planning to get acquainted with him again. Leon shook his head.
I have always obeyed my inner voice. General Creon, your subordinates are admirable, but you may be criticized by many Bacchus nobles. If I care about those nobles who only brag, then I can't be a general.
Creon turned his head and looked at the military camp that was still burning. The fire in the military camp has gradually extinguished. Part of Liang's troops have also arrived outside Carandir Fort.
Sorry, General Creon. For my own safety, I have to occupy this castle. When the trouble caused by the snake cult is solved this time, I will build a monument to heroes on this ashes.
Leon looked at Creon.
But I'm afraid you will lose your territory and have the reputation of being defeated. As long as the difficulties facing the Empire can be solved, the territory will be restored sooner or later. Maybe after you settle in Carandir Castle, there will not be so many wars between Bacchus and the Lion Kingdom. In fact, I don't want to stay in the kingdom in the first place. This city. Now I can get away and do what I should do, which is not a bad thing.
Creon didn't care about the territorial issue at all. He opened the city gate and walked out of Carandir Castle without looking back. Leon was behind Creon, looking at the old general. He seemed to see another Count Odin. In this era, it is quite remarkable for anyone who can climb from the bottom of the civilian population to the high position of a general step by step. Count Odin is like this, and so is General Creon. None of them are brave warriors in the traditional sense, but they are all true heroes. They all look unattractive. All are short and thin, and none possess top-notch personal martial arts. They even let their subordinates use crossbows, which are regarded as
dishonorable
weapons for sneak attacks and assassinations by the so-called Orthodox Knights. They are also not very wealthy, and they also worry about their children like an ordinary old man. But they all have excellent military management capabilities. They can all go among civilians unarmed, and they all have an amazing sense of purpose and determination. Odin spent his entire life fighting against the Cachuans, and Creon has been fighting against the snake cult all his life. The commanding ability that allows the soldiers under his command to die calmly is naturally extremely rare and will be incomprehensible to most nobles. This can only be achieved by conveying long-term unified values and creating a firm will and sense of mission among the troops. And Creon, who can give his troops this sense of mission, is undoubtedly a respectable general. But in fact, the reputations of General Creon and Earl Odin among the nobles were not very good. They were both considered by the noble lords to have cunning temperaments. In fact, this comment usually appears on civilian lords who have no family background and rely on their abilities to climb to high positions. People who have no background to rely on but still rely on their own abilities to succeed will naturally have a will and wisdom that most nobles simply don't understand. At the same time, they obviously have a relatively sincere attitude towards nobles and civilian soldiers. But what these nobles cannot understand in their lifetime, these things that they find incredible, will be regarded as cunning by them. There are some things that are completely different from those of ordinary civilians in the perception of those nobles, who were born with golden keys and are good for nothing but talking. Any lord who was born in a lowly position, but was able to defeat the strong with the weak, and who was in a high position with a commoner background would be evaluated by the nobles as cunning or sinister. Liang is now also known as a sinister and cunning person. In the eyes of most nobles, a young pioneering lord turned from a small role into a powerful earl in a short period of time. And he was also so rich. This must be because he had done many shameless acts that were not known to the public. After hearing that there were several nolder beauties around Leon, there were some more comments like, shameless. Moreover, Leon always hangs out with businessmen and does not look like a noble at all. This is called degeneration and insulting the dignity of the nobles. When Godric became rich by doing business in partnership with Leon, he was also called a self-destructive scum.
But after he went to Eagle Claw Castle and announced the
termination of the cooperative relationship
with Leon, the nobles immediately said that he was a
kind-hearted and good man.
In fact, most of the nobles who said these words had never been to the eastern region at all. They didn't even know what Leon and Godric looked like. Human nature is what it is. Benefits that cannot be obtained by oneself are of course degenerate. What you can't do yourself is of course shameless. The qualities that one does not possess are of course cunning. After all, the right to speak is in the hands of the nobles. They use their pens to speak nonsense. But they are just incompetent and want to be
shameless and depraved.
But sometimes, when a way of wording is used for a long time, people will interpret it as a slang among nobles and interpret it like a code word. Gentleness and kindness in the eyes of the nobles will generally be interpreted as being good at socializing. Justice, who has good friendship with the nobles, will be considered by the nobles to be a generous governor. And cruel temperament can probably be understood as ignoring the tacit understanding among the nobles and killing the surrendered nobles. In fact, many lords who are regarded by the nobles as cruel temperament often do a good job in protecting civilians. After all, the attitude when dealing with nobles and the way they treat civilians are completely different. Just like slaves and poor people would regard a wisdom trust as a conspirator, what the nobles think of as a cunning lord naturally means something else in the eyes of civilians and soldiers. This meaning can probably be interpreted as
a civilian lord who is good at solving problems
and is the kind of person who is smart and worth following. Now, this cunning general will go to Bashi City with another shameless and cunning enemy to continue doing things that the nobles cannot understand and solve the most troublesome problems. Bashi City. Governor Justice's situation was already extremely difficult. There is bad news about the plague in the city every day. The nobles who are blocked in the city are making trouble every day. And the whole city is in chaos. Although Justice issued a strict order and forced everyone to stay at home and not go out, the nobles were quite disobedient and made trouble all day long. These delicate people with prominent family backgrounds were afraid of the rebels outside and the Red Death in the city. But they were not afraid of Justice, because Justice was a
good and generous man
in the eyes of the nobles. In fact, Justice's temperament is indeed relatively kind, probably because he is a cultural person and his behavior appears to be relatively gentle. But gentleness and generosity are not good qualities sometimes. After sealing the city, the nobles probably drank up all the wine they had in their homes. They had no fruit to eat, no gladiatorial games to watch, no singing and dancing performances, and they were not even allowed to walk on the streets. In addition, the terrible Red Death was spreading in the city. So these people staged one absurd farce after another in the city. Some nobles abused slaves at home and committed cruel torture and murder cases. However, because the slaves they tortured and killed were all their own slaves, this was legal according to the laws of the Bacchus Empire. Some threw torches into the controlled isolation areas of the city, claiming to burn the sick. But fortunately no one actually set fire deliberately. But throwing torches around made the people in the city even more panicked. There are also nobles who are using the Red Death to constantly report that so and so is sick and needs to be locked up, or to report that so and so intends to cooperate with the rebels outside. Then these people take the opportunity to raid the homes of the reported people and take away everything they can. Bashi City was already facing internal and external troubles. But instead of calming down, these people became even more aggressive and caused widespread panic in the city. The mentality of many idiots is really hard to understand. But Justice couldn't kill those fools. According to Bacchus's law, those people were not punishable by death. So Justice could only lock them up first. However, those guys took up a lot of Justice time and manpower. And the panic they caused made Bashi City increasingly difficult to control. If the slave rebels were not surrounded outside the city, there would have been a riot in the city by now. But the movements of the rebels outside the city also made Justice extremely anxious. Because not long ago, a rebel army of thousands of people left Bashi City. Justice didn't know where the departing troops would go. But it was clear that this meant that the rebels had begun to split within themselves, and they no longer had a unified leadership. Moreover, the rebels may be short of food. If this continues, more and more rebels will gradually leave. This is not a good thing. Although it seems that this can relieve the siege of Bashi City, it will also cause all the plans of Emperor Marius and Alina to fail. In fact, for Justice, it was not a bad thing that all the rebels were surrounded outside the city. These slave troops led by gladiators did not have siege equipment, so it was difficult to conquer the city of Bashi. They surrounded the city, But they could prevent the disobedient nobles in the city from running around and causing the Red Death to spread widely. On the other hand, only if they do not disperse or evacuate can they have a chance to reorganize. As a result, Justice had to make a difficult decision. He asked his Imperial First Legion to take the initiative to launch an attack on the slave rebel army. He wanted to create conflict and create the illusion of a forced breakout. This is the only way to keep this rebel army here. However, Justice is indeed quite smart. He allowed those nobles, who worked all day long, to participate in this breakout. In fact, he used the guards of those nobles as cannon fodder. Perhaps Justice is usually gentle and generous, but when it comes time to use strategies, he is not merciful at all. How can a person who can be called a think tank easily let people see his thoughts? Of course, those nobles were willing to break out of the city of Bashi, and they were indeed good at causing trouble. They easily attracted the attention and firepower of the slaves immediately after the battle. The rebel army was angered by the cruel and rampant behavior of many nobles. They no longer fought internally, but quickly selected the most skilled gladiator as their leader, and easily repelled the First Legion of the Empire. Then, they started a real attack, planning to conquer Bougie City, steal all the nobles' food, and rescue all the slaves. Just like they did before coming to Bashi City, Justice's plan worked, and the rebels neither dispersed nor retreated. But the situation in the City of Knowledge has also become more difficult. The re-elected gladiator, now the leader of the rebel army, seems to hate all the nobles and back his soldiers. That gladiator was completely different from Brutus in that he had no regard for anyone's life, including his own. He launched a fierce attack on Bashi City regardless of the cost, and refused all communication. Chapter 227 Battle of Bashi City. Like most bustling cities, Bougie City is close to the shore of the lake and has abundant water resources. The city is located on the lower reaches of the Sava River, where the gentle water converges into the wide Sava Lake. Outside the north wall of Bashi City is the lake, and it has the largest inland port in the entire Bacchus Empire. The port is connected to the interior of Bashi City through several water gates. These water gates are actually artificial rivers. Smaller ships can pass through the North City wall from the water gate and directly enter the interior of Bashi City. But now is the dry season in winter, and the water level is relatively shallow. You can even directly see the silt at the bottom of the water gate channel. Only small flat-bottomed barges can pass the water level of less than 2 meters. Moreover, the water gate is now completely blocked by a dilapidated sunken ship. This is not blocked by Governor Justice, but by the rebels. Justice originally just lowered all the gates and sealed the man-made rivers in the city. At that time, it was just to block the Red Death. But now, a large number of corpses have accumulated in the river, and it is impossible to tell whether these corpses are infected with disease. Today's Bashi City is on the verge of collapse. Before, Justice only sent troops to guard the port and did not destroy the water gate. After all, when things couldn't be done, there had to be a way out. Although it is the dry season, the lake outside the port can still be used for boating, at least directly to the vicinity of Wallendeer Castle. But after he sent troops to fight a battle with the rebels, the situation changed. Since Bashi City had a wall that was over 8 meters high, it was difficult for the rebels to attack without siege equipment. So they took another route. That is, waterways. Although the winter near Bashi City is not too cold, the water is still bitingly cold, and ice cubes washed down from the upper reaches can occasionally be seen on the lake. Justice really didn't expect that these gladiators could actually swim and fight in winter. Nowadays, the new leader of the rebel army has a more ferocious fighting style. He led hundreds of gladiators and sneaked into the city through waterways in the winter. When those gladiators, all shirtless and not wearing any armor, appeared in the city, a huge panic broke out in Bougie City. The nobles and residents were sealed in the city for 3 months, and they were already restless. Now that they saw the enemy entering the city, their anxiety turned into mania. Justice wanted to lead troops to resist the attack of the gladiators, but was unable to suppress the emotions of the residents. As a result, the Doctor City turned into an uncontrollable riot. Some people are crying like ghosts, some are killing people and setting fires, and some are robbing and committing evil everywhere. This bustling city gradually became riddled with holes. Justice knew that if nothing unexpected happened, there must be snake worshippers among them who were fanning the flames. But now I can't find the time to investigate. However, sometimes riots in the city are not necessarily a bad thing. After thinking for a long time, Justice removed the guards at Watergate. As a result, many nobles ran to the Watergate in the north when riots broke out in the city, intending to escape from Bashi City. As a result, they happened to run into the attacking rebels. After a melee with no one on both sides directing it, countless bodies were left in the Shuimin River. Most of the nobles who tried to escape from the city died in the river. The gladiators retreated with the rebels. But before they left, they seized most of the ships in the harbor outside and scuttled the remaining ships to seal the harbor. There is no way out for Bashi City. Justice had to close the waterways and forcefully send troops to suppress the riots in the city. But as a result, the north wall also needed to be guarded, and the chaos in the city also needed to be controlled. More than half of the troops guarding the city were mobilized, when the number of soldiers on the city wall was greatly reduced. The rebel army outside the city launched a full-scale attack. Perhaps it was also because of the change of leader that the intensity of the rebel army's attack on the city exceeded everyone's expectations. This huge army did not have any siege equipment. The tens of thousands of troops were short of food and clothing, and their weapons were not very neat. Justice originally thought that it was unlikely that the rebels without siege equipment could capture the city of Bashi. As the cultural center of the Bacchus Empire, the defensive measures of Bashi City were quite complete. Not only does it have tall and wide city walls, but it also has all kinds of defense reserves. A large number of crossbow bolts and throwing spears were placed on the city wall, and a lot of hammers and round stones were also prepared. There are several huge thorny rolling logs tied to the iron chains at the top of the city, and there are pots burning tung oil in the city. There's not even a shortage of feces. It's just that there are not many soldiers now, and there are chaos everywhere in the city, so they can't get support from the people. But Justice still felt he could hold on. After all, these mobs roared and rushed towards the city wall, seemingly completely disorganized. However, slaves have the wisdom of slaves. When this troop without any baggage rushed to the city wall, they quickly built many long ladders with bamboo poles and thick wooden poles like magic, and then connected these long ladders side by side. Of course, this is not a ladder, but each slave carries a piece of bamboo wood, which is joined together with mortise and tenon to form a wall-climbing ladder like a fishing net. Probably only these slaves can come up with such a method of siege. This kind of improvised wall-climbing ladder would of course result in heavy losses. The crossbow arrows on the city easily shot hundreds of unarmored slaves during the short period of time they pieced together the wall-climbing ladder. If Brutus was leading this rebel army, he would definitely not do this. After all, Brutus was an officer of the Immortal Legion, and he would not waste the lives of soldiers like this. But now, this rebel army all looks like outlaws. At this moment, a group of gladiators under the city raised their shields to protect their heads, and put up the strange-looking ladders on the city wall. The soldiers guarding the city wall had never seen this novel tactic. They were originally firing crossbow bolts to cause damage, and did not immediately drop rolling stones or wood. As a result, after the bamboo wood structure mesh ladder was put up on the city wall, the soldiers used push rods to push it, but found that it could not be pushed at all, because, after the gladiators put the completed ladder up on the top of the city, some of them hammered the root of the ladder on the inside of the ladder to make it firmly penetrate into the ground and fix it. The other group of people tightened the ladder inward, making it close to the city wall, and began to connect with several other wall-climbing ladders. Gradually, like ants, the slaves connected sections of wood into an unshakable network, like building a scaffolding for a city wall. Moreover, they climbed up from the inside of the ladder. This was apparently invented by slaves who had long been employed in high-risk jobs such as mining or construction. Seeing that they could not move the huge wall-climbing ladder, Justice's soldiers began to throw in logs and rolling stones. However, the wood and stones rolling down the ladder could no longer hit the slaves on the inside of the ladder. The ladder was originally made of tenons and tenons. When stones and wood hit the ladder, it seems to have reinforced the ladder. Not long after, the ladders were finally connected to form a network, forming a hole that was more than 10 meters wide. The bottom is stuck in the soil, and the top is placed on the city head. As the slaves continue to replenish it, it has now formed a grid shape. It looks like a rectangular chessboard placed on the city wall. This is indeed the spliced scaffolding common in mines of this era. Then, a large group of shirtless men shouted, "Hoo-ha," in unison. Then charged forward and began to climb against the arrows on the city. They were a team of gladiators, and they were obviously very brave gladiators. Justice was horrified at the top of the city and shouted, "Let the logs go!" Then he commanded the guards to fire arrows one after another. Although gladiators without armor are indeed easy to shoot, there is still an endless stream of slaves climbing up the ladder. The rolling wood was quite effective. The huge tree with thorns rolled down the ladder, sweeping down a dozen slaves who were about to climb to the top of the city. But there were several brave gladiators in the middle of the ladder, covering their heads with shields, and they cooperated with each other to form a sloping wall on the shield surface. The rolling log passed over the shield, then bounced up and flew away, falling far away. The force of the impact caused most of these gladiators to suffer minor injuries, but they protected their comrades beneath them and began to climb hard again. It is not easy to make and throw the rolling logs. It is impossible to throw them continuously. Some soldiers on the city wall were probably a little scared and could not move another rolling log for a while. The gladiators climbed very fast and climbed to the top of the city in a few breaths. Seeing that the enemy was so fearless, Justice picked up a torch and shouted, "Stop with spears! Bring up the hot oil!" The governor, who was famous for his wisdom, could only use force to solve the problem himself. A group of spearmen on the city wall stepped forward. The division of labor of the Empire's First Legion was quite detailed, with almost all types of soldiers present. The spearmen were still calm, and they gathered around the ladder in groups to prepare their spears. Although they were fighting hand to hand with the highly skilled gladiators, they had a great advantage from being high up. The advantage of the length of their spears allowed them to quickly control the situation. However, after standing on the top of the city, without the protection of the battlements, the spears from below the city attacked like locusts. The slave rebels didn't have any crossbows, but they had throwing spears. Although most of them were crudely made homemade throwing spears, they were still usable. Moreover, the Bacchus are better at using throwing spears. Just like the people of Filswai like to use throwing axes, the people of the Lion Kingdom are accustomed to using lances, and the people of the Crow Kingdom are good at archery. Every country has its own unique sports. Spear throwing is a traditional sport of Bacchus, and spear throwing battles can often be seen in the gladiatorial arenas in Bacchus. Although the spearmen of the First Legion of the Empire are fully armored, their spears are no better than bows and arrows. Heavy spears can often break through armor directly. The defenders on the city began to suffer damage, and several spearmen were knocked down by javelins and fell onto their backs into the city. Fortunately, the hot oil was finally ready. A bucket of oil was poured down, and a strong smell of burning was heard. Most of the gladiators on the ladder had their skin and flesh torn, and they fell down with screams of ghosts and wolves. Justice threw down the firewood torch again and lit the firewood with hot oil. He was relieved. But this ladder is obviously made of moist new wood, which is not easy to catch fire. Occasionally, even if there are flames attached to it, it cannot stop the slaves from continuing to climb up. However, the offensive has indeed slowed down. If there is only one side to climb the ladder, the rebels should not be able to attack it. However, there were many rebel soldiers under the city. They probably felt that this method was effective, so they started to assemble a large number of weapons with their shields on their backs. It seems that each of the tens of thousands of enemies has a piece of wood specially used to assemble the ladder. Just between the 2 rounds of attack and defense on this side of the ladder, 2 more identical scaffoldings were spliced and erected. Justice finally looked a little panicked, and kept deploying manpower to block the attack, including all reserves. Before long, dozens of Imperial soldiers were killed or wounded, although the losses of the rebel army were 10 times that of the Imperial soldiers. The number of defenders on the city was small after all. If this continues, when all the experienced veterans are lost, the new recruits may not be able to do the frontal blocking work. If this continues, as the proportion of casualties increases, perhaps the Empire's First Army will soon collapse. There were only a few hundred veterans in Justice's hands. This city might really be attacked by slaves. No one thought that these slaves could conjure scaffolding that was no less than a ladder with their bare hands. Justice was on the inside of the city wall, watching the defenders on the wall running exhausted. But for a moment, he didn't know how to arrange it. He had made all the arrangements he could, and all the reserve teams had been dispatched. There was no one available around him. If he was a strong man like Kairos or Agathan, he should lead the team to stand in front of those scaffoldings and take the lead in blocking the enemy's offensive. But he is not. He is a consul who relies on his brains. Even when he was young, his martial arts was not outstanding. Now that he is over 50, of course, he wisely did not go to the front line. The rebels were trading lives for space, and they were fighting fiercely, relying solely on their numbers. In this case, Justice's personal presence in the battle would not be of much use. Instead, it would be easy for the soldiers to create loopholes in order to protect him. After sending out all the reserve teams, he actually couldn't do anything else. Hiding behind and not causing trouble was his greatest contribution. He could only watch the chaotic battlefield and watch the situation worsen little by little. There are fewer and fewer veterans in the Empire's First Legion, and the battle damage ratio has gradually shrunk from 10 to 1 to 5 to 1. The casualties of soldiers are increasing rapidly, because gradually there were already gladiators standing on the top of the city. These brave warriors trained in the arena are extremely powerful in a small space like the city wall. When they stand on the city wall, it often takes 5 or more soldiers to kill them. As more gladiators stood on the city wall, Justice sat down weakly on the steps of the city wall. He was now a little desperate. The city was still noisy, and the shameless thugs were setting fires everywhere. There was smoke and dust everywhere, and it was a mess. The prison and the warehouse in the east of the city were filled with people infected with the Red Death. Since most of the guards were transferred to respond to the enemy, the place was probably almost uncontrollable. Most of the nobles died in Bashi City, or died on the way out of Bashi City. Justice is not sure now. Even if he can defend the City of Knowledge, what will he face? In front of him, several fierce gladiators had climbed onto the city wall and easily killed the soldiers blocking Justice. The gladiators were closing in on him, but Justice did not flee. He just looked at the gladiators coldly and did not move. He knew that he could neither fight nor escape, so he maintained the dignity that an imperial governor should have. But perhaps, some people are destined not to die. Just when Justice was about to close his eyes, a clear and urgent trumpet sound came from outside the city. Oh! That was not the bugle of the Bacchus Empire. The bugle of the Bacchus Empire was a metal horn, which usually made a long and low sound. This short trumpet sound is the charge horn of the Lion Realm cavalry troops. Chapter 228 Windy Stunt. Justice opened his eyes wide, stood up, drew his sword, and shouted, "Reinforcements are coming! Fight them off!" Uh-huh. The Imperial soldiers on the city wall shouted in unison, and the originally low morale was visibly rising. Several gladiators took 2 steps back and looked back towards the city. Outside the city of Bougie, an astonishing number of cavalry troops appeared and broke into the battlefield from the side and rear of the slave army. A large number of galloping horses brought up smoke and dust into the sky. The golden griffin flag at the front of the cavalry was particularly conspicuous against the winter sun in the afternoon. The sound of horse hooves gradually covered up the chaotic shouts of killing outside the city, and the crisp sound of cracking lances was still clearly audible on the city wall. At the forefront of that force were more than 100 lancers, all wearing black heraldic robes. If the golden coat of arms on their chests hadn't indicated their identities, these cavalry would have looked a lot like the Imperial army. But obviously, these cavalrymen come from the Lion Realm, because they all held long lances, and after the lances shattered, they drew out the long swords on their backs, and their fighting style was very similar to that of traditional knights. This is the Penn cavalry led by Jocelyn, and it is also the result of his training for more than 2 months. This former recruit instructor of the Twilight Knights indeed has an extremely good training level. The recruits grow faster under his hands than under the paladin Roland. Liang himself is also in this team. In fact, he was at the front of the team at the moment, leading the charge with Jocelyn. Jocelyn has now become Liang's flag officer. He is now wearing 2 layers of heavy armor, holding a big flag, and riding a majestic heavy armor horse. His horse is very special. It is a gelding found among the trophies of the Gato people after the battle at Eagleclaw Castle. The breed is very special. This horse is very large, with a shoulder height of even 2 meters and a weight of at least 2,000 pounds. It is a very large horse breed. When standing among the Gatomas, it appears to be twice the size of other Gatomas. Generally, the heart load of such an oversized horse will be very heavy, and it cannot charge at high speeds. Moreover, it is usually timid and slow to react, just like most draft horses that pull carts. But this horse is different. Not only is it courageous, but it also has great endurance and tremendous strength. High-speed sprinting has no effect on it, and it even often runs around in the racecourse and actively collides with its peers, although it still suffers from the common problem of large horses and poor flexibility. Its super strength and rare bravery alone make it obviously the mount that most knights dream of. So Jocelyn was fascinated the first time she saw the horse. But when he started hooking up with the horse, he realized why no one, including Liang, was interested in this powerful gelding. Because this horse is so stupid. It barely understands any instructions, and its temper is quite violent. It is like a ferocious beast that cannot be tamed. Most people would not even think of getting close to it. It took Jocelyn 2 full months to ride it. In order to ride the horse, he had to go to Anson's for dressing every 2 days. But then, he discovered that he had been tricked by the horse. Because after riding a large horse with a shoulder height of more than 2 meters, it is almost impossible to kill the enemy with a sword. The position is too high, and it is very inconvenient. The horse is too big. After all, people can only ride on horseback in a leaping way. A horseback that is too wide will restrict a rider's movements. After riding this horse, it is impossible to lower your body and swing a sword, unless you don't wear armor, and use hanging single-sided soft stirrups. But if you don't wear armor, you will be a living target while riding on such a tall horse. So Jocelyn finally put on double layers of armor and the thickest full-face helmet, wrapping his whole body into an iron lump, and then equipped the horse with heavy full-body armor. A large horse covered in black armor, plus Jocelyn wearing 2 layers of black armor. The combination looked like a demon coming out of the abyss. But in fact, this steel demon has little lethality. Jocelyn can't swing his sword at all. He can only hold up the flag to attract firepower, and is engaged in the most dangerous professional flag bearer on the battlefield. The only way he can cause damage is to let this strong horse run directly into it, like a tank, knocking through all obstacles in front of him. But his appearance is indeed amazing. His deterrence is indeed full, and his target is obvious. Both friendly and enemy forces can see him at a glance. Therefore, when Jocelyn appeared on the battlefield holding a flag, the slave rebels were really shocked, and even caused a little panic. After all, such a large moving lump of iron had never appeared in Bacchus. This also allowed Liang to easily break into the army with more than 100 Pandey cavalry. They formed a sharp arrow formation, using Jocelyn as the arrow, and cut through the chaos of the slave rebels like bread. Military formation. Behind these more than 100 Pandey cavalry were followed closely by a large group of female soldiers. They wore the same sky blue robes as the falcon claws back then, and their horse clothes were also blue, but the heraldry they used was not that of the falcons, eagle, but golden iris. They are now Amy's retinues. The Princess Knight has indeed recruited a lot of retinues, up to 400 people. The number of Amy's retinues is probably second only to the king's bodyguards in the Lion Kingdom. Anyway, each kingdom has no standards for the retinue that knights can have, as long as they can afford it. Amy is extremely rich now. Of course she can afford to have whatever she wants from White Deer Castle, although most of the supplies are considered Liang's property. She will not be polite to Liang. Anyway, in her opinion, these female soldiers must be handed over to Liang soon. After all, the real name of this unit is Griffin Claws. Therefore, the equipment and treatment of the female soldiers are quite good, which can even make the knights in the entire continent envious and jealous. All the equipment is supplied by Amy, and the salary is twice that of ordinary soldiers. High efforts usually bring high rewards. With Sarah's help, the amount of training for female soldiers is about twice that of ordinary soldiers, and the level of hard work during training can probably make the entire continent. The knight's scalp was numb. Moreover, after completing the training, in order to officially become a member of the Griffin Claws, the threshold will be ridiculously high. Not only must you pass the martial arts test of the female explorers, but you must also personally bring back the head of a bandit or Gato raider. This was Countess Valera's method of operation back then, and Amy was just following in the footsteps of her predecessors. With the help of the original female explorers, the newly recruited female soldiers not only have good skills, but also have extremely high obedience, because they are not like those male warriors. For them, Amy is the only knight they can follow at the moment. This female soldier has now become a silent team. They follow the Pandey cavalry at the front without shouting or making any noise. They just rode along quietly while using their crossbows and sabers to help the friendly forces behind them clear the way and clear obstacles along the way. Behind these female soldiers are the Nolder troops led by Lisa Dillon. They are the main output troops responsible for eliminating danger. Let the traditional lancers act as the vanguard, with the rangers mopping up from behind and conducting penetrating assaults from the enemy's flanks and rear. This has been the most reasonable way for cavalry to charge on the battlefield since ancient times, and it is not a special tactic. But this unit is obviously something special. Behind all the cavalry in front, there are hundreds of carriages. Those carriages were obviously fully loaded, and there was a crossbowman sitting on each carriage. That was Creon's shining cross blighter. These days, things like chariots have long withdrawn from the stage of history. Even the Bacchus Empire, which likes to use chariots the most, has long given up on this kind of war tool that is particularly demanding on terrain. But in today's situation, carriages play a great role, because all the slave rebels were infantry, and the outside of Bougie City was all flat ground. No one wants to be knocked down by a carriage, And no one wants to face the arrows of the Noldor, or the crossbows of the Blightbuster. The rebel army fell into complete chaos in just a few minutes. This rabble began to run around in disorder. It was a large force with a large number of people, but lacked effective management. Its biggest drawback was clearly revealed at this moment. The gladiators on the city wall saw all this. They knew that they had lost their backup. Facing the approaching Imperial soldiers, they wisely chose to retreat, and quickly retreated from the scaffolding. Justice let out a long breath. At this moment, Liang had successfully broken into the center of the battlefield with his cavalry. There was a large group of gladiators here, who did not panic or flee. Instead, they formed a circular formation and stood ready with their shields raised. Despite this situation, they did not flee. It was obvious that the leader of the rebel army was here. Surround them! Liang waved his hand and motioned for Jocelyn to lead the charge and disperse the surrounding rebels, while he led the Noldor guards to surround the group of gladiators. The following carriages gradually stopped here, and hundreds of carriages formed an arc-shaped formation, blocking the group of gladiators between the city wall and the formation.
Brutus! Elena! I'm Alina! Are you here?
Alina got off a carriage and ran over calling her friend's name.
Humph! Brutus, these nobles are looking for you. You really want to lead us to death on purpose.
The group of gladiators dispersed, and a few burly men walked out. They held a scarred man in their hands.
Brutus, why do you do this? He saved you. But you?
Alina screamed and stepped forward. Brutus had obviously been brutally tortured. There were scars all over his body, but they were not fatal. Leon grabbed her and said,
Don't go there. They are no longer the same as the gladiators you know. You can tell by looking at this guy's dress that some of them have changed their minds.
Alina looked at the burly gladiators opposite. Among them was a particularly tall guy holding a crescent axe. He had a gold wristband on his arm, and wore an exquisite half-body armor. He even wore on his head was a nondescript gold crown. It was probably a ring made of a beaten gold bar, probably an imitation of Emperor Marius's crown of wheat. There are also golden leggings on the legs, and the whole body is covered with gold jewelry. Most of them are crudely made, but they are still shining with gold. Looking at this guy's dress, you can tell that this person's desire for gold may be far greater than the freedom of the slaves who follow him.
So, you are the leader of this unit now? What is your name?
Leon stepped forward and asked.
That's the Orator's sword. Right. The Emperor's sword is actually in the hands of a lord of the Lion Realm? Huh.
The guy was looking at the sword in Liang's hand, and turned a deaf ear to Liang's questions.
You should know your current situation. Gladiators, I don't want to kill you. Tell me your name, and have your troops surrender.
Leon looked at the weak Brutus, then at the guy with the golden body, and pointed the sword in his hand at him.
Surrender? And then be buried alive or hanged? Do you think I will still believe nobles like you?
The gladiator held the weak Brutus in front of him by his collar and pulled him up.
That noble asked me to surrender. Brutus, is that your plan? Ha 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 ha.
After saying that, a headbutt hit Brutus in the face. Blood splattered everywhere.
Are you crazy? Let him go.
Alina screamed.
Humph. I know that Brutus is a member of the Immortal Legion. I also know that you are the daughter of justice. Miss Alina, I will never trust you again. I want Brutus to live. Just let us get out of here.
The leading gladiator looked at Alina and lifted Brutus up again.
I never expected that a brave gladiator could do such a thing that only ruffians can do.
Leon took off his helmet and stepped forward. The disdain on his face was very clear.
Kidnapping one of your own people on the battlefield? This is really good.
A group of gladiators looked at each other. Obviously, Leon had stimulated their fragile self-esteem.
As long as Brutus is in our hands, they don't dare to kill us. If both us and Brutus die, an army of tens of thousands will devour them all.
Seeing that the others seemed a little uneasy, the leading gladiator turned around and said to the others,
You should be able to tell that I am from the Lion Realm. I don't care who you kidnap. As long as I have food in my hand, your troops will naturally obey my command.
Leon glanced at the gladiators present, then raised his sword.
Kill them! Wait! Don't you want the lives of their siblings?
The leading gladiator obviously didn't expect that Leon would order the killing indifferently. He seemed a little panicked. He left Brutus behind, opened his hands, and took a few steps forward.
What brother and sister? Him? What does he have to do with me? Are you threatening me with the lives of your own comrades? This is probably the biggest joke I have heard this year.
Leon did laugh and shook his head while laughing.
How did an idiot like you become the leader of so many people? Then I'll kill you.
The leader suddenly rushed towards Leon quickly, and the gladiators behind him also rushed towards him.
No! Castro! No!
Brutus, who fell to the ground weakly, pushed himself up and shouted,
You will ruin everyone!
But as he shouted, the gladiator known as Castro had already rushed in front of Leon. The Lord is not a soft persimmon, and he himself is a habitual criminal who kidnaps others. Naturally, it can be seen that this guy seems to have other plans. Seeing Castro rushing towards him, he did not fight, but drove his horse to move sideways, blocking Alina's side. Castro was holding a crescent axe in his hand. When he saw Leon blocking his real target with his horse, he stopped suddenly again, stretched out his hand, and threw the crescent axe towards Leon. Leon knew he couldn't hide, so he swung his sword to block the crescent axe. There was only a bang sound, and the axe was indeed blocked. But the huge force almost made Liang's sword fly out of his hand. The right hand holding the sword hilt actually lost consciousness for a while, and kept shaking. The strength is so great. After Nicastro threw the throwing axe, he did not continue to attack Leon. Instead, he drew a long knife and rushed from the right side of the Lord to behind Leon. His target is Alina. 2 Nolder Rangers quickly gathered around and stood in front of Castro. But the long knife swept left and right, and instantly chopped down 2 Nolder Rangers. It was slashed on the shields, and it did not cause any damage. But the strength alone caused the 2 Nolder Rangers to fall out. Being light in weight does have its disadvantages. Although the Nolder are not small in strength, they are easily chopped down due to their lack of weight. Fortunately, the 2 Nolder blocked this attack. Alina smartly began to retreat, and several Nolder surrounded her again. But Castro held the long knife and swept away the Nolder again like a strong wind. The long knife in his hand was so powerful that no one could stop him for a while. This is a true master. No wonder he was chosen as the leader of the gladiators. At this time, other gladiators also swarmed towards Liang's position. The distance was too close, so Liang had to hand the sword to his left hand and resolve the crisis around him first. It was too late to pay attention to others. When cavalry loses its speed, it actually has no advantage against infantry, especially against such a strong and flexible gladiator. Although most of the gladiators did not have armor, they rushed into the crowd so quickly that the Nolder guards were unable to fire arrows, and could only respond to the enemy with swords and shields. Fortunately, both the Nolder Rangers and Leon himself have very good defensive equipment. Gladiators mostly use low-quality swords. As long as they are not stabbed, it is difficult to cause too much damage by just chopping. But that Castro is really very skilled. Several Nolder Rangers could not restrain him. This guy's sword is extremely fast, and the long sword brings out numerous shadows when it flies. And the sound of breaking the wind is extremely harsh. The sound of horses neighing could be heard. That long sword was specially designed to attack the lower third root. The Nolder guards are light rangers. They can't protect a horse's legs. The Nolder guards, who were besieging them on horseback, were chopped down one after another by Castro's slashes from left and right. Although only the horses were slashed, none of the Nolder were injured. But a gap was quickly opened in front of the formation. But there was no longer any guard in front of Alina, and Castro was still running forward, only a few meters away from her. At this moment, a petite figure appeared like a ghost, holding a long sword and pulling Alina behind him. That's Windolf. Castro failed to rush to Alina, and 7 or 8 Nolder Rangers surrounded him again. Several horses fell to the ground and neighed. These Rangers were now fighting, but they were more agile. A little more. But the long knife in Castro's hand was flying left and right, and the Nolder Rangers were unable to get close. Seeing that the Nolder Rangers would not be able to deal with Castro for a while, Wendy pushed Alina back slightly.
Stand back. I'll kill him.
Then, she faced Castro with her sword in hand. The weapon in Wendy's hand may be regarded as a special version of the Nolder sword, which is thinner and narrower than Rasadelin's sword. It was probably tailor-made for Wendy by the Fenway family. Wendy's pace went from slow to fast, and finally she leaned down and started running close to the ground. Castro was being besieged by a dozen Rangers. Although he saw Wendy running towards him, he had no time to respond. In desperation, he shouted with all his strength,
Get out!
The long sword swept in a circle, swinging away all the weapons of the Nolder. Several Nolder took several steps back, and one Ranger was even thrown 3 meters away by its powerful force. However, after this powerful sweep, Castro's door opened wide, and a Nolder Ranger slashed out a sword close to the ground. This sword hit Castro's calf. Blood spattered, and the bones were broken. The sound is clear and audible. But Nicastro was obviously a ruthless person. He was so injured, but he managed not to fall to the ground. Instead, he shouted and turned around, the long knife in his hand following the sweeping trend, and flew towards Wendy. He swung a powerful and heavy horizontal slash in the direction. There was even bone fragments in his calf. This is the fighting style of a fierce general who is not afraid of death. The long swords of both hands are cut smoothly and bring out the light of the sword like a full moon. It is obvious that the speed and strength of the sword have reached the extreme. If you are hit by this knife, even the steel shield will be broken with one blow. And Wendy, who was rushing towards the knife, looked like she might be cut in two. But in this flash of lightning, Wendy seemed to make a leap forward, and then disappeared as if out of thin air. Before anyone on the field could react, they saw Wendy do a forward somersault and land behind Castro. Castro was struck by a sword on his leg, and he used force again. His calf had been twisted into a shape that was difficult to look at directly. The white bones had pierced the muscles in his leg and were exposed. He could no longer support his body. But there was a sound of G.G. in his throat, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his neck. Then his calves became more twisted, and he gradually fell to the ground. Only Alina, who was behind Wendy, could see it clearly. After getting close to Castro, Wendy jumped forward like a ghost, staying close to the ground to avoid the powerful and heavy knife. After jumping forward, she actually bounced up to the height of a person with one hand on the ground. Then, while standing upside down in the air, she swung a sword at Castro's neck like lightning before turning over and landing. The whole set of movements is like flowing clouds and flowing water, with an indescribable beauty. This is an amazing killing technique. Alina stared blankly at Wendy in front of her, and stammered, "Wendy, thank you." Chapter 229 Enemies of the Empire. The Lord used his left hand to kill several gladiators around him, and turned around just in time to see Wendy standing upside down in the air and swinging a stunning sword. This kind of fancy gymnastics-like movements can actually be a killing technique. Leon suddenly had a new understanding of women's gymnastics. Sure enough, every sport was originally associated with war. Of course, Leon is quite envious of Wendy's dexterity. But most people cannot learn such gymnastics moves. It not only requires talent, but also needs to be cultivated from an early age. In fact, what Leon envied even more was the strength of Castro. This gladiator did not sacrifice agility because of his strong strength. His movements were amazingly fast, and there seemed to be no problem with his brain. In fact, Liang's martial arts is considered top-notch among humans. It is difficult to find an opponent in a one-on-one situation. Even masters, like Roland or Jocelyn, are no match for the Lord when fighting alone. For most people, with Liang's skills, there is a high probability that they can walk safely on this continent. Just like Sir Roland, he has been hunted by the Knights of the Dawn for several years, from Barclay to Pendor. But he is still alive, and kicking, and doing good deeds along the way. But I don't know why. Probably because the Lord has a different physique. Leon always encounters those inhuman monsters, such as Alaric the Loud, such as the Three Prophets, such as the Castro who just fell. Perhaps Aldarion and Vindidal should also be added. Each of these men possesses terrifying power. Leon does not know his own strength attributes. His system cannot see his own strength, and cannot add points to the basic attributes. But he can roughly estimate that he should generally belong to a relatively high level among humans, comparable to most of the great swordsmen of Medenheim, and slightly inferior to talented macho men like Close. After all, he has now increased Iron Bone and Power Attack to level 8, but cannot improve it any further. Judging from this, if it is a horse riding and slashing game, Liang's strength attribute is probably between 24 and 26. Skills such as Strong Attack and Iron Bone in the game have requirements for basic strength attributes. Every 3 points of strength corresponds to a level of Iron Bone. Skills such as Strong Attacks, of course, require enough available skill points. In fact, this is already considered very powerful, and the limit of human strength is probably 33. However, the enemies that Liang encountered were estimated to have a strength attribute of over 50, which was twice that of Liang. It was basically impossible to reach this level just by training alone. The Three Prophets are even more extreme. They can repel charging horses at a standstill and can kick Close, who weighs more than 200 pounds, several meters away. Their strength is probably over 100. Not to mention the Nolder Elves and the Three Prophets. They are not ordinary people. They have some magic power, and it is understandable that they exceed human limits. Alaric took drugs, Although he gained strength beyond human limits, he was also forced to drink beyond human limits. And he was already half crazy. But this Castro is obviously in good spirits and doesn't look like he's on drugs. But why does he have such power? Although he can defeat these opponents every time with outside help, it seems too frequent to encounter so many scary guys in 1 year. The Lord now has a deep sense of crisis. And the military formation is not very safe. There are too many monsters and ghosts in Pender. After Castro's body collapsed, the brief battle came to an end. The other gladiators did not have the strength and skill of Castro. After paying a dozen corpses, the remaining gladiators chose to surrender to save their lives.
Brutus, what's going on with this Castro?
Alina stepped forward and asked.
He is the champion in the Siouan City Gladiator Arena. The strongest among the gladiators currently alive. I actually don't know if his name is Castro. He has been through 5 gladiator training camps. I asked my name 5 times.
Brutus stood up with some difficulty.
He planned to make us independent warlords. But I have always disagreed. So a few days ago, he used a gladiator method to make others obey his orders. Gladiator style? You mean a joust?
Leon looked at the injuries on Brutus. They didn't look like torture, but injuries caused by heavy punches with bare hands. They were not fatal, but probably had a few broken ribs.
Yes. If you want a gladiator to obey, you can only use the gladiator's method. The winner has the final say. But I am not his opponent. Fortunately, you chose to fight with bare hands. It's good to be able to survive against a person with such strange strength. How could he have such power?
Leon wanted to know where Castro's power came from.
According to his own statement, he was made like this by some snake worshippers. But no one knows exactly what happened. Are you a subordinate of General Creon? I have never seen you.
Brutus saw Creon, who was cleaning up the battlefield with the plague hunters. Obviously, he did not know Leon.
My name is Leon. Maybe you have heard of my name, but it probably doesn't have a good reputation.
The Lord pointed at Jocelyn, who was still circling the battlefield to drive away the remaining troops. The dark steel fortress still held the griffin flag.
You are the devil lord of the Lion Kingdom. Sorry. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Your subordinates do look like demons, and they are indeed 3 meters tall. That guy doesn't eat children. Right.
Brutus looked at Jocelyn's current appearance, and then easily understood Leon's reputation that was deliberately misrepresented by Emperor Marius.
Ahem. That's a rumor. Forget it. It's not important. What did you just say that Castro was done to by the snake cult?
The Lord didn't want to explain anymore. Jocelyn's current appearance was indeed that of the legendary devil. Leon was more concerned about what the heresy had done.
You can tell just by looking at his body. His chest is covered by half armor.
Brutus didn't have much entanglement with the devil lord. After all, he was once a military attaché of the Immortal Legion. He was used to seeing generals who were rumored to be monsters and monsters. And he could understand how such a deterrent image on the battlefield could make people angry. The enemy is afraid. In fact, the shadow army of the Bacchus Empire was also called the Demon Army. Leon walked to Castro, whose neck was still bleeding, and used his sword to break the tie of the half-armor. When the tight-fitting armor was taken off, everyone present except Brutus took a breath. There were 2 huge scars on Castro's chest, horizontally and vertically, that penetrated the entire chest and abdomen. They had obviously been cut open and then resutured. The seams were densely packed, and the whole body looked extremely terrifying. These days, being able to sew up the wound and survive after disemboweling a person is probably the ceiling of Pender's surgical skills. Even the doctors of the Knights of the Shining Cross probably don't have this ability.
Has he been cut open?
Leon turned to Brutus and asked.
He said he watched helplessly as the snake cult priests cut open his body and then sacrificed it to Aziz Tahaka. It is said that he saw all his internal organs with his own eyes at that time. But he did not wait until the sacrifice was over. He died, so the snake cultists sewed up his skin and poured a lot of unknown potions into his wounds. In the end, he survived, but the snake cultists said he was a failed sacrifice.
Brutus seemed to be deeply impressed by these words.
He will become a slave. It is said that an imperial nobleman threatened the lives of his whole family, forcing him to become a cash cow for that nobleman. But in fact, we killed Siouan. After entering the city, I discovered that his entire family had died a long time ago. It seems that there are quite a few nobles who have been corrupted by the snake cult. But what are those snake cult priests studying? Castro is such a failure. What will it look like if he succeeds? The one who succeeds will probably have his soul and flesh swallowed by Az Dahaka and controlled forever. But this person has gained power, but has not lost his soul, and cannot be controlled by the snake cult. That's why he is said to be failure,
General Creon said.
Probably this is what the snake cult sees as success and failure. But this method seems to be very advanced medical skills.
Leon frowned.
Why do these evil gods devour souls and flesh? So does the dark goddess Erida. And so does Aziz Dahaka. Miss Alina, I heard that you have studied many documents. And you know the reason? Neither Erida nor Az Dahaka are gods. The so-called dark goddess does not even have a real body. And the big snake Az Dahaka is more like a created monster. Maybe they are just the devil summoned from the abyss was just given the title of evil god.
It seems that Alina has indeed studied it.
Maybe people's worship and sacrifice can make these demons have stronger magic power. Anyway, when the power is strong enough, anyone can be a god. That's true. Okay. It seems that this way of obtaining power is unreliable. Let's consider how to appease this army. Brutus, can you still command them?
The battlefield had gradually calmed down, and the Lord shook his head and got down to business. The power obtained by relying on these ghosts and gods is obviously not very reliable. So Lord will not be entangled. Since his personal ability cannot be effectively improved for the time being, he should take good care of the army and change his style. In view of the fact that he often encounters such monsters with astonishing power, the Lord feels that he will no longer rush to the front in future battles. It will be easier to protect himself by commanding in the center of the army. Now that my identity is different, my behavior should indeed change. A commander in charge of thousands of troops shouldn't rush to the front line to risk his life, unless his skills increase so much that he can easily kill all opponents. He can try to become an unparalleled general.
I can't command them anymore. I'm already a loser. All the troops are commanded separately by gladiators. But the gladiators cannot tolerate losers. And
Brutus shook his head and looked at Alina next to him.
Miss Alina, now they no longer believe Governor Justice. I'm afraid they won't even believe His Majesty. They have already entered into an alliance with the Empire. The First Army fought 2 tragic wars.
This was obviously an open-minded and loyal military attaché. He seemed to have no attachment to controlling this army, and was always thinking about Emperor Marius' instructions.
It is precisely because they no longer believe in the Bacchus Empire that I am here. Brutus, help me ask. Are they willing to follow the biggest enemy of the Bacchus Empire? I think they should have heard of the Devil Lord title.
The Lord said. Leon's name in Bacchus is indeed very resounding. Emperor Marius and Justice's previous deliberate publicity has indeed convinced most Bacchus people that Leon is the most terrifying lord in the kingdom of the lion. Perhaps this is indeed the case now. But Emperor Marius probably did not expect that his flattery would come true so quickly. These gladiators have killed many imperial nobles, and killed so many soldiers of the Empire's First Legion. It is indeed impossible for them to be recruited by the Bacchus Empire again. And they will not join the rebels. Shira uses as rebels are not in line with the ideals of the rebels. Even Castro only intends to be an independent warlord, and has never thought of defecting to the rebels. At the moment, the Lord, as the enemy that the Empire has been promoting, is of course their best target.
I see. But, Mr. Leon, if you want those gladiators to truly obey you, you have to defeat them in a fair confrontation. They only worship the winner, and status is meaningless to them.
Brutus seems to be very smart indeed. Hearing Leon call himself
the enemy of the Bacchus Empire,
he immediately understood the Lord's intention.
Since that's the case, then as long as you beat the strongest one, that's enough. Right.
Leon looked at the gladiators in front, who were still gathered together after surrendering.
There won't be any more macho men like Castro. Right.
The Lord still cherished his life. He knew that he probably couldn't kill Castro. Wendy was able to kill him with one sword only because Castro was besieged by the guards before.
Castro is a special case. Well, you can get the title of Devil Lord. So you must be very skilled. But I still want to advise you that it may be safer to let your subordinates take action. Each of them was once a gladiator in other cities' champion of the field.
Brutus reminded the Lord kindly. The Siouan City Gladiator Arena is the highest level stage for gladiators. Each gladiator training camp must win the championship in other places before entering the competition. It can be regarded as the club championship league of this era. Leon looked at his men. After looking around, I found that it seemed that I could only do it myself, since both Leon and Amy left White Deer Castle. Windadir did not follow. She must stay at White Deer Keep to avoid conflicts between the Noldor and humans, and only she can persuade Eldarion to retreat. Lisa Dillon may not be Liang's opponent in a one-on-one duel. This guy has some side effects from being a killer, and doesn't like to fight head-on with others. Jocelyn couldn't beat Leon. He had tried it before during training. As for Wendy, we can't let Wendy go to a duel with a shirtless man. Right? Now it seems that the person in the team who is most suitable for a one-on-one challenge is really the Lord himself. Moreover, it is better to conquer people yourself than to let your subordinates control you. After all, you don't have to command from a different level.
Come on! Champions! Who is the most powerful among you? Come out and challenge me. I once won the championship at Fieldsway National Arena.
Chapter 230 Sigismund. As long as he is not a non-human being, the Lord is still worthy. And he has also deliberately shortened the distance between the two parties. But in fact, there are obvious differences between the arenas of the northern countries such as Lion, Crow, and Fieldsway, and the slave arenas of the Bacchus Empire. The highlight of the northern arena is the athletic competition. Most of the participants are knights or children of nobles. They must at least be qualified to use the swallow-tailed flag, just like Liang did in Miss Cage City at the beginning. He must be a child of a knight at least. Those who have made a name for themselves in competitive tournaments are usually recruited by superior nobles. Therefore, competitive tournaments in the north are often the entry point for the children of nobles. If you are an ordinary free citizen or a slave warrior raised in the arena, no matter how good your skills are, you can only participate in real sword fighting competitions, and cannot participate in competitive competitions. But Bacchus's gladiatorial arena was just the opposite. No nobles would participate in the gladiatorial arena. Those who fought in the gladiatorial arena were either slaves or beasts, such as lions, tigers, and crocodiles. Occasionally, there would be half slaves and half free people. Basically, they would voluntarily come to atone for their sins by fighting after breaking the law. This is a special law of Bacchus. When a person commits some minor crimes and does not meet the serious standards for being sentenced to hanging or being demoted to slavery, he will be imprisoned or sent to do hard labor. If you don't want to go to jail, you can apply to entertain the audience in the gladiatorial arena to atone for your sins. Winning the prescribed games will earn you your freedom, and you will be recorded as a reserve soldier. This can also be regarded as encouraging a martial culture, which can enable Bacchus to continue to have ready combat power to be recruited. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. Judging from Bacchus' current situation, most of the reserve combat forces may have been involved in rebellions and uprisings. As a result, the scale of the rebels and insurrectionary armies was ridiculously large. Especially this kind of rebel army led by gladiators. Gladiators in the Bacchus Empire came from many sources, including slaves, prisoners of war, and criminals. There are everyone. And gladiatorial competitions have formed a multi-level league system with layered selection. Therefore, the skills of these gladiators in Siyuan City are indeed very strong. Of course, there will be no weak players who can participate in the Champions League. Although Castro is dead, even the runner-up in this rebel army does not seem to be easy to deal with.
Count Leon, I've heard of you. You want us to obey your orders? But we have to know first. Since you are the enemy of the Bacchus Empire, why should you rescue the City of Knowledge? If you had not attacked us, we would have fallen by now. Learn about the city.
A tall gladiator stood up. He was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He looked a bit like a Van Carey pirate. He seemed to have indeed heard of Leon's reputation. But the gladiator did not directly mention words like devil. This guy doesn't seem like a brainless fool.
Capture the city of Erudition? Yes, you can indeed capture the city. But what happens after you capture the city? Do you know how to solve the Red Death? If you capture Erudition, the only consequence will be that many of you everyone will be infected with the Red Death, and then bring this terrible plague to every corner of the continent.
Leon looked at the scaffolding made of wood on the city wall, and shook his head.
I am not here to save Bashi City, nor to save you. I am here to save all the civilians in the north, in order to prevent the people of Pander Continent from devoured by the snake cult. For a peaceful life. Peaceful life? I hope so. We originally didn't want to attack the city, but the army of Bashi City took the initiative to attack us. And we have no food. We also know the horror of the Red Death. In fact, we only have I just want to seize the food in the nobles' warehouses. I don't know if this sentence of saving the civilians in the north had an effect. The gladiator's attitude became much gentler, and his words no longer seemed extreme. Once you attack the city, the chaotic city of Erudition will not be able to control the nobles who are infected with the Red Death but plan to escape.
Alina interjected next to her.
When people are hungry, who cares what disease they get?
The gladiator did not quibble, but told the truth.
You're right. You don't care about anything when you're hungry. So, I brought a lot of food. Enough to feed all of you for 2 months. But you have to bring your troops to be loyal to me.
The Lord pointed to the carriages.
You will become civilian knights under my command. There are no slaves in my territory.
That was more than 600 vehicles, and each carriage was filled with grain.
Civil knight. I haven't heard anyone say that for many years. But, do you really plan to win the respect of warriors with gladiator methods? Lord Leon.
The gladiator nodded, took off his helmet, and placed it on the ground, then bowed to the Lord. There was a big sword on the ground in front of him, which should have been his original weapon, but he did not reach out to take it. This action of putting down the helmet is a habit of the Ravenland Highlanders during friendly sparring, which means that the point is over.
Of course. This is the simplest way. Isn't it? I will respect your way of following the strong. But you don't look like a slave. Are you a raven or a field's way? A gladiator? What's your name? Name?
The Lord saw the two-handed sword, and then looked at the gladiator. This guy looked like a descendant of the Van Carey pirates, but he behaved like a Crow Highlander.
I am not a slave, nor a gladiator, but I agree with the way gladiators follow the strong. My name is Sigismund Sinclair, a homeless man without a home. Come on, Lord Leon, defeat me. I will make them your loyal warriors.
The middle-aged man who called himself Sigismund lowered his head to Leon and gestured to the sword on the ground.
Since it is you who initiated the challenge, I choose to use a weapon. Do you mind letting me use a two-handed sword?
Bar?
When one party challenges, the other party has the right to choose whether to compete with bare hands or weapons. This is the practice among gladiators when competing.
Sigismund? The name means guard with victory. Right? It fits the situation perfectly. I would like to know why you are in Bacchus and not in Ravenland. But let's talk about it after the fight. Bar.
Leon laughed, dismounted, and handed the orator's sword back to his restored right hand. Sigismund picked up the big sword on the ground, slapped his breastplate with the sword spine, then placed the sword diagonally on his shoulder and nodded to the Lord. It was indeed the style of the warriors from the highlands of Ravenland. It was a fair fight, with only swords used on both sides. However, Sigismund used a two-handed sword, which actually gave him a slight advantage. At this moment, Sigismund was taking advantage of the length of his sword to launch an attack. This is a very powerful warrior. If compared to someone who also wields a great sword, he is roughly on the same level as Frederick of Meddenheim. But unlike the Meddenheimer who opened and closed, Sigismund's swordsmanship didn't look gorgeous at all, and most of his movements didn't look very reasonable. It was obvious that he had not received formal teaching. It was probably self-taught. Not only was his movement and posture unreasonable, but he seemed to not be defensive at all and was always attacking. But Sigismund's strange swordsmanship is very difficult to deal with. Much more difficult to deal with than the Meddenheimer, because his sword is very fast. Very fast. When the speed of the sword reaches a certain level, there is indeed no need to defend. Leon has never seen this kind of fighting method that can make a two-handed sword faster than a one-handed stabbing sword. At the moment, Sigismund was leaning sideways, holding a distance of about 2 meters and constantly drawing out his sword. Each sword movement was small, which made it completely impossible for Leon to get close. Liang's sword was a lot shorter, and he couldn't close the distance, so he could only defend passively, since he was holding the orator's sword in his hand, which was not as handy as the Griffin's sword. Leon had no intention of forcibly slashing the opponent's sword to close the distance. In fact, it is not easy to cut now. Sigismund did not perform slashes. He mostly used his big sword to make very special thrusts. He does not hold the hilt of the sword with both hands, but holds the hilt with his right hand, using his left hand as a shelf to push the blade out from the back of his left hand. There is a black metal gauntlet on his left arm. The surface of the gauntlet has been rubbed brightly. It seems that he often uses this special trick. Such an action is difficult to block, because it is using a big sword as a spear, and it is more concealed than a spear. The hilt of the sword is completely covered in the back hand, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the real. This action seems to sacrifice some flexibility and shorten the attack distance. But the length of the big sword he uses may be 1.7 meters. Even if the distance is shortened, it is still larger than Liang's attack range, due to the shielding and support of the left arm armor. This action can make it difficult for the opponent to tell the direction of the sword. His left hand can turn the half-pierced sword at any time, If you block and intercept rashly and intend to block the sword that is thrust to one side,
then Sigismund is likely to hold the sword hilt with both hands in the direction of the block after thrusting the sword. Use the force in the opposite direction to slash. The initiative is in the hands of the opponent, which makes Liang have to avoid carefully, and even have to take the initiative to distance himself and keep going around in circles to find opportunities. But every time the Lord takes a step to the side, Sigismund will immediately follow half a step and continue to get stuck. Obviously, his mastery of pace and positioning is better than all the opponents Leon has encountered. Seeing that Sigismund never showed any flaws, Leon frowned, and then suddenly laughed. He suddenly felt that he had stayed with the Nolder elves for too long, and his brain seemed to have been infected and became a little rigid. Why did he have to compete in sword skills? I'm not a martial arts fanatic, and I don't intend to become the best swordsman in the world. I just want to win. To win, you don't need to rely on swordsmanship at all. Right? So, the Lord took 2 steps back and closed his eyes. Then he turned sideways and inserted the sword into the scabbard, took off the scabbard and put it on his waist. He rested his hand on the hilt of the sword, making the appearance of an expert blind swordsman, listening to the sound and distinguishing the position. The action was still the gesture of drawing the sword. It is estimated that no one in Pendor has ever seen the art of drawing swords. But this way of closing your eyes and pretending to be a master is really quite bluffing. Sigismund was stunned when he saw it, and Wendy next to her also opened her eyes wide. His eyes looked in disbelief. Only Amy remained calm, just raised her eyebrows, and had a smile on her face. Now Sigismund obviously couldn't figure out the Lord's situation, so he stabbed out a tentative sword. This sword was a pure feint, and he was withdrawn halfway through the attack, probably to test Liang's reaction. As a result, the Lord did not move at all. Liang was very sure that Sigismund did not dare to take action with all his strength at this time. The more experienced the master, the less likely he would take action easily when the situation is unclear. So Sigismund was a little panicked. He felt that Liang had his eyes closed all the time, but he could distinguish his feints without even a dodge. It seemed that he was indeed the most skilled person he had ever seen in his life. So he cautiously stopped drawing his sword. The two faced off for 3 seconds, but neither of them moved. Liang tilted his ears and tilted his head slightly. Sigismund jumped back a small step, only to find that the Lord did not move. Sweat dropped from Sigismund's head. At this time, the Lord suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head. Sigismund was so excited that he subconsciously raised his sword in front of him. It's now! This was Sigismund's instinctive reaction. But this defensive reaction should not appear at this time. Liang suddenly rushed in front of his opponent, drew his sword and struck. This action does indeed look like a sudden sword drawing technique. But Liang doesn't know how to do this at all. So what the Lord did was another thing. He used the gesture of drawing the sword to throw the scabbard towards Sigismund. And at the same time he flew over. As soon as Sigismund raised his sword in front of him, he saw something black flying towards his head, and he quickly blocked it with the gauntlet of his left hand. The gauntlet successfully blocked the scabbard and made a crisp sound. But at the same time, this also blocked his own eyes. Afterwards, he was held by Liang and threw him to the ground. And the left arm armor in front of him was just caught by the Lord, when the two of them were fighting against each other on the ground. The sword was of no use at all, and Sigismund obviously didn't have any ground strangulation skills. After his left hand was twisted, he wanted to knock Liang away, but Liang turned over and passed him. Now his left hand that was twisted became a backhand triangle. Twisting posture. Admit defeat? Admit defeat. Sigismund didn't hesitate. If he didn't admit defeat, his hand would be useless. The gauntlet couldn't prevent him from using joint techniques. Amy curled her lips and complained in a voice that only she could hear. Sure enough, deception is much more effective than swordsmanship. Then go and organize your troops. Sigismund, I'll be here waiting for you to bring the troops over. I hope you won't disappoint me. The Lord let go of his hand, pulled Sigismund up from the ground, and then shouted to the other gladiators watching the battle. Is anyone still dissatisfied? No one was dissatisfied, and the gladiators all lowered their heads to the Lord while stroking their chests. Although this victory does not seem to rely purely on force, it does not rely purely on force in the arena. Gladiators only care about victory. In the arena, only the victor is qualified to live. Since no one is dissatisfied, go and regroup your troops. Tell them that if they follow me, they will not only have food to eat, but they will never be slaves. Liang waved his hand. The Nolder guards put away their weapons and dispersed. and the gladiators were no longer under supervision. Chapter 231 Why Fight? Due to the large number of rebels, it is impossible to reorganize them all. Perhaps most gladiators will obey the management, but the other rabble must have their own ideas. If the rebel army had been under Brutus' control, there might not have been such trouble. Brutus had been both an officer in the regular army and a local lord. Under his command, the rebel army was actually in order. But in just a few days after Castro took control of this army, this ragtag group changed from an orderly armed force to a rogue bandit, and expanded its scale without restriction. Perhaps Castro was also fighting for freedom. But most of the slaves he recruited probably didn't know why they were fighting. No matter what era or where, the vast majority of people actually just followed the crowd. Moreover, the quality of these slaves varies greatly, and they have never been trained. They may not even be able to understand military orders. Not everyone is suitable to become a soldier. It is unlikely that Leon will lead nearly 10,000 slaves with inadequate weapons and equipment to fight. An undisciplined and poorly equipped army can easily fall into chaos, and can easily backfire on its leader. This is the main reason why Leon must occupy Carandir Fort. He wants to give most of the rebels a place to live, and select the available manpower among them. Otherwise, this huge army will be just a group of rogues, and it will not be sustainable no matter how large it is.
Capture Carandir Castle.
The Lord with the support of the Lion Kingdom is of course the best target for this rebel army to follow. Carandir Castle is now an empty city. Most of them are placed there, so that they don't have to leave their homeland to go to the Lion Realm. And they don't have to let some low-quality guys harm the people. After undergoing a period of management and training at Carandir Castle, and completing the transition, these people can truly become soldiers or citizens. Moreover, Carandir Castle is now the only place in the surrounding area that is certain to be free of the Red Death. One day later, this huge rebel army was reunited. After 2 wars, it still had 8,000 people. Sigismund and Brutus together selected 2,000 qualified warriors from among them, gathered a mess of trophies, and armed them on the spot. In fact, most of these 2,000 people are gladiators or reserve soldiers, which is what Alina originally planned. That is, the real troops that Brutus has been managing when executing his plan are all warriors, who have been trained to obey military orders. This unit had a new designation, the Pendor Free Corps. In fact, this legion's name was also envisioned by Emperor Marius and Alina. The remaining slaves followed Jocelyn to Carandir Keep, where these people could reconsider their future. If they want to join the army, they will receive training from Jocelyn and supplement the military strength of the Free Corps after completing the training. If you don't want to fight and just want to live a good life, there is also a large amount of unowned farmland around Carandir Castle. There are even enough houses in Salem Village. You can live in it as long as the roofs, doors, and windows are repaired. Now that Leon has become the owner of Carandir Castle, Salem Village is no longer the front line of the war between the two countries. The newly established Free Corps still has some appearance. The gladiators will undergo long-term training in the training camp, and their obedience is actually good. But this unit still lacks something very important. For the lords, what they lack is actually the most important necessity belief for an army, because they have now lost their sense of purpose. The gladiators led the rebels to rebel for freedom, which was a strong goal-driven force. In the vision of Emperor Marius and Alina, this army needed to kill Sheila Uzes after being organized into a legion. Rebels. Their sense of goal against slavery drove them to eliminate rebellion, and then use the merit of eliminating rebellion to absolve them of the crime of rebellion and allow them to be free. If everything goes according to plan, it does seem fair and reasonable. However, this legion lost control midway, inflicting heavy casualties on Justus Imperial First Legion, and killing at least half of the nobles in the City of Knowledge. Although this may be a situation that Emperor Marius and Justus would like to see, it was impossible to get any more pardons, so they successfully loyal to Leon. But in this way, they have obtained the status of free citizens under the Lord. Although this makes them feel that following Earl Leon is correct, it also makes them lose their original belief. The powerful armies of Pendor have their own beliefs. The Noldor want to bring the elves to glory again, and they follow Leon to fight for the continuation of the race. Amy's Griffin Claws follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, and their goal of becoming female knights will drive them to unite around Amy. The Shadow Legion is bent on safeguarding the interests of the old Bacchus, and can even go against the Emperor to do so. The Knights of the Radiant Cross are committed to treating illnesses, saving people and bringing hope to the mainland. The Horncall Rangers can face any enemy to defend their homeland. Decades ago, the Lion Knights performed chivalrous acts to help the country and the people. Today, The Lion Knights want to maintain the honor and status of the Royal Knights. Even the Knights of the Ebony Gauntlets have faith. Perhaps because they truly have hatred for the Noldor. Or perhaps because of the benefits they can gain from capturing the Noldor. The non-commissioned officers directly under Leon also have a natural sense of mission for the good life brought to them by the Lord. An army without a sense of purpose cannot be brought against a strong enemy. People's will comes from the mission and belief in their hearts. An army without firm belief can only fight with the wind. But now this newly formed Freedom Corps has no faith. But Leon still needs to take them to deal with the threat of the snake cult. However, it seems that the Lord is not the only one taking this into consideration. After the 2,000 Free Corps formed their formation, Sigismund made an unexpected declaration to these people.
Brothers, Master Leon is the legendary son of prophecy. He is the hero predicted by Madigan who can save the continent. He will lead us to fight for the common people who suffer injustice and suffering like us. And for freedom and stability fight for our lives. We will follow the true king of Pendor. The son of the prophecy. The new king of Pendor. Huh!
Sigismund was asked to organize the troops. This was originally because Brutus was injured and was inconvenient. And Sigismund was more familiar with his troops. But no one, including Leon, expected him to make such a speech. But perhaps this statement is indeed very effective. The gladiators certainly longed for freedom and stability. And it did allow the gladiators to find the reason to fight in their confusion for the people who had experienced injustice like them. Under the tsunami-like shouts of the
children of prophecy
from the Free Legion, Sigismund knelt down in front of Leon.
Lord Leon, I'm sorry. I made my own decision. I promised my brothers that I would lead them find the son of prophecy and let this continent no longer have slaves and tyranny.
Leon looked around and saw the gladiators raising their swords and shouting,
Son of prophecy, King of Pendor,
in a chaotic manner.
Fight for freedom.
This situation could only be guided but not stopped. The Lord had no choice but to raise the sword in his hand, forcefully smile, and shout slogans. Windolf behind her was quite smart, and immediately led the Noldor guards in shouting,
Fight for freedom.
The uniform slogans barely covered up the chaotic voices shouting,
King of Pendor.
Afterwards, everyone began to chant,
Fight for freedom.
In unison. The Lord let out a long breath, but still raised his sword and did not dare to shrink the smile on his face.
You don't trust me. Are you trying to force me to become an enemy of all kingdoms in this way?
Leon looked at the troops. But he was talking to Sigismund, who was kneeling in front of him.
Do you know how much trouble these words will cause? I admit, this is a form of coercion. But I finally see hope that the whole continent can change its future.
Sigismund was still kneeling on the ground and lowered his head.
Moreover, when you control such a civilian army, you will inevitably face the hostility of all kingdoms. Lord Leon, no matter you have fought with no matter how good your aristocratic connections are, from today on, you can only be the son of the prophecy. Perhaps you are right.
But you shouldn't speak on your own initiative. I have my own way of doing things. Sigismund, you are making decisions for me.
The Lord glanced at Sigismund. His eyes were quite unkind.
Lord Leon, I know that the son of prophecy may be just a legend. And I also know that this name will bring many consequences. But I just want to make sure that you will do what you said. Save the civilians and contribute to the continent of Pendor, bringing peace to life.
Sigismund raised his head and looked up into the Lord's eyes.
I am willing to pay everything for this. And most gladiators are the same as me. But have you ever thought, what if the son of prophecy is not a legend? What if I really am the son of prophecy?
The Lord sighed.
And what's more important is your last sentence. The real king of Pendor? I'm not planning to become the king yet. Sir, my personal experience tells me that no matter what your plans are now, as long as you have a large civilian army, if you don't become king, then some noble will use your head to become king. Sigismund's eyes became firm.
Besides, people need heroes. No matter whether it has anything to do with the legendary son of prophecy or not. As long as he fights for the common people, he will be regarded as the son of prophecy by everyone.
Maybe Sigismund was right. The continent of Pendor has always been eroded by all kinds of evil. Bandits are rampant and cults are rampant. Most of the lords will not protect the civilians. Instead, constant fighting continues to aggravate people's suffering. Food is always scarce and life is always full of uncertainty. As early as decades ago, people were constantly mentioning Madigan's prophecy. They really needed a hero to save people in distress. 20 years ago, in the village of Wazon in Croland, a young man and his stubborn wife once again lost everything they had worked so hard to build. Their homeland was completely destroyed by the war between the two Raven Lords. I don't know how many times this has happened, but things like this happen all the time. In wars and disputes between nobles, the people who get hurt are always the civilians. After much thought, the couple decided that they would no longer tolerate the attacks of the Vanskari pirates and the barbarians of the Misty Mountains. Nor would they grow crops on the farmland burned by the Crow army. They decided to gather anyone who was willing to fight against all threats and protect those who could not defend themselves. With some talent and luck, the couple and the small group of volunteers they recruited were able to score many victories against raiders around their village. Soon after, their ranks began to grow rapidly. People from all over the country joined the two men as they fight for civilians, and quickly form a massive alliance. Pirates and bandits began to fear this civilian force, and the nobles also began to fear them, because they would kill anyone who caused carnage in their territory. Whether it was a raider or a noble's army, wearing white clothes, they called themselves civilian knights, and established the first completely civilian force in Pender. The young couple who established this power gradually became known as the heroes of Madigan's prophecy, and the children of the prophecy. But the young pair's triumph didn't last forever. That stubborn woman's name was Claire. But this name has been forgotten by most people. People only know that she was killed in a battle by a Vanskari leader named Vides. And that man was also defeated on the battlefield by the combined forces of the Lion, Crow, and Field Way. The power established by the couple was once again reduced to scorched earth, and almost all the civilian knights died on that land. In fact, this civilian knight never intended to attack any country. They just wanted to live a peaceful life. But when they form a certain scale, all noble lords regard them as targets that must be eliminated. Even those lords who are considered gentle and kind-hearted. The fact that the original Fields Way alliance was recognized by the Lions and Crows and turned from an alliance of warlords into a kingdom had something to do with this matter. The commander of the coalition forces who wiped out this civilian knight was King Vides of Fields Way. At that time, this king was only known as the leader of Vides. But after he killed the man who was known as the leader of Vides, after becoming the leader of the common knights, the son of prophecy, he was promoted to the throne by the nobles. However, the man did not die on the battlefield. Good luck seems to have always been with him, and he was lucky enough to survive many situations where death was inevitable. But it wasn't until his wife died in battle and his army was wiped out that he realized that he was not fighting for civilians in the first half of his life. He is just fighting for a peaceful life. His name, Sigismund, does indeed mean protect with victory, but he has never done it, even though he has achieved countless victories, because war only brings death. Chapter 232, Losing Land but Saving People. Both people and land will be saved. After this, the man named Sigismund Sinclair no longer mentioned his ideals, his hometown, or the woman he once loved deeply. But he has not forgotten what he has experienced and the killings he has caused, nor why his wife died. He knew that he was not a child of prophecy. He wasn't sure if everything he did was right. He only knew that he couldn't become the enemy he had been fighting against. Therefore, he did not try to make a comeback, but began to wander around Pendor and became a lone ranger, using his own way to kill those evil people who did not conform to his view of good and evil. His armor is no longer white, but black, pure black. Gradually, he moved away from his hometown and came to the south. When he wandered into the territory of Bacchus, he heard about a series of reforms promulgated by Emperor Marius. Those reform provisions seemed to be all about the people. He thought that Emperor Marius might be the real son of the prophecy, and he planned to live a peaceful life in Bacchus and never fight again. But not long ago, a small act of righteousness directly wiped out the hope in his heart. He saw a Bacchus nobleman beating a servant, and he was about to beat him to death. He stepped forward to stop him, and was accused of robbing others is legal property, and was imprisoned for it. That servant was a slave, and slaves were just property in Bacchus. Outsiders had no right to interfere with what the master wanted to do with it, and the consequences of intervention were equivalent to robbery. So Sigismund applied to participate in the gladiatorial combat in prison. He was not sentenced to be a slave, but only temporarily acted as a gladiator. But after an uprising in Siouan city, he stood with the slaves and gradually became an important figure in the rebel army. It is a bit strange to say, but he does have rebellion experience. The gladiators' army later became larger and larger. In fact, it was also because Sigismund was indeed very skilled in the work of rebellion. But this proficiency was probably also the source of the rebellion's loss of control in a short period of time,
because Sigismund was very good at recruiting people. But he didn't know how to train an army into strict discipline, because he himself was not a disciplined person. But what Sigismund was sure of was that the mistakes he had made would not happen again. He looked at the Lord with a very frank look in his eyes, because he really had no selfish motives and believed that what he did was right. As if instinctively, he was doing what he had not done 20 years ago. In other words, this is what his wife, that stubborn woman, wants to do for the common people and for a free and stable life. The little episode Sigismund caused alarmed everyone. But fortunately, except for Alina and Creon, everyone present was his own people, and the final shouts were controlled to fight for freedom. Superior. But Alina just looked at Leon with all her thoughts and said nothing. General Creon himself was born a commoner, and he didn't say anything. The two silently led the exterminators into the city of Bashi. The Radiant Cross Plague Exterminators are going to help Governor Justice control the Red Death in the city. This is the most important thing at the moment. Although the Plague Hunters were only skilled crossbowmen and had no medical skills, at least they had rich experience in preventing and controlling the Red Death. And they had a determination that most people did not possess. After they entered the city, order was quickly restored in Boiji City. Justice's heart was indeed worthy of his position. After meeting General Creon, he handed over the management of the City of Knowledge to the exorcists, who were better at controlling the Red Death. Subsequently, a Red Death Prevention and Control Center was set up in the city's Knights of the Radiant Cross Auditorium, in order to avoid being in the city and causing General Creon to be helpless when doing things. Justice even took the initiative to leave the city and came to the Lord's military camp. Your Excellency Leon, we meet again. I didn't expect you to be the one who saved Bashi City. I must thank you. Justice was quite calm when he entered the Lord's military camp, but the young Imperial Mortal Guards around him were all extremely nervous, because the gladiators who were fighting with them to the death a day ago were also in this military camp. Sir Justice, I heard that you deliberately took the initiative to fight to hold back this army. It's not like it was an unexpected thing. It was probably your idea for your daughter to come to me for help. Right. If I guess correctly, Knight Commander Loris of the Knights of the Radiant Cross is yours. Right. The Lord put his arms around Justice and carried him into his military tent. This action was exactly the same as when he kidnapped Justice before. No, Loris is just my friend, not my subordinate. I just asked Loris to try to find a powerful lord who can understand the truth for help. I know that the Lion King will probably not respond to the request from Bacchus. After all, Rick doesn't have a big heart. Justice shook his head and smiled, probably remembering the first time he saw the Lord. It was also in a large military tent, with the same posture of holding arms and talking happily. And even the trembling looks of the entourage around the visitor were exactly the same. It's just that the host and guest have switched places. Aren't you afraid that the reinforcements haven't arrived? What if Bashi City is captured? You are gambling. Leon took out his knife again, but this time, he was really sincerely peeling apples for the guests. I just have to obey fate. After all, I have no other choice. There are internal and external troubles. At least let Luciana go to the Lion Realm to find help. Then she will be safe. Justice sighed with some feeling and changed the topic. Your Excellency Leon, Luciana said you would bring these gladiators to help the Empire resolve the crisis? Your daughter has changed her name now. Yes. I promise Alina to hand over Karen Deer Castle and this army to me peacefully, and I will lead them to accomplish what she wants to do. The Lord nodded, cut the peeled apple in half, and handed it to Justice. Don't worry. I keep my word. The snake cult is our common enemy. I know you will keep your word. After all, this is also to remove the threat to your territory. If the Empire collapses, your territory will be the first to suffer. I just want to ask you to rescue Di Lingang first. Justice stretched out his hand to take the apple, with some anxiety on his face. Just like this apple, the Empire has been cut in half for a long time. Di Lingang may not be able to hold on for long. If it is captured, the follow-up troops of the snake worshippers will definitely invade in a steady stream. Just like Bacchus invaded the Pendor continent more than 100 years ago. I can understand that after they have the largest port in the Pendor continent as a base, their attacks will definitely not stop. Leon looked at Justice with some seriousness. However, I thought you would persuade me to rescue Siyuan City as soon as possible. Emperor Marius may not be able to hold on in Siyuan City for too long. Don't worry about the capital being breached. Emperor, were you killed? If I remember correctly, you and Emperor Marius were the closest comrades. I trust His Majesty's ability. As long as he is still in Siyuan City, he can hold back any enemy, including the Terror Legion.
Justice certainly seemed to have confidence in Emperor Marius.
Emperor Marius is really enviable to have a friend like you. Does the Empire have other reinforcements that will save Siyuan City?
Leon looked into Justice's eyes and began to nibble on the apple.
Dog, yes. The Ashford Empire in the Amara continent will send the Phoenix Knights to support. Luciana actually told you this?
Justice frowned.
She didn't tell me. You told me. Moreover, before you came, I actually just helped Alina write a letter to Siyuan City.
The Lord looked at Justice and smiled.
My Lord Governor, I promise you to go to Dylanport first. But I hope you understand that we are still enemies. I understand. I understand. In fact, you can join the Empire. I believe His Majesty will be happy to let you become the Governor of the North. You may even be selected as the next Emperor.
Justice looked at Leon and finally said the words of solicitation.
I have no chance to join the Bacchus Empire. These gladiators outside will not agree. Moreover, the old empire like Bacchus is too old for me.
The Lord sighed and shook his head.
We can be friends, but we can only be enemies.
Siyuan City. Emperor Marius received the best news in months. Bashi City came to the rescue. This was the news sent back by several shadow hunters desperately. And along with the news came a letter. Alina's letter to Emperor Marius. For the Bacchus Empire, any one of the three core cities was relieved of its siege, which would free up power to save other places. If Siyuan City can be stabilized, it will only be a matter of time before the crisis is lifted. But the issue of time is a big issue. Whether it is Siyuan City or Dilangang, I am afraid there is not much time left. Emperor Marius is now facing almost the same situation as Justice before. The Red Death was also discovered in Siyuan City. The same internal and external troubles. Moreover, what is even worse than Bashi City is that the enemies outside Siyuan City are the Terror Legion. Emperor Marius had seen this terrible legion with his own eyes on the city walls. It was an eerily quiet force. Their bodies were rotten. Their empty eye sockets looked lifeless. And their pale ribs were looming under the green skin. That's a bunch of withered corpses. But their bodies in dark green armor are still obviously majestic and neat. They seem to have not forgotten the instinct of fighting and have strict discipline. The leader of the Terror Legion was also in front of the formation. She was a beautiful woman on the back of a long-maned horse. She wore close-fitting dark green armor and had a graceful figure. Her long black hair was cascading down her back from behind the helmet that covered the upper half of her face. Behind her, there were nearly 200 personal guards in the same attire. They were the Horned Viper pioneers that the Shadow Centurion, who served as a scout, had encountered before.
I am Malthus. Surrender to me, or be conquered by me.
This was the only sentence that Emperor Marius heard. It was said only once, by the beautiful female commander of the Terror Legion from more than 100 meters away. But this sentence? I am afraid that everyone in Siyuan City can hear this sentence. It is like being enveloped by magic and reaches everyone's ears. Extremely clear. Martis. Emperor Marius had heard of this name. Because 150 years ago, it was the Legion of Terror led by Martis, who broke through the Bacchus imperial capital on the Amara continent and destroyed the Cuban Empire.
Your Majesty, she should be a Sindari elf. And her guards were also elf warriors. Even if they cannot ride horses when they attack the city, it is unlikely that we can defend it.
Sulla, the commander of the Shadow Wolves, was also on the city wall. And he did not hide in the shadows this time.
The resurrected Sindari elf. Can she do magic?
Emperor Marius had also seen information about Martis from ancient documents. This emperor was the librarian of Siyuan City when he was young. Malthus was a personal guard of the Sindari elf king and died in the Battle of Titan. No one knows how she came back from the dead, but her name is mentioned in many historical sources.
Probably not. Anyway, we have never seen it. But the immortal army of the undead is a powerful magic. Maybe only the original Sindari elves have such magic power.
Sura shook his head. His blood-red pupils had shrunk, and it seemed that only the fearful legion was left in his eyes. This terrifying enemy does not look like the undead at all. They are even building siege equipment at the moment. They are as unhurried, orderly and silent as the most elite regular army. In fact, this is not the first time that the Dread Legion has been known to people. Emperor Marius also knew the origin of this legion, and many documents have recorded it. General Sulla, the commander of the Shadow Wolves who came from the continent of Amara, also confirmed the situation of the Terror Legion. Most of the members of this legion were originally from the 3rd Legion of the old Bacchus Empire in the Amara continent. Yes, This is the main army that stayed in the Amara continent to fight against the snake cult after General Osa invaded the Pendor continent 150 years ago. This legion was completely wiped out in the battle with the snake cult. However, when the continent of Amara fell into total chaos, and the Cuban Empire gradually shrank its defense line to the imperial capital, the dead Third Legion unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield again. But each of them has become a terrifying undead. And there is a new legion leader, Malthus, able to destroy the powerful old Bacchus Empire. The Dread Legion is undoubtedly powerful, and various documents and records also use the unified statement,
unable to fight against it.
Today's new Bacchus, of course, cannot confront him head-on. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is that the Fear Legion is not the only enemy Siyuan City faces. The rebels of Sheila Yuzas appeared again in the north of Siyuan City. Their military strength is unknown, but their attitude is clear that they must have cooperated with the snake worship cult.
Sura, are you ready?
Emperor Marius turned around and took a deep look at the palace in Siyuan City.
Your Majesty, are you really going to do this? I still can't believe this is what Miss Alina meant.
Sura frowned, still looking at the fearful legion, who were building siege equipment below the city.
This is not Alina's idea. This is the work of that Leon. Alina is still young. She cannot make such a determination. Nor can she say such words.
Emperor Marius sighed.
He is indeed the Empire's great enemy. But the Empire does need an enemy like him.
A few hours later, a raging fire broke out in Siyuan City. And the Fear Army's charcoal, that is, the uranium pod, breaks into the chasm. At almost the same time, Shira Yuzas' rebels also launched an attack from the north. There was a fire in the city, and the fire was soaring into the sky. It was obvious that there was chaos inside. This was naturally a good time to attack. The enemies on both sides were smart people. But Emperor Marius did not stop the enemy on the city walls this time. He allowed the rebels and the snake cult army to enter the city through the north and south gates, while he took most of the people in Siyuan City out of the city from the west and took away everything that could be taken away. After all, Siyuan City is also a coastal city with a port to the west. Naturally, you will not be attacked if you leave from the west. The Dread Legion was indeed terrifying, and the defenders of Siyuan City did not dare to fight the withered undead or demons. But there was still no problem in escaping from the port. However, the ships are limited, and many people even need to rely on driftwood to move. And most of the supplies cannot be taken away, but it is enough to bring people out. The Red Death has been discovered in Siyuan City, and the Dread Legion cannot communicate. If they fight in the city, there will be only death in the end.
If you lose people and save land, you will lose both people and land. If you lose land and save people, you will save both people and land. If you are facing an invincible enemy, it is better to let them defend themselves in the city while you attack them outside.
These are the words on the letter, signed by General Changha Town. This was the official title given to him by Emperor Marius when he framed Liang. But Liang just wrote this sentence, and it was Emperor Marius who made the final decision. Only His Majesty has the courage to abandon the capital Siyuan City and use Siyuan City to trap powerful enemies. The Dread Legion and Sheila Yuzas' rebels easily invaded the city from the south and the north. There were no troops left in the city, and someone opened the north and south gates. Those who opened the city gates were those who were infected with the Red Death and had been left in the city. They were not so noble as to kill the enemy while sick and resist until the last minute. In fact, they just wanted to escape from the city. But the rebels and the Terror Legion would not listen to their differences. They killed these people while rushing into the city, which was considered a pleasure to them. But then, the rebels and the Terror Legion simultaneously discovered that there was no living person in Siyuan City. The raging fire burned the supplies in Siyuan City. All the supplies that could not be taken away were piled up in the square. They had been completely burned, and the fire was soaring into the sky. Emperor Marius left an empty city to the enemy, with no people, no food, and even no clean water. All corpses were thrown into the wells of Siyuan City. There is indeed a lot of wealth left in the city, but gold and silver cannot be eaten or worn. It is unknown whether the Dread Legion still needs food and water, but Sheila Yuzatha's rebels certainly do. And there is no doubt that both the rebels and the Dread Legion want control of the capital. As a result, just one day later, Shira Yuzas' rebels and the Dread Legion fought in the city. On the night when the fire broke out in the city, there were several small troops operating at night outside the east gate of Siyuan City and began to build fortifications outside the city. That was the Shadow Wolves. Under the leadership of Sura, they killed a small group of snake worship warriors who stayed outside the city, and then blocked the east and north gates of Siyuan City from the outside. At the same time, General Agazon's troops arrived at the foot of Siyuan City and used the camps and siege equipment built by the Dread Legion to build a defensive array to surround the south gate. The battlefield situation was suddenly changed. Emperor Marius sealed the Terror Legion and the rebels in Siyuan City at the expense of the capital. Chapter 233, Enemy or Friend. A few days later, the fighting in Siyuan City had subsided, and some monsters wearing miserable green armor appeared on the city walls. This obviously meant that Sheila Yuza's rebel army was doomed. Since the north and west gates were blocked, the rebel army was probably forced to fight a fierce and desperate street battle with the Dread Legion in the city. The result of the battle between the two armies was obvious. No sound from any living person could be heard in Siyuan City. At this moment, countless ravines have been dug outside Siyuan City, and tens of thousands of people are surrounding the city and building various fortifications. The layers of strongholds and pits all over the ground showed the determination of Emperor Marius. He would not let the enemies in the city leave Siyuan City for half a step. In fact, the number of regular troops currently available to Emperor Marius was not large. Even with the reinforcements brought by General Agathon, there were only more than 3,000 soldiers who could truly be called warriors. But nearly 10,000 people in Siyuan City are also here. Although these people cannot fight head-on, they can build fortifications and facilities to carry out the siege to the end. Thanks to the previous uprising of the gladiators in Siyuan City, the Senate members and some officials in the city ran away to death. This made no one in Siyuan City hold back for Emperor Marius to first abandon the city and then besiege it. Orders were obeyed neatly. In addition, many people have seen with their own eyes those tall and strong horses that look like demons in the underworld, as well as those fearful legions that are obviously not living people. In the face of such a terrifying enemy, the people of Siyuan City are indeed united as one. And everyone knows that they must not let those terrifying monsters come out of the city. At present, all the gates in Siyuan City are closed. Almost everyone in Emperor Marius' army outside the city is holding a crossbow. There is a lot of inventory in Siyuan City. Most other things may not be brought out, but everyone does bring food and crossbows. Understand? Many able-bodied civilians were even given a crossbow. The advantage of crossbows is that even without much training, ordinary people can use them, and they don't have to face enemies at close range, so they won't be too scared. Even if you can't shoot accurately without training, you can at least load the crossbow behind the array and hand it over to a more professional shooter. In the past few days, Governor Kairos led his troops to clear out the remaining enemies in the surrounding areas, and then joined the siege team, working with General Agathon to make up the defense line. The Shadow Centurions under Kairos and the Iron Ring Centurions under Agathon have become real centurions at this time. They each lead a group of civilians and constantly set up various formations outside the city. Kind of obstacle. The tall walls and moats of Siyuan City now restrict the fearful legions from leaving the city. The Horned Viper Vanguard and the Python Knight of the Dread Legion are indeed very powerful in field battles. But now that there is no way out of the city, they cannot let those huge war horses jump off the city wall. In fact, the only flaw of the Dread Legion is probably that they don't have crossbows. The Horned Viper Vanguard can use throwing axes, the Python Knight can use throwing spears, and the Dread Legion infantry all use javelins and war spears. They do not use heavy crossbows like ordinary snake cult warriors. This is probably because the Third Army of the Cuban Bacchus Empire was only equipped with javelins, which was Bacchus' traditional advantage. Most of the powerful armies of the Bacchus Empire still use traditional javelins and spears as long-range weapons, such as the Shadow Legion. But today, the soldiers of other regular legions in the Bacchus Empire are actually equipped with crossbows. This is mainly because today's Bacchus will also face threats from the Noldor Elves and the Principality of Desha to the west, as well as enemies who are good at bows and arrows. If he is not equipped with a crossbow, he will be at a huge disadvantage. It was precisely because the Dread Legion had not seen any crossbows on the city wall before that Emperor Marius made such a plan. First, abandon Siyuan City. Leave from the seaport on the west side. Let the Terror Legion enter the city, and burn the materials and ports left in the city. Then return to Siyuan City and seal Siyuan City again. This can not only ensure the retreat of the army and the people, and relieve the panic of the subordinates, it can also keep in touch with Bashi City and other places, and can respond at any time. Don't get hung up on one city or one place, and think outside of defending the city to solve problems. This is the inspiration that Leon's letter brought to Emperor Marius. Taking advantage of the range of the heavy crossbow to carry out siege and blockade was Emperor Marius' own specific implementation plan. Throwing weapons such as throwing axes or javelins are indeed very lethal in the hands of monsters, like the Dread Legion in field battles or city defense battles. The Shadow Centurion who led the scout team before, and his 8 team members, were almost all killed by the Horned Viper Vanguard in one blow. Whether it was with a throwing axe or a sword, the Horned Viper Pioneer almost only needed one move to kill. However, throwing weapons has its limitations after all, namely range and accuracy. Ordinary people can only throw a javelin a few tens of meters, even if the javelin is made with particularly good craftsmanship and is extremely balanced. The human throwing limit is only 100 meters. As for the throwing axe, if this thing can be thrown 50 meters, it is considered a master among masters. Of course, non-human beings like the Dread Legion can probably throw them farther. But no matter how powerful the throwing ability is, it is impossible to throw a throwing axe or javelin 100 meters away and still accurately hit the target. But the crossbow can do it. Even ordinary people can shoot an enemy with a heavy crossbow from a distance of 100 meters. The javelins of the Dread Legion have limited range and accuracy. Even if they are standing high on the city wall, they cannot effectively attack the troops besieging the city. However, the heavy crossbows outside the city can hit the enemies standing on the city wall. Therefore, Emperor Marius did not launch an attack on Siyuan City. He turned the defensive battle, or breakout battle, that was impossible to win into a siege. He also killed the rebels with the help of the Dread Legion. And now he has thousands of heavy crossbows. Staying outside the city has turned into an advantageous situation. The initiative was back in his hands. So he no longer had to gamble, and could take his time. The city gates were blocked, and the powerful cavalry of the Dread Legion could not leave the city. In fact, even if you leave the city, the outside of Siyuan City is not suitable for cavalry operations. There are horse camps and traps everywhere. The terrifying demonic war horses of the underworld are no longer useful. And the fearful legions will not leave the city for a while. Maldus obviously has a lot of experience in battle. She did not launch a rash breakout, but let all the fearful legions leave the city wall and lose their trace. She probably wouldn't break through until she saw a suitable opportunity. Siyuan City fell silent, and no trace of the Terror Legion could be seen. But everyone knew that they were still inside. Emperor Marius could not withdraw from the siege, and the Dread Legion stopped making any movement, and the two sides began to fight each other. Perhaps this kind of consumption is advantageous against the Dread Legion. After all, they obviously don't need supplies. However, Emperor Marius has now moved outside the city, and his troops do not have to worry about supplies for a while. The surrounding villages and towns have been recovered one by Governor Kairos. Food is constantly being delivered, and small lords are constantly coming to join his troops. The situation in the Bacchus Empire seemed to be gradually improving. But Emperor Marius seemed a little melancholy instead.
Your Majesty, your decision to withdraw from Siyuan City is obviously correct. But if nothing else happens, you may encounter countless objections in the future. The Senate, the Shadow Army, the nobles who have lost their property, and even Governor Kairos they will all force you to abdicate on the grounds of losing the capital.
General Agathon's eyes have been staring at Governor Kairos's camp in the distance.
That will have to be after defeating the snake worship cult. In fact, after seeing the letter written by Liang, I understood that although Bashi City has been relieved of the siege, Bashi City's combat power will not come to Siyuan City for the time being. Liang and Justice will probably go to Dylan Port first. So I must withdraw from Siyuan City.
Emperor Marius shook his head.
I don't care what will happen in the future. But I at least know that if Liang did not write to me, if I did not evacuate Siyuan City, then the fearful legions will still occupy our capital and build walls on the city walls. My head will still be hanging. Huh? Dylan Gang does need to be rescued. But Liang, is his attitude an enemy or a friend? He came to help us, but he had to claim that he was our enemy.
General Agathon exhaled and asked with some confusion.
Both an enemy and a friend. He will not join the Bacchus Empire. So give up your thoughts. His attitude actually wants me to understand that he must be my enemy, and I must be his enemy.
Marius shook his head and showed a very reluctant smile.
With him as a great enemy, no one dares to ask me to abdicate. And with me as an enemy, the nobles and kings of the kingdom of the lion do not dare to move him. He and I are both overlooking the entire continent, but we are both hampered by some idiots. So, he and I are friends who help each other, and we are also our own worst enemies.
Pity. Agathan also had a hint of sadness in his eyes. At the same time, in the southeast of the Bacchus Empire, the Lord led his troops to Bailan village, north of Dalingang, a place he was familiar with. Governor Justice also came with his lord and his army, leaving the entire city of Erudition to General Creon. Not only that, he also borrowed Anson from Leon and asked Anson to cooperate with General Creon to preside over the prevention and control of the Red Death in Bashi City. In fact, it may not be considered alone, because Anson actually stayed in Bashi City on his own initiative. Anson has lived in Bashi City for several years, and he has feelings for this place. Moreover, young doctors were trying to find a cure for the Red Death in the city of Erudition. Perhaps the City of Knowledge is indeed the most suitable place to do this at present. It is the headquarters of the Knights of the Shining Cross, which has long fought against the Red Death, and it also has the only medical school in the continent. In fact, it was the Bashi City Theological Seminary where Anson once studied. This is a college established by the Knights of the Shining Cross in cooperation with Emperor Marius. Doctors from the Knights occasionally teach at the seminary, but there are currently not many experienced doctors in the seminary. The doctors of the Knights of the Shining Cross dispersed to various places after the outbreak of the Red Death, and most of those who stayed in the city were young apprentices. There is a huge gap between these young apprentices and today's Anson. They are much more familiar with various gods than with medical skills. But no matter what, at least they have common sense, and there is no problem in attacking. Anson now looks like a teacher to apprentices of the same age. Since there are currently patients who can be used for clinical experiments, Anson is currently leading the apprentices to continuously prepare various drugs to try, including the use of some highly toxic drugs. Anyway, if you don't treat it, you will die sooner or later. So using humans for experiments is a last resort. This kind of inhumane experiment on living subjects can actually appease the people at this time, and at least give people a glimmer of hope. At least Anson has some real skills. At least he won't use butcher-style solutions such as bloodletting or prayer therapy on patients. However, drugs that can inhibit or treat the Red Death are not easy to develop, and the effect is not yet seen. The Lord can't help in treating diseases and saving people. What he considers is not how to treat, but how to solve the problem at the root. The snake cult is deliberately spreading the Red Death. Only by completely eradicating the snake cult can the Red Death be cured. The best way to treat the disease. Otherwise, no matter how good the medicine is, it will not be able to withstand deliberate poisoning. Now, the main force of the snake worshippers in Bacchus has surrounded Dylanport, and they are obviously clearing the way for the snake worshippers' headquarters legion in the Amara continent. Naturally, the Lord cannot allow the snake cult to invade on a large scale. Even if Justice does not ask him to rescue Dilingang, Leon will save him, because he originally planned to come to Dilingang first. Otherwise, he would not need to write to Emperor Marius at all. Today, there are no people in Bailan village. It is only a few dozen miles away from Dilingang, and the villagers have probably fled. Although it is now certain that the snake cult created the Red Death in this village in order to lure away the Knights of the Shining Cross, so that they could carry out their conspiracy in more places. But in any case, this at least makes this village the only village in the entire western part of the Bacchus Empire that can be guaranteed to be free of the Red Death. And it is also a suitable place for the army to settle. The combined army of nearly 4,000 people naturally cannot hide it from anyone. There are snake worshippers everywhere around Dilingang. They have killed several small groups of snake worshippers when they marched here. The snake worshippers currently besieging Dilingang, the teaching army, must have discovered Liang's troops. However, the Lord came here for reinforcements, not for an ambush. Since it is reinforcements, it naturally needs to be discovered. And the bigger the noise, the better. After all, the soldiers who are still holding on in Dylanport must know that a large number of reinforcements are coming, so that the reinforcements can be meaningful. Therefore, after the Lord made a hasty camp in Bailan village, he began to march towards Dilingang with great fanfare. He used all the equipment that could make noise, such as war drums and bugles, and also used all the flags. They were all typed out, and it looked really impressive. This is a fully equipped march. That is, marching slowly in full combat equipment, because there may be troops of the snake cult everywhere in the area, which is an enemy-occupied area. Marching in full gear is in a combat state, but the army is still dozens of miles away from Dilingang. By marching in this way, it is good to be able to cover 20 or 30 miles a day, and it will not be able to reach the city of Dilingang at all. Therefore, this kind of fanfare is actually actively attracting firepower, which can also reduce the burden on Dylanport. At the same time, It was also to wait for the scouts to come back before confirming the specific plan. There were two teams serving as scouts. One was the gladiators led by Sigismund, and the other was the Noldor Rangers led by Rasadalin. Sigismund is responsible for investigating the situation in Emperor's Port, while the Noldor serve as a counter-reconnaissance team, responsible for intercepting and killing enemy scouts. Sigismund did not become the leader of the Free Legion. Due to his previous self-assertion, the Lord did not dare to let him manage the Legion anymore, but appointed him as the scout captain. This position in Pande's army is a typical high honor but low authority position. That is to say, he has a high status in the army, but does not have the power to command the troops. He can only manage dozens of scouts under his command, and it is the most dangerous type of work. After all, Sigismund is the leader of the gladiators. Although Liang is dissatisfied, he cannot be harsh on him at the moment, let alone get rid of him. Otherwise the Free Corps that has just surrendered may immediately have problems. The job of scout is just right for Sigismund. Those who do this kind of job are usually the most skilled civilian soldiers. Civilian soldiers will regard serving as a scout as an honor. After all, it is a reward for their skills and battlefield recognition of experience. The commander of the Free Corps is Liang himself, and he mixed all his original non-commissioned officers into this legion. Several senior non-commissioned officers were appointed as sergeants majors in the regiment, adding mid-level establishment to the force. In fact, the non-commissioned officers are the ones who can really help the Lord drive the Free Corps. These non-commissioned officers are from lower-level civilians and can easily be recognized by the slaves. Moreover, the current appearance of the non-commissioned officers is itself a model of the future that Liang shows to these new soldiers. Of course, a better example should be the group of Meddenheim macho men, because Close and others were also sold to the arena as slaves. It's a pity that they returned to China and have not yet returned. Liang asked Close and the others to come back at the end of September, but they have been out of contact to this day. Liang could think of the reason why they failed to come back as scheduled. The large fleet of the snake worship cult was invading Pendor continent at that time. Emperor Lingang was besieged by the fleet. Malisburg, Olega Fort, Chiza village and other Bacchus Empire's coastal towns are all occupied by snake worshippers. If the people of Meddenheim dare to cross the sea and return the same way during this period, they are afraid that they will encounter another shipwreck. So we really can't blame the people of Meddenheim for not being punctual. The Lord is even a little worried. After all, Close is a person who obeys military orders very much. He will definitely find a way to return to the continent of Pendor. Maybe this time causing them to encounter dangers that are difficult to fight against. Since the non-commissioned officers have been integrated into the Freedom Corps, the current vanguard officer of the Freedom Corps is Jocelyn. Jocelyn was still wearing his dark double-layered iron SHL, riding his huge Gatu war beast, walking at the forefront of all the troops like a black tower, holding the Lord's flag in his hand. The entire army is actually moving at Jocelyn's speed. He obviously can't walk fast when dressed like this. The stop-and-go rhythm is just right for the troops to march in full gear.
Sir, there is a situation.
Probably because he was riding high and seeing far away. Jocelyn suddenly turned around and shouted,
Sigismund is back. There are snake worshippers chasing them. Get ready to fight.
Chapter 234 The army is coming. In the distance, a large number of flying birds were frightened and kept circling in the sky without landing. There were vague shouts, and they were all random shouts, which sounded crazy and weird. There was indeed a large group of snake worshippers chasing Sigismund. There were a lot of people, and it was completely dark. But these snake worshippers definitely don't look like regular troops. Although the ones chasing at the front are indeed some snake worshippers. Regular troops will definitely not pursue them in a chaotic manner when they see a large number of troops arrayed.
Form up! Spread out to the left and right, and let the scouts in.
Jocelyn obviously understood this, so he was not too nervous and calmly directed the front army to prepare to defend against the enemy. Sigismund led dozens of gladiators quickly into the military formation through the gap after the troops dispersed. And then the army gathered together again, waiting for the enemy to approach.
Commander, we may be in big trouble. My scouts can't get close to Dillenport at all. The snake worshippers have gathered tens of thousands of troops in front of them, and they are all full of people. Moreover, they seem to be heading towards us. March on!
Sigismund rushed to the Lord and explained quickly.
I found that they were marching this way, so I planned to get closer to find out the enemy's situation. But we were discovered. And then, they kept chasing. He is holding on to us, and seems to be preparing for an encounter with us. Is the snake cult going to besiege the city for reinforcements? That shouldn't be the case. It stands to reason that the snake cult should capture Dilingang as soon as possible to meet their interests. And they can't besiege the city so far for reinforcements.
Right. Justice frowned in confusion. He and the lords came to support with great fanfare. Of course the snake worshippers knew their movements and would indeed take the initiative to fight. But even if they were to besiege the city and call for reinforcements, they would not be dozens of miles away from Dilingang.
This is not a siege for reinforcements. They seem to have given up on sieging Dilingang. Almost all the snake worshippers' army is coming in our direction,
Sigismund said hurriedly.
I swear, there are not many snake worshippers besieging Emperor Lingang. The ones coming towards us are their main force.
The gladiators beside him also nodded repeatedly and pointed to their own eyes to show that they saw it with their own eyes.
If they were all farmers like this, then there would be nothing terrible no matter how many there were. But they were obviously vulnerable. So why did they dare to pursue them when they saw the military formation?
Alina seemed very courageous.
No, they are not farmers. They want to force a melee with us. Send an order to Jocelyn. Tell him not to get entangled with the enemy. Break through the enemy quickly. Then break away from the enemy and retreat to Bailan village.
Liang looked at the front army. The shouts of killing had already started. Jocelyn and his troops had already engaged the snake worshippers. So he reacted immediately and directly ordered to retreat.
Leon, those are just snake-worshipping warriors and followers. Our troops can kill them all in half an hour at most.
Justice next to him looked at the snake worshippers in front of him, somewhat confused.
No, we can't afford to waste half an hour. If we don't retreat, we will probably get into a melee with tens of thousands of people. And their followers will definitely continue to join the battlefield. Maybe their combat capabilities are not strong. But you must not fight with them in a melee for numbers. Governor, you should know that people who worship the snake cult are not afraid of death.
Liang had dealt with those snake-worshipping warriors before. Their equipment was indeed very good, but their strength was not that great. The size of the snake worshippers who came here after Sigismund didn't seem too big. Just over 1,000. And most of the thousands of snake worshippers were just make-up. Although everyone holds a javelin. They are completely pure farmers, and only wear tattered cloth clothes. Most of them are farmers, who follow the snake worship cult. If nothing else, this rabble will be completely wiped out in just 1 or 2 charges. However, the Lord is aware of the considerable danger. Although most snake worshippers look like farmers, they are completely different from pure farmers. The Lord already knew, when he killed the small group of snake worshippers in Bailan village half a year ago, that the snake worshippers are not afraid of death. Snake worshippers are also heretics. Although they worship different gods, they are the same as those under the 3 prophets. They also follow an evil god, who can resurrect people from the dead. Or evil spirits. The ways in which the dark goddess Erida and the Orochi Aziz Dahaka develop their followers are actually basically the same. The fighting method of the snake worshippers seems to be very similar to the thinking of the 3 prophets. Since they do not have the ability to fight in formation, they will force it into a melee. The 3 prophets will use their followers as cannon fodder to create opportunities for melee. So I'm afraid the snake cult will do the same. Liang didn't know if there was any connection between the dark goddess sect to which the 3 prophets belonged and the snake worship cult. But at least one thing was certain. That is, the leader of the snake worship cult army must be the same as the 3 prophets, and would not care about these followers. Life. Maybe in their eyes, dying on the battlefield is tantamount to sacrificing to their snake god. After all, they have always sacrificed human beings. This area is surrounded by the territory of the snake worship cult. The number of followers of the snake worship cult is bound to be terrifyingly large. Although these followers are all peasants with low combat effectiveness, being trapped by the peasants will be fatal. These farmers who join the snake worship cult must not have received any battle formation training. And fighting in formation would definitely not be the opponent of Liang's coalition army. But if the snake worshippers use a cannon fodder to follow the scouts into the military formation and hold back Liang's troops, then tens of thousands of snake worshippers will continue to join the battlefield, turning the battle into a melee. Under this human-see tactic, no matter how powerful the troops are, it will be difficult for them to escape. No matter how powerful the gladiators are, they will tire. The Noldor's arrows are also limited. If they are dragged down by these cannon fodder and cannot be repaired in the continuous melee, then no matter how strong the troops are, they will be dragged down by the sea of people. Collapse.
Blow the trumpet. The whole army forms a formation and retreats.
The Lord gave the order again.
Your Excellency Justice, take your troops back to Bailan village as quickly as possible. Don't kill enemies along the way. And don't stop. Go back to the village to set up defenses to meet us.
Justice nodded and obeyed, because he had also seen that there was a bigger smoke rising behind the first batch of snake worshippers who were chasing after them. Those birds that were so frightened that they kept circling in the sky never fell down. This means that there are always people coming from the direction of Dylanport. And there are a huge number of them. As the governor of the empire, Justice has led troops to participate in the siege of many snake worshippers. He has also seen the attitude of snake worshippers who are not afraid of death. So he now understands Liang's concerns. He had never directly faced snake worshippers who exceeded the number of his own army before. But he could imagine how terrifying it would be for such people who were not afraid of death to form tens of thousands. Justice has a large number of Imperial Mortal Guards under his command. These young men are the nephews of members of the Immortal Legion under Emperor Marius, and are also the reserve force of the Immortal Legion. The Mortal Guards are all young. Most of them are unskilled and cannot yet be selected into the Immortal Legion. So each one will be issued a large shield to enhance their survival rate on the battlefield. At the same time, they are very good at forming dense shield formations and forming defensive formations. Therefore, Liang asked Justice to take these young and strong Imperial Mortal Guards back to Bailan village to set up defenses. The horns for retreat continued to sound, and the Free Corps stabilized their position under the restraint of the non-commissioned officers. They did not rush out to engage the enemy, but lined up to cover each other while retreating. And Liang himself was leading the Nolder elves to the rear. He wanted to disengage the army from the snake worshippers, who were chasing after them in the shortest possible time. In other words, he wanted to kill all the enemies in front of him as soon as possible. The output ability of the Nolder elves is undoubtedly the strongest. Perhaps using the Nolder Rangers to deal with the followers of the snake cult was indeed a waste of time. Those peasant-like enemies were simply vulnerable. After only 10 minutes, corpses fell on the battlefield. The initial pursuers, most of the snake worshippers, have been killed. However, more snake worshippers have also arrived here one after another. After the enemy was killed and wounded everywhere, the number increased several times. At present, the number of snake worshippers that Liang can see is endless, and the number of people is countless. Moreover, no matter how heavy the casualties were, the snake worshippers did not retreat. No matter how many people died, they continued to charge forward. Enemies who are not afraid of death are really difficult to deal with, especially when there are many of them. Fortunately, the Nolder Rangers were all riding horses, so they were not trapped. Leon led the Nolder Rangers to fight and retreat, and tried their best to pull to the side to delay the enemy's progress. However, a large number of farmers continued to come from the south under the leadership of a few snake cult soldiers, and the number was getting larger and larger. From time to time, you can see some Cobra warriors riding crimson horses. They are roughly equivalent to centurions in the snake cult. Each Cobra warrior probably brings a dozen snake cult warriors and hundreds of farmer followers. Obviously, there is a strict and clear hierarchy within the snake worship cult. This is not the kind of chaotic peasant army. They have a rigorous organizational structure. The Lord's judgment was correct. The snake cult really wanted to fight a melee, and it was purely about numbers, regardless of casualties. Moreover, those Cobra warriors were obviously letting their warriors and farmers die as cannon fodder. They really don't care about the lives of their men. Maybe they don't even care about their own lives. Fortunately, Liang was able to disengage the army in time. If he had not retreated immediately, he would probably not be able to escape by now.
Everyone, follow me! Get ready to mount and shoot!
Seeing that the army was at least 2 miles away from the battlefield, and that there were more and more enemies in front of him, the Lord led the Nolder round to the side, and began to retreat while shooting from the side. It may seem wasteful to spend precious arrows on these farmers, but it must be so. The huge crowd of snake worshippers were still pursuing them, but the Nolders constantly changing positions, and the damage caused by their precise bows and arrows still acted as a great hindrance. The snake cult army is getting farther and farther away from the Freedom Corps.
Okay, let's retreat.
From the time we discovered the enemy to now, it only took about half an hour in total. The Lord estimated that in the past half hour, his troops had caused at least 1,000 casualties to the snake cult. Such a rate of casualties, if placed in a general army, would probably directly lead to panic and collapse of the entire army. But the snake worshippers didn't. Those followers of the snake cult who were shouting randomly showed no signs of fear at all. They seem to have a strange kind of madness, and it doesn't seem like they are bloodthirsty or warlike. At the same time, the Lord still has some doubts in his heart. If it is just to meet his support army, The snake-worshipping cult can wait until he reaches the vicinity of Dilingang before taking action. Isn't it good to wait for work and leisure? My own army has already announced with great fanfare that it will reinforce Dilingang. No matter how powerful the snake-worship cult is, I will definitely go. Why would the snake-worshipping cult give up the siege of Dilingang and run so far to attack their own troops with all their strength? Could it be that in the eyes of the snake-worship cult, his reinforcements are more important than Dilingang? Or does the snake-worship cult have other intentions? If we don't understand the reason, we won't be able to defeat the enemy in a targeted manner. If you go head-to-head with such an enemy, even if you win, the losses will be huge. This time, the support to Dilingang was very thorough, and it actually attracted the enemy's main force to his side. Leon returned to Bailan village with a lot of questions. The Imperial Mortal Guards under Justice had formed a solid array, and there were still some corpses of snake worshippers at the entrance of the village. Obviously, Bailan village was originally attacked by the snake cult. Fortunately, the Lord left Lisa Dillon to intercept the snake cult scouts near the village.
Sir, less than half an hour after you left with your army this morning, a group of snake cult warriors appeared near the village.
Seeing Leon leading the team back, Lisa Dillon stepped forward to report the situation.
There must be spies of the snake cult everywhere around here. But fortunately, we didn't suffer much loss. Get ready to face the enemy. Tens of thousands of enemies are only 10 minutes away from us. This time it will probably be a tough battle. I don't know what's so special about us that can prevent the snake-worshipping cult from attacking Dilingang and instead attack us with all their strength.
Leon nodded and began to set up defenses. Since they are camping in Bailan village, it is naturally expected that the enemy will attack the village. This is why Leon asked Lisa Dillon to intercept the enemy's scouts around.
Wait, my lord. Maybe you should meet this person. Maybe she can tell you some information.
Lisa Dillon did not leave, but took Leon into the village and brought out a woman. It was a young girl wearing a pointed sashi helmet and holding a black iron spear. This girl's appearance is very outstanding, with an extremely delicate face, although she is wearing a completely ill-fitting leather coat. Her whole person still exudes a coquettish charm. The combination of extremely long eyelashes, green eyes, and alluring red lips is breathtaking.
Who is she?
The Lord looked at Lisa Dillon, then at the woman, and frowned.
She claimed to have escaped here. When I found her, she was being chased by a group of snake cult warriors.
Lisa Dillon paused and lowered her voice.
She is a snake worshipper. His. I am no longer. Commander. My name is Alyssa. His.
As soon as the girl opened her mouth, her overall alluring charm was immediately destroyed. That hissing sound is exactly the sound of a poisonous snake spitting out a message. The girl named Alyssa is not imitating this sound, but the hissing sound caused by sticking out her tongue every time before speaking and exhaling while sticking out her tongue. Moreover, the tip of her tongue is forked, exactly the same as the viper's Nobuko. Chapter 235 Council of Priests.
Alyssa, your tongue style is unusual. This accent doesn't sound like someone from the continent of Pender. Are you from the continent of Amara?
Of course, the Lord saw the forked tongue and heard her distinctive accent. It seemed that Alyssa belonged to a special category even within the snake worship cult. So even though time was running out now, he still planned to ask clearly. Alyssa looks like she comes from the snake cult headquarters. Maybe she can bring some information or revelations.
You guessed my accent quite right. His. I was once a snake cult priestess. Note the word once. They told me I was born in the Bacchus Empire, but all my memories are in the cult. His. I have apostatized and will never join again. I saw your subordinates fighting against the cult, and now the cult is hunting me down. So I must find a strong leader. Follow. There will always be a hiss when there are more people. Be more powerful.
Alyssa was indeed awkward when speaking, and she would make a hissing sound from time to time, which was very uncomfortable to hear. It was obvious that she had been taught to speak like this since she was a child, and she didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with speaking like this. Moreover, it will be more difficult to speak after the tip of the tongue is divided into two halves. It seems that it will be difficult for her to change this speaking style in her life.
The divine cult. Heh. Apostasy? You are the priestess of the snake cult temple in Umla continent. Why did you break away from the snake cult?
The Lord noticed Alyssa's wording.
I really shouldn't poison my competitors. If I knew in advance that I would be miserably exiled to the continent of Pendor. His. But the benevolent goddess will know that I only do this to make people who follow the true God live a better life. His.
Alyssa's words were a little jumpy, but people could still understand her. It seemed that she had used some disgraceful methods in the competition among the female priests within the snake worship cult.
Merciful goddess? Wait. What are you competing with those so-called competitors you mentioned?
The Lord was a little surprised. He realized that this former priestess probably had a very high status in Amara's snake-worshipping cult headquarters. Moreover, Alyssa's so-called apostasy was probably just a rebellion against the current ruler of the snake worship cult. She still believed in Azedahaka and called her a benevolent goddess.
All female priests want to be the messengers of the goddess. Only the high priest can convey the will of the goddess. His. But the current divine religion is completely deceived by the incompetent people who weave lies. His. The divine religion is no longer, it is a wonderful paradise. And the kingdom of God is full of lamentations.
Alyssa, on the other hand, looked completely undisguised. It seemed that her long life in the temple had made her very self-centered in communicating with others, and she didn't care whether others could understand or not. This is the expression of the magicians. But Alyssa obviously didn't realize that her way of speaking was difficult for ordinary people to understand. The influence of childhood living environment on people is deep-rooted. No wonder Risa Dillon wanted the Lord himself to communicate with her. It is estimated that Risa Dillon would have a hard time understanding Alyssa's jumping and vague way of speaking. But the Lord understood something.
What happened to the snake cult in Umla continent?
Leon heard the meaning of Alyssa's words and estimated that the huge power established by the snake worship cult in Umla continent might also have some big problems.
Famine.
Alyssa sighed sadly.
So, this time the snake cult suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Pandar. Was it actually because of the famine in the Amara continent?
Liang's understanding ability is indeed better than most people. Although Alyssa spoke unclearly, he still understood it.
The current temple will not act according to the will of the goddess at all. The divine religion is no longer the goddess's religious religion.
Alyssa nodded and continued to briefly and jumpily tell some of the inside story of the snake worship cult that she knew. A few minutes later, the Lord took a deep look at Alyssa, then looked back in the direction of Di Lingang. He understood what was going on. Alyssa is a priestess trained by the snake cult since she was a child. She has been living in the snake cult temple in the Umla continent. This is the headquarters of the snake worship cult. And it is also the place where God's will is conveyed to snake worshippers everywhere. It is no secret that the snake worshipping church snatches baby girls from various places, especially young noble girls, and sends them to temples to be trained as priestesses. Many nobles also joined the snake cult because their children were abducted. Although it is a cult, the identity recognition between nobles and civilians is still deeply rooted among the believers. Now, abducting little noble girls and training them to become priestesses has become a standard process of the snake worship cult. The snake cult believes that only pure girls can become the carriers of Azedahaka, which is also consistent with the dark goddess Erida. In order to ensure the purity of the priestesses, all priestesses will continue to drink special poisons from childhood. This poison will make their appearance extremely coquettish and prevent them from contracting most diseases, including the Red Death. But it will also make their whole bodies full of poison, and their kisses will be fatal to ordinary people. It is precisely because they have been taking drugs since childhood that their lifespans are very short, and they often die without illness in their 30s. As for the split tongue, this is a ritual when becoming a priestess. The tip of the tongue is cut into 2 halves, which represents their status in the snake cult. The sign on the tongue is a trivial matter. It only leads to an accent when speaking. However, if the whole body is filled with poison, it means that they will never be able to get love from a man or a woman. Therefore, when these female priests grow up, they can only focus on power. Fight for it. In the special environment of the temple, many female priests learn to fight in their teens. Lies and deception were their daily life. Like Alyssa, there are many priestesses who grew up in temples. Due to the basic transportation of this era, most priestesses have never left the vicinity of the temple. They can learn to fight for power in a temple full of lies. But they simply don't understand how to govern a huge religious country. The power of the snake cult was originally concentrated on the original high priest. The identity of the high priest was very mysterious, and he always wore a mask. No one knew what he looked like or who he was. The high priest only ruled the snake cult for a few decades. But in the past few decades, the snake-worshipping cult has developed from scratch into a huge force, and then gradually completely destroyed the powerful old Bacchus Empire in the Umla continent, and established a religious country that encompasses the entire Umla continent. And it forced the Maritan Empire, which had split from the first empire of Bacchus, to surrender. And it was extremely glorious for a while. Obviously, this high priest is a very capable ruler. even if his method is a bit special. In the era when the high priest ruled the snake worship cult, the female priests were just messengers used to spread messages around and servants used to serve the high priest. Generally speaking, their role was similar to that of eunuchs in certain feudal dynasties. But after the death of the high priest, everything changed. The high priest died suddenly, leaving no will and no time to prepare for his death. So, after a botched fight with no teachers, a priestess came to the throne. After that, the temple of the snake cult became a gathering place for conspiracies. The priestesses suddenly had new goals. Generations of priestesses began to take rights that did not originally belong to them. From an aristocratic baby girl to a temple priestess and then to a high priest. This seems to have become a conventional way to ascend to the throne. And under the influence of the Senate parliamentary system of the Cuban Empire, another parliamentary system was formed composed of female priests of parliament. In view of their short lifespan, they even introduced a 4-year general election system. But the problem is, girls who have been trafficked since childhood, then grew up in a snake-worshipping temple, and have almost never seen the outside world. What can they understand? They can't even control the army. They don't understand this at all. It's just that most snake worshippers will indeed respect the instructions of the temple, and the council formed by the priests is indeed the highest authority. However, because the members of this nondescript power structure have been taking drugs since childhood, not only are they unable to contact the opposite sex, they are even unable to make friends. And they have never seen the world. Most priestesses are a bit of a pervert. As a result, under the rule of generations of priests, the snake worship cult, which had dominated almost the entire continent of Amara 150 years ago, made almost no progress in the following more than 100 years. Not only that, it also allowed the descendants of the old Bacchus Empire that had been conquered to re-establish the Ashbourne Empire on the ruins. Now, the Ashbourne Empire can even fight vigorously with the snake cult. On the contrary, the snake worshippers who were previously sent to the Pendor continent gradually formed a climate in the new Bacchus Empire. But the priestesses still regard going to Pendor as a kind of exile, and they can still only see the temple. For hundreds of years, the rulers did not know how to govern. Under such circumstances, the snake worship cult has not yet been destroyed. It can only be said that this is the innate advantage of religious forces. At least the brainwashing ability is indeed strong. And the MLM-style acquisition of believers is still continuing. Although it continues to get worse. In the land ruled by the snake worship cult, the lives of the believers have become increasingly miserable. The serpent cult prohibits the eating of meat and the prohibition of drinking alcohol. Originally this was the standard set by the first generation of high priests, who said it was an oracle. But according to the understanding of the Lord, this was probably specially requested by the high priest in order to make up for the sequelae of the war caused by joining the snake worship cult and destroying the ancient empire when he first subverted the continent of Amara. Not eating meat or drinking alcohol can help more land and resources be used to grow food and vegetables. After experiencing non-stop chaos and wars, the continent of Amara was probably completely destroyed by the war. This standard requirement for food can actually feed more people. But those priestesses who later won the power obviously did not understand the reason. They just blindly asked not to be allowed because they had been taught that meat and wine were harmful and inedible since they were young. If it was just not allowed to eat meat, then it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, the Amara continent was the original place of origin for artifacts such as potatoes and corn. And potatoes could supply most of the nutrients for the human body. But the problem was that the priestesses didn't know how to encourage farming either. They don't even have the concept. Among the things they can come into contact with, the more attractive ones are obviously those wars and conquests that conquered the ancient empire. Conquered Gado. Conquered Maritime. Conquered Pendor. Conquered everything. So they kept launching wars without thinking about the life and death of the believers. Anyway, they were in the temple and had a large supply of fruits and vegetables every day. Most of them didn't even understand that these foods had to be grown. As a result, after hundreds of years of continuous conquest, the once extremely wealthy continent of Amara became desolate. Almost none of the believers are engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry, and they have countless gold, silver, treasures, weapons, and equipment inherited from the Cuban Empire. However, in the huge Amara continent, even the believers are almost unable to feed themselves. In today's Umla continent, in the territory of the snake worship cult, there is no decent farming and animal husbandry. Everything is just about fighting. People in the ancient empire who were good at farming were all thinking about how to become snake-worshipping warriors and improve their status so that they could have enough to eat. The Gugata people, who were good at animal husbandry, were almost completely wiped out, leaving only a group of slaves raising war horses. The Maritan Empire, which originally had a developed fishery, became a warship production base. The snake cult is actually very wealthy. They have acquired huge amounts of wealth through continuous conquests. But this wealth has not been used in the lives of the believers. Almost all resources have been turned into weapons and equipment, or used to decorate temples. The priestesses are very obsessed with various decorations. Today, even the grassroots warriors of the snake cult wear valuable viper equipment. Just armor. Complicated patterns will cost a lot of money. But those patterns are actually purely decorative, just to be more similar to the viper. This is the aesthetics of the priestesses. The original propaganda of rebuilding a beautiful kingdom of heaven was only superficial. The temple of the snake worship cult was decorated into a huge and magnificent castle. But the believers could not even eat. But this situation of not having enough food made the believers even more warlike. They were quite willing to invade other places, such as the continent of Pindar. This kind of cult state will always make its followers poor and trapped, whether intentionally or unintentionally. After all, poor people are more willing to die for the gods. And Alyssa is probably the smartest among the priestesses. She went to some ports to pass on the will of the goddess, and saw the poor low-level believers. She wanted to gain power to change this situation. However, she had little experience in strategizing, and she naively thought that by poisoning other priestesses, she would become the leader. After a failed poisoning operation, she was banished to the continent of Pindar. Not because the powerful high priest was magnanimous in not killing her, but to strengthen his control. The logic of the current high priest is actually not complicated. It is true that Alyssa murdered other female priests. So she claimed that Alyssa failed in her rebellion and fled Amara with a large number of troops to the continent of Pindar. This is because the priestesses have never really had control over the army, and the high priest wants to use this method to make these expeditionary forces completely under her own control instead of being subordinate to the council of priests. Of course, regardless of success or failure, Alyssa would not be able to return to the temple alive. A group of snake-worshipping warriors had been staring at her. Chapter 236 Snake Cult Storm. Presumably, factional struggles are bound to exist in any human political system. And the same is true for the snake cult. The snake cult can actually be divided into two factions, Cobra and Viper. This is also due to the struggle between the female priests of the snake cult. Over the past 100 years, priestesses have been sent to the temples of Pindar. The priestesses think this is a kind of betrothal. Most of the priestesses sent to Pindar are losers in political struggles. These losers can be regarded as sharing the same fate. They formed an alliance in the continent of Pindar and formed the Cobra faction. From followers of the snake cult to warriors of the snake cult, and then to the Cobra warriors. They have established a different hierarchy of cultists in the continent of Pindar. This is in line with the native lord culture of Pindar. The priestesses are like lords. The Cobra warriors are like the knights who follow them. And the snake cult warriors are like retinues. But these female priests who are assigned to the Pindar continent are actually still loyal to the snake cult, and will also cooperate with some orders from the snake cult temple in the Amara continent. After all, the priestesses have been brainwashed since childhood, and they will not fight even if they fight among themselves, affecting their loyalty to the snake cult itself. But after all, being divided into two continents, the temple cannot control the Cobra faction, and the priestesses of Pindar will only obey part of the orders. The Viper sect is basically the snake worshippers native to the Amara continent. These believers come from the Cubax Empire. Therefore, the system is not as hierarchical as the Pindar continent. The Cubax Empire does not have a lord culture. The Viper sects, the status of warriors is the same as that of ordinary believers. And leaders are also called generals like Bacchus. Due to the chaotic military and political system of the local snake worship cult in the Umla continent for more than 100 years, it is difficult for the temple priestesses to truly control the military power. And the snake worship cult gradually loses control within itself. In many cases, it is normal to violate the orders of the temple. Few of the orders issued by the priestesses of the temple are reliable. The generals of the Viper faction superficially respect the orders of the priestesses. And the priestesses who accompany the army are quite respectful. But they will never obey the priestesses in everything. Under such circumstances, the authority of the temple is naturally not as good as before. If it were not for the mission of the Terror Legion to eliminate rebellion, the snake cult would have been torn apart long ago. But the problem is that the Dread Legion is not loyal to the high priest. In fact, not even the temple's council of priestesses can issue any orders to the Dread Legion. The Dread Legion has a very special status in the snake cult. And Malthus is not interested in anything other than rebellion and fighting. So naturally he cannot be bribed. Moreover, this terrifying legion would not have any dependence on the snake cult temple. All of their members are resurrected undead, and need neither supplies nor enjoyment. In fact, until the death of the original talented high priest, any legionnaire in Malthus's Dread Legion had a status far higher than that of the temple priestess. Because the Terror Legion was once the rebellious legion of the snake cult, they only did two jobs. One was to defeat the snake cult troops, who betrayed the great snake god Azedahaka, and the other was to conquer those that were difficult to deal with. Enemy. Malthus would completely ignore any orders other than this. This also means that in the current snake worship cult, the high priest in the temple basically does not control any external military power. Only the temple guard is under the control of the high priest. And the current big wave wine and prayers are timid and powerful. She wanted to control external military power into her own hands. To this end, she used Alyssa as a blade and designed a series of conspiracies. First, the high priest said that Alyssa had absconded after poisoning all the temple priestesses, and that a large-scale investigation was needed. But in fact Alyssa has always been in the hands of the high priest's trusted warriors. Later, the high priest summoned the leaders of the Viper faction in the temple, expressed suspicion that Alyssa's rebellion was related to the army, and announced that he would investigate the rebellion. At the same time, the high priest quietly sent Alyssa to the military camp of the most powerful general of the Viper faction, in order to frame the general for conspiring to rebel with Alyssa. After all, Alyssa did intend to poison all the priestesses in the temple, including the high priest. This was indeed the highest level of treason, since there is indeed a traitor who is a temple priest in the military camp. Then Malthus' fearful legion will naturally come forward to suppress the rebellion. So the general and a small group of disobedient snake cult warriors were killed by Malthus' fear legion. But Alyssa escaped again. The high priest felt that Alyssa, a sinner who had really poisoned her, was quite good, used to hide Alyssa again. The reason for doing this is to use Alyssa, a real treasonous sinner, to drive Malthus's Terror Legion again in the future. High-end rebels who can cause the Terror Legion to dispatch are not easy to find. So of course they must be cherished. I don't know how Malthus judges the truth and lies. Maybe Malthus can get an oracle from Azedahaka to judge the truth and falsehood. Anyway, false accusations and forged orders have never been able to summon the fearful army. The rebellious Malthus, who was too low-level, would not pay attention. But the rebellion of temple priestesses, like Alyssa, obviously has a great influence. As long as the situation is true, the Terror Legion will definitely be dispatched. After the Dread Legion killed the general, the high priest successfully placed his cronies in the general's position, and completed control of the army under the deterrence of the Dread Legion. She said that if this army does not obey her command, then all soldiers will be killed by the Dread Legion as traitors, and they will not be able to live in peace even after death. If you are a traitor to the snake cult and are killed by the Dread Legion, the end will be very miserable indeed. And it is not just death. The Dread Legion represents the greatest fear even within the snake cult, because traitors or sinners of the snake cult will be literally devoured by the Dread Legion at the altar of the snake cult, and all their flesh will be eaten away by the Python Knights of the Dread Legion, after having their skin and flesh eaten alive. The betrayer will also annihilate the sinful soul into the abyss, at the altar of Azedahaka, and eventually become the devoured one. This kind of swallowed one is generally equivalent to the soul being devoured and the flesh and blood being eaten away. Only a skeleton-like body is left. But this body is still driven by those Python Knights, until it completely turns into powder. In the eyes of snake cult believers, this is equivalent to being unable to stand up for eternity and sinking into a painful H.L. forever. In fact, the devoured ones of the serpent cult are very similar to the fallen ones of the dark goddess cult. They all lost their skin and flesh, and their souls were devoured by some kind of existence. However, in the dark goddess sect, the fallen ones actively sacrificed their flesh and soul to the dark goddess in exchange for powerful power. This is more like an active transaction. In the snake cult, those who are swallowed are all sinners of the sect, but they will also gain strength from this. The logic on both sides is completely different, but the result is indeed the same, the devoured and the fallen, both walking corpses without skin and with infinite strength. Obviously, the powerful power they obtained is probably just an inevitable phenomenon after becoming undead. Unconscious undead will no longer be affected by the human body's own protective mechanism. They can exert all the power that the human body can theoretically exert. Followers of the snake cult are extremely afraid of being devoured. In their teachings, This punishment imposed on rebels means that they will endure endless torture in the abyss of H.L. and will never be able to escape. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of going to H.L. Most cult believers are like this. In their eyes, death is just waiting in advance on the road to heaven. But they cannot accept the annihilation of the soul by the gods they believe in. The high priest successfully obtained the first army that obeyed her alone. This is the first high priest in many years to truly successfully seize a large amount of military power. This achievement has greatly increased the confidence of the current high priest, and naturally gave rise to bigger ideas. But this kind of frame-up can obviously only be used once in the mainland of Amara. After all, Alyssa has been fugitive. It would be too fake if it could still appear in another general's military camp, and other generals are already on guard. Besides, if Maldus discovers that this is a frame-up of lies, he might let the Dread Legion kill the High Priest and re-elect him. Therefore, the High Priest set his sights on the continent of Pindar. This kind of frame-up may not be able to continue to be used in the Amara continent, but it is logical to use it in the Pindar continent. The priestess of the Cobra faction often disobeys the instructions of the temple. Although this is more due to the message transmission between two continents, it's inconvenient, but it's not unfair to call them rebellious. In this way, the Dread Legion can still be used as a sword, and Alyssa, the Great Rebel, can still be used. On the one hand, the High Priest intends to acquire the army of the female priests of the Cobra faction. These female priests have been losers in political struggles. In the view of the High Priest, she will definitely be able to kill or control those losers and bring the Cobra faction's army to the forefront. The army got it into its own hands. Moreover, the Cobra faction basically uses the logic of lords. Those priestesses personally lead the army. Without the middleman of general, the Cobra faction's believers will be more adaptable to being led by a dictatorial priestess than the Viper faction. Controlled, on the other hand, the High Priest plans to personally conquer the Bacchus Empire of Pindar continent. With such achievements, she will definitely become the true ruler of the entire snake worship cult, controlling everything just like the first generation of High Priests. So she exiled Alyssa to the continent of Pindar, and asked her trusted warriors to take Alyssa to become a member of the Cobra faction. At the same time, she sent an order to the priestesses of the Cobra faction in the Pindar continent to besiege Emperor Lin Gang and the temple. In the name of the Council of Priests, the snake worshippers in Pindar are required to join their expeditionary force at Imperial Port. This is actually to allow all the female priests of the Cobra faction to gather at Dillon Port. And then the High Priest can use the name Alyssa united the Cobra faction to rebel, to once again prompt the Dread Legion to launch a rebellion, so that she can win. The same method used by the army of priestesses in Pindar continent can indeed be used again in Pindar continent. And this time, she wanted to achieve multiple goals in one step. She could not only conquer Dillon Port and create good conditions for the conquest of the Bacchus Empire, but also control a large number of troops and make herself a true dictator. The High Priest then launched a mobilization campaign against Pindar at the Temple of Amalur. The order of the expedition to Pindar has indeed received widespread response from the Amara continent, because the Amara continent has been facing a long-term famine, and going to Pindar to get some food is in line with the wishes of most believers. So the High Priest used the army she had just controlled as the main body and began to form a huge expeditionary force. He gathered the snake cult troops at several ports near the temple, and then began to mobilize supplies. However, what the High Priest did not expect was that before the supplies for the army were prepared, a fleet from the Bacchus Empire suddenly arrived from Pindar, causing great chaos in various ports. The High Priest herself does not know how to command naval battles at all, and the confidant general she just promoted probably does not know much either. Facing the fleet of the Bacchus Empire, she responded too slowly. As a result, a large number of warships and docks were destroyed. The rations she finally gathered were also burned to the ground. It may be difficult for the expeditionary force to set off now. As a result, the trusted warriors who took Alyssa to the Pindar continent lost contact with the High Priest. The port was destroyed, but the expedition led by the High Priest failed to set off as scheduled. On the contrary, the independent army of the Terror Legion had already set off before the incident at the port. The Terror Legion did not need supplies, and they did not wait at the port at that time. Naturally, the High Priest's plan went very wrong. After those trusted warriors brought Alyssa to the Pindar continent, they landed at Sarandil village, a coastal village west of Imperial Port, and then lurked there. Since the expeditionary force never came, Imperial Port also never came. Being captured, they could only find another landing point. But this resulted in them being unable to obtain follow-up instructions and implement the High Priest's plan. The High Priest asked them to bring Alyssa to Dylanport, and as a priestess assigned to Pindar, she would join the Cobra faction. However, the expeditionary force has not yet arrived, and Dylangang has been in the hands of the Bacchus Empire. Although it was crumbling under the attack of Pandey's snake cult, it did not fall. Dylangang could not go. These close warriors knew that Alyssa was a traitor who poisoned the High Priest, but they could not deal with her at will, and they did not dare to let Alyssa come into contact with the snake worshippers in Pindar. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly, but remained hidden in Sarandil and waited. As a result, Alyssa was naturally unable to join the Cobra faction, and she was not even able to meet the alliance of priestesses who were sent to the continent of Pindar. This prevented the Dread Legion from attacking the Cobra faction in Pindar because they did not rebel. Malthus did have some way of telling whether the oracle was true or false. Therefore, the Terror Legion did not attack Dylangang at all, nor did it stay near Dylangang. This legion seemed to have spontaneously set a new target. Siyuan City. After all, the Terror Legion did not need supplies. So Marta sailed along the coastline for a few more days, and then landed at Chizaw village. Ordinary troops cannot land from Chizaw. There is no dock for large warships there, and large ships can easily run aground in the shallow harbor. Only the Dread Legion, these undead warriors who are not tired and are powerful, can forcefully go ashore directly from the gentle beach on the seaside. They do not need supplies or breathing. Even the war horses are not living creatures. As long as there is a gentle slope, they can even ride horses directly from the bottom of the sea to the shore. The Terror Legion went to the direction of Siyuan City, but the High Priest's fleet never came, and Dylangang was never captured. The High Priest and other trusted warriors were now even less able to carry out their missions. Staying in one place for a long time will naturally give opportunities to prisoners, and Alyssa can use drugs to become beautiful. As a result, 2 nights ago, Alyssa gave a kiss to a snake cult warrior who looked in her face with eyes wide open. That was the High Priest's confidant warrior. Just a few minutes after being kissed, this guy's whole body twitched and fell into a coma. It was probably impossible to save the priestess, who had been trained with poison since childhood. The poison on the red lips was the same as the poison of the viper, basically equivalent. Then Alyssa got a black iron spear and ran away. In order to run away smoothly, she also changed into a piece of leather armor that didn't fit well, and disguised herself as a follower of the snake cult native to Pindar. In fact, she had already successfully escaped. Knowing that there were female priests of the Cobra sect gathered near Dylangang, Alyssa originally ran to Dylangang. She originally planned to join the Cobra faction and explain the High Priest's conspiracy to these priestesses, which would definitely allow her to get Panda protection and even support of the native German priestesses. But since it was her first time to come to Pen Continent, and she had seen little of the world, she did not expect that Pen Continent would be so hierarchical. As a result, she met a Cobra warrior near Dylangang. The Cobra warrior had obviously never seen such a beautiful, followers of the snake cult,
planning to take it back and enjoy it. The result is obvious. There is another victim under Alyssa's red lips. So Alyssa was chased by the snake cult warriors under the Cobra warriors all the way to Bayulin village. And then she was lucky enough to meet Lisa Dillon. Of course, even if she didn't encounter Rasadalin, she could probably run away. The priestess with the black iron spear in her hand was actually quite capable of fighting. However, when encountering an army against the snake cult, Alyssa will of course try to see if she can get shelter. After all, she is not sure now whether the Cobra warriors who killed the Cobra warrior will be killed by Pandar's snake cult. Revenge.
Commander, I understand the way the believers of the cult think. I know how to face them. Maybe this will be helpful for you to formulate strategies and tactics. Hiss.
Alyssa began to recommend herself to the Lord.
Now I roughly understand why those snake worshippers gave up on Dylangang and attacked my troops instead. If this is the case, then there is actually not much pressure on Dylangang. Everyone, we have to find a way to keep the defenders at bay. Dylanggang's troops come out to attack the snake cult.
The Lord really understood that the local snake worshippers of Pandey, who were attacking Dylangang, had been attacking Dylangang for 3 months. But they had never seen the arrival of the High Priest's expeditionary force. However, due to the orders of the temple, the snake worshippers did not dare to withdraw their troops. Now that my support army is here, they will of course give up Dylangang and turn around to attack them. No matter whether they can defeat themselves or not,
they can take the opportunity to break away from the bad battle of attacking Dylangang. Chapter 237 Cursed Land. Perhaps, The snake-worshipping priestesses of the Cobra faction in Pendor felt that they had been deceived. They made considerable efforts to attack Di Lin Gang. They not only diverted the attention of the Bacchus Empire with the Red Death, but also gathered a large army. But in the agreed September, after they started to attack Di Lin Gang, the Viper Sect expeditionary force that had agreed to attack simultaneously from the sea did not even see a hair. It wasn't until mid-October that a few warships came from the Amara continent. But they were all miscellaneous troops who didn't have enough to eat. Their combat effectiveness was quite poor, and they couldn't attack the port at all. The main fleet of the High Priest has not appeared until now. And all that have come are motley crews who have fled. The food for the expeditionary force has been burned. In order to raise food, the High Priest is forcing the believers to donate. But there has been a famine in the Unlock continent for a long time. Although the believers have loyal beliefs, they are really powerless. Under the forcible consecration, many believers robbed or stole several warships and came to Pendor continent. This could be considered as supporting the expedition with practical actions, although the believers only wanted to go to Pendor continent to make ends meet. Just a meal. This is why the snake cult fleet that came to Dylanport did not find another place to land. They had no food and did not dare to sail to find a landing point. They are currently fishing for a living near Dylanport, and their life is better than Dylan. The defenders inside the harbor were still miserable. As a result, the female priests of the Cobra sect who gathered outside the Imperial port have persisted from September to now, fighting from autumn to winter, and fought for more than 3 consecutive months. But they still have not seen the main fleet of the High Priest arrive at the Imperial port. But they heard that the Terror Legion did appear in Pendor continent. But the problem was that the Terror Legion ran to Siyuan City and did not appear in Dylan port. In this case, they certainly felt that the Temple Priest Council was deceiving them, and they no longer wanted to fight anymore. But they dare not withdraw their troops. If they disobey the order of the temple and abandon their colleagues from the Amara continent on the warships outside the port, maybe one day the fearful legion will suddenly appear in their lair. Crud against those who disobey orders. As traitor. Therefore, these female priests were actually very restrained at first, and their attack on Di Lin Gang was not violent. It seemed that they were not working hard enough, and they are all rich. Unlike the Amara continent, there is no famine in the Pendor continent. The priestesses have obtained a large amount of food before, and are not afraid to spend it around Di Lin Gang. In fact, it doesn't matter to them whether they can defeat Di Lin Gang. After all, if the High Priest's fleet never comes, what's the point of them even if they capture Di Lin Gang? Attacking Di Lin Gang is the order of the temple. But capturing Di Lin Gang may not be a good thing for them, because the temple will definitely not let Di Lin Gang be controlled by the Cobra faction. If the temple lets people from the Viper faction manage Di Lin Gang, wouldn't this mean that the Cobra faction is causing trouble for itself? But a few days ago, they heard that the slave rebel army in Bashi City had lifted the siege of the city, and that a large army was moving south to reinforce Di Lin Gang. They found that this was an opportunity to get rid of the current embarrassing situation. Di Lin Gang cannot be attacked for a long time, and there is a large army rushing to support in Bacchus. So staying outside Di Lin Gang is definitely not a wise choice. But if you turn around and attack Bashi City, this can definitely be regarded as a proper explanation of the temple's orders, both in terms of face and appearance. Since Bashi City has sent a large army to support Di Lin Gang, it means that Bashi City is now extremely empty. It is definitely more cost-effective to attack Bashi City than to attack Di Lin Gang. Moreover, for the female priests of the Cobra faction, taking over the city of Bashi is much more attractive than taking over the Imperial port. The city of Bashi is in the hinterland, and the temple of the Amara continent will definitely not be able to send a fleet to snatch it from them. Of control. Anyway, occupying Bashi City is equivalent to establishing a base in Bacchus. No matter what happens to Di Lin Gang in the end, at least they are worthy of the order of the temple. The priestesses of Pendor are indeed loyal to the snake cult, and they will obey the orders of the temple. But they will not do it blindly. Therefore, their troops marched north before, originally to attack Bashi City. As for why they came after Sigismund's team of scouts, this is mainly due to the combat habits of the snake worshippers. If they encounter an enemy, regardless of the enemy's goal and size, they will use overwhelming force at the first time. The number of people overwhelmed all obstacles on the way. These snake worshippers are not regular troops, and most of the priestesses are not very good at tactics. Snake worshippers do not have the clear combat intentions of the regular army. After determining the general direction, they will migrate there like locusts. Therefore, when the snake worshippers came after Sigismund's scout team, they were not actually targeting the Lord's reinforcements. They were just going north from Dilingang. But the Lord's troops happened to be on the way. Sigismund and the gladiators obviously did not understand the behavior and habits of the snake cult. And neither did the Lord. Sometimes, many battles that occur inexplicably are due to these strange factors, and even seem quite unreasonable in the eyes of onlookers. But they just happen. Fortunately, Alyssa appeared here, and the former priestess gave her judgment on the current situation. She didn't understand the culture of the Lords of Pendor, but she did understand the mentality of the priestesses. She was right. Her knowledge of the snake worshippers was really helpful for a commander to formulate strategies and tactics. If it hadn't been for meeting her, the Lord would probably have fought a head-on battle with the snake cult army in Bailan village. He would have fought head-on with tens of thousands of guys who were not afraid of death. The outcome was really hard to say. But now, Leon felt that he could avoid it first and use a more technical method to destroy this group of snake worshippers. Anyway, Di Lingang has indeed been relieved from the siege, and the Lord's strategic intention of rescuing Di Lingang has been realized. Although the realization is somewhat inexplicable, what we have to consider now is how to kill those female priests. According to Alyssa, as long as the priests, the spokesmen of the gods, are eliminated, other snake worshippers will usually not take the initiative to cause trouble.
Sir Governor, since the snake cult's large force is heading towards Boji City, we can completely make way for them and then use the cavalry to ambush them. And your infantry unit can still enter Dalingang as originally planned.
The Lord seems to be more relaxed now, since the snake worshippers have no tactical ability, even if they are not afraid of death. They are just a group of brave locusts.
Leon, do you think that snake girl's words are trustworthy? If she is a liar.
Justice was somewhat uneasy. He was skeptical of any serpent cultist's words.
If Alyssa is deceiving us, then we should give way even more. Anyway, Bailan village is just an empty village with no one. And it doesn't matter even if it is occupied by the snake worship cult. Don't get hung up on the gains and losses of one city or one place. The goal is to eliminate the snake cult. Now we only need to consider how to avoid the eyes and ears of the snake cult.
Leon turned his head and looked around Bailan village. There were indeed no civilians here.
Then, you make the arrangements, and I will cooperate with your orders.
Justice handed over the command to Leon.
Then, let's move west first, to the direction of Sarandil, to avoid the army of the snake cult. Since the snake cult warriors who escorted Alyssa can lurk in the village of Sarandil for more than a month, that means we should be able to avoid the eyes and ears of the snake cult there and turn ourselves into the dark.
Leon drew 2 lines on the map.
Then, my troops will go north from Sarandil to set up an ambush in fighting. If they want to go to Bashi City, they must pass through fighting. And the governor, after confirming the snake worship after the Sex army leaves the area around Dalingang.
You can lead your troops directly into Dalingang. Then lead Dalingang's troops north. And join me in a flanking attack on the snake-worshipping cult. Don't let anything happen to Bashi City.
Justice was clearly still nervous about his territory.
I guarantee that no snake worshippers will be able to enter the City of Knowledge alive.
Leon pointed towards the road to the south.
Hurry up. The snake cult troops may be coming soon.
Fortunately, all the troops had been making preparations and responded very quickly. Before long, Bailan village became empty again. Just a few minutes after the troops evacuated Bailan village, the large troops of the snake cult swarmed through like locusts passing through the border. The endless crowd passed through the deserted Bailan village and headed northwest. Sarandil, this is an extremely quiet, eerie, and extremely miserable village. In the era when the kingdom of Pendor ruled the continent, Sarandil village was originally a large market town. This was originally the largest fishing port in Pendor continent. There used to be countless fishing boats coming and going, and the coast was full of fishing nets drying. This fishing port located in the southern part of Pendor continent would have been very busy in winter. As the temperature drops, the northern seas will freeze, and a large number of fish will migrate to the southern coast. At the same time, high-value seafood such as various types of pearls are also caught in winter. As the weather gets colder, the secretion of nacre by pearl-nurturing mussels will gradually slow down, which can cause the surface of pearls to gradually become delicate and round. The quality of pearls harvested in midwinter or early spring is the best. This was originally an excellent place. Not only was there fishing all year round, but it also had the largest pearl-producing area in Pendor. However, the richer the place, the more miserable the lives of the people at the bottom are often. Especially after the Bacchus Empire ruled here. After the Bacchus Empire occupied the southern part of Pendor, Selindel gradually owned the largest number of iron piles and chains in the entire Pender continent. These iron stakes and chains were originally used to chain slaves. In the Bacchus Empire, all the hard work in the fishing process was naturally done by slaves. Of course, slaves also did the work that could easily lead to death, such as diving to catch pearls or corals. However, the slaves couldn't even get Yuju's clam sh.ls. To ensure that slaves would not sneak away these precious catches, slave owners would lock their necks with iron collars. When going to sea, long iron chains would be used to tie the slaves to the hull. When not going to sea, the iron chains would be locked on the iron piles on the coast. The iron piles were also used to lock the ships. The range of movement of most slaves throughout their lives is the area limited by the iron chains, either on a boat, in the sea, or by an iron pile on the coast. They can only dive into the water again and again, being taken to the deep seabed by thick iron chains, struggling between life and death to find the gifts of the sea. If they fail to complete their tasks that day, they will not be pulled onto the ship and will have to soak in the sea. The slave masters would not even give them any food. The slaves would eat locally in the sea. Cooked food was a luxury reward for them. The vast majority of slaves do not survive more than 3 years in Serendil. And the situation of slaves here is even worse than that of slaves in the mines. This miserable life will naturally lead to more tragedies. This is also the first area in the entire Pender continent to be controlled by the snake cult. The snake cult can easily control most of Serendil's slaves without using any means, and then lead them to rebel and cause rebellion, and usher in massacres again and again. For more than 100 years, there has been a cycle of tragedies here, generation after generation, where slave owners brutally exploited their slaves, and the snake-worshipping cult seduced low-class slaves. The slaves started to rebel after believing in the snake-worshipping cult, and were then annihilated by the imperial army. After the chaos of the snake cult is quelled, new slave owners will arrive in the empire, and the same story will repeat itself again. The scourge of war again and again caused Serendil to wither and decline year by year. In the end, it became a cursed place in the eyes of people, and this fishing port gradually ceased to be inhabited. It is said that countless ghosts haunt this place at night. There are too many evil spirits of all kinds, and it is haunted. Therefore, it is also called Ghost Port. There have been brave people who have tried to come to Serendil, hoping to catch valuable pearls. But most of the people who enter this cursed place disappear without explanation. By now, the village of Selindil has become a dilapidated and gloomy ruin, with a large area and many houses, but no people. Only the rusty iron piles and chains scattered along the coast still tell the story of the prosperous and sad past of this fishing port. This is why the snake cult warriors were able to hide with Alyssa in Serendil for more than a month without being discovered. This once prosperous fishing port is now almost completely deserted. This is not a military location. Under normal circumstances, no one will come near it. Leon brought his army to Serendil, and he was indeed able to easily avoid the eyes of the snake cult. The fishing port was also surrounded by deserted wasteland. Since there was no one, the snake cult would naturally not know about them. Trend. After Resadarin took the Nolder to confirm that there were no problems around Serendil, the Lord planned to repair here for a day, and then split up with Justice to act as planned. Although this place is suspected of being haunted. Of course you are not afraid of ghosts with an army. But what the Lord did not expect was that something unexpected happened to him after he only stayed in Serendil for one night. The wind was particularly strong that night. The howling wind stirred up huge waves on the sea. The sound of the huge waves kept echoing, making it difficult to sleep even hundreds of meters away from the coast. The army was stationed, and naturally there were troops keeping vigil at night. The person in charge of the night watch was Sigismund. Also, Sarah is here. But Sarah did not have a night watch duty. She was just disturbed by the noise of the wind and waves. So she came to see the sea and chat with Sigismund. The bard wanted to learn from Sigismund's experience. She took some of the materials and compiled them into poems. She believed that the story of the civilian knight was worth remembering. So, while most of the soldiers on duty were looking in several other directions, Sarah and Sigismund were sitting on the beach, watching the wind blowing in the night sea. But the wind was really strong, and Sarah's cloak and shawl were almost blown off. But just when Sarah was about to hide in Sigismund's tent to take shelter from the wind, she vaguely saw several huge black figures on the sea.
What is that, Sinclair? Did you see it? Is that a sea monster?
Sarah put her shawl back on, covering her round shoulders, and the tempting ravine exposed by her neckline. Sigismund sighed with regret.
No, Vixen. That seems to be
That's a warship. Blow the trumpet. Enemy attack.
Sigismund closed his eyes and shook his head, then looked at the sea in the distance again, and then shouted loudly. Chapter 238. Move forward. Forward. Siyuan City. Emperor Marius finally attempted a less intense attack. He has been besieging the city for more than 10 days. But there is still no movement in Siyuan City. Knowing that there was a fearful legion in the city, Emperor Marius did not act rashly at first, but had been patiently building fortifications outside. But there was still no movement in the city. So he planned to test it out and let the Immortal Legion and the Shadow Wolves launch a strong attack in the open and covertly. But what he didn't expect was that this powerful attack would succeed so easily, and the fearful legion would disappear inexplicably. However, after Emperor Marius' troops entered the city, they faced new troubles. In Siyuan City, there are a group of mutilated corpses all covered in green bodies, wandering around. All the corpses had no skin and flesh. The stench throughout the city and the occasional drops of juice attracted groups of scavenging birds. But most of the crows did not touch the pale green walking corpses. Only some green maggots crawled in and out of the rotting eye sockets of these zombies. That is the devoured one. Moreover, the origin of these devoured people is actually very clear. They were once rebels under Sheila Uzes. Even after being killed by Maltiz, Sheila Uzes was still causing trouble for Emperor Marius. Although these devoured people looked terrifying, Emperor Marius was not worried. What he was worried about now was another question. How did the Terror Legion leave Siyuan City? Where did they go?
Your Majesty, the Terror Legion probably left by sea.
General Sulla of the Shadow Legion suddenly said to Emperor Marius.
But when we left the port, we destroyed all the docks.
Marius frowned in confusion.
Your Majesty, we have all overlooked a problem. This was my mistake. I did not warn you in advance.
Sura closed his eyes and shook his head, seeming to blame himself.
The Terror Legion are all undead. They never need a dock. Agathon, where was the fleet when the Dread Legion landed? Call all the cavalry. Let's destroy their warships.
Emperor Marius was stunned for only half a second before taking remedial measures. All the warships of the Dread Legion are in Chizaw village, which is a subordinate village of Fort Olega that was burned down under the order of Emperor Marius. Similar to Serendil, this is also a coastal fishing village. Chizaw village has not turned into a cursed fishing port like Serendil. This is mainly because Chizaw village does not have as many pearl resources as Serendil, and Chizaw is relatively close to the capital Siyuan City. But now, Chizaw village has become a gloomy ghost land, because it just suffered a massacre not long ago. This was done when the Dread Legion landed. 7 or 8 warships of the Terror Legion are still staying on the beach at Chizaw village. The small village does not have a deep enough pier, and those ships are actually stranded. In fact, it was not a particularly advanced large ship, but some old models from nearly 200 years ago. It was a mixed galley and sail troop transport ship of the Cuban Empire, with an average displacement of only about 100 tons.
This is definitely not all their ships. Where are the other ships? It seems we are late.
Emperor Marius commanded the troops to surround the stranded ships. After looking at the internal structure, he felt that there should be more than just these warships. It is impossible for just 7 or 8 such ships to transport more than 3,000 horses. Even if they were doubled, they might not be able to accommodate the horses, which would take up too much space.
Your Majesty, these ships are all damaged and must have been abandoned here.
Agathon came back after an inspection. He found that all these ancient ships were broken, and they were old antiques. They were indeed easy to break.
Are these all damaged? I'm afraid they won't abandon these ships. Oops. There are enemies nearby who haven't left yet. The entire army is on alert. Search for enemies.
Emperor Marius suddenly felt a little regretful. In order to rush for time, he only took some Imperial Knights and Agathon's Iron Ring Centurions with him. He had less than 500 troops around him.
His Majesty the Emperor is indeed very smart. I am indeed still here.
An emotionless voice came from the sea. Then, hundreds of green figures emerged from the sea. That's Maldiz and her horned viper vanguard. Emperor Marius drew out his sword with a swipe, looked back behind him, and then looked at the horned viper pioneers in the sea with only their heads exposed.
Charge forward! Block them, and don't let them come ashore.
Marius did not turn around and flee, but waved his sword and faced him, and did not mount his horse again. Agathon gritted his teeth, took off the throwing spear from his back, and faced the terrible enemies side by side with Emperor Marius.
Forward! Forward! Don't let their horses leave the water.
In Serendil village, which is only separated from Chizaw village by a bay. The horns of war preparations have sounded. Amidst the sound of wind and waves, the volume of the horn seemed quite weak. The army was also in the most difficult situation at this time, and would not be able to be fully prepared for a while. Only the Noldor elves gathered around the Lord with great efficiency, and took the lead in preparing for battle on the coast. But the fleet was almost completely motionless. Selendil village is just a civilian fishing port. The pier is relatively shallow, and huge warships cannot reach the pier. After the fleet was bumpy and swayed in the wind and waves for a while, it stopped in the bay a few hundred meters away from the coast. Then, there was no movement. There were no lights, no souls, and no landing craft was seen being lowered. In the dim morning light, it looked like a ghost ship.
Sir, they seem to have been stranded. The wind and waves are so strong, but the boats are not moving at all.
Windy was the first to notice the problem.
How about I go over and take a look? If the ship runs aground, their people should come out. But they don't seem to be moving. Windy, don't go over there yet. Take a look before talking.
The Lord felt that something was a little strange and stopped Windir's actions.
That's the Dread Legion's warship. Better get off the coast. They're in the water.
Behind her, Alyssa suddenly screamed in panic. The Lord also saw it, and there was a faint head emerging from the water. But it didn't seem to be human. They looked like miserable green corpses, wearing helmets of the same color. As the waves loomed on the sea, they seemed to be gradually rising.
They came up from the bottom of the sea. Go back. Wait. Don't go back. Go forward. Let's go up to them, and don't let them leave the water.
The Lord immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly waved the Noldor away. But just when he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly led the people forward, even standing in the seawater that kept lapping at the beach.
Those are the undead. Charge forward and stop them in the water. If we let them reach the shore, we will be in big trouble.
Liang drew out his sword and shouted. He saw long black shadows under the water. Those terrifying enemies seemed to be riding horses along the seabed. Across a bay, Marius and Liang made the same reaction at this time, and couldn't let the Legion of Fear come ashore. A horse that can sneak in water. This is indeed a bit scary. Sigismund probably saw it too. So he ran towards the Free Corps camp, shouting,
Brothers, stop wearing armor. Come out and line up.
When encountering cavalry, you really have to use long weapons, or big swords to fight against them. Currently, only the Free Legion has a dedicated anti-cavalry unit. Sigismund's gladiators basically use long halberds, or big swords. However, the execution efficiency of this newly formed legion was not high enough, and it was not yet ready for battle. Sigismund's shouts gradually faded away with the whistling wind, and Jocelyn could occasionally be heard swearing loudly from the barracks. The enemy is only more than 100 meters away from Liang's current position. Occasionally, the chests of the enemies in the front row, and the black horses they are riding can be seen from under the receding waves. Those horses were all covered in black horse armor, and their specific appearance could not be seen. But each horse looked extremely tall, which looked very similar to the current appearance of the war beast Jocelyn was riding. But each horse's eyes look extremely penetrating. In other words, they were not eyes at all, but a bright red light emitting from the empty eye sockets. The Noldor began to shoot arrows toward the sea, but the wind was very strong, and the water mist stirred up by the strong wind and waves was thrown like raindrops on the coast. In this environment, even if the Noldor arrows were less affected by the wind, it would be difficult to achieve complete accuracy. Fortunately, the Noldor used metal composite bows, which would not be affected in such a humid environment. Wooden crossbows would be basically useless in such strong winds and waves. This is probably the main reason why most of Bacchus' troops are not equipped with bows and arrows. They were originally fleet troops. The landing troops in the fleet are indeed not suitable for using crossbows, and are more suitable for throwing weapons. The same is true for Field's Way. Many of the lords of Field's Way, including Lord Vides himself, were once pirates of Van's Carry, and they were also accustomed to using throwing axes. In this situation, the Lord does feel that throwing weapons may be more effective. This is not because the Noldor can't shoot accurately in strong winds and waves, but because even if the arrows are accurate, it seems to be of no use. The Noldor were indeed skilled, and these young elven rangers were indeed brave. Many arrows did penetrate the withered heads that were still floating in the sea. The Lord could clearly see that many arrows even shattered the green faces of those enemies, creating holes that penetrated through them. But those terrifying enemies were still moving forward, seemingly unaffected. Can't be killed? Leon now knew why this army was called the Terror Legion. This is an undead army with no emotions. No fear of life or death. No fatigue. No pain. No need for supplies. And no need to even breathe. Moreover, damage to part of the body probably will not affect their actions. Leon was now a little hairy all over his body. He turned his head and glanced a few times, already starting to think about where to run. The Noldor also took a few steps back in fear. Even though the Noldor were all brave warriors, they were a little scared in this situation. Never before had they met an enemy whom the Noldor's arrows could not kill. It wasn't until Wendell shot an arrow next to the Lord that it passed through the middle of an enemy's forehead. Only then did the Lord see the enemy disappear into the sea.
It seems that the Terror Legion can still kill Dot, but from the looks of it, I'm afraid I have to crush my brain to do it.
The Lord's original intention to run away finally became a little more stable. But in such strong winds and waves, it would be too difficult for a bow and arrow to hit the center of the eyebrow and penetrate the head. Fortunately, the Terror Legion is still soaking in the sea. It may not be able to exert its strength under the constantly surging waves. It moves very slowly. It is only 100 or 200 meters away and will not threaten the Lord for a while. I don't know what the undead of the Terror Legion do to maintain a neat military formation. Now that they are walking higher again, they can clearly see that their empty eye sockets seem to have no eyeballs.
Sir, if you want to hit the middle of the head in the wind and waves, it all depends on luck. Can that thing be used?
Wendy turned around and asked.
I'm afraid they won't be able to use it in the water. And their horses are probably not afraid of anything. We can't let them go ashore. Or else let their scary horses charge up. And they won't be able to stop them anymore.
Leon shook his head, feeling that this matter was quite difficult. Each of the Noldor guardsmen carried several grenades, as did the non-commissioned officers. If you have good weapons, you will naturally use them, and the Lord will not hide them. But this kind of homemade black powder grenade is not waterproof. And those horses that look like devils from the underworld can sneak through the sea without even needing to breathe. And they are probably not afraid of explosions.
Lord Leon, let us do it.
Sigismund finally returned, and he brought a group of shirtless gladiators. These guys had just been awakened, and had not had time to put on their armor. Sigismund directly asked them to fight as they had in the gladiatorial arena. The outfit in the game went into battle. That is to say, they go into battle shirtless. They all wear leather pants and shirtless clothes. This outfit is very suitable for surfing in the sea. Sigismund is still very adaptable. And he is indeed a fearless warrior.
Well done. Go forward. Charge forward with me. Block them in the sea and chop off their heads before their horses can run.
The Lord waved the griffin sword in his hand and rushed forward. He had now replaced his most convenient weapon. Great swords and halberds are indeed more suitable in this environment. It would be even more suitable if these gladiators did not wear armor. You shouldn't wear armor when fighting in the sea. Although the gladiators were not idlers, it was no problem to chop off some broken and rotten heads while rolling on the sea. The Python Knights of the Dread Legion, who had their heads cut off, did just fall into the sea. The Dread Legion soldiers who appeared here are basically all Python Knights. But these originally extraordinary knights were not very capable of fighting back. Now most of their bodies are in the sea, with the heavy armor on their horses, and the heavy armor on their withered bodies. The giant python armor made it impossible for them to float to the sea. The soft sand in the sea made the horses' hooves sink deeply into it, and the waves kept rising and receding. So they couldn't walk fast, and could only slowly move to the shore in 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. In fact, this is also the reason why they can walk up from the bottom of the sea. Their bodies are now too heavy. If they are normal humans and normal horses, even if they have dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of heavy armor, they will still have great buoyancy in sea water. After all, the ratio of volume to weight will not increase too much. But the Terror Legion are all hundreds of years old corpses, and they may even include people and horses. The dry and dehydrated corpses cannot float on the water, and coupled with the heavy iron armor, they are basically just weights. Even those Python Knights whose heads and necks have emerged from the water are currently unable to fight. They can only wave their weapons in the water, and no matter how strong they are, they can't exert much force. But this situation was only temporary. After hundreds of rotten heads were chopped off by the gladiators, the Terror Legion finally came out of the situation where they were unable to fight back. They had gradually walked out of the shallow sea where the silt accumulated and arrived at the beach where they could stand. The seawater will no longer affect their arms. The Dread Legion's immediate counterattack was quite fierce. The gladiators' front line was torn apart almost instantly, and hundreds of them fell into waist-deep water while fighting and retreating. The dawn light reflected the reddish coastline, bringing this beach that had been miserable for hundreds of years back to its former appearance. Looks dripping with blood. Fortunately, most of the horses were still in the seawater. They still couldn't run, but their forward speed was obviously accelerated.
Sir, withdraw. It looks like I can't hold it anymore.
Windy appeared next to Leon again, and cut off the head of a python knight with a flying sword.
We can't retreat. They are all knights. If we leave the beach, they will be even more powerful.
Leon felt a little panicked, but he still did not hide behind to protect himself. Seeing his troops retreating steadily, he once again led his brothers to the front row. The commander-in-chief, who leads the troops in battle, cannot retreat casually. If he retreats, the army will probably be defeated soon.
Windy, take the guards to the back to supervise the battle. Let Justice send the mortal guards up. No one can retreat. We can only block them here, and we must not let these guys run away.
Leon gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Unexpectedly, there was no direct front in Bailan village. So when we came here, we still had to fight a tough battle. And we faced a tougher force. But this battle must be fought. The enemy has already ridden on the beach and cannot retreat now. The outcome of retreat will definitely be worse than fighting a tough battle. The Free Corps is all infantry. In fact, even cavalry may not be able to outrun those underworld horses that never tire. The gladiators were not wearing armor, so it was not suitable for them to push forward. It was more suitable for the Imperial Mortal Guards, who were good at using large shields to push forward to push against the enemy. Anyway, the enemy's horses could not be allowed to run. Chapter 239 Silver Hand.
Come on! Come on, all of them! Mr. Leon, if this continues, you will suffer heavy losses.
Justice did come over. Although he knew that he would suffer heavy losses, he still ordered the Mortal Guards to hold up their big shields and push forward, which seemed quite sensible. However, the governor seemed to have little confidence in the battle.
If we can't hold them off here, then we may have to continue to be hunted. All the infantry under you and me can't run away. If we are chased by the Dread Legion, then the Snake Cult army going to Bashi City will, but no one can stop it. Didn't you say that the Terror Legion is in Siyuan City?
Leon cut off a withered head, then dragged Justice back a few steps, and wayed Jocelyn to lead the other prepared Free Corps infantry to the front, and then began to ask about Justice. Tez.
I also want to know what's going on. The news I got is indeed that His Majesty is dealing with the Dread Legion in Siyuan City. There can't really be any curse in Serendil.
Justice was also a little confused. In a head-on fight with such an enemy, the losses will indeed be huge. These undead souls do not have any emotions and cannot communicate with people, so they will naturally not be deceived. Leon and Justice may have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, but after all, most tricks can only be used on living people with emotions, on the body. Moreover, the way the Dread Legion fights is different from that of ordinary people. They do not dodge or block at all. Of course, the undead are not afraid of anything, and they will attack anyone they can. It is naturally very easy to suffer losses when fighting such an enemy hand-to-hand. Slashing the broken bodies of these undead will not reduce their combat effectiveness, but taking a sword from them will probably kill you. Of course, not being afraid of anything is not necessarily a good thing. When facing a fatal blow, they will not dodge, but will still wave their strange flame-shaped swords to fight back. Although this seems like a model of indomitable courage and no fear of death, it also caused the Python Knight to be decapitated very quickly. Fortunately, most of the Imperial Mortal Guards under Justice can be called brave soldiers. Maybe they didn't have the ability to fight these giant Python Knights in a duel, but after they went up with their big shields, they really withstood the advance of the fearful legion. The Python Knights were unable to charge up, and most of them were blocked in chest-deep water. The Mortal Guards tried their best to hold back their horses, although those underworld horses look quite powerful. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot charge in the wet mud under the water waves. The horses' hoofs will sink when they exert force. As long as those terrifying horses cannot exert impact, these Python Knights will not appear too tyrannical. At least the lances mounted on the horses are useless. The soldiers of the Freedom Corps also moved forward one after another, forming a comprehensive close-quarters fight. The two sides formed a curved coastline along the surging beach. In such a close-quarters battle, neither side could use any long-range attacks. This also prevented the Python Knights from the Dread Legion from using their spears. However, most of the soldiers of the Free Legion used short weapons, such as the Imperial Broadsword. Most of their equipment were trophies they obtained from the Bacchus Empire during the uprising. Short weapons are really disadvantageous for dealing with these Python Knights. The length of the weapons is limited, so they have to get very close to attack, which will also give the Python Knights a chance to counterattack. Judging from the way these undead play, using short weapons is basically equivalent to exchanging lives for skulls. This is only possible if you are skilled enough and can cut accurately enough. Only those who are as skilled as the Lord can kill their opponents while avoiding the Python Knight's counterattack. If there aren't many enemies, it doesn't matter if you fight to the end. But the problem is that the number of Python Knights appearing here is not less than the number of free core. If there were more warriors holding swords and halberds, the situation would definitely change a lot. An inch longer and an inch stronger is especially obvious at this time. But there were only a few hundred gladiators, and now less than half were dead or injured.
Brothers, hold on! Don't retreat! If you retreat, you will definitely die.
Sigismund and Jocelyn had been trying their best to boost morale in front of the formation, but two soldiers were already turning around and running back. In such a battle, deserters are inevitable. But if someone turns around and runs away at this time, most of the friendly forces who were fighting together will be killed. Moreover, if the enemy is not pushed into the water, the entire army may be annihilated.
Boom!
Amy set up a musket on the beach, and after one shot, a rotten head shattered. She finally lit the match in the strong wind. Two female soldiers stood by to help her block the wind that would blow away the medicine pool. It was a shot fired in haste, but it was accurate and just killed the Python Knight, who was missing due to desertion.
My Lord Governor, go and supervise the battle. Military order. No retreat. Anyone who disobeys the order will die.
Leon gritted his teeth and pushed Justice to the back of the line. He knew that the governor was not very skilled. He himself took a great sword from the hands of a fallen gladiator, chopped off the head of another deserter, and then stepped forward to cover the gap left by the soldier's escape. Some tough battles must be fought. Although Leon has been pursuing smaller battle losses, he can still take risks when there is no other plan available. Just like when he used dozens of miscellaneous soldiers to resist 200 Gatto cavalry in Fletcher village.
Don't retreat! Those who retreat will die!
Justice stood next to Wendy and shouted with the Nolder guards. The Nolder put away their bows and arrows, held swords and shields in hand, and began to attack the soldiers who turned and fled, abandoning their colleagues. Several soldiers who turned around and fled were hacked to death by the Nolder. And then several Nolder rangers, like Leon before, stepped forward to fill the vacancies. The other two Imperial Mortal Guards, who dropped their shields and retreated in panic, were decapitated one by Justice with his own sword. Wendy led someone forward to fill the position.
Don't retreat! Win this battle! Kill them, and I will make you all knights!
The Lord roared loudly.
Ha!
I don't know if it was the war team that was a deterrent enough, or the Lord's promise was really attractive. But no one really ran away for a while. The losses gradually increased, and the Nolder elves who were originally at the back all moved to the front to fill the gap. The supervising team has been replaced by Amy and her female soldiers. Only half of the female soldiers are still behind, and the better ones have gone up to fill the gap. The Horror Legion is very densely arranged, and when there is no gap, it is useless for others to push forward, and those who are not strong enough will get in the way.
Leon, your Majesty, it really looks like.
Justice took a long breath, murmured something, frowned and turned around, as if he heard something.
Boom!
Amy kept showing off her shooting skills that she had been kissed by the goddess on the beach. She once again accurately hit the head of a Python Knight. The lead bullet directly penetrated the helmet and shattered the skull-like head. This was the fifth enemy that Amy had shot in the head with a musket in 5 minutes. Justice glanced at Amy, and when he was about to turn around, he looked back behind Amy.
What is that?
He saw some tall figures in the distance behind him. The light was not good at dawn, so he couldn't see clearly. Those figures were obviously much taller and stronger than ordinary people, and they seemed to be approaching quickly.
Ladies, prepare to fight to the death.
Amy glanced back and gave the order with a stern face. The remaining 200 female soldiers turned around and prepared to face the enemy. But then Amy rubbed her eyes, with a look of surprise on her face.
Wait, close. That's one of our own. Make way for them. Reinforcements are coming.
After saying that, she flew onto her horse and faced those tall figures.
As expected, it's Miss Amy. I just said it looks like she is the only one who can use a musket stand like that.
Close drew his sword and shouted,
Brothers, charge!
Amy rode her horse and stopped at the coast. She saw a group of Mettenheimers led by Close speeding up. She knew that Close and the others must have seen her. Amy said no more and pointed directly at the battlefield by the sea.
Chains? Put these chains on!
When running past the iron piles on the shore, Close stopped, reached out, and dragged an iron chain from the ground, and then continued to rush towards the battlefield. The long iron chains were dragged by this group of Mettenheimers towards the battlefield where they were fighting, causing a series of harsh iron ring friction sounds. Those were chains that were originally used to restrain slaves. They were originally connected to the iron piles on this beach. Now they are all rusty. Most of the locks that were originally connected to the iron piles have been rusted and broken. But thanks to the reputation of this cursed place, the chains that were broken and left on the beach have not been stolen for so many years. Each chain also has a thick iron collar. This kind of collar is a lock formed by two half rings. It looks quite strong. To be honest, the equipment used by slave owners to restrain their slaves is stronger than the equipment of most armies.
Huh! Clothes? You came back just in time. Chop these green heads in pieces.
Hearing the familiar voice, the Lord shouted in surprise. This happened to be the time when he needed the great swordsman the most.
Okay, sir!
Clothes ran with big strides, creating huge waves in the water.
Those in front! Wrap them with chains!
He ran wildly into the front of the formation, swung the chain in his hand into the shape of a meteor hammer, and then threw it directly into the faces of the Python Knights. The Python Knights all rode horses, and were much taller than the soldiers of the Free Legion, which was enough to wipe out a large area. Almost all the heads struck by Closes' chain were shattered with one blow. Everyone was surprised to find that the heads of these undead were so fragile. The neck, which has been decayed for hundreds of years, is not strong and the joints are very fragile. To deal with such an old corpse, the effect of hitting with a heavy object is obviously far stronger than slashing with a sharp blade. And this is not the biggest result of these chains. Many iron chains were broken during the beating, and the gladiators of the Free Legion quickly grabbed half of the iron chains from the enemy's body. They were quickly inspired by the way the people of Mettenheim used chains. These thick iron chains have more uses in the hands of gladiators. Gladiators have lived with this kind of iron chain every day. They are very familiar with this thing. And the iron chain is an auxiliary weapon that they often use in the gladiatorial arena. Even if they are not tall enough to swing in the water and cannot directly harm the enemy, they can at least lock the enemy's arms or weapons. Even worse, you can also use iron chains to wrap around the enemy's horse legs. At the same time, 300 Mettenheim two-handed swords joined the battlefield. The number of strongmen Close brought back is quite a lot. This is a coastal environment that the people of Mettenheim are very familiar with. Their hometown is also this kind of coastal area, and even the climate is similar. They also often use the same method to fight against the Buckley Empire on this kind of coast. In order to prevent the Buckley people's muskets from reaching the shore to exert their power, they blocked the enemy's landing and prevented the Buckley people from leaving the sea and wind and waves. This is the normal way of fighting for the people of Mettenheim. The iron chain was also their weapon against the Buckleys. Now, this group of fresh troops quickly joined the battle using their best method and became the biggest help in fighting against the fearful legion. The battlefield finally tilted towards intelligent life. The strong wind gradually died down. When Close slashed down the last Python Knight with his sword, the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon on the other side. The wet warriors on the coast can finally turn around and face the rising sun in the east. The sunlight reflected the weapons held high by the soldiers, reflecting bursts of dazzling silver light amid the tsunami-like cheers. Just like everyone's hands and swords are made of silver.
I plan to form a knightly order. Brothers.
Liang's voice was not exciting. He calmly looked at the weapons held high by the soldiers, and the bursts of dazzling silver light.
You are the first unit to defeat the Legion of Fear. You are qualified to become the real army.
Knights. All of you.
Huh. The silver light began to shake with the cheers.
My lord, what is the name of your knighthood? Sigismund asked.
He was always at the front, and he only wore the close-fitting leather armor he wore during the night patrol. There were 4 or 5 bloody scars on his body, but it made his toned body look even more heroic. Sarah had been watching him from a distance on the shore.
It's not my knighthood. It's our knighthood. It's called Silver Hand. This is what you look like now. Remember the light you are holding in your hands today. Never retreat in the face of evil is the Silver Hand.
The highest creed of the hand. If you still dare to face such evil after everything you have experienced today, then go to Close and swear an oath. He is the first knight commander of the Silver Hand.
Ha! For this victory, the Free Legion lost 500 warriors, and 400 of Justice Imperial Mortal Guards fell into the sea. Even the most skilled Nolder Rangers lost more than 30. The total loss was thousands of people. In many cases, there were no such heavy casualties in battles between the two countries. In order to commemorate this battle, it is indeed appropriate to establish an order of knights. After seeing the Terror Legion, every warrior knows that death is not the most terrifying thing. But becoming a puppet like the Python Knights of the Terror Legion after death is terrible. This is more miserable than becoming a slave. They can now understand why Leon went all the way to Bacchus to deal with the snake worship cult. The Red Death killed countless people, drove untrained civilian cultists to their deaths, and turned heroic warriors into an army of the undead. Everything the snake cult has done is against all mankind. Even slaves like the Free Corps who had suffered so much can now deeply understand that this is far more evil than those slave owners. Even justice offered to help the order gain recognition by the Charter of Valets. But the Lord doesn't care about the Charter at all. He knew that the Charter of Valets could not possibly recognize an order of common people. He took the opportunity to establish the Silver Hand at this time. But it was not to regularize the army.
The Silver Hand's belief is to protect this land. Eliminate the evil on this land so that brave warriors will no longer become such undead monsters. Stop those evil deeds against humanity.
He wants to eliminate Sigismund's previous influence and change the stance of the Free Legion from
against the entire continent
to
protecting the entire continent.
At the same time, it gives his direct troops a direct upward path. As for Valet's Charter, when the Silver Hand becomes strong enough, Charter himself will open his legs and assume the most appropriate posture.
Close? When did you come back?
While others were cleaning the battlefield, Leon began to reminisce with his old subordinates.
Actually, we have already returned in September. You said that we should return to Meixiangling at the end of September.
In fact, Close has indeed returned a long time ago. After bringing a large number of seeds back to the country, Frederick was appointed as a foreign affairs officer, and Close became a hero in his hometown. That is to say, the emerging county of Mettenheim does not have a traditional knight class. Otherwise, Close will definitely be called a knight from now on, even if he is not loyal to the Count of Mettenheim. And Dean, who went with him, the son of Creon, became the guest of Count Guderian, and even served as the Minister of Agriculture of Mettenheim as a Bacchus. It is estimated that Dean will not be there for a while. I will return to my country. Under Dean's guidance, the people of Mettenheim replanted a season of grain in the summer, and everything went smoothly. The only small problem is that Close also encountered the invasion of snake worshippers in his hometown. It's just that the snake cult has little room for development in Mettenheim. The people of Mettenheim have relatively stable belief in the Iron God, and there is not much internal oppression. Moreover, the country is extremely united because of Buckley, a huge foreign enemy. In fact, the snake cult cannot develop in Buckley. Buckley is undergoing a technological revolution and has many educated people, so it is difficult for the cult's deception to have any effect. Therefore, the snake cult only sent 2 fleets to Mettenheim. This was probably a slap on the head decision made by the Snake Cult Priest Council, and it was an invasion by force. But Mettenheim has ironclads. Even the extremely advanced warships of the Barclay Empire couldn't attack Mettenheim, let alone the backward ships of the Snake Cult 200 years ago.
Huh? You brought an ironclad ship? Didn't you say that ironclad ships can't sail long distances?
Chapter 240 The Surf General Raising Pigs. Close did bring back an ironclad ship. Faced with the invasion of the Snake Cult, Close summoned some fellow villagers to form a force of more than 300 people. He followed Count Guderian of Mettenheim to participate in the battle to defend his hometown, and killed them without much effort, invading snake worshippers. And that ironclad ship was the ship Close boarded when participating in this battle. In late September, Close led his troops back to Pender Continent. He returned to Dillenport because he wanted to return the ships carrying food to Governor Kairos. Ironclad ships are indeed not suitable for long-distance voyages. This is mainly because the draft is relatively deep, the hull is bulky, and the acceleration and steering are relatively slow. It's okay when sailing normally, but when encountering relatively large waves, it seems to be inflexible and basically can only resist forcefully. Since the sails are set up higher and more than ordinary ships, the sails will be furled more slowly. When encountering strong winds, it is easy to lose power due to the mast breaking. At the same time, the side of the ship is relatively high, and the armored hull has no openings. So if something happens if the oars cannot be used, it will just be a large floating object. But if it is moving with several ocean-going sailing ships, it will not be a big problem, and it can be towed away. It's just that Close's luck has never been very good. As soon as he arrived at Dillon Port, his troops were trapped inside, because the snake-worshipping cult happened to surround Di Lingang at this time. Originally, they could still come out through the port, but the problem was that the snake cult seemed to have a fleet coming looking for food. As a result, the huge ironclad ship was blocked inside. But fortunately, the armored ships blocked the port. If it hadn't been for the strong men of Mettenheim to help defend the city, Dillon Port might have been captured. That fleet is a bit strange. They have been wandering offshore, but have not attacked the port. They seem to be waiting for the snake worshippers on land to fight with the defenders of Dillon Port before coming to take advantage, in order to save the armored ship and to see the Lord alive. The tough men of Mettenheim naturally did not force a breakout, but helped Di Lingang block the attack of the snake worshippers. In fact, this ironclad ship was a souvenir given to Leon by the people of Mettenheim. Even the coat of arms on the bow and sails were griffins. This was a gift from Count Guderian to express his gratitude to Leon. Moreover, this is a national gift. Frederick's position when he served as diplomatic envoy was recognized by Count Guderian, who now regarded Leon as an equal monarch on behalf of Mettenheim. After all, Leon helped the people of Mettenheim obtain the most suitable food seeds, and also sent them the experts, who were most needed at the moment, who were proficient in agricultural water conservancy. The people of Mettenheim were very particular about repaying kindness. Of course, revenge must be avenged. After the snake cult army in Di Lingang gave up the siege and headed north, the tough men of Mettenheim planned to take revenge. They planned to kill the fleet that had blocked them in Di Lingang for several months. Without the enemies attacking from the land, the entire Imperial port troops were able to free up their hands, and they joined forces with the Mettenheimers to rush to the port. But the group of guys who were fishing ran away immediately when they saw something was wrong. The Mettenheimers boarded the ironclad and rushed out of the port to pursue them. But the strange group of guys had already run a bit westward, and the ironclad was too slow to catch up. Subsequently, Close and the others chased the fleet all the way west. But the ship encountered strong winds halfway and lost traces of the enemy. In order to avoid any problems with the ironclad ship, they withdrew in time before the wind and waves became stronger, parked the ship at Dillon Port, and then pursued it overland because the people at Dillon Port told them that there was only one abandoned and uninhabited island in the west. The fishing port of Sarandil can stop ships, so the people who worship the snake cult must have gone here. However, I don't think those guys are these undead. They were still fishing before. These undead probably don't eat fish. Close looked at the soldiers who were searching for the stranded ships and shook his head. We didn't expect you to be here. Wait a minute. That fleet is fishing in Dillon Port. Liang frowned and waved to the former snake cult priestess not far away. Alyssa, come here. Can the snake cult eat fish? Commander, the teachings of the snake cult do not allow eating meat. Fish is also meat. We will not eat it. Otherwise the goddess will punish you. But the vegetables in Pendor are really a bit less. Alyssa confirmed that the snake cult was indeed a vegetarian, and complained about Pen's food. I've never really been hungry. I'll eat anything if I'm hungry. However, since the snake cult hasn't fished much for more than 100 years, that means there should be more fish around the Amara continent. The catch is the right thing. How come this group of people came to Dillon Port to fish? And since they have already broken the habit of eating fish, why are they afraid of famine? They have boats and people, so they can catch some fish in Umla continent. It shouldn't be difficult to get it. The Lord spread his hands. Yes, there are many residents in Dillon Port, and the offshore waters have been fished for a long time. The catch is definitely not as good as the port under the control of the snake worship cult in Umla continent, which has never fished. Since you came here specifically to get food, even if you have to fish for a living because you can't get food, you shouldn't fish in Dillon Port. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to Sarandil? There is no one here, and it was once the place with the richest fishing resources in Ponde. Since those snake worshippers would flee here, they should also know about this place. Sir, you mean to say that they are not snake worshippers? Wendy understood clearly from the side that there must be something wrong with this group of people. It's not certain whether those people are snake worshippers, but they are definitely not from the Amara continent. The Lord turned to look at Close. Have you seen what those people look like? No. Actually, we didn't have any direct battle with them. They seem to have been avoiding fighting. I also don't feel like they are snake worshippers. Close thought for a while and added, but their boats do look similar to those broken boats over there. The ships that ran aground in the sea were the ships of the Dread Legion. They were indeed quite dilapidated, and even the sails were damaged a lot. But this is a composite boat with sails and oars.
The undead, who don't feel tired, are probably quite powerful when rowing the oars. The presence or absence of sails probably has little effect on the Dread Legion.
Sir, what should I do with these boats and horses? Those boats are quite dilapidated, with rotten wood in many places, and are basically scrap goods. And those horses don't obey orders, and they look scary.
Jocelyn came over and interrupted the Lord's reminiscence with his old subordinates. Some of the horses in the underworld are still
alive,
but after losing their owners, these horses are all wandering on the beach. Through their dark horse armor, you can see that their bodies are all rotten horse corpses. It's just that maybe they were well-trained war horses before they were alive. But they didn't attack people at will. Jocelyn tried to ride on them, but then realized that there was no point in trying. The horses couldn't be driven because they didn't respond to anything. It cannot be controlled, cannot be led away, and even if you slash it with a knife, it will not react. It is obviously impossible to use it as a mount.
Let the wounded stay here and dismantle their horse armor, and then send them to where they should go. Don't worry about those broken ships. We don't have much time. We still have to rush to fit in, and we will meet in 3 hours.
The Lord waved Jocelyn to hurry up and do it. Justice looked at Close and walked over.
Close. I have to thank you for helping to guard Dylanport.
Justice was indeed very sincere in his gratitude, and he must also thank this friendly force on behalf of Bacchus for being completely helpful.
You're welcome, Lord Governor. In fact, even without us, the general who raises pigs in Dylangang can probably hold it. Besides, we have received help from Dylangang. So help Dylangang. This is necessary.
Close did not take the credit. They used the ocean-going ship that Governor Kairos found from Dylanport to transport grain seeds to the country. Although this was the result of Leon's creation, the people of Medenheim, who had clear grievances, were also willing to help Dylangang. But Justice was quite concerned about Close's other words.
The general who raises pigs? Who is that?
Based on Justice's knowledge of the nobles in Imperial Port, no one could be called a general. Kairos and his troops have never been in Dylanport. Justice actually wants to know who is holding the city. A general who can still hold on when tens of thousands of snake worshippers besiege the city. Unless it is a Gason or Creon. Otherwise, Justice couldn't think of anyone else with this ability and courage.
His name is Ivero. He seems to have been a serf. A pig farmer.
Close scratched his scalp.
Well, of course, I think he should be considered a general now.
When an empire encounters a life and death crisis, it will always produce some unpredictable heroes. There is one in Dylangang.
This is a man who lives in an unknown village next to Dylangang. In the past years, he was just an unnoticed serf, living in a pig pen every day. Before the snake cult's army attacked Dylanport, Ivelo had been quietly raising and killing pigs, supplying meat to his master's family. Speaking of which, his master was probably a kinder type among slave owners. Even though Ivelo would often come into contact with precious meat, he still did not let him wear a collar. Of course, this is mainly because Ivelo has proven his character and loyalty with his honest attitude for many years. Well, to put it another way, this is actually because everyone thinks Ivelo is a fool. In fact, this pig boy has been the subject of constant teasing since he was a child. Whether they are civilians or others who are also serfs, they will find fun in him. He seems to be born with thick flesh and is not afraid of pain. So his reactions are usually slow, and he doesn't get angry very much. Naturally, such a powerful and temperless serf does not need to be locked up. If life went on like this, maybe Ivelo would keep raising pigs until he died. However, everything changed after the snake cult's army arrived. His master, the local tribune, fled as soon as he heard the news. While running away, he also forced the shoulder strap and a short sword that represented the status of the tribune into Ivelo's hands. To be honest, of course Ivelo wanted to escape, but his master gave him a golden opportunity.
Ivar, Dylanport is recruiting militia troops. If you take a few militiamen to Dylanport as a tribune, you will be free and become a noble from now on.
These were the words of his master, the true tribune. Before he left, it was clear that his master wanted neither to fight nor to be considered a deserter by the empire. The tribunes were obliged to protect the local people, and fleeing without a fight was a typical act of desertion. Deserting was one of the biggest crimes in the Bacchus Empire. If discovered by a consul, the result would usually be to be demoted to a slave. Moreover, the consul of Emperor's Land was Governor Kairos, who looked down upon deserters the most. So the tribune left Ivero there to make up for his losses. While he escaped, I don't know whether it was because Ivelo was slow to react or because he longed for freedom. Anyway, he did bring a few serfs into Emperor Lin Gang, and became a member of the hastily formed Emperor Lin Gang garrison, and used it to protect the people. As an official, he became a squad leader. Then everything became a little magical. No one expected that Lin Gang would face an army of tens of thousands of snake worshippers. After being besieged for a week by the snake cult army, the acting consul in the city disappeared inexplicably. Subsequently, the political officer and his successor died in battle one after another, and several lieutenants, who led the army, also died in battle. Most of the nobles in the city had already fled before the siege. Basically, all the other small lords around Gang have taken refuge in the snake worship cult. By the end of September, Ivelo was surprised to find that he, the squad leader, had become the only person with the status of tribune among those guarding Emperor Lin Gang. If it were normal times, the tribune of a small village would be just a small official, as big as a sesame seed or a mung bean. But now, all the militia troops defending the city have expressed their willingness to listen to his command. In the entire Gang, there are no nobles anymore. It's really hard to explain something like talent. In a short period of time, Ivelo actually adapted to leading the militiamen to defend the city every day. Perhaps due to the effect of killing pigs every day in the past. Ivelo is quite calm when killing people. In addition, he is not very angry in the first place, and is a bit dull. All these things can only be called stupid when put on a pig-raising serf. And stupid, but if it is placed on a general leading an army, it will appear extremely calm and majestic. As a result, this serf quickly became the backbone of all militiamen. As long as Ivelo did not show fear, the militiamen seemed to have no fear. Fortunately, the nobles ran away in a hurry. Emperor Lin Gang left behind a large amount of food and supplies. Basically, there was no shortage of anything. As long as the fighting will was enough, they could indeed persist for a long time. Moreover, Ivelo was lucky enough to meet the troops brought by clothes. The ironclads blocked attacks from the port, and the powerful Mettenheimers helped him hold on to the most difficult defensive battles. 2 months later, the snake cult's offensive slowed down, and Ivelo, in these months of actual combat, had truly become a general capable of leading troops.
A pig-raising serf unexpectedly guarded the most important portal for the empire, and all the nobles. Alas!
Justice let out a long sigh.
Mr. Governor, you should have more experience in Bashi City. Most of the time, nobles can only cause trouble.
Leon shook his head.
The Bacchus Empire is actually pretty good. At least the tribune who ran away knew how to find a serf to replenish his power. At least he is still afraid of the law.
Justice sighed again.
Perhaps the reform needs to be deepened.
While the Lord was encountering the Python Knights of the Dread Legion, Emperor Marius was also experiencing a bitter battle in the village of Chiza, which was just across a bay from Sarandil. The situation he faced was even more difficult than that of the Lord. Emperor Marius faced Maltese and 200 horned viper pioneers. Although the number is indeed small, the elite level of the enemy is far beyond what the Python Knight can match. Moreover, the number of troops brought by Emperor Marius was equally small. Unlike the rotten and withered undead like the Python Knight, the Horned Viper Vanguard does not look like an undead army at all. All of them have skin as smooth as cream, and their red lips and chins exposed under their half-covered helmets are very attractive. They all seem to be as beautiful as gods. Yes, they are. That's 200 women. In other words, these are 200 female elves, except for their scarlet eyes, which reveal a slightly evil feeling. These Horned Viper pioneers look no different from living people. The same goes for Maltese. They still possess flexible and powerful martial arts, and their agility seems completely unaffected. If he hadn't known that they were indeed undead, Emperor Marius would have even thought he was fighting a group of particularly powerful living elves. Perhaps only the powerful Noldor Twilight Knights have the combat power of the Horned Viper Vanguard. However, the entire Noldor clan together could not make up 100 Twilight Knights. But here, there are 200 Horned Viper pioneers. The Imperial Knights under Emperor Marius were almost killed and wounded after a few encounters. Fortunately, Agathon saw the opportunity quickly and dragged Emperor Marius away. At least he escaped. The Imperial Knights desperately held off the enemy for a while, and the Emperor's direct bodyguards were indeed loyal. Perhaps Emperor Marius was lucky. After killing the soldiers who stayed to stop the enemy, Martis did not pursue him, but turned his head to look at the sea. Emperor Marius and Agathon, who had already run away, did not see several damaged warships on the sea being blown to Chiza village by wind and waves. The people who got off the battleship were not snake worshippers, but some burly men with various equipment. It looked like a group of Mettenheimers, but they all looked disheveled. After seeing Maldus, the leader, the big man with messy hair and beard, was obviously stunned.
Priests of the snake cult? There are not many of them. Kill them!